Hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting edition of the Hot Fix. Glad to have you all here. I am Darkman78, and we have a wonderful weekend of action for you this fantastic weekend. It is going to be the Mystery Tournament 14, the top 8 finals. I'm sure a lot of you that are in chat are kind of familiar with this by now. It's not the first time we've had this on the GDQ channel, and certainly won't be the last. But for those who are new, this is a pretty cool tournament. It's a little bit different sort of a speedrunning thing that happens in the community, but it still nonetheless is very much speedrunning. So you have two competitors, they're going head to head, and they're speedrunning. The catch is they're playing a game that they most likely haven't played before. They most likely haven't seen before. So they're very unfamiliar with what to expect, and they're just kind of using their skills as like natural speedrunners. You know, how can they get to the goal and beat it as fast as possible using the knowledge and the kind of the skills that they've gained over time. So it's really cool. It's a different aspect of speedrunning, but it still is very much really fun to watch. So we are, of course, showing the top 8. This has been going on for like 3 months now. It's been over 100 competitors entered at the start, and now we're down to the final 8, which we're going to crown a champion at the end of Sunday. So it's going to be cool. Real quick, before we get into most of the action, just a couple of GDQ announcements that I want to go over. The AGDQ second submission period is coming. For those who aren't aware, for the first time, GDQ is doing a second submission period for specifically for new games, so like games that were released on or after August 1st of this year. We're letting people submit for that to see if we can get some of them into AGDQ. So if you are interested in that, you play a new game, you speedrun it, you want to see maybe you can get into AGDQ, you can submit for them starting November 13th. November 13th through 20th is that period. So, yeah, Honk, yeah, that's a good one. Goose Game, is something that came out pretty recently, so that would be eligible if you do want to submit that. So, yeah. And also the volunteer schedule for AGDQ will be released. The on-site volunteer schedule will be released October 31st. So if you are a volunteer, you want to know when you're going to be assisting, look out for an email October 31st with more information. So without further ado, we kind of want to introduce our commentators for this segment. So we have Blasphemous War, OmniGamer, and Mythical9, who are going to be kind of helping you break down the action. We'll be having more commentators throughout the broadcast, but for now, these three are going to lead us off and kind of tell us what we can expect right now.
Hello.
Oh, man. All right. Thank you for the introduction, Darkman. Oh, man, it's exciting to see some more Mystery Tournament going again. It's been a long time for me. I was out on the last time around, but it seems like a whole lot of good competitors coming through. Some old faces, some new faces, just a lot of excitement coming on up. And this first match, we've got Maurice and Alpha 5 coming up in just a few moments. I believe they're still getting set up. Yeah, they've done some tremendous work here. So Maurice himself is a relatively new participant to the Mystery Series. He came in first with Mystery Tournament 13, which is the previous tournament, just happened earlier this year or last year. And he actually claimed second in that one. So it's really exciting to see where he's going to come through. There's something that is definitely to be said for consistency in these mystery matchups, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, second place is crazy for your first mystery tournament. We keep some stats of all the players and their past matchups all throughout, and they kind of get like a skill system and there's tiers. People really nerd out with actually the stats on mystery tournament. And Andy in 4H, yeah, absolutely. Andy, winner of like several mystery tournaments, probably the best to ever do it. Only got third his first mystery tournament. So for Maurice to come in after the like general skill level of all the players has increased, and then play second in his very first tournament, it's crazy. And he's been super dominant this season. He's my favorite to take it all.
And we've had an incredible tournament thus far. We've seen a lot of the top tier players go. We've seen a few top tier players go 0-2. We've seen a lot of those top tier players drop out or get knocked out. We've had some absolutely incredible first timer losers bracket runs where they got knocked in the losers bracket like early on and somehow made it all the way to 9th place, like putting pressure some of the old guard here. But in the end, a lot of these players that you're seeing today are going to be, well, they're consistent, and they're consistent for good reason, and they're definitely gonna be good matches today.
Something else I want to mention on that note too, pretty much everybody that you'll be seeing in this top 8, with the one exception, has largely been in the winners bracket. So they've had relatively fewer matches over the course of the entire tournament, and that exception though is Dragon Co, who lost somewhat fairly early on, but then had a huge run up through the losers bracket, and as far as I know is the only one to have knocked off one of the losers from the winners quad. So it's really interesting, but that's going to be a great spot for Dragon Co to come through. Has been in a number of other mystery tournaments, but this will be the first time making a top 8 appearance. So for right now, at least, I'm pegging that as Dragon Co as my dark horse, and I'd like to see where that goes, but we'll have to wait until later today for that match.
All right, well, I think without further ado, we can kind of go ahead and swap over to the game that is going to be our first of many. And this is quite an interesting game for our first one, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, so Devolver Digital, you know them, right? They make free games sometimes. Welcome to Fork Parker's Holiday Profit Hike. The profits are down, and Fork Parker's going to have to pick them back up like a good CEO should. So he's going to have to climb this mountain of profits, make that money, and maybe don't rack up a huge hospital bill on the way through.
Is this getting over it?
No. It's so much more fun.
Okay.
Take your word for it.
This is a game that was submitted very early on, tested very early on, and immediately accepted into top 8 very early on. So I didn't even get to it. I was scrolling through looking for things to test because I'm a tester this year, and this was already over and done with. So I was like, good, I'll move on to something else. So I have no idea what this is, but my expectations are high.
Oh yeah, I played this once, and I did my test, and I immediately was just like, test your gold buzzer. I want this in top 8.
Bang. That's the sound of the golden buzzer.
Is it? I don't know enough about pop culture references.
Yeah,
except
no, you hit it, and then I made that sound somewhere involuntarily, and didn't know why. And I just figured it out now.
Oh, okay.
The players have had a lot of trouble getting this game to run correctly here. It's just part of playing games for the first time ever. But I think finally everything has come together, and we can get started in just a couple seconds here.
Yep, we're good to go, and let's kick it off.
All right, so this game is, like I said, it's all about climbing a mountain. And remember, folks, when you are climbing a mountain, all right, in Celeste, when you're climbing a mountain, you have your dashes. You know, those are very important safety features. We have our wall climbs and like. But Fork Parker, he's a little more of a realistic person here, and he's going to climb mountains using our good friend Pittons and Ropes. The entire game is that we can throw pittons at any location. If it sticks, it'll stick, and if there are 2 pittons, it forms a rope, which he can kind of sort of jump on, and jump up, and slide on, and climb the mountain.
Oh, I like this.
Oh boy.
So
what?
Yeah, there's a lot of. Oh, it looks like we got. Oh, there we go.
Oh, the ropes have like the steepness of the rope determines how quickly you slide down the rope.
Yeah, so you want to use shallow ropes for climbing vertically. You want to use steep ropes for getting across and stuff. It's all about where you throw that rope and what you get to do with it. Because otherwise, it just looks like a basic platformer, right? I mean, not much to it.
I do like me some physics. And this, okay, so it looks like you've got a maximum of 3 ropes, and then you're just constantly rearranging them as you're tucking around. So that'll really take some foresight, because it looks like you just, it builds up on the order that you've previously placed them. So you really need to know which one you placed first, where it's going to reconnect, which rope's going to disappear when you toss out the next. I don't imagine it'll come into play for this first stage, but as it gets further up, we'll see see how things go along.
Did Alpha just catch a rope vertically and run up and just like basically wall jump as a result of that?
I believe so.
I did not see that during my testing.
Every now and then, someone like I don't quite catch them throwing the pitten, but then suddenly a rope just materializes in an insane place, and it's making me laugh every time. But yeah, this is awesome. What is this music, by the way? It's incredibly jamming.
Oh, I don't have the music on.
Yeah, I loaded up VLC just for that, and boy, am I glad I did.
That's really good.
So, of course, we have our good enemy in video games, which is bats, of course.
Everybody's favorite friend.
Yeah, we're going to have plenty of things. So it looks like, from a cursory glance, I believe that Alpha 5 currently in the lead here.
I think
by
so.
a decent margin, if that's the checkpoint that I think that Maurice is on.
So, judging from how this is working out, there's no level progression per se. It's all based on checkpoints, and it's one continuous stage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
So we can see Alpha scrambling to do an intentional death there because he wants to. He wanted to make sure that he could get back to the checkpoint that he had already triggered, but didn't quite reach. And that's going to be an important thing as well, because you can actually trigger these checkpoints pretty early sometimes.
Nice heads up there by Alpha. Alpha's really good at looking for ways to kind of get ahead that are maybe less than intended. So he saw that checkpoint flag and immediately knew, like, screw trying to get up there. I'm just going to go find the fastest way to kill myself.
Yeah, he there was definitely the there was noted by Cent that they do have a restart button to make sure that they're all set for basically make sure that they know that they can hit a checkpoint from like below and fix it up.
Well, you lose your pittance after you die. So Alpha had some stuff set up in a pretty good position, and unfortunately has to redo it here.
Yeah.
So one thing that I'm not entirely sure from watching, it looks like you do have some control over how you actually launch the Kleptonaut to begin with. So it's based on your own momentum. And I guess that can come into play in a number of ways when you're just trying to set up like your own position and you need to jump quickly. So you're not going to necessarily have optimal way to toss your piton. I think it's a piton where it needs to be.
Yeah, and that is a key thing to this, is because you do have you do get to throw that piton fitting the thing. You get to throw the thing.
The spike.
I'm not a rope climber. I don't know what I'm doing. They know what they're doing. So they you do get to throw that in 8 directions, or a little bit more than 8 directions. It is full dual stick. How you throw it, and it's a python, according to some people in chat.
Chat's never been wrong.
Yeah,
No,
chat's never
not
wrong.
about anything.
Never.
Yeah.
Alpha is in a really tough spot here, but just barely has got enough height to get to that rope.
Ooh.
Extremely well placed, kind of going through the geometry of the level.
That was a really cruel setup, just going through all that, but he managed to work it out.
We can see that if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see that there is a meter marker. Alpha's currently at 164, and Maurice is at 149 here. So Maurice is starting to catch up. The summit is somewhere around 300 meters, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so they're approximately halfway, but I imagine the last third is going to be particularly challenging.
Oh, yeah.
That's my guess as well. All right, Maurice's turn to get to this treacherous spot here. Fell directly through their rope, so I guess there's like an input you need to be holding to catch ropes.
Not really. You just kind of sort of like end up. There is an input that you can do to drop through ropes, though.
Oh, I guess that's what Maurice was doing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Alpha holds on to a lead here, as it's just generally been. I think this is a thing I've noticed, is that it's pretty common to see 2 players reach kind of the same skill level, and then the difference becomes who got there faster, who learned quicker and got an earlier lead and rode that out. And that's something you'll see a lot in mystery tournament matches. And so far, that's kind of what's happening here. Alpha got a really early lead, was just kind of figured out how these ropes work, and has then just kind of held on to this same 10 meter gap.
Yeah, and this is something that's going to happen again and again throughout all these matches, is that you'll see maybe one player will pick up something that it might take another player a little bit longer to pick up on, and it's all just about that adaptability. Certain players have certain strengths, certain genres they might be particularly adept at, but you'll certainly be able to see the flavor of their play as we go through more of these matches.
Yeah, and that's
wow.
kind of like the idea of mystery there, is that, like, the person that picks up on the game faster wins. Because, like, you see traditional speedruns where we have, like, a lot of time to master individual steps. We have, you know, a lot of time studying runs, studying your route, doing those inputs, practicing what you need to be practicing. Whereas in blind racing, you are told to go fast without any sort of practice in regards to it ahead of time. And so it's all about instinct. It's all about maneuvering quickly. It's all about not messing up your inputs, which I am quite fond of doing.
They're almost at a perfect tie now. They're at the same checkpoint. And something that I'm starting to notice a lot more here is there's probably some kind of ice physics on all of the actual platforms, because it seems like they don't have perfect control of their character when they're going through, but also just how much momentum you can build up from either a long slide or anything like that. And like earlier, they were trying to bypass that snowman tossing the snowballs around, and just as a casual player, it's just like, oh, that probably doesn't look too hard. But you're realizing that they're up against all these different constraints of having to understand exactly how to move under the game's physics engine that might not be the same as any other engine. So a lot of it is just picking up on how quickly you can realize what your limitations are and how best you can utilize them to proceed.
So we're seeing this checkpoint has been very brutal for both players. Both players have been stuck here, trying a number of different approaches, and nothing seems to be working. We are basically at a dead tie here. Maurice caught up, I think, largely due... There was a section where there's a lot of platforms and you don't need to use ropes anymore, really. So both players opted to just run and jump, and very quickly got through that section, but Alpha ran into some trouble with those snow physics, like you said. Maurice had a better handle on that aspect of it, and that's part of what allowed them to catch up. But it looks like Alpha has finally broken away here, has hit that checkpoint. I'm seeing nothing but pure ice now, so it looks like it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah,
I hope not.
Yeah, this game is not This game's only going to get harder, folks. This game took me... to give you an idea of how good these competitors are, the original goal for this was somewhere around, like... Oh, it actually might be like somewhere around 400 meters. I don't remember how far the summit is. I remember, though, that the original goal was a little bit shorter than this. And it took me like 40 minutes, and then the summit took me like an hour and 15. So you're going to see how much better these players are than me.
Just to talk a little bit more about the mystery tournament format, too. This is the 14th iteration, give or take, of the mystery tournament itself, and every tournament you come across a number of players coming in, joining, but what does it mean to actually join in? Well, this is all a community effort to get familiar with these really weird, wacky games and to experience something new along the way. So there's oftentimes a small burden placed on the players. You have to submit games that you think would be good candidates for these types of challenges, with the intention of each match taking about 30 minutes, maybe up to an hour, but something that somebody of reasonable skill would be able to handle, and that isn't just a super bad game that you threw in because you thought it would be fun. And really, like, just having watched so many of these, it's amazing where people manage to find these games and what they do with them. But yeah, people definitely have it kind of down to a science as far as joining in, submitting, and should you want to participate in the future, there's mystery.beatthegame.me, and that will help you out and get started on what you need to actually participate or and see some of the historical aspects of these games, who played what the standings were.
Yeah, and we do test these games. We have a small set of testers. Shout out to the testers. We got like Hopscotch, Z-Saber, Mythical 9,
Orville, Sully.
Great shot by Maurice there.
Yeah, that was very well placed. Like, look how good that rope is, right? You could try to throw that probably like 20 times and not get it as good as Maurice just got it. But no checkpoint yet, and dies to the snowball. Oh no. Meanwhile, Alpha is making their way here. The snowballs have been a problem for them. They died twice in like the exact same spot to the same bouncing pattern, but Alpha has got the checkpoint.
How? Okay, I guess Maurice just didn't go up that extra few pixels there.
The detection on the checkpoints is mysterious.
Okay, I'll take mysterious.
Alpha's got something in mind here. Leveraging the power of triangles, I've noticed if you've got triangles like from wherever you're standing to anywhere else, like you can almost always go from one rope to a second rope and, you know, make some pretty good progress.
Yeah, so these snow blocks you cannot rope across. You cannot do that. So here we actually have to pretend like we're a real platformer, but for a moment in time.
No problems for Alpha, and just kind of flying through that section has put a gap between himself and Maurice. But you know, Maurice is no slouch. There's at least like 200 meters left, so there is so much more mountain to climb.
Something else to notice, just to talk about it now, you're going to see it a lot more in the other matches too, is when players take strategic weights. There's a lot of times, just like, you know that you're always on the clock, you got to keep moving as much as you can, but a lot of times just taking a little bit of time to look and find what your plan is can get you through a lot faster. And knowing when it's more appropriate to just throw yourself at something and find something that sticks versus just pay it patiently and try to figure out how it's going to work out, that's a skill in itself. Certainly you can be successful either way, but certain players... Oh, he got the checkpoint!
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, that about finishes the thought. It's just you will see players sitting back, not doing anything for moments at a time, and just in a lot of those instances, they're trying to plot out exactly what their plan is and move somewhere optimally so that they can proceed.
Yeah, it's so tough to... The best players are able to do that kind of thinking while their fingers are still moving their character, and I can't, and that's why I'm here and they're there. But it really is hard to fight that urge to go fast sometimes, because you're absolutely right. That sometimes just thinking through something will be so much more valuable than hurling yourself into more spikes.
Yeah, that's a thing that you gotta know, or that really does take a lot of getting used to in Mystery, is that this is a race, so you're thinking, oh, I gotta go fast, and the safety strats are oftentimes some of the best strats, because you need to have that patience to get through an obstacle.
Maurice was very greedy there, almost made it happen.
I was gonna say I love the greed that he's tossing out. He's going for it, but again, both players don't know where the other is right now. For as far as they know, the other player is right at the end. So it's always just something to try and make sure that they get through, try and at least keep pace with an invisible foe.
Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have that often from. Sorry, we don't have that often from. Well, never mind. I lost that thought. Keep going.
I'm looking at Maurice here, who I think can't grab the side of this ledge here. He tried and ended up getting a wall jump, and it kicked him off into the spikes. So you need to use ropes to get up the side of this platform, and there's a very limited space to work with side to side. So it seems so simple, but it's proving to be quite a challenge for Maurice. Meanwhile, Alpha has been stuck at this checkpoint for just about as long as Maurice has been stuck on his.
Yeah, so. Watching Alpha, I think he's actually getting a little frustrated with this snowman. He's had a number of times up here. I think he actually got to this section before Maurice did, but has not been able to clear quite past that snowman yet. However, it looks like there should be a checkpoint right up there.
Needs something. Where is it? Where's the check? Okay.
There it is. And now they're back very close together again. Maurice is trying to figure out. He's taking a lot more time as he's just going through. Slid into the spikes. But he's had. So, despite them being at the same location now, they have a difference in the level of knowledge. So, Maurice has been here for 2 or 3 minutes at least, and he's had time to fiddle, identify what works and what doesn't. But even in those cases, you'll still run into, let's say, that Alpha finds something that just happens to work right away, and that'll instantly remove any advantage that Maurice had from getting here early.
Well, Alpha got up that one platform a lot faster than Maurice did. The second one now actually tied. Alpha just has something down. From downtown, Alpha throws this rope across. Is it going to be enough on its own? I don't think so. We're going to need a third rope to make this happen, I think.
I think he's got the opportunity for it.
He kicked up on a wall jump, and I was hoping maybe there was a trigger for a checkpoint up there, but there was not. So Oh my god, that's going to do it.
Ooh.
No checkpoint. Where is it? Oh, this is tense. There it is.
There's the tent.
Alpha just plows through that section way faster than Maurice.
Yep.
Moments after OmniGamer said, this is something that can totally happen.
So something else I'm noticing that I probably wouldn't be able to appreciate without playing this is they're exercising a lot of restraint on when they toss out their pythons. So like earlier when Alpha was there trying to find the exact right way to get up on that platform, he was not just chucking them out everywhere, as kind of like would be my first instinct. And that's because, again, you have to keep track of which one is what the order that you place them is. Because if you throw the wrong one, you might just get rid of the rope that you were just on and fall and have a very bad time. So that's one of the confusing things that I'm starting to appreciate now, and they've clearly realized it because they're not just chucking them everywhere, as would have been kind of your first instinct.
It was definitely both these players' first instincts. There were a lot more ropes willy-nilly at the start of the race, but very quickly I think the players dialed in on that aspect, and it's what let them get so far so quickly. Only 19 minutes in, and we're already at 419 meters, which is just shy of what that original goal was. So, yeah, fantastic performance from both players.
Yeah, I was horribly wrong about the 300 meters, by the way. It's much higher than that.
So we don't know then. We don't know how high this mountain goes. Alpha, I think this is good.
There is the end.
There it is. Alpha with the lead, the like 7th lead change in this race so far. Maurice with a pretty bad death halfway up this section.
Yo, there's not a lot of okay, so oftentimes we do see races that have incredible gaps on them that just don't close. This is so much back and forth here. This is a great race.
Couldn't ask for better to open up our top 8 here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all downhill from here, folks. Might as well.
Maurice has found a way to hang directly onto the base of the piton, so he was able to actually line up a fantastic throw to get through this section.
Oh, and there it is. Okay, so we're back at parity, and who's going to get through this section first? I'm not entirely sure. Just looking at this section, it doesn't seem to have anything too special about it, but Alpha's been here for about a minute or two and hasn't cleared it, so it might just be a distance. It's hard to set up ropes in the way that you actually want them.
Yeah, this is one of the harder ropes to hit because it is a huge distance to go.
It's just a big gap. Oh, and then you got to climb up the next vertical corridor too.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you're hitting that high enough that you can do that.
So you might be tempted to throw a piton way up, but then you're going to get a rope too steep to really use. So you need to be so patient getting these really, gentle inclines and many ropes, many jumps, iterating up higher and higher. And you have to do it while constantly jumping because the ropes are almost always going to be at an angle, right? They're very rarely just flat and you can hang on it and take your time and line it up. So you have to be just so comfortable with this constant jumping, D-pad, left, right, wiggling, and it's just not easy.
very good play from Alpha there. He knew that the rope that he was on was going to disappear, and this is kind of what I was noticing earlier too.
Well, not that time though.
Yeah. Is you really do have to remember the order that you place them in, because you only have so much rope to work with here, and you're going to be basically transitioning from one that you're currently on that's going to disappear when you place the next one that you need to go to. And that basically just means every toss when you're going up this section in particular is kind of crucial. So you don't really have time to set up again if you happen to goof.
I can't help but notice this is the section that was cut out of the original goal. So someone got to this and went, no, not this part. Don't make them do this part. But then we said, no, let's make them do this part. And now I see why.
Oh, okay. All right. Maurice. There, he's got a ladder going. Oh. But where's the checkpoint?
That rope's not good enough. It's going to need more. Oh,
I'm sorry. You wanted checkpoints?
I guess so. It's playing to my baser instincts.
Alpha's turn.
Need the
now.
safety.
So you touched on how important it is to make sure each of your tosses is placed well. Sometimes they're not. And then how do you recover from that situation, right? Like, you can't just delete the one you just threw. You can delete all of them, or you can delete one of your good ones. So the process of recovering from a situation like that is super important in this kind of competition. And in this game, I think extremely difficult. So,
Alpha tried real hard. It's close. It's close.
Yeah, so this checkpoint itself took me like 30 minutes or so. It's terrifying.
So this is the separator.
We don't do this to our normal players, folks. If you make top 8 and you show that you're a really good player, then we do this tournament to you.
Maurice with like perfect identical image, like ropes ascending, like looked absolutely calculated. This rope is basically no slant to it, so he can just gently move. Oh wait, no, he's on his. He cannot. He will lose his rope here. Oh.
Yeah, you can tell that he was trying to do something. I saw Alpha do something earlier when he was in a similar situation. He actually tossed his Python straight down so that it made another cross arc beneath him, and he was able to grab that when what it was on disappeared.
Maurice has got everything tied to one corner, so that's not going to work, but Alpha's got a triangle here. He's just...
I really love Maurice's setup. This just it's like a...
Oh, he needs help now, though.
Oh, man.
Just that vertical zigzag all the way through.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those games where you really have to be playing it yourself to get an appreciation for the setups you need to come up with. And really, both players are coming up with good adaptions just as they're going through. It seems like they all have a plan now. Like, they know what they need to do to get to the base points where they've been before, and it's just a matter of, can they do it without flaw?
Oof.
I was about to say Alpha had a fantastic rope placed horizontally there, but yeah, it was his third rope, unfortunately, so had to do some kind of mid-air re-grab business in order to continue. Didn't quite pull off the maneuver. I don't think I've seen anyone really do that, like, you know, throw out something, jump off a rope that's just about to disappear, and then grab a new rope. It's always like a last-ditch effort, and I haven't seen it really work for anyone.
Oh, here we go. That's a nice rope for Maurice.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how you got that angle.
Look at him just taking his time, just sidling over. All right, Maurice looks really good through this vertical climb here, has done it I think more times than Alpha, and just looks really consistent. The spacing on the rope is a little bit wider now, maybe intentionally, maybe not, but oh, that does not look intentional. Oh, what do you do now? Oh boy, it's a mess.
Okay.
Oh boy, it's a mess. It was basically my entire experience. Oh no, what do I do now? Oh boy, it's a mess. That's how this game plays.
You can erase all ropes other than the one you're currently holding. If true, that is so powerful. I did not know. Coming from Spritz T, I believe it. Spritz T, noted mystery tournament competitor. Did pretty well this tournament.
Yeah, we gotta. So like, okay, so we did a few promotional races over here on Games Done Quick Hotfix a little while back, and we got a lot of people. We did a newbie introduction race at the end of MT13 as well, and we got a lot of people joining as a result of that. And a lot of those competitors did really well.
Maurice, what a crazy man! Can he work with this? He's crisscrossing back and forth. He's just having fun. I think he's just playing around. Oh, too much fun. Sorry, we were doing the GDQ promotional events. Those were a lot of fun.
Those were. But we got a lot of good racers out of that. We had a lot of the newer folks coming through from that. And let me tell you guys, it is that easy. If you see some of this, join our Discord. We've decided to drop Mystery Tournament down to annually instead of twice a year, because it's just a lot of work. But we've got a lot of other tournaments coming up very soon throughout the year. So definitely take an eye on our Discord. If you look at this and go, "What? You're just playing a video game that you haven't played faster than that? I can do that." Come show us. Do it.
Yeah, you'd think it would be random, right? Like two people never seen it before. It's flip a coin to decide who wins. If no one but the same players consistently rise to the top. I think 7 of our 8, or like 6 or 7 of our current top 8 were in top 8 last year, or have been in top 8. Like it really is remarkable how certain people are just very good at this sort of thing. And it takes time and practice. So, I mean, maybe you're a Maurice who can come in and get top 8 on your first tournament, but probably you're going to go 0-2, and you're going to get a lot more respect for what the players are showing you right now.
Yeah, of the player pool right now, the only player who has never been in a top 8 before is Dragonco.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Dragon C0.
Dragon C0, my mistake.
I was wondering. I wasn't sure. I've gone like both ways on a couple of names. There's a player who goes by Shrambles, and I was like, oh, maybe it's Scrambles because of the C. Yeah. There's a lot of players with a lot of names that you'll be meeting over the course of Mystery Tournament. Yeah, and also they're all in the chat. So, Phantom Matt, Spice Father, there's so many Mystery Tournament fans who have come out to watch. And boy, what a show this first game has been. Alpha just taking a moment here, maybe to just breathe. Maurice on another attempt at this tough section.
Yeah, I think Alpha was just getting a little frustrated. His rope placement has not been the greatest lately, so he's just taking a moment, sit back, recover a little bit of mental stamina.
So another thing is that you're watching this match here on top 8, and you might be going, man, this is interesting to see. Where are all the other races? Why, if you look in your lovely chat, somebody just said hello. It's Mystery Funhouse, where we have all of our wonderful races being shown. So we do watch all the races happening over on Mystery Funhouse. So if you want to check out what happened in this tournament and how some of these other games were, we have highlighted all of the matches, most of the matches. We're working on it, but we've actually managed to broadcast 100% of the matches that happened during Mystery Tournament 14 have been broadcasted on Mystery Funhouse. So, if you're interested in that, go take a look.
Man,
we have fun over there.
Technology.
Warning, language warning. I tried to be a family.
It's pretty good for the most part.
We're wholesome fun.
But yeah, like if you wanted to see, hey, how did Alpha 5 or how did Maurice get to this point? You could go back and see. For example, I think Alpha 5's first match against Draconic Dawn, playing Find You, shows how good Alpha is at puzzle games. You could look at Maurice's amazing comeback win versus another top 8 competitor, Adam 5396. I think we call him Adam Numbers for obvious reasons. But that's a good one to watch. There's tons of great matches. You could probably just ask someone like, hey, what are the VODs I should really go back and see? And someone will definitely point you towards a couple.
Oh, yeah.
And that was in Metal Warriors. I know that one.
I bet you do. It's a SNES game, so OmniGamer, if he doesn't have the world record in it, he's thought about it.
All right. So we've got another shot for Alpha at the top here. It's been a little while since he's been up here. Maurice has made it a few times, but I think Alpha is still trying to figure out his optimal setup here.
Yeah, he's thrown one on the ground here. I'm not sure what this really gets him. He can get under this oval shape now, but so this is, you need to hold a button to drop, but then not like release it to catch, right? So third rope here is going to be sort of not quite. It's not quite what you want, is it? Oh boy, those spikes are there, huh? They're there.
Oh, just
which rope is which?
Oh, he deletes the
just make 3 identical ropes, and then you know for sure what's going to happen when you throw one. I like that strategy. But then you still need to.
Oh no! He double throws.
Yeah, he mad. He mad.
You can see the frustration.
Oh boy. Okay, so what do you do when you're in this situation, right? When nothing seems to work, when you're super frustrated, you're sure your opponent's going to finish at any moment. I don't have a good answer for this. I just lose.
Mythical, this is not a hypothetical question. I want to know.
Well, there is some degree of just overall patience too, because if sometimes there are just games that people don't enjoy playing. You found something that's a genre that you're not particularly good at, and you're just not having a good time. Competitors do tend to forfeit. It's probably not going to happen in the top 8 because they've got enough grit to grind it out, but they can certainly be not happy while they're going through it. But just throughout some of the other matches, yes, there are some bad draws, maybe for a particular person, but overall, like you said, like Roar said, they do a lot of testing to make sure that these are games that aren't going to make you hate your life when you're going through them.
Yeah, Maurice is looking really good here. You need to. Ooh. His ropes are shallow enough that he only needs to do like one jump, and then he can maintain that momentum and slide up the rope without jumping up into those ceiling spikes. Oh, he doesn't want to jump again. That's what he's trying to avoid, right? So he's trying to do one big jump with a lot of speed and slide all the way up this rope. Go. Okay, we're in position to do something. Totally new territory.
I think it's gonna get rid of that rope though. He's gonna fall straight down.
I think he knows it. I can't breathe. Oh my god.
Oh,
Maurice. Oh, but this is not an easy. Oh, he's holding on. Okay, he's stable.
He's stable.
Just gotta keep it extra shallow.
Checkpoint. Where's the
checkpoint's not over yet. Oh. We're not done here yet, folks.
Checkpoint.
There's no.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Doable, right? Doable. That's what you got to think when that happens. Don't think I just got so close and failed. Think doable.
It's the mentality of you've done it once, you can do it again, but better.
I mean, you've been blind playing Dark Souls, right? So like I've seen you punch the same guy like 50 times in the face because you knew I can punch him 30 times, I can do 50. So that's same approach.
It's all about that just the grit and getting through. If he can get over that spike pit, then that'll be okay. But I think that's a rough call. And then his rope deletion order is going to be a problem too.
Looks like
he's working to try to fix this here.
Oh,
that's Mystery Tournament Champion Andy's number 1 strat is don't tilt.
Never tilt.
This is all for fun. Make sure you're always having fun.
Yeah, and like there is no shame in forfeiting. If you're not enjoying yourself, it's okay. We do testing. The testing that we do doesn't necessarily make sure that it's a good game. What we do though is we make sure that during testing that a game is viable in a tournament setting for such qualifications as it doesn't have excessive RNG where the outcome is determined by pure luck. It's not so incredibly short that the outcome is determined simply by who made one move better than the other one, or that it's too long, that it's that they're just spending hours and hours and hours on it. That's not supposed to be happening because the matches we do have like a maximum length on it, so that way we make sure that you have minimal time constraints to enjoy the tournament. But we also took care, look out for things like bad game overs where you're restarting the entire game to whenever you lose. So we're looking for all sorts of stuff in testing to make sure that it is viable for a tournament. That when you lose the match, it's not completely unfair, really. And alternatively, when you win, it wasn't just sheer dumb luck. Though, I mean, it is random games. There is luck. Do not get us wrong. It's a mystery.
Yeah. Something else, though, that you'll see is there are definitely some genres that tended to be favored as far as what gets submitted. Like, really anything that you can assign a goal to is valid, so long as it's reasonable for somebody with typical skill to expect to be able to get through. But there is definitely a preponderance of platformers. Most often they have some special gimmick to them, something that just sets them apart from the Marios and the Sonics of the world. But you also have a wide variety of puzzle games, and there's definitely some very strong competitors on either side. This game, I would say, is actually kind of in between. There is platforming, but it's not, I would say, the main focus. It's all about, can you set up your ropes accordingly, and then once you have them, can you adjust to the problems that arise?
Yeah, I think it skews more towards platformer, but you know, it really is a lot of puzzle and platformer. The other genres are very much the exception. And at this point in the top 8, you can't just be good at one, right? You have to be so strong at both those genres to get here. Both Maurice and Alpha are very good at puzzle games. They're showing how good they are at platformers right now. I would say I've been very impressed with what Alpha 5 has been able to do with puzzle games. So this is a winner's bracket match, so even if Alpha loses, he still has more to play here. And if he gets a puzzle game, I think you'll definitely see some pretty good stuff from him.
Yeah, both of these contenders are... So Maurice has basically been the benchmark by which most of the players... Because he's joined, like, almost every race. Because that's another thing about Mystery Tournament, is that the races are 100% public on Speedruns Live, as long as you don't hold up the racers too much while doing it, while setting yourself up. You know, when you see those races happening for Mystery Tournament, you can join them. And people in the tournament do oftentimes join other racers in their match. So it's a lot of fun to just race along, see how well you did in comparison to other people. So people were just kind of sort of like, oh, haha, I beat Maurice, or oh no, Maurice beat me, and kind of sort of became a bit of a meme because he was joining everything. Oh, nice throw by Alpha, just not enough recovery. This checkpoint is brutal.
It was kind of unintentional for everyone to always be comparing themselves to Maurice. It was always like the commentators would look at who finished in first place, and then it was often Maurice because he's so good and joins every race. So then it became like, well, you know, how did second do? Oh, they were 5 minutes behind first place. Who is Maurice? So it did kind of become a thing. I found myself comparing my testing times to Maurice. Spoilers, he won. He won many times. There was a single game that Maurice raced that I tested with an overlap of like 40 to 50 games. A single game I beat Maurice. So shout outs to Shove It, the Warehouse Sokoban game on the SNES, because that's apparently where Maurice is weak.
I will say too that since this is getting into the final set, this is top 8. The games that you see here are kind of the cream of the crop. They are, for the most part, separated out, hand-picked, both to make sure that they are obscure enough, because a lot of these racers will have seen a lot, but also just so that you do have a better quality, something to show on the stream and something for the racers, kind of to reward them, not necessarily with something easy, but with something that will really test them and put their abilities to the test. Something else, though, that I just wanted to say on the last comments with Maurice, a lot of the skills here, it's not just that these players started as these amazing players, and that this is just basically reaffirming that again and again. A lot of these same players have been joining races. They get the practice simply by playing the games. And even when it's not necessarily a match, it's something that you can join in on. That's another way to test and to build up your skills for these unknown games that you're going to be subject to. So there's always these opportunities that you can further improve your skills, and the people that frequently wind up at the top are the ones that actually do stress themselves in those ways. They make the additional effort to go out and experience new games so they can be better prepared when they are confronted with something new.
Maurice is confronted with something new right now. It has reached the same spot they did earlier, but this rope is too high. But if he gets a big jump to the left, he can actually reach it. Please, God, tell me there's a checkpoint somewhere.
There's a checkpoint. There's a checkpoint because this is it. This is the summit. Maurice is through.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Good game. Oh. What a harrowing finish to this match.
You did not meet your quarterly goals due to medical expenses of negative $255 million.
Dang.
$255,000.
I guess they're going to have to do it again to get a better score. Back to it, Maurice. No, that's it. That's it for our first match. Congrats to Maurice, going to be advancing in the winner's bracket. Alpha is not out of it, moves down to the lower bracket. There's a lot more matches coming today and tomorrow for this top 8.
Yeah, that was really exciting too. And I mean, up until they got to that point, right before the summit, like they were changing leads a whole bunch. Just it really depended on who was on top of figuring out a particular puzzle at that time. And in the end, Maurice just had a good setup, managed to clutch it out, and there we go.
So there is, it's not just this game, right? We're not just going to play this awesome game over and over again. We're going to be doing new games every single match. So not only do you get a new race to watch, but you get a new game to see. And that's something is
Pork Barker over and over and over again.
No, I don't think so.
What the heck did I sign up for?
You prepared more games, right? We're not about to. All right, you have to go find.
Oh no, I gotta fix something really bad.
All right, while he does that, I'll cover for him, and let me tell you about an incredible experience I had commentating a game you maybe heard of that came out recently. Baba Is You. It was the Game Jam version. Was in a mystery tournament top 8 that I was commentating, and it's one of my favorite memories, one of the most cool things I've ever commentated. So sometimes some really amazing stuff winds up in this list of games, so I'm super looking forward to whatever we got left.
Yep, but before we get to that, I think we're going to do a break real quick. See you on the other side.
What he said. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we just had a thrilling match between Maurice and Alpha, with Maurice coming up on top. It was quite a nail-biter. It was a great way to open up this Top 8. But now we're going into the other winners semis between Sirniko and Capndrake, so our commentators are back, so take it away.
All right, here we go again. So we've got Sirniko and Capndrake coming up. And we had the really exciting match with Maurice and Alpha just now. That was honestly, it was really fun to watch and try and pick out as they were going through. But yeah, we're gonna get right going again with our new game. I think we're all set on that. Yeah,
we can take a look at a Genesis homebrew game called Misplaced, and this is it's like a puzzle game, but it's also kind of like an old school arcade game, like kind of top down, moving around, trying to dodge enemies. You won't see too much of that early on, but later on, absolutely.
Okay, so just looking at the information, so something as far as what they actually distribute is these information pieces basically for each game that gets submitted. So it's some basics on this is your goal, this is where to get it and how to install it and things like that, as well as here's some basic controls. So everybody starts with a bare minimum, and that's all the players have going into it. But similarly, that's all that we have going into it. I am not a tester, so all of this is brand new to me, and it'll be exciting. So Myth and Roar definitely have a setup on that side.
I'm particularly looking forward to seeing how these two players do. Capndrake is an absolute legend in Mystery Tournament. Competed maybe in the very first one. Oh, we have this written down somewhere, and I'm going to check it out right now. But Sirniko has been around for a long time. Both of them are no strangers to top 8. And Sirniko in general is pretty good at puzzle games, so especially puzzle games that aren't kind of straight up puzzle games that require some precision on inputs and stuff, Sirniko is particularly good at. So if anyone was going to give Capndrake a run for his money, I think it would be Sirniko on a game like this. I think this could be a really good match.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit about kind of their entire career with mystery tournaments here. Capndrake is one of the kind of original legends with this. He started in Mystery Tournament 4 and has competed in every single one since then. And actually in most of them almost, he's managed to hit top 8. So he's certainly coming in with a lot of experience, both being in this situation of being top 8 and just understanding how to do well in these games.
Yeah, and Sirniko is a little bit newer, but still a veteran, I would say at this point, has made 2 top 8s and is neck and neck. It's definitely very early on, and there's not much to this game just yet. The players are actually talking to NPCs for hints. This is actually something that you kind of need to do a little bit. There was one puzzle where I was like, this is not possible, and then talk to an NPC, and he's like he gives you a really big hint, and you're like, oh, it's immediately possible now. So it's actually a pretty good idea to do the very slow thing of stopping and talking to an NPC, because it really will help in this game.
Mm-hmm. Something else that I'd like to just bring up about Mystery Tournament overall is that it is a huge effort across not just the people putting it on, but the players aren't just coming in from a single region or anything. Even in our top 8 list, we have so many different countries here. There's 5 different players that are coming in from parts of Europe. We've got 1 from Australia, 2 from the US. So there's a wide variety of representation of where they're coming in from. And also that just means that scheduling kind of gets hard. So for at least some of these people, for me right now, it's the middle of the afternoon. For them, it might be getting a little close to dinner time or nighttime. So that can be somewhat of a struggle to actually plan this out and make sure that everybody is playing on a decent amount of rest.
So the players have got to sort of the main mechanic of the game here. There's sort of record and play feature. You hit record, that's when the screen goes blue and wobbly, and then whatever path you take, you are kind of saving that path, and then you can move that, that path will visually move with you, and you can place it somewhere and then kind of hit play, and you will walk that path again. And while you're walking it, things change. Enemies freeze, you can move over gaps, and maybe another thing or 2 will be revealed as the race goes on, but you're kind of finding space to draw these paths and then spaces to use those paths. And the overall goal, if you haven't picked up on it, is there's a red gem for every hole, and you need to get the gem, put it in the hole.
I'm still trying to figure out some of the core pieces of this too, but okay. I see on Sirniko's, you do have to get fairly precise with how you're going to set up this replay, but there are very good visual indicators with what they're actually setting up here. So it's very nice that you do have, okay, this is this many tile steps away, so you don't have to have much guesswork about where you're going to wind up. And that's really a good mark of just playing games. You want to make sure that your character is going to wind up where you expect. And just a lot of the standard masterclass games have features that work out that way. But it's really helpful also with these mystery games, just because you do end up with these scenarios where you do need to pick up how to move fairly quickly, and then be able to make the best use of it.
Nico has a bit of an early lead here, but has reached a part that has given them grief here. These little islands, once you stop off at the island to get the gem, there's not enough space to create a path that will get you back. So Nico's got to figure something out here. Oh.
It looks like he might be figuring out that you can actually move mid-path, pick up the gem, and then walk back. There you go.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's actually... I would have... My thought pattern would have been to try and make a big movement and then basically circle back around. I don't know how long you can extend it, but that's kind of where my brain was wandering for that. But that's an interesting take on it too, that you don't have to commit fully to that path.
And look at this optimized movement from Sirniko. He does the up and down. He does both the vertical sections so that he doesn't have to repeat the recording on it to save just a little bit of time. It's probably much faster to go left and right than it is to do that, or than it is to reset and keep doing it. And it looks like, oh, Dragon Seed Zero, or sorry, Capndrake. I was dealing with other racers. Capndrake immediately figures this stage out as well.
That's going to catch him up quite a bit here. Nico has got 2 gems in 2 holes here to reveal the key to move on to the next level. So stays a full level ahead of Capndrake, but they're only, maybe a fifth of the way through. And now maybe you guys saw a little something just there while Nico was recording this path. I can see that Nico did not. But this helpful NPC has clued him in that something changes while you're recording here. There's 2 little platforms. Let's see if Nico remembers exactly where it is. Looks like he doesn't, so he's going to go ahead and make sure he lines it up.
Okay, so the recording mode also has some bonus features that reveal portions of the stage that aren't otherwise visible.
Yeah, and thankfully they're still active once the recording ends, so that you can still stand on it after you walk onto it.
It's still just plenty to pay attention to. Actually, I think in some circumstances you can actually see them even when it's not in record mode. But either way, it's another mechanic to this game.
You can see them if the cloud walks over or moves over them. I actually, during testing, I don't think I realized that those stayed alive when you weren't. I thought your recording had to interact with them in order to trigger them. So I don't think I actually got that right.
Well, you lost time to both these players. Sirniko's got a little crook here out to the edge. Just grab that thing and head back.
Oh, it turns out I'm really bad at 3-button layouts for Genesis, so.
That's another thing that is just a general speedrunning skill that you'll probably see a lot just in these matches for especially kind of more puzzle thought-oriented games, where you have an obvious intended solution and then something else. And being able to find that something else can be the difference in blazing past a stage or getting stuck on it trying to do something intentional but difficult for quite a while.
So same level here. I think just purely execution has allowed Drake to catch up. The buttons are, like we talked about it earlier, just like a little bit clumsy. Like there's one for play, there's one for record, and there's one for like canceling one of them or something. But like Nico's been tripped up a little bit just in the inputs of drawing and playing these paths, and it's allowed Drake to make up huge ground here. Is actually in the lead now.
And that's something that can happen in just a lot of these matches where you have one player jumps ahead, starts to get things, but it really comes down to which player has a better grasp of the core mechanics that they're working with and letting that player kind of settle in. And once they're on, they're really on. And they just go and start to clean up from there. It's just a matter of how long does that take and how much is left by the time that they start to reach a point where they can accelerate.
So Drake found the secret to this level, that it wraps horizontally here. Nico now as well has found this. The NPC will give you a huge hint for this. So this is one that I was like, this is not possible. This is impossible. And then suddenly, oh, okay. No, it's easy.
Yeah, you just gotta find the right path for you to go on in order to do the thing. Also, sorry everybody, my microphone is the wrong microphone.
It's good now, loud and clear, ready to talk about this level. That sucks. NPC gives you some numbers. I don't know what they mean. I just put gems in the hole until it went ding.
It's a good call. It's a very good call. That's exactly what Nico is doing right now. Is just, eventually it'll pick up the right ones. So it's good to go.
And also, these enemies are now getting a little more pernicious. They are, they move a little bit fast, and when there's 4 of them and you're trying to optimally path across to each of these holes to make sure that you don't miss one, these enemies are getting in your way, they're zoning you out. This is only going to become more troublesome as the race goes on.
I think Nico's now losing some time against Drake here because Nico's actually trying to figure out the puzzle, and Drake's
just brute forcing it.
3 out of 4 down for Drake here.
There that's it. That's a lead change for Drake.
Yeah, for something like that, it seems like if you're trying to brute force it, there is a proper strategy to go through as well, where you're not trying every single hole every single time. You'd go through, you'd remember which ones you have tried, and then you can move on and try them iteratively that way, so that you always are at least trying to place things in new areas. You get some new information.
Nico did actually figure out the puzzle, by the way.
Well, that's I missed the solution because I'm curious because I never did find it.
Oh yeah, no, he's actually moving with very determined movements and then placing them down. And I don't know if they're pinging though. I don't know if these are the right spots. Uh-oh. I think they're accurate. He might think they're accurate.
I don't remember what the difference is. I know there's a way to tell. I can't remember if it's audio or visual, or I think it's that you can't pick it up again for sure. It's definitely an indicator. Anyway, Capndrake on the next level. Not much puzzle to it. It's very execution based. Has succeeded so far, but needs to cross one more time to get the key. I'm pretty sure you can use your recording path to walk directly through an enemy, and it helps a lot. But it's difficult to use sometimes.
Nico did actually figure out that puzzle.
There we go.
I am impressed. It was unfortunately much slower than brute forcing it was, so Drake with the heads up there. Very good.
Sirniko is in a tricky spot here. Okay, has managed to avoid that enemy. They accidentally lost their path, and they really needed it to make downwards progress, so nice recovery, but it's losing them time. This is not a game, I think, where you're going to see like a really big swing. No, I take it back. The later puzzles, a bad death will send you back to the start of a puzzle. So this is still the kind of game where there can be some pretty big upsets late into the race.
All you guys with the extra knowledge, still just here waiting, seeing what's coming up next.
That's what you get for not being around all the time, Omni.
It's okay. I've got I'm due for the next one. So
that's
we'll
right. Mystery Tournament 5, Omni Gamer competed. Mystery Tournament 10. So
it's time for the 15 coming right up.
We'll see you next time.
Yep, you have to, or Boney will kill me. So
yeah, probably.
Okay, I'm trying to. So this one, there's just a lot of space to move on Capndrake's side, and that'll be a real challenge. Just to set up a line that even goes out to one of those middle islands so you can get across. So it's got to be just making... I'm trying to think of like night movement here, and not quite.
Yeah, it's like a 3x4. It's like a super knight move here. But Drake had the path, but pressed the button to cancel the play rather than the button to drop the gem. So had to restart from the beginning there, and that, like I said, the buttons, for some reason, the Genesis buttons just don't map well mentally for me, and it looks like for Roar and some of the players.
Okay.
Good news is that once you've got something that works, it should work for all 4 corners here, just kind of rotated in whatever way you need to. You do need something that will get you all the way across. So you could probably draw a path that would get you out to one of these things, but will that same path that you cannot re-record continue onwards to another place and another place and another place to actually get across? So we'll see if Drake can find it here. His current path is bad. I think that'll get him stuck, and it looks like he knows it.
Something that I do want to talk about with just this style of game versus what we previously experienced with the... It's the rope game. I'm not going to go with the full title today. So, is that you're much more rewarded for basically figuring out the appropriate plan. So if you get into a situation in this game where you're not in a good place, but you've figured out, let's say, even a portion of the stage, that portion of it is now easy. It's not execution heavy to the point where if you don't have it kind of, the plan itself doesn't necessarily change with your own abilities. So long as you can keep moving appropriately, you will be able to succeed.
Nico is having a lot of success here, but Drake has finally found the correct way to get to the other side of the level here. You need to do a repeated
we've got the Ghost Guardian
L shape here, but needs to get back across, so needs to try to draw that L shape with this enemy in the way again. Sirniko, we'll see if he's got the shape immediately. Huge opportunity here for Nico.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, is once you know basically the way to do it, you can just keep doing it that way, and you can cut down a lot of the time that you'd be spending on just going around the stage, because you don't have that execution requirement of, okay, you've got the plan, but it's still tough to actually do it.
Drake's level here, I think the gems are just hidden. They're just behind trees, so you got to go behind all the trees, keep track of which trees you've been behind, and find those gems. It looks like, I can't remember if it's only these 2 gems in the bottom corners, or if they're really mean and they've hid 2 holes in the top left and right, and you need 4 gems. I can't remember.
Would not surprise me if they put some up in the top.
You can tell they're holding a gem. It will appear in the top middle of the screen here, and Drake has not found anything so far, which means I wouldn't say tied, but they're very close.
Okay, he's just tapping like mad. Nope.
The main thing to note is that there are 2 tiles that the tree obscures. I played this and I ran behind the back tile of every tree and couldn't find anything. That was a horrible mistake.
It looks like Sirniko's actually pulling ahead now. Found both gems right away. Yep, only the 2. And he's pulling...
Wow.
Okay, tied. So brought it back. And now we've got another patchwork. How's this going to work out?
Well, we got,
I think at this
6
point,
gems and only 4 visible holes, so that should hopefully clue the players that something's going on.
And if you pay attention there, you can kind of sort of see it behind the tree.
Yeah, I do see the outlines on the upper right and upper left. And I think the players are probably caught on too, that that's how it's working out.
So this you've got pretty limited space to draw paths. So the enemies here, if they're in your business, it is really difficult to maneuver around this stage. So you need
they
to
grouped really well for Drake though. So
a bit of luck goes a long way, but if you really want to be consistent, then you need to be kind of thinking ahead about where they are and where should I be and where do I need to go next. And it's very difficult to keep all those plates spinning the way that both players kind of are right now.
Sirniko opting to do a much longer line than is really necessary here, and just barely got away from that enemy.
Drake got like a whole 30 seconds, maybe like a minute ahead on this stage just through better execution. It's kind of been the story of this race, really.
Like, I think Nico's figuring out puzzle. Like, I really think what's causing the biggest time difference is that Nico's predilection for puzzles actually kind of bit him a bit because of the number puzzle where he actually stopped and thought about it while Drake was just like, nah, we're good.
Yeah, and even here, he's insisting on going through and doing this longer L shape when he could have made it with a much shorter line that was more straightforward. And now Drake a whole level ahead.
Here you've got enemies that are like, some of them sometimes they like lurk behind trees a little bit and you don't quite see them, and it's one-hit kills in this game. You go all the way back to the start of the puzzle and they get kind of long. You got to traverse a lot of ground to get these gems. Drake just kissing that enemy there, but not quite getting hit, so holds on to the 3rd gem, currently going for the last one now.
Yeah, the nerves of steel. Like, he's been neck and neck with enemies in a lot of these stages, and just they haven't quite bit him for it.
I don't know how he got away with that, but he is going to complete this stage. Sirniko still has 2 gems left to go on sort of the second half of this level, has found a path that will get them across. They could go to the left side and reuse that same path, but it's going to go to the right side and redraw it. They seem kind of equal, I think, in this scenario. Now things are getting a little different.
Yeah. Drake is about 2 stages ahead.
Yeah, this is the point where the NPCs stop helping you. That's why the game kind of takes the gloves off a little bit on this.
Okay, so it looks like you can still freely pass through, but I guess they're not providing hints anymore about how to proceed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Time for you to figure it all out on your own. Sometimes Omni, you just need to fly on your own.
I don't wanna.
I know it's hard, buddy. It is hard, but if you pay attention to the clues of the stage, maybe, just maybe, you'll still probably lose to Capndrake because he's doing really well right now.
It's true. It's true.
He's doing phenomenal. He figured out this puzzle immediately, though he is missing a gem and resets for it. I feel like
I don't know
they
why
could
he
have
reset
continued.
it there. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I think I remember now. I think in this world, you can only use your record and play powers while you're holding a gem. So you need to go all the way across, drop the third one, and then have a gem, do the second one, have a gem, do the first one.
So there's these hidden constraints even.
Yeah, I remember now.
All right, all right. Game's getting real crafty.
Gems are all stacked up on top of each other here.
The infinite pool of gems. So this is all about trying to set up enemy dodges, because you've got very narrow platforms.
Drake using it to get around an enemy there. When I tested this game, I wasn't... Oh, a bad death there for Drake. Nico's still like 2 puzzles back, by the way. But I was testing this game and I could not really... Because you have to draw the path and then use it, I was never able to think far enough ahead to make good use of skipping enemies with that power. I was always just manually dodging around them, but Drake has already done it at least once, and I really want to see what players are able to do with this ability. Drake's got it in the chamber just in case. Might as well use it. So you could prepare some kind of path in advance, be like, what's the most likely way this enemy is going to mess with me? Let me just draw a little thing here that will overcome it.
As he just set up there, so he had some kind of escape. Should he get
cornered?
Right. I have no idea how this game controls, but he's making it look easy, just kind of walking right by them.
As long as you remember what button A and B actually are, it controls pretty nicely. You just gotta remember. You gotta be able to mitigate those enemy movements. I wasn't so sure about this game, to be honest, because I had a lot of trouble with the enemy movements. But listening to you guys talk, I'm a lot more confident in it because it is a lot more. Yeah, turns out if you're being good at the game, you can just kind of sort of like mitigate them. And as evidenced by my prior talk of testing times and kerfuffles, well, I'm not exactly good, so...
I don't think... So we record our testing times to make sure that they're kind of within our ideal 20 to 45 minute range, not more than an hour. So how did I do, for example? Like, I usually am able to adjust. I got a 38-18, so I think these guys are probably going to be around 30 minutes, being some of the top players here. We're at 23-34, so yeah, I think they're kind of on that pace.
The enemies are bunched up in a bad way for Drake. Okay, so you can escape through.
enemies. It's so tense. The stages get so long that it's a big punish if you die. So you have to be so careful. And I think this might be the final level. And yeah, it's kind of Lawnmower. It's a lot more punishing than Lawnmower.
Yeah, this is the final level. It is pain. or at least this, I believe, is the final level. This was the level that was cut out of the original goal, but we added it to top because, we're terribly sadistic people. And so we've got to actually be very careful with how this stuff goes on.
So
gotta be
it looks
very
like
careful.
the gimmick here is that the floor drops out once you walk on it.
Mm-hmm.
But the gems are still there.
Uh-huh.
So it looks like you're going to have to plan out your grabs so that you can cover across those gems multiple times.
So while you are using your path, you're kind of not actually walking on tiles, so they stay solid, and you can use that ground later on. There's a lot of different approaches probably to this level. I found myself using one path, kind of like going out to the hole where the gem is, and then coming right back to the gem I was standing on, and trying to make use of that path as much as possible.
Drake is trying to figure out something here. Yeah, he's going to be in real trouble to try and get that one gem up there still.
I feel like he's doomed. Maybe he'll prove me wrong,
he needs some kind of U-turn. But yeah, he gave up on that one. Try and set up a better setup. But so Sirniko still 2 stages behind. It looks like. This last stage does seem like a particularly different challenge. So depending on how long Drake is stuck here, gives him some room to try and pull it back. But
oh yeah, this match ain't over by a long shot. Nico, with Nico's skills, there's a very good chance that once he recognizes the gimmick of the level and how it's used, he might very well be able to pull off some sort of pattern that works very well for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think Drake is figuring out something. He just set up a particular sequence here. So he's going to place that, and he's going to move up. He didn't mean to go forward all the way. Okay, so I think he goofed on that one, but maybe recoverable?
Same level now. I am with Roar. This is the kind of level where we've seen Capndrake kind of going with more execution and brute force, whereas Sirniko has gone with more careful, thoughtful play. And it's been in Drake's favor, I think, a little bit. But this level, I think, probably favors that thoughtful approach. So I think Sirniko's got a real shot at coming up with a pattern, a series of moves, some kind of trick here that can really help with this level. Anybody's race.
These single walk puzzles, too, it's not like they've never appeared in a video game before. But it does take a certain kind of thought and planning style to really be successful here. So we shall see kind of how things go around. And Sirniko, one thing you notice is that he's resetting very early. He tries something, gets it into place, sees how it didn't work, and then tries to make an adjustment the next time. And then I think as soon as he gets it, because this is a symmetrical stage, he's going to be able to hit all 4.
Yeah, the ones that are a little further away from the gem are a little more troublesome because it limits. I don't think if you're standing on the gem, you can have a path that gets all the way to that hole and back to the gem. I think that's a little bit too far. So there is a bit of a different dynamic that way, but absolutely, it will mirror symmetry, in 4 different directions. Barring you don't do something silly with your path while you're walking around trying to figure stuff out.
Drake found something.
This looks good. I think the key is you want to be using your replay as much as possible, because the more you use it, the more ground you save and you have for use.
Yeah, it looks like that might very well be what Capndrake has figured out here, because this is the first. This first side is clear here.
So technically, just do it again, right?
Yeah, just do it again.
It's not so easy to remember exactly what you did and how it mirrors on the other side, and maybe the enemies are in the way, but Drake could have this.
Yeah, the important part too is that you don't actually move when you're using your replay. So this tile that you leave from still remains. So you can essentially almost get rid of no tiles here so long as you're only moving by replay.
Man, I'm so
Drake's
bad
got
at
it.
this. Watching how simple this is.
This is how I did it. I used a lot of replaying vertically from the gems and the holes up and down. Drake is going to be able to get to the key. That was the final little gotcha. I think he's
Capndrake.
finished. That's it.
It's done. And like you predicted, just around 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've gotten pretty good at subtracting the correct amount of time from my time, which is not going to be the best time, to get the time of the competitors in this race. So congrats to Capndrake, advances to winners finals. Sirniko still in the tournament down in the lower bracket.
All right. Yeah, that wraps up the rest of our winners bracket for right now. The rest of today, I believe, is all covering some of those losers' eighths and into quarters. So still plenty more to see, but you'll also get to see some new faces. So
or hear some new voices at least.
that is certainly it. Because I think after this match is completely wrapped up, some of us are shuffling on out.
Yeah, we'll get. We'll let them introduce themselves, perhaps. But I've been Mythical 9. It's been a blast being here.
And I'm OmniGamer. Thank you so much for having me around. It was great to watch and to commentate again.
And I'm Blasphemous Roar. You're not free of me yet.
He'll be sticking around. Yeah, Roar. Send us out. Send us to the break screen. Do it.
We're gonna go take a break. We'll be right back with more mystery racing action.
10 out
Is that
of 10.
what we're doing? Because
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals. So we got through the winners' semis, and now we're going to go into the losers gauntlet, I guess, if you will. But before we do that, we wanted to take a little time to talk about something very important. As those who have been watching GDQ broadcast for the month of October, we have partnered with Able Gamers this month to do a Disability Month showcase where we kind of highlight, those in the community that wish to show off their runs in the disabled community. And with Mystery Tournament, it's no different. We have many members of the community that kind of want to share their story and talk about streaming and mystery community and what it means to them. So without further ado, we have a few people here on screen that you can see. So we have Blasphemous Roar, Mythical 9, Black Moon, and A Bad Idea. So they're going to talk a little bit for a few minutes. So go ahead.
So, hi. So you've known me from the prior race. I'm Blasphemous Roar. I'm currently running Mystery Funhouse, which is the stream that we do all the blind races on. Currently administrating Mystery Tournament and, doing my own thing on stream as well. So disability is really an important thing to talk about, as it's very impactful to a lot of our lives without a lot of people knowing it from time to time. I am actually fully disabled. I am bipolar 1 with persistent depressive disorder. So either I'm really, really angry, I'm really, really amped up, or I'm really, really sad, and really no in between without me basically feeling like a zombie. This has impacted my life in a lot of, unfortunately, negative ways, as it makes it really hard for me to keep a job. It's impossible for me to hold down a job when one moment you're perfectly fine, normal, everything's going well, you're happy, and the next moment you're snapping at everybody around you. And it happens to be the case in a lot of the blind racing as well. Another thing that I also deal with is ADHD. So I can't actually sit down for long speed runs and just mash out runs after runs after runs after runs, because it just doesn't, I can't do that. And I lose focus. But blind racing has been an amazing opportunity for somebody like me, because you don't need those practice the same way that you need practice in other speedruns. You get to just kind of sort of hit the ground running, and sometimes those issues can be beneficial to the way that you think in blind runs, as your mind's just racing from option to option to option. So blind racing and streaming overall, to me, unfortunately, I did fall out of blind racing itself too much because of the manic issues. It makes it really hard for me to do that sometimes in a competitive light. But the managing aspect, the organizing a mystery tournament, running Mystery Funhouse, doing my own thing on my own stream, those have been really, really good for tackling depression. Because, like I mentioned, the persistent depressive disorder issue is there remaining all the time, where you just have all those unfortunate thoughts that are just pummeling you left and right. And so what we wanted to talk about today is what streaming, if you're dealing with mental disabilities or even physical disabilities as well that are impacting your ability to do various things in life, how streaming can be a positive influence. For me, it has made days accountable again. It's so easy to let life slip by and just miss day after day after day, to just lying in bed wanting nothing more than, well, the terrible things that you deal with, and having something to like be accountable for. Oh, somebody's got a match scheduled up. Maybe I should actually get up and actually do that. Having that moment where you actually do something really helps catapult your day into a better light. You're now doing something that's positive. And sometimes the downs come while you're in the middle of it, and you can just go, okay, I'm not having a good time of it. I'm just going to stop. And if you're an if you have schedules, sticking with those are really good. If you're an on-demand streamer or somebody like me who just like variety shows up randomly, just do what works for you. Nobody's telling you how to run your stream except for yourself. You're only beholden to yourself. And if you feel more beholden to your audience and you need that to get by, that's great too. So that's kind of what I deal with and why I do streaming. And it has been an absolute life changer. I've met so many amazing people through it. I've done a lot of amazing stuff here. I rose through just being another person that joined during MT10 to running the whole show. And it's been really good. So that's enough about me, though. Let's talk to Mystical 9. How does streaming help you out with your life?
Hi. Yeah. So I became depression sort of creeped in for me around the end of high school, going into university. It became suddenly very hard to go to class, and I didn't understand why. And so eventually, sort of went on a journey, figuring that out and learning a lot about depression and mental health and stuff. And so same problems where most of the time I'm good, but when I'm not good, I can't do things. And so it turns out if you want to have a job, generally they want you to show up to work at a certain time and place, and sometimes that's difficult. So it has been difficult for me to hold a job, and so it's important, I think, for everyone, and also for me, to have something in your life that kind of gives you a sense of mastery. And a lot of people can get that through work, but for me, it started to come in to video games and to streaming and speedrunning. So I got started with a little show called Speed Gaming League that happened back in late 2013, and I started as a player, and then eventually, because the players are mic'd during the event, I was talking to people and, in a sense, performing for people, and I realized how much I loved it. And so I eventually asked Fiesel, who was the runner and organizer of the whole event, and I was like, hey, do you need a commentator or something? And I guess he had a pretty pleasant experience interacting with me, but he took me on. I would play along with the players and do commentary, and eventually kind of was a full-fledged co-host. We eventually started and sort of built out Speed Gaming into the network Speed Gaming that re-streams a bunch of tournaments and stuff. And so I got a lot of mastery helping to build that, as well as many opportunities to perform. Commentary is definitely where my heart is at, and it is, it comes in very small doses that are very manageable. Even if my sleep schedule is horrible, I can get up for this 1 hour and put it in. And I also I can do it from my house. So if I'm not quite good enough to leave the house and go to a place, I can still sometimes get up in my chair into this microphone and talk. So for someone like me, it has been streaming and speedrunning commentary has been a huge positive influence in allowing me to perform. And it brings me out. It does a lot of good things for me, and it can be, in some cases, a first or second step towards something more as well. So I have eventually got the nerve to do some runs at Games Done Quick. I've done commentary for Games Done Quick. There's no bigger stage in speedrunning, and you do have to show up live in person for that one. So I don't think I ever would have got there if I hadn't started with streaming and commentary. So it's been a huge positive influence in my life, and I'm thankful every day that I found.
So
Awesome.
Bad Idea joined us as a result on commentary as a result of meeting up during the speed gaming panel at GDQ. How has participated on the commentary side of Mystery Tournament doing these doing the commentary and the work that you've been doing helped you out with your issues?
So I have dissociative identity disorder, which there are a lot of misconceptions about. Most people, if they even know about it, they know a Hollywood version. And one thing that you would not guess if you only knew the Hollywood version of dissociative identity disorder is that I have a headache, one single continuous headache every day, all day, several years now. And that made it difficult for me to play video games. It makes it difficult to focus, to solve puzzles, so on and so forth. But I to GDQ 2019. It was basically the first time I left the house in God's know how long. And I found out that there was a panel on commentating, and I thought to myself, well, if I have anything going for me, I think I have a good radio voice. So I went to the panel, and at the end, they had questions. I ended up meeting Blasphemous Roar, who just pretty much on the spot told me I could come commentate. And so it took me a few weeks to work on the nerve, but I did it. And I found I could do it, that, an hour at a time I manage, and I kept at it. And then later this year, GDQ announced that they were looking for more moderators for Hotfix, which is what we are. And I applied and accepted me. So I feel like I'm contributing to the running community, even if I can't really play very much myself. And I'm helping making it a better place and being an active participant.
All right. Thank you so much, by the way, for joining us and helping out with a lot of the commentary for a lot of the weekly blinds, and I'm really glad that that's been working out for you. Black Moon also joined us recently in the mystery tournament. Was a contender for some of the weekly blinds and some of the more some of the mystery matches, and recently stepped up to the calls to ask for a restreamer as well to help out. And as a result, it's been doing some commentary, doing some restreams for mystery tournament. How has that? What kind of sort of stuff do you work with, Black Moon, and how has that helped you out with being in mystery? You're muted, by the way. There.
I know that. I was waiting for my moment. Yeah, so basically I've been suffering from crippling depression, anxiety, and insomnia for 10 years. It's been really hard for me to find a job or go back to school or focus on long-term projects. I found Mystery Funhouse and Mystery Tournament on GDQ actually a couple of years ago, last year. It's been a little bit over a year. And honestly, I joined just for the sake of trying it out and seeing if it's fun. And I've had a bit of salt. I've had absolutely no regrets on the other hand. And ever since I joined the community, I found myself a new home, a place where everybody's friendly, and we're just there to have a blast together. It's not about a performance necessarily. It's just about doing those races and having your fun, and whether it's just the blind races, which are continuously going on through the year with random games being run all the time by our wonderful community, or streaming, as you mentioned, commentating at some points. The whole experience for me has been very positive and very constructive, as I also, as you imagine, on the side of feeling like a wholesome person and feeling like I can accomplish things. And I also have ADD. I've had it since childhood. It's only been treated for a short while now. However, even on the ADD side, it really helps a lot because just like Hero and Mythical, I guess many of the people in the channel right now, being able to focus on like a race or on commentating a race really helps me with just the setup portion, for example, making sure everything is okay. It really helps me with being able to manage that part of my life, and it's brought me an amazing amount of joy, for which I am infinitely grateful. And I love being part of the streaming part in general, but especially Mr. Funhouse. And yeah, it's brought me a lot. So I hope I can keep on giving in the weeks and the months and maybe the years to come.
So yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Black Moon. You've been a great help to. You've let me sleep this mystery tournament. That is not something that historically has happened.
That's another thing. Yeah, my insomnia makes it so I can help with the early morning streams.
Yeah. So yeah, this is, like I said, we're most of the Mystery Funhouse crew over here. We've been doing Mystery Funhouse for about 2 years now, because during Mystery Tournament 11, I have a tendency to be overly helpful. And during Mystery Tournament, when people were like, is there going to be any restreams? I was like, why not give every match the top 8 treatment? And then we started doing more and more. And so the message here is that you've got others with you. Everybody deals with their own thing individually and uniquely, and those are all, whatever you're working with, we encourage you to find some sort of positive outlet, because it can change your life. It may not be streaming, but it might be streaming. It may not be something that you even know that you really enjoyed. I used to look at Twitch and go, why would anybody watch or broadcast on Twitch? Why would anybody? I don't understand the appeal. And now suddenly I'm a Twitch broadcaster, and I'm doing commentary, and I'm playing games, and I'm running my own stream, and I'm running all sorts of stuff. So it's find your outlet. That's the most important thing that you can do. And like I said, it may try streaming sometime. It might be something that you really enjoy. Even if you're streaming to nobody out there, just like letting your thoughts just ramble on has been really good for me. And find your outlet, because if you can, your world can change. And I hope that whatever you're working with, that we can do. So and thank you so much, GDQ, for allowing us to talk about this. It's not something that I get to talk so candidly about very often. I just kind of sort of like shoehorn it into random things, because it's important to break the taboo of disabilities, mental disabilities, physical disabilities, especially, the ones you can't see, because it's not so easy all the time. And the more we talk about it, the more it becomes normalized, the more we're able to actually work through it as a society. So thank you guys so much.
Absolutely, it was our pleasure. Yeah, it's like you said, you pretty much nailed it down. This is something that is very important, and we're glad that you were able to kind of speak about this and talk about this. Any others had some final thoughts?
I'm ready for the next match. I want to get back to these games.
All right. Well, then I think without further ado, I think we can get back to the next match. So once again, we had Blasphemous Roar, Mythical 9, Black Moon, and A Bad Idea talking about Disability Month and what it means to them. So thank you so much. We're going to take a very, very, very quick break while we get our commentators in, and we get started with the losers round of the Mystery Tournament 14 top.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we are here. We're just about ready to go, getting set up for our losers match. So hold on one second. I know some words don't make sense, but we're going to fix that in a second. But without further ado, we have some new commentators for the losers round. So you may recognize them because they were just playing. So we have Blasphemous Roar still here, but we have Alpha 5 and Sirniko are here and ready to kind of do some commentary too on top of playing games.
Yeah, so if you had to give a quintessential Who is Mystery Funhouse, well, it would be Blasphemous Roar, Alpha 5, and Sirniko. Even though Alpha doesn't do a dang thing around here, and Sirniko is the best person ever and kind of sort of outshines us all, we like to pretend that we're basically Mystery Funhouse.
To be fair, Alpha was farming Metroid Prime races over the last few weeks. He's been attempting to contribute some more.
I've been contributing. I used to contribute a lot, and then everybody else started really just doing a lot, and, it's someone else is doing it, so I didn't have to.
Yeah,
I used to
Alpha
have to do everything, and now I don't, and it's great.
Alpha and I. So, like we said, we started Mystery Funhouse because we were originally restreaming it on my channel, and Alpha was like, "Hey, I'm also picking up free streams," and Spin Beast was like, "Hey, I'm picking up free streams." And we're like, "Why don't we get like one channel where we have all these things, so that way people aren't coming onto my channel expecting races when I'm over here playing Snakebird, and then they don't know when the races are happening. Let's do a channel dedicated to racing, and then next thing you know, let's start, doing Mystery Tournament." And here we are. So this is what is this? Losers eights, right?
Yeah.
Between.
Although I wouldn't call anybody who's participating in this race as a loser. These are all the best of the players that we have in the mystery community.
My hands are losers.
I don't like saying losers bracket so much. I like saying lower bracket because it makes it just, it's just the lower bracket. It's not losers bracket because you're all winners in my book.
I don't think my hands won. My hands hurt so much.
Oh yeah, you got Fort Parker, dude.
Oh yeah,
that game hurt so. After about 25 minutes, I couldn't do the inputs anymore, and I knew I was gonna lose.
Yeah, I had that in my first mystery top 8 too. That you get a game that's just input heavy, and it's a different experience.
Yeah, it's why I can't actually sit down and by for any amount of time because my hands are just I had to stop playing games for a week because I played it for 4 hours straight once. It was bad.
All right, so we have coming up for you now. We've got Zecks versus Dragon C0 in the NES Sports RTA. This was a game that was submitted by Polari in Mystery Tournament 11. I made a terrible mistake in not marking this for top 8. It got played in some random winners round 1 game. It was not loved by a lot of the not top 8 players that played it, but we found some top 8 players that are blind to it, and this is where it was supposed to be. This is where it should have been the whole time. So we're fixing the issues of the past.
There's only one bad game in this entire pool, and it's the final part of it is the only part that's terrible. This is actually really cool. Polari did a lot of Lewis scripting to string together a slew of sports games that basically it's normally you're trying to race a sports game. How do you race a game with a timer? Well, you play basketball, and when you get to 10 points or whatever, well, then the next game automatically loads into the next random bit of goal. And it's a really interesting race. It's a very, very cool submission, and it's just wonderful.
Well, yeah, the bigger thing is these are a bunch of games that normally you'd never see these in a mystery race because you can't really make them work. But the general rule of Mystery Tournament is nothing is truly banned if you are clever enough. And this is an absolutely clever way to make these games work.
Yeah, we've had Super Mario World no running, or no B button, I guess, so that was a submission, and the goal was beat Morton, and it's hard when you can't use fireballs or run at all, so it's very different.
All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and let this start, and let's see what we're dealing with today.
Yeah, we didn't talk about our racers at all. We got Dragon C0, first time in top 8. It's been here since, I believe, MT10. Pretty solid racer. Took a bit of a break. I kind of heckled him into reminding him to join. I hate him because he took away my fantastic 1-point fun any percent record by 2 seconds, and I can't beat it, and it's really hard. I'm so mad about it. I have all the other records, but he has the any percent record. And we have Zecks, who I want to lose because I've only ever beaten Zecks in ball games, and I don't think there's any ball games left in top 8 because he's directly going to face me.
Zecks is tough. Zecks is I had to face Zecks earlier in the tournament. That was close. I almost didn't take that one.
Yeah, but I think 3D ball games are his weakness, and I've only ever played 2 against him. And yeah, he's very, very strong competitor. He's won, I think, 2 mystery tournaments. I think that's right. But top 8 a lot. Sometimes busters. Very clearly didn't do it this time. It's going a long way. I'm very excited to see how they do in sports ball.
Yeah, because we got a lot of sports ball coming up right now. Now-ish. Right now.
Yeah, right now. You were almost there. So yeah, score. You see, this is so cool.
Double dribble.
Yeah.
So it gives you time to like read the controls and figure out what it is, and then you play. And so we have basketball, and this is actually like once you figure out how to score, or if you've ever played double dribble and know the 3-point glitch, then you're pretty set. But this is so good.
So like I was saying, like Avo was kind of saying there a little bit ago, we normally don't have sports games in because they are, how do you make a sports game go faster when we're racing games? We're not like we've got some maybe some points-based stuff coming up in the future is fun, but generally as a community, we race games. We don't get to do sports games very often because they have a fixed timer. So what Polari did here was pretty amazing. He removed the fail state for a lot of these. So the computer just simply does not gain points. The timer does not run out. It just simply loops or stays there. You're supposed to get a certain amount of goal, and then you move on to the next one. So he made it to where it is a straight-up race in regards to these sports games, which is just simply not heard of prior to this point.
So something I want to point out, and I just thought of it, this might be a little bit difficult because a lot of these are American sports, and both Dragon and Zecks are both European. And we've had Maurice, a very good player, had to learn the rules of football in a net play tournament we were also running. And just he didn't know what they are. So it'll be interesting if they just can't figure out what they're supposed to do because they don't actually know the conditions of the game.
Listen, basketball is a global sport, okay?
Yeah, that's true. Basketball might be the best one, but I'm pretty sure there's football in this.
They'll be fine.
I mean, it's got the other kind of football, too, the football that they are familiar with. So there'll be an opportunity for them to demonstrate their sports skills.
So listen, Myth had a very good point in chat. This is the one opportunity that you as mystery commentators have to give the play-by-play commentary. So I'm going to need to see some play-by-play commentary sports stuff.
Green on Zecks' screen. He's got the ball. Zecks is running and they're trying to get the block on him, but Green goes for the pass. Green goes for the pass. Green goes for the pass again. Zecks needs to make sure that I'm reading names. Zecks needs to make sure he's good.
And the shot, nothing but net.
Nothing but net. Polari's got the Zecks has the ball. Curses Polari. I read your name too many times. Zecks is trying to make the shot, makes it through, but Adam Dragon C0 curses. I've read the wrong name again. Dragon C0 needs to get this. I have no idea who anybody is anymore. This is Mystery Tournament.
Well done.
So actually, it looks like Zecks is doing pretty well here. Zecks has got 12 points on the board.
Yeah.
I don't recall. I think 15 points is the target for this first
15
game.
is the target, and what Zecks has started to do, and it's actually very smart, is rather than trying to contest the ball from the CPU, just let him score. Because it'll take way less time if you're new to the game. Just let them score, and then you can't lose. So just get the ball back right away.
Yeah,
Very
you're just looking for the
dribbling.
fastest way to get back to the point where you're making points.
So I'd love to be able to like say names of people, but I have no idea when this game was made, and I can't just call everyone like Shaq or Larry Bird or something like that. So
I mean, you can. Nobody's stopping you.
I think this game predates Shaq, just as an FYI.
yeah, probably.
Well,
Most definitely.
There's a few of these too that they didn't go for the licensed characters deal, and they just made up character names.
There's another basketball game on the NES. Oh right, Polari also made it so if you push like select, the controls will pull up. As Dragon's having a real hard time with this basketball game, but this is anyone's race up until the final, because the final sport is impossible. And we're seeing Zecks needs to get any score in any way, shape, or form.
Oops.
Get a free throw. You know, throw it underhand. He's dribbling down the court. A pass. Shot off!
Oh!
Hits the
Zecks
rim!
almost had it.
Zecks just
Dragon.
needs one more point to clear this game.
Yeah,
Dragon,
is...
meanwhile, trying to go for fouls.
This game is,
Oop, that's it.
Okay, so
just
we
like
have
that.
ice hockey.
It just automatically switches to the next game.
So, I don't remember what nationality Zecks is, but he may be very familiar with ice hockey.
That's
a lot
another
of
pretty international sport.
Yeah. But this is, in my opinion, the worst ice hockey game on the NES. Blades of Steel is way better. But this is definitely the most fun one. I believe when I played this game, because I was in that silly race, you had to get like 3 points. I believe it was 15-3 or something like that when I cleared the goal, because the AI is so good at this.
Yeah, they have manual control over the goalies in this one too, which is a bit of a big deal, having your goalie in the right spot.
You are always controlling your goalie with the player that you're moving. So you move up with your guy, your goalie moves up. And because of that, it makes it really hard to save when you're not the AI, which has, free control of everything.
That actually sounds awful.
It's really bad. So what they want to do a lot of crosses, like every hockey game in existence. You always want to cross the puck and then just, oh man, Zecks taking lead. Soviet Union, 1 point. This will not be a miracle on ice today, most likely.
All right, you guys. So we're going to actually do a little bit of a commentary shift happening here. By that, I mean, I've just dragged Polari, who made this, into chat. Polari, you've just been dragged in against actually of your will. You kind of sort of asked, and I feel like that's right to let you in.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry, I'm trying to sort out my audio since I had you guys on twice, one from stream and one from Discord.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and back out of this and get some stuff done, and let you guys just take over for a bit. That's right, we broke up the MFH because Polari, you're just this. Aren't you glad you got revenge on this game? I brought it back.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy seeing it here.
And as you can see there, Zecks was trying to move down towards the puck, and because of that, his goalie just ran away from it. The Dragon going for the three, misses.
Yeah, that was close for Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon needs to realize that 3-pointers are really hard in this game, and he just got super lucky on his first one. Look, I mentioned in chat, but I put the goal as 15 points purposely, like to troll people, to get them to tempt them into trying 3-pointers, which they would fail if they do.
If they're familiar with the game, there is a 3-pointer glitch where if you shoot behind the net or something like that, you'll always make the 3-pointer. But yeah, it's specific in Double Dribble. They actually had an episode of Family Guy had it in it, which was weird. But you know,
it's like Dragon is checking the controls just to make sure that he understands what he is doing.
So
yeah,
why did you pick this hockey game of all the hockey games on the NES?
Because it's the best hockey game ever made, and you guys have bad opinions.
I have not expressed an opinion on this hockey game.
Blades of Steel has the better fights. It's so good.
No, it doesn't.
It has fights.
Oh,
this one has 2. Have you not seen them?
Oh, I have. I got one. It's really hard to get a fight in this game, though.
So, here we go. Dragon has scored a lot of points. Dragon was at 5 points less than 30 seconds ago, has leapt up to 11 points. He figured something out.
I think he just gave up on 3-pointers and started getting the easy ones in. That's how you really want to play this.
Yeah. He's not going for my NBA Showtime strategy of go to the corner and shoot the ball every time, because that's the best basketball game ever, because you can literally be the Toronto Raptor on the field.
But he's now trying for 3-pointers, even though it doesn't even help him anymore. He needs 2 baskets in any case. He's 4 points away from the goal.
11 to
Zecks.
49, not a great score, but
On the other hand, Zecks started off with a goal, but Team USA has scored 4 goals since then.
I like how you can easily date like when this game had to have come out by, because it's the Soviet Union versus the United States.
Yeah, I mean, also I want to point out that if you pay close attention between the game transitions, you can hear like frantic menuing in the background. That's tool-assisted menuing. I've scripted that to happen in the background, and I just left the sound on because it was cool. And yeah, of course I manually picked the Soviet Union for the player here. The USA as an opponent was an easier choice because it's just the easiest difficulty.
Makes sense. Soviet Union was known for being very, very good at hockey.
Yeah, they're actually the second toughest opponent in this game. For somehow the developers rated 6.
And there we go.
Czechoslovakia to be tougher.
Dragon has finished the first goal and finishes it with that animated slam dunk. That was a beautiful way to finish the first game.
Oh man, I was wondering if we could even get to see that at any point.
I like how it looks like it continues from one screen to the other right now. It's just like, you know, a bad spelling of Nintendo.
Yeah, so for those who missed in chat, they may not be quite understanding what the goals are. The goals are different from game to game, and you don't necessarily have to win. Like in ice hockey senses, you just have to score 3 goals. You don't actually have to like win the game or anything like that. So there's like, it'll be different goals depending on what the game is.
Yeah. Zecks has got to go for some more crosses. You know, that's how you win in every hockey game, just all the time.
Not quite as much in this game. I think casually the best is like get the puck on the fat guys and shoot from pretty far away. Try to aim in the opposite corner, but I'm not even sure anymore because it was really hard to adjust this game since I'm very familiar with all of them. I think there are 7 games in it and 5 of them I played a ton as a kid. I did test it with a bunch of people who, you know, posted times in the
Dragon's tied
I was looking for. But this game especially, if you know what you're doing, you just skate directly right, put the puck straight in, and this split takes like 20 seconds. But if you don't know the trick, then it's harder.
So Zecks was ahead up until just a moment ago. Dragon finished that basketball game, scored a goal here in hockey, and now our players are actually tied up. So this is a beautiful comeback here. We'll have lots of opportunities for comebacks because we're going to have a wide variety of games. Every new game that comes up is an opportunity for one of the players to take a lead by just figuring it out faster.
I think the soccer game that's in this is my favorite of like the games that you have to play.
The NES has a bunch of very good sports games, but yeah, we're gonna see the cream of the crop generally.
Are you gonna make a SNES version of this?
I hadn't thought about it. I don't know anything about how scripting works on SNES emulators, but that might not be a bad idea actually. But still,
Yeah.
I have like a handful of people suggest me like I should do whatever, and I'm just every time I respond that the hardest part is coming up with the games and finding out the goals.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one had a clear concept. I had a bunch of good ideas for games to pick. I actually did do a second of these later on, which was like janky as hell. Just kind of like RPGs and games, mini game collections and stuff that's hard to raise on its own. And it was absolutely terrible, and it was rejected from the mystery tournament for a good reason, honestly.
Zecks is taking that second goal. He just stands in front of it. It's 2-9. Soviets looking for a moral victory at this point.
But yeah, you guys pretty much covered it for the background of this thing earlier. It was, I think it was around after MT11 or something. There was some new guys talking about like what kind of games are good submissions and such, and of course someone brings up examples that okay, sports games don't work. I'm gonna be thinking like, you know, I bet I could make that work. And Yeah, the train of thought was pretty much what you laid out. Like, okay, so you can't just like play until a timer or until you win. You need some kind of goal you can make progress towards. Okay, you score some number of goals. Okay, cool. But can you make a whole race out of that? Well,
man,
that's it.
Dragon took the lead. He's moving on to football.
Nintendo World Cup.
Nintendo World Cup football. So this is actual football.
This is the football.
Football.
So wait, what's American football if this is actual
River City
football?
Rampage?
That's footy.
River City Ransom.
Oh, okay.
It's hand egg. Like, if we're going there, then we're going there.
But like, if you've ever played River City Ransom, these are the exact same sprites.
Well, this is actually part of the sort of the River City Ransom universe. So this is the Kuneo-kun characters. That the Japanese version has them as the Japanese high schoolers.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. The rest of the series, most of it didn't get ever translated. I kind of wanted to do the Kunio-kun ice hockey, but I don't know. I think it had some issues, I don't remember. But this one got rebranded as international soccer in the West, which I suppose turned out better for sales and such than weird Japanese characters.
Zecks is moving on to soccer.
Now, the hardest part of any of this is trying to keep track of which goal the players are actually trying to get the ball into.
Dragon getting his first goal. Also, yeah, we get to hear the great music of this game.
Yeah, well, Ice Hockey had good music too. I like that one as well.
This music is so good, though.
This is very good.
Like, you watch that goalie just punch, like, your guy. You can do, like, so many mean things to people in this game. It's amazing.
Somebody in the chat asking, why is Zecks behind even though he scored a lot more goals? Zecks was playing as Team Russia in the previous match, so he actually just needed to score 3 goals in the previous match and has successfully done so and has moved on.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Zecks. Not quite. Goalie got to the cross before he did. Good slide tackle from Dragon. Getting that ball back.
Yeah, so another thing that's really different about this football game versus any of the other games we see, most of the other games, like we saw in basketball, you get penalties every time you hit another player. This game is about be as rough as you want. There ain't no referee on this field.
Soccer is a full contact sport, so that's a
Ooh,
second
nice.
goal for Dragon.
Dragon is close. One more score.
So have we seen any player eliminations in this game yet? Like, if you do enough damage to the opponent, they stay down?
I don't think so. But yes, you can. That's what I just started doing. I just killed the entire enemy team, and like that's legal in this game for whatever reason.
Go! We got it.
Okay, wait. How? Okay, so he's moving on to volleyball.
Yeah, super spike V-ball. This is so good.
That went so well for Dragon. So started off behind, is now moving way ahead. We've got some super spike V-ball.
I love the sprites in this game.
And so the first part of super spike V-ball is figuring out how to even serve.
As we see.
As Dragon gives up the first serve because doesn't know which buttons to push. Ooh, spikes it, but doesn't finish it off.
Goes for the defense, but misses. I don't know if Zecks has gotten a point yet in soccer.
I don't believe that Zecks has. I believe soccer is England up 2 over Italy.
Yeah, he hasn't scored yet.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking. I said Zecks had a weakness to 3D ball games. Does this count as a 3D ball game?
I mean, it's 2.5D, kind of.
Well, no, because you have sort of 3 dimensions in this game. It's just sprites. As he kicks his own dude with the ball. Oh no!
Yeah, so the first 3 games were all something that I played a ton as a kid. Super Spike V-Ball actually new because the NES crew at the ESA introduced me to it, and we played a ton of 4-player in there.
I just watched the AI just give Dragon a point by failing to serve.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, this is also a little tougher than the other games, because in the other games, you get the ball into the goal and you get a point. In this one, Dragon's got to take control of the ball. Already up to 3 points. Dragon doing very well here now.
I think Zecks is starting to figure out that he's supposed to murder the enemy team.
I mean, eventually he's going to run out of opponents. They're just going to lose consciousness.
I think you can only knock 4 out of 5 down, and the last one will be invincible.
Alright, great serve.
Oh! The goalie is so good! Zecks gets it in. 1-2. This Dragon is going for these spikes.
Alright, so I have an important question. Can somebody tell me what WAP is?
WAP is the automatopoeia for your hand hitting the volleyball.
Alright then.
Maybe they're just yelling it, because they're yelling okay.
Ooh,
oh man,
beautiful.
Dragon with that sick spike block.
That was beautiful.
And how many more sports
has
games
this
are in
been
this?
rigged to give a point every time your opponent loses control, even if you don't serve?
I think this game has it as a setting. I think this game has it somewhere as a setting in options. And I probably set it to be easier.
Okay. Dragon already up to 6 points. Very close to yet another victory here.
I don't know if Dragon had to go get that one. I think he may have just had it. They have had it. But I remember the volleyball game, and it was in fact less me doing things and more the AI just losing. Like that.
Yeah, it's nice. The race is gonna make progress anyway, even if you get stuck. If the opponent plays well, they're gonna get an advantage anyway.
Dragon did so well at volleyball. But now we're moving on to the better hockey game.
Good. Also, we're gonna move on to the longest cutscene because, as I mentioned, this doesn't use save states. It does just menu in the background, and this game has incredibly long intro animations. Like you get through the menus in like a second, and then you spend 25 seconds watching players run circles on the ice before the game actually starts.
This game has the best fights.
In most games, that would be an issue. In this one, it just gives the player a little more time to read the rules.
Yeah, and particularly, it has great, yelling blades of steel. This game I played a ton of as a kid. It was so much fun.
Yeah, and also well, you've been talking about the fights, and the way fights work is that the loser gets a penalty, which is super edgy and the coolest thing ever for 5-year-olds.
Don't lose a fight or you get put in the penalty box. It's great. Oh, Zecks is, I think, only 1 point away from being able to get out of soccer hell.
I love these little digitized voices in Blades of Steel.
Oh, they're so good.
We're starting to see some corpses lining up on the field here for Zecks.
These are words you normally hear in a soccer game, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
There we go.
There it is. So now he's got volleyball. Depending on how well he does, and Blades of Steel is not easy. The game can really beat the hell out of you, and your goalie works. And yeah, it's basically, if you ever played a Yes game or any game with bump fighting, that's how you kind of check people.
Yeah, also, I did actually runs of this thing for a little while. I just had too much fun testing this when I made it, and I decided that when it gets revealed in Mystery Tournament, I would play it for a little while. And this one's by far the least consistent game. Blades of Steel would just kill all the runs. I could not figure out how to score consistently in this game.
Yeah, that's just always do crosses.
So my non-black.
Alpha, everybody in the chat is calling you out for calling E's, calling it yes.
Oh, whatever. I've never actually played one of the games of more than 10 seconds. Okay, so we gotta fight here! Dragon, punch him! Just keep punching! Just punch him! And then, like all hockey games should be, the person who loses the fight is penalized.
Oh, I like that.
That's... You can see the ref comes to drag the guy off the field, off the ice. It's like, you suck at fighting, get out of here.
So this is two things in one. We've got sports games in Mystery Tournament. We've also got fighting games in Mystery Tournament now. So I'm still trying to figure out which color is Dragon.
Dragon's purple.
Okay.
He's playing Minnesota North Stars.
Oh yeah, if you touch the goalie in this game, you just get demolished.
Oh yeah, point of note, this is not Minnesota Wild, this is Minnesota North Stars.
Alright, Zecks has got 3 points on the board now. Needs another 5 points to get through this game and catch up.
And, you know, hockey's a good place to get stuck at. This is a much easier hockey game. At least I think so, anyway. And the AI helping people, and here we go, here's another fight! Dragon, just push the buttons faster. If this is... Dragon gets another guy booked. Dragged to the penalty box.
Yeah, Dragon's gonna need to pick up the pace here, or he's gonna run out of teammates before this this goal is over.
Is that a thing?
No. It's fun to think about it. The only game I've had a better like fighting mechanic in was Blades of Steel, or not Blades of Steel, NHL Hits, where if you lose the fight, you can't use that character for the rest of the game.
Ooh.
Like they're just out. But then again, that's also a game where you can start your face off by just punching the other guy in the face. So thanks Midway for having the most violent sports games, which are just the best. And there's a goal for Dragon.
Yep. Dragon's got to feel good finally getting one on the board.
I don't feel like impersonating an air horn when he scores, so...
Yeah, I'm not going to make you do that. So in most of our mystery races, a major factor, of course, is that the players don't know where their opponent is. So right now, I feel like Dragon is probably feeling like he's behind, because he struggled quite a bit on that first game before starting to pick up some speed. Whereas, Zecks has managed to get out of volleyball and is in Blades of Steel now.
Huge amount of comeback.
So that may be working against Dragon, that he may start feeling like he's behind and that he needs to start playing riskier, or that he's not taking the time to understand it. Because unlike most of the games you're going to see here in Mystery Tournament, we're what, 15 minutes into a race, and the players are still being confronted with completely new games. So they can't learn the mechanics and then start to ease into that as they get into the late stages. No, they're going to get into the next game, and that they're going to have to figure it out all over again.
And Dragon is close. He's got 2 goals. He may have figured it out.
So we'll see. On the other hand, maybe Zecks will just pick up on this. Maybe Zecks will get into a fight and figure it out really quick that you just got to mash them buttons.
Well, there are, you can block, and, there are jabs and hooks, but really you just gotta keep hooking them until, they stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that's likely to throw you off, because my first instinct would be to hit different buttons and see what happens, when this is just, you hit the attack button and you never give up. And sometimes that's the game you get. You get the game where the solution is to never stop attacking.
Well, no, it's just that the higher damage one also has a lot of stun on it, so... And there's another fight, but it doesn't erupt into a big fight. As Zecks' goalie just lets the puck go in.
I mean, just let it go. Take control of the puck next attempt.
So it looks like we're gonna be spending a good amount of time in Blaze Steel. I was actually curious to see where the players get walled. I didn't really go and watch the VOD super carefully when this got drawn for the first time in the middle of the night, but I heard that people got walled pretty hard. People that tested this with tend to be like not the most amazing mystery game players, but they were people who have been really familiar with these kinds of games. And I was expecting like people to clear this pretty consistently in maybe half an hour, 40 minutes. But turns out that when you're playing platformers and puzzles, but not sports games, it's harder.
I can tell you the exact game that I got walled on, and it's the last one, and that one's horrendous. And why did you do that to people?
Fun fact, it was originally one difficulty harder, and I thought that this is the best gameplay. It plays faster, but it's a bit too hard. Then I moved it one down, and it seemed way too easy, but it seemed like not as big of a deal. But yeah, I'm hearing it's not actually way too easy.
Yeah, we'll go over that game when we get to it. I don't remember how many more games there are, but Zecks has gotten one goal. It could be very important.
Yeah, the score right now is
he's trying desperately to cast Dragon at this point.
We've got one for Zecks and two for Dragon. Going.
Like that orange arrow, that's your shot. As the gloves are coming off for Zecks.
Alright, Zecks has found a punch button, and Zecks is using that punch button. There we
go.
That's how you win a fight.
Proud of Zecks.
You can't win a fight if you don't punch the guy in the face.
This is top 8 competitor alpha given the secret strats.
Just punch.
You can punch them in the gut. That works too. Yeah, to spoil the number of games, they are now on game 5 out of 7.
Okay. Game 7 is a doozy. That one took so long for me. That's the only type of sports game I didn't play a lot of as a kid.
Yeah, so another notable game missing is Super Dynamics Badminton, which is another favorite of the ESA NES crowd. We played it a ton there, but that game is just brutal to get started in.
Dragon getting his 3 goals. Now we move into the worst of the 2 soccer games.
Yep.
But Tecmo, why didn't you put in, like, Tecmo Super Bowl?
I was not gonna put an American football game. I don't want that kind of clusterfuck in my challenge.
So this one is a lot different than the other games in the goal. Everything else in this goal has been 3/4 views. This one is just straight top down.
As you can see, Dragon scored. That ball clearly did not go in, so he's paid the refs. This was, I think, the easiest one for me as well.
This is also actually the only game that I didn't have any prior experience with. I just knew I wanted a second soccer game, and I'm not sure I've played any others a ton. I might have tested a couple that were just bad, and I didn't want them in. And eventually I settled on this one. But it's pretty fun. It plays differently from the others, as you mentioned. Not just the camera angle, but it's kind of, I've seen a couple of variations of this, and it's kind of similar to Sensible World of Soccer. Top down, a ball is not kind of as tied into your feet.
Oh,
as in most all sports games. Just...
He's got control of the ball. No magical ball into the goal. Despite flying over it.
He's got to tap it. There we go.
Nice.
I'm done. I could have kept going, but I was done with it.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good shot, though. That was a pretty good imitation. Fighting around the pink goal. Dragon gets it out of there, but needs to keep the pressure on, needs to push it down the field. Here we go, past the halfway mark, moving in towards the goal. There's the enemy goalie. He's got the defense there. Intercepted. Going back. No, wait. Dragon's taking it, and that's it. Dragon has scored the goal for this game. And we're on to the
so
final.
tennis.
Final game.
This sucks.
What a hater.
NES tennis is so hard.
Just got to win 2 games.
I'll tell you right now, when I played this, I was on pace for this, and it took me like 45 minutes. Like the whole race. This game took me like 15 minutes to beat. It was awful.
I have actually played this game before. It is very, very difficult. So I agree.
Yeah, and this is hard too because in the other games that we've played, you could just score points and you keep advancing. This one, you've got to actually win a game. You've got to score several points in a row in order to get your first win on the board. So this is a hard one. There's still a good chance.
And Dragon hitting the doubles area, those are only in during doubles.
The main thing with this game is that in most sports games, like as I mentioned in previous one, like the puck or ball or whatever, it's just glued to you and you can just run around and it won't detach. Like we saw the Tecmo World Cup was more particular about that, but tennis goes even more so. You can't just like stand in front of a ball and press a button; nothing will happen. You need to like visualize in your head where your racket is gonna swing, and make sure that the ball is in that path, like kind of next to you or over you or wherever. And if you can do that, it's I really maintain that it's not that hard of a game. But I guess I can see how that would be very unintuitive to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's especially if you've played other tennis games, like Mario Tennis or something. But again, there's a fight going on for Zecks.
All right, let's see the fight.
Push that button. Just hit him.
He's
body
the
blow.
punch button. Oh, no. Zecks gets taken down.
Doesn't Mario Tennis play the same, though? Like, you need to be next to the ball.
Didn't play
rather than just on it.
Tennis.
I mean, this is Mario Tennis. You see who's on the referee bench there, right?
Luigi.
That's not Luigi.
Oh, Zecks hit the pipe.
Also, Dragon C keeping the rally going at 0-40 on the opponent's serve. I'm not sure I agree with this strategy.
I would have just given up.
Well, he's probably at this point trying to get familiar with, like, playing the game and whatnot. So
yeah, needs to do that. He's still in the basketball mindset because he keeps trying to put the ball into the net there.
Also, aces aren't super hard in this difficulty, so I expect these guys both to clear tennis by winning 2 of their own serves and none of the opponents. So even if you get the ace, you can usually run up and do a smash on the second hit.
Yeah, this is looking pretty grim for Zecks.
Imagine being defeated in top 8 because of hockey. And not just one hockey,
how many
but
goals
2.
is that for Zecks? Is that 2?
That's 2 or 3. It could be... No, that's just 2. Still 1 more for Zecks to get out of this and get back into the warm, comfortable embrace
That's
of,
1 game.
Of football.
Like, imagine being Finnish and getting knocked out on hockey.
Oh, and there's a fault. And Zecks gets that 3rd goal very quickly.
Zecks going to be moving on.
And another fault.
Can I get in on this goal action? You 2 have done yours now. I want to do mine.
Go for it. Go for it, Roar.
All right, I'm going to need you to get a goal, Zecks.
That is a key point of this.
Zecks really needs to win quickly. It did not take Dragon a lot of time to do this, so we will see.
This game does have potential to get cleared very fast, and tennis has some good walling potential, so it's not quite over, but...
Did he just disappear?
I think so.
I think he may have goaled himself out of the chat.
Somebody
All right.
just mute me.
No
I
one
mean-
muted you.
I just got muted.
I didn't mute you.
I didn't have control over that.
Nico doesn't even have that power.
What a way to go.
Zecks gets another goal. This could be very close depending on how quickly Zecks picks up tennis. Dragon is only one game away from victory.
And Dragon already has half of this last game completed, so just needs to get 5 points to win another game here in tennis, and that will be the victory, and that will keep Dragon alive. This is the lower bracket, which means the player who succeeds here advances, and the other player will unfortunately be the end of their mystery tournament run.
Zecks is moving on to tennis.
Excellent. So this is
Dragon,
the chance.
Dragon's in a weird position because of how tennis works. He's got to score more points than you got to win by 2. So his opponent's 1 away, but if he gets there, he'll be at advantage, and he has to score 2 more over his opponent, and this can go forever. As we see some spicy tennis action, Zecks getting that ace.
Zecks also doing that thing I was talking about earlier, like getting his body in front of the ball. Finding out that it doesn't work.
40-40.
Ooh, this is close. Ooh, nope.
Oh,
Dragon's dropped it.
computer advantage. So this is the weird part. So this can go on for quite a while, depending on who scores. The computer didn't swing. It's deuce again.
But Zecks is not doing too badly here. Zecks is already close.
That's out. That's advantage.
Can I get instant replay on that one?
Fault.
He didn't bounce it in the first square or something like that, I think. And that's unfortunate for Zecks. He's got to pick it up. This rally with Dragon is very close. Very tense.
Ooh. That's so
the opponent's
close.
really getting in. The computer's really getting in Zecks' face.
Dragon's keeping it going.
Boop. Boop.
I mean, is there anything more historical than just updated Pong?
Oh, and Dragon does lose that rally. That's very unfortunate.
Dragon really needed to win that because Dragon's opponent is coming in at the speed of sound here. Well, sort of. It's actually kind of, the sound is just little beeps and bloops.
This is tense.
We're getting near the end. We should probably address the question in everyone's minds: how to get this game. And the answer is you probably can't, because I've never set up any kind of a page for this. It's just a file on Google Drive, and of course it contains all the ROMs, so I don't think we're allowed to distribute it anywhere, so tough luck. Sorry.
If you want to play games like this, you need to join the mystery community. You need to join some races, and you'll get opportunities to play cool games like this. That's when you get your opportunity to play.
Dragon running up the side, interestingly. As he does take a lead. I think he's moving so the computer will set the ball up better for him.
Oh, the manipulation. I love it.
Ooh, that was in. Oh, that was so close.
Dragon is 1 rally away from winning.
Oh, there was a fault.
As long as it doesn't double fault, Dragon wins if he can score.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
so the double fault would have been a victory, and that is victory for Dragon C0.
Oh man, he actually won on an opponent's serve.
Oh, congratulations to Dragon for taking that victory against a very difficult opponent.
Oh man, now I gotta play against Dragon, which, you know, if we go by like casual races we've done together, I'm ahead. If we include Link's Awakening DX randomizer, he's very ahead. So we play a lot of games together. He's a good guy.
Yeah, we see that a lot here too, that we have people who invite their friends to join in the community. And it's a good opportunity to find more games like this that you may enjoy playing and racing. Ooh, beautifully done by Zecks there. Zecks is taking the first of the 2 games they need. So still an incredibly close race. Very well done by both players to stay this close to each other throughout. A lot of lead changes in that hockey match.
Yeah, I'm going to say that first ice hockey, you can see the 346 for Dragon. Also, this is one of my favorite parts of this entire thing, is the part where it tells you how long you took on each section. But I'm gonna bet we're gonna see a huge number for Zecks there, and that is gonna be the difference. Because this tennis game is going very well for Zecks.
Oh.
Ultimately, the thing I'm maddest about is that there's some issue with the timer. My non-blind runs PB. There's a 10-second disparity between my splits and the in-game timer, and I still to this day have no idea where that comes from. My best guess is that it's some kind of emulator slowdown or something.
Zecks just got a double fault. What is this? Did Zecks figure out how to get the AI to constantly hit faults?
Never mind.
It was looking so good. He got 3 faults in a row. I think he thought he had it.
And then throws it away. That tennis ball straight to the chest.
Okay, shout out to Kirkyu for making the tools for that. Kirkyu also in the blinds community. Pretty cool guy.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to finish the last time I was talking about the origins of this. So basically where I was at was that I decided that scored 3 goals or whatever is a good 5-minute goal, and then I needed a way to string a bunch of those together. And in Mystery Tournament 9, Kirkyu has made a thing where he just strung together a bunch of various NES games, pretty popular ones. You can use those when it's like a 1-minute segment in the middle of halfway in the game in a stage nobody has ever seen. And I took it, and turns out I could make it a whole lot simpler because I could make these games without using the save state functionality, which was the most complicated part of it. And that's basically it. But yeah, Kirkyu is a big factor in making this a thing. It was really he did all the hard work, and I just plugged in different games, and that was basically it.
Zecks 1 point away.
Come on, Zecks, finish it. Finish it here.
Finishing this game, so we can move on to figure out if Adam is going to destroy Nico again, because Adam is very scary.
Oh,
and that's it. That is in. That is a victory. Let's see what the times are. You can see that 9 extra minutes for ice hockey. That ice hockey was basically the difference. Oh, and Nintendo World Cup. He saved a lot of time on tennis, Tecmo World Cup, and basketball. But
yeah, double dribble, tremendous improvement over Dragon's time.
Yeah, but Dragon really picked it up in that ice hockey. The first one, they both took about the same amount of time on Blades of Steel, same amount of time in volleyball. But World Cup, really not going Zecks' way.
Yeah, Zecks apparently did not enjoy this much as they could. I enjoyed this when I played it, but yeah, it was. Yeah. It's a very difficult race compared to a lot of things because you're constantly having to figure out new games as you move along, and very challenging. But well done to both players for finishing so close within 4 minutes of each other. That's a very good time. And for several points of that race, it really wasn't clear who was going to win. We had a couple of lead changes there. So well done to both players, and congratulations to Dragon, who is going to be moving on and gets to fight some more in this tournament.
I'm looking forward to it. Dragon's scary, but I gotta fight him good.
All right. Well, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and take a little break while we get set up for the second of our losers 8th match. So stick around. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament number 14, the top 8 finals, where we're right in the middle of things. For those who just came in, not familiar with what exactly Mystery Tournament is, well, is a tournament in which you have competitors going against each other in a series of races. And the cool thing is they don't know what that game is until minutes before the race. And in most cases, they've never seen this game before, never played it before. So it's really cool. It's like a different side of speedrunning, showing off like how well can you adapt to the obstacles in front of you and try to beat your opponent. So we are in the top 8, and we're moving on now to the last match of our Losers 8s, which is going to be between Adam 5396, or Adam Numbers as he's affectionately known in the community, and Trisscorp. So I'll bring it back to our commentators, Alpha 5, Brass Moose4, and Sirniko. So take it away.
Hello.
Thank you very much. So we've got here, this looks like is this a Sega Genesis game?
It is a Sega Genesis game. This is not Sonic.
Yeah, the Sega Genesis is a surprisingly good console. We've had a lot of good races for that. Go ahead, Alpha.
I don't know. I will say this game does look like a knockoff Sonic the Hedgehog game. Like 100%.
You're not quite a blue hedgehog. You are a blue otter.
And you're trying to save a pink girl, which, is your
definitely
Amy.
not Amy.
She's much older than Amy. She's older than you, so. But this game is, I'm glad the goal was changed for when I tested it by like a lot.
Oh, so somebody literally paid me like $30 to play this game on stream. Because it's that bad at the end of it. But we're not playing those parts. So we're going to have a good, fun race in our hands. Because they're not fighting Magic Wolf.
The original goal for this was to beat World 2. However, World 2 is awful. And World 3 is okay, and a much better ending point. And it was also a normal difficulty, which made everything even worse. They're doing it on easy. So as we can see, legally distinct from Sonic the Hedgehog, is running through not Green Hill Zone, collecting gems, yellow, which are not rings, and jumping over things in order to, it's so Sonic, it's great. It's like a combination between Sonic and Sparkster, really.
This is a really uninspired UI, I'm going to say, because we've got this is like graphics that they just had in another game. You've got the standard clock animation. You've got this little life bar. Like, there's nothing here that is unique. Like, it's not a pirate-themed clock, or you haven't replaced the life bar with the protagonist's face. I like these damage animations, though. That animation of getting run over by the boulder, that's pretty strong there.
I don't remember this level, like, at all because of just how little time I spent on it in comparison to the rest of the levels in the game. But yeah, this is
orange arrows telling the players which way to go for the goal.
See, Cape Sealf?
Oh yeah, sorry, you're not an otter, you're a seal. You're not an otter, you're a seal.
You just die.
Yeah, that was a good start there by Adam, running directly into the water.
So
a time by not getting barreled.
A thing that's really hard about this game to really get dealing with blind is the flip kick and its hitbox. Because what it does is it kind of sort of moves your hitbox up into the right, or up into the direction that you're kicking. So you can bounce off things with the kick, but if you are in the wrong spot, your hitbox is vulnerable from below. So if you flip kick something and you miss and it's slightly off, you get hit.
Yeah, your hitbox also is so you control your character and you make the sprite move. For whatever reason, your hitbox moves separately from you. Which, it moves first. So you can get hit by things or dodge things by, holding directions differently, and it's weird. But this is the first boss. Let's see if they go for the strategy of literally just jump on his head until he dies. Or you can just jump behind him. Yeah. So you just just kick him, and then he does this, and you can just keep doing that. You don't have to go behind him. You think you just kick him in the face.
Yeah, it's really unclear that stomp is doing any damage.
I mean, he makes a sound. He starts moving faster. He goes into a response attack phase. The hop on the head is not doing any damage, but the kick is.
Okay.
Yeah, you do have to kick him.
But yeah, you can kick him. Adam's going over, and Triss takes a death. That's very unfortunate. Checkpoints are nice-ish in that they are, sometimes good.
So it looks like Adam is moving on to the Casino Nights zone?
No, he's moving into Aqua Ruins.
What bootleg version of Sonic the Hedgehog 2?
Whatever the name of the aquatic zone in Sonic 3 is, I don't remember.
Hydro City, you heathen.
What?
Hydro City, you heathen.
But it's not really Hydro City, it's kind of like a combination of Marble Ruins and there.
We've got lots of octopuses.
Octopi, octopodes. There's a lot of ways of pronouncing octopus plurally, but this is still not the bad part of this world. Although that is pretty bad.
That guy just literally set his boat on fire.
Yeah, you have to take him out, or you just get waltzed.
Oh, those are insta-kill spikes too. Those are brutal.
Yeah.
How does the boat catch on fire though? It's literally in water.
Just have it high enough flames. So Adam not jumping on the tiny little pegs.
Pegs are for legs, not for platforms.
Definitely want to pick that continue option. You do have unlimited of those, but Stage 2 is the worst. Or I guess World 2.
And there's
Chris taking a similar, probably about to take a similar death. There we go.
I mean, they sink your boat, they set you on fire, and then you drown. That's the worst triple threat we've seen.
There's some good sync right now. Jump to the little thing. Adam sees it and slides off. These are not easy jumps. They're not the worst in the world. You actually do have a fair bit of mobility, and you are nowhere near as slick and slippery as Sonic the Hedgehog. You
crash and burn a lot. The game's not easy. I mean, it is early on. So, like, the main thing is that they're dealing with the first few stages, which kind of are actually no different from Sonic. The game later on is just like, by the way, here's infinite amounts of junk. I hope you're ready. Also, when you get poked in the butt, you kind of leak.
So this is the worst stage in the game, by far. Like,
wait,
by far.
No, it's not. And you're horribly wrong.
The worst.
The worst part of the goal
is this stage.
I will grant you worst part of the goal, mister. I haven't played this game that gets terrifying later on.
Are they underwater?
Yes, they are underwater, but you're an otter, so, you can swim or breathe underwater.
That's not how physics work.
You're a seal. You can go underwater, that's fine.
I thought you were an otter. You said they were an otter.
Yeah, and then I fixed it to seal.
Man, I was trying to keep it consistent, but then you
know.
This character is having a serious identity crisis right now.
Sharks are bad. There are many multiple paths through this stage as well, which is really obnoxious. You can not even go down into this underground part, and you can still make it to the top.
Now, are these clams with teeth?
What, your clams don't have teeth?
I mean, if this was an otter, he would be able to just crack those suckers with a rock and be like, yeah, supper time.
Yeah, so another thing is these gold gems they pick up, they do get 1-ups from them. This stage sort of gives you enough to sort of continue from one point. You can kind of get 100 after one checkpoint in particular, which is my least favorite checkpoint. But, as they are very close to each other, Triss with a slight lead currently.
Yeah, Triss making good use of bouncing off of enemies' heads to avoid the ground. That's a good strategy for a lot of games, because if you can stay in the air and just keep bouncing on enemies, then who cares about the platforming?
Yeah.
Wait, just pogo across enemies all day long.
All
that
right,
is all you need to do.
I know
in
Adam's
all
at the worst checkpoint ever. I hate this checkpoint.
So, yeah, we got the annoying balloon jerks that like to just bubblegum their way to the top.
And those balloon guys, they can just, if they tap the bottom of you, they will pop you up ever so slightly and you'll fall off the platform. And Adam just making it across hasn't hit, is not safe yet.
Oh no!
Is he? Yeah.
Down we go.
Adam sinks to the bottom of the ocean. There is a game over. That is back to the beginning of the level.
Trisscorp also just took one, so not the worst, but still not good. And this is a very hard stage. At least they are not playing on a higher difficulty.
So what is the difference between the difficulties?
Damage.
Damage, and the game ends earlier. So the game goal is actually going to be to beat the game on easy, because the game does not have the full stage count when you're on easy.
Yeah. But like when I say damage, it's not like a slight increase. The sharks like one-shot you on higher difficulties. It's not nice. And it makes this section, especially when a lot of there's more enemies too, I think. I remember there being more sharks. But like I'm seeing them get hit by sharks, I'm like, how are you alive? Yeah. I'm seeing them get hit by sharks, I'm like, how are you still standing? Like you should be dead. Because I played this on a higher difficulty. Adam trying to get over these clams.
Ooh, and those spikes are brutal. No iframes. That is very rude.
What, Roar?
IRC. So yeah, there is this level's not nice, and then there's the boss too, which is also not nice. And if you miss those little crab things by like just a little bit, you get kind of sort of messed up.
I just don't understand why this character doesn't just swim over everything, because we're underwater. Oh wait, there we go. There we go. It looks like Triss has actually gotten out of the water, has figured out how to surface. Ooh, this guy looks beefy.
He is pretty beefy. He's definitely, I think, the more obnoxious boss in this goal. The next boss is, I want to say tedious, but this guy, he's got a lot of health. And jumping over him is quite tricky, but they have more health than I did, so, you know.
Well, the big thing is, I think if they take another game over here, they're going to have to redo this level, and Triss really does not want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, so this guy is here to kick butt and chew bubblegum, and he's got plenty of both.
And
he's got plenty of butt?
He's got plenty of both.
He does have plenty of butt. I mean, did you see those thighs? Like, that's a lot of muscle
look,
there.
That dude's got, like...
glutes for miles.
Yeah, glutes for miles. Like, do you see how high he can jump? Of course this dude's got some glutes.
This guy just... Yeah, no problem. You just clear the entire thing without even a jump animation. Like, that's not glutes. That is just straight up, like, he's got ankles, man.
He just only has to retract his muscles ever so slightly to exude his absolute power. I'm so salty seeing how many hits you can take on easy, and I had to test him so hard.
Triss getting cornered there, taking in a lot of hits. Oh, and Triss getting baited here by not the enemy looks like he gets some iframes when he tries to do his big jump.
Yeah, so this enemy is a little bit hard to hit. There are some really quick cycles that you can get going, but otherwise, a little bit hard.
I think Triss is starting to feel really cautious about attacking this enemy after the first hit, because he's taken several hits because he jumped in to do what looked like a perfectly reasonable attack, but...
Oh, it gets it! Adam is having the exact same experience I had while playing this game.
So they've defeated the giant bulldog. He shrinks down, and the bulldog will be seen again. You just have to play Duck Maze, and you'll meet him again.
Listen.
All right, so this is the Burning Hamlet. There is a giant fireball chasing you, and I like to imagine
this is not actually that scary.
It's a giant fireball chasing you. How is it not scary? The fireball has a face and eyes, and it's all like...
Oh, okay,
it's bludgeon
at you.
It's also slow as hell.
Yeah, so you have to
also
kind of sort of just like
sucks.
step on water pumps.
What is the context here? When did everything get on fire? I mean, you played through this. What is the lore behind this game? That's what I'm interested in.
The pirate has stolen your girl, and you're trying to go get him. And then the pirate is also setting fire to this place because he's a jerky jerk of a pirate. Look, right, this isn't One Piece wherever all the pirates are like. Well, actually, no. Pretty much all the pirates that you fight in One Piece are terrible. But like, this isn't your fancy nice pirates. These are the bad pirates. So we need to go take down these pirates.
This is also a very threatening world where everything is alive. Like, step on that pump, and then the water droplets have little faces on them.
Yeah, I was a big advocate to adding this to the goal just because it's a better.
Yeah, no, it's much better to just change the goal to easy, add the Burning Hamlet, let the game beat the game. I agree. I agree with the goal change.
This boss, however, is I hope he takes less hits than he does on higher difficulties. I will say that. But also, so this giant fireball does have rubber banding when you enter like a new section.
Good job there by Triss hitting that pump. It looks like a trick here is that you're tempted to jump a little early off of those pumps, and if you do that, you don't get any water.
Yeah, so you got to make sure that you're doing the right. You got to make sure that you're doing the right thing there.
All right, so that's a clear. Otarusian has been defeated by Adam, and Adam is moving on to Burning Hamlet 1, but is very far behind now. I guess there's nowhere. Oh wait, no, there is on the UI. They have 1 life. Is this a game where 0 is a life? Never mind. I don't think it matters.
Trisscorp does make it. Trisscorp wins.
That's it.
I thought, okay, it doesn't even go to the mole boss. That's a shame.
Yeah, excellent work there by Triss, clearing the goal in 15 minutes.
I thought it went a little bit further than that, but I guess it did not. The mole boss is very tedious, and you can manipulate him. But yeah, I have to jump out because my race is next. So bye everybody.
All right, good luck to you, Alpha.
I kept pulling him away. So we're still gonna watch Adam do the Burning Hamlet because sometimes you just wanna watch the Hamlet burn.
Plus, Adam is a very skilled runner. There's no doubt in my mind that now that he has a firmer grip of what it is that they're supposed to be doing here, that they'll be able to clear this.
Oof, but that was a mean hit. Unfortunately, that hit slowed him down. That fireball is, in fact, as we've seen, a one-hit kill. And if you get stuck behind it, you need to use those iframes to get away from it and fast. So here we're only seeing the first Burning Hamlet, which is actually pretty easy. The second Burning Hamlet, though, is basically hates you, hates your family, hates everything you come from, and wants you dead. But it's okay because we are better than the Burning Hamlet.
Yeah, this is one I could see this showing up in one of our weekly blinds, playing a longer goal here. The medium-sized fireballs, you can just run through those, can't you? I would almost damage boost in a few places there to just speed that up. Oh, beautiful jump there by Adam. Jumps straight over that fireball. Who even needs to bother with these pumps?
Yeah, just clear the obstacles in one shot. No problem.
That is a big element in a game like this. When you have multiple hits, you have a life meter. You have to judge when is it good to damage boost and when do you need to conserve your health. We see a lot of games in Mystery Tournament that are that's such a loss. And I don't think this stage has any checkpoints. Even if it did, it wouldn't matter because Adam just got a game over there.
Yeah, there are no checkpoints. There is no mercy. There is only pain. Also, of note, so a thing that we want to mention here is that outside of some of the best of threes and stuff, normally we do have top 8. We kind of like push the rule to the side, but we do have a rule for these races that if it's less than 15 minutes long, that we toss the results out because basically it means that one little itty bitty part could have determined the entire race, and it's not really long enough to declare to be determining somebody's skill. So Trisscorp finishing with the 15-11 according to SRL is almost pushing it towards that forced redraw range. Without those game overs earlier on in stage 2, it could have very much so entered that. Of course, like I said, we do kind of sort of toss that aside during top 8 because, we have a lot more special stuff in store. But yeah, that's an impressive showing in that, just absolutely blazing through this game. And you might think again, like you might look at these going, "Hey, look, they're just playing a game, right?" But this takes some skill to be playing a game fast without knowing what's coming up. Is just absolutely a skill set in and of itself that you just never expect. Oh no, Adam gets hit. No, don't do that. Don't get hit in the same spot.
For it the second time. They got hit that same spot in their previous run. But they're doing well. Adam has half a life bar left. No need to be in a rush here.
So yeah, Fireball, if it falls off screen for too long, it'll do that little dash up, and that was catching Adam off guard, unfortunately. But we could definitely, if you keep that Fireball like on screen during difficult parts, you're actually a little bit safer because the dash up is a lot more dangerous than slow move. But then again, you're also going slow, and nobody wants that in a race. Why would you want to go slow in a race? Oh no!
Oh, Adam lost it there. And no checkpoints in this stage. This is actually really brutal. Yeah, just reinforcing how well Trisscorp did here. This is a very long stage, lacking in checkpoints. Adam doing something smart here at the beginning, experimenting a little bit with the Fireball in a spot where Adam knows that they have a lot of room to go, that if they take a death that they won't go back very far, because you never know when you'll come across a mechanic that you just didn't consider. So Adam identifies that no, the Fireball is in fact invulnerable. It is fire, and that Adam doesn't have an anthropomorphic fire extinguisher to use on it. So, gets burned.
Man, you're starting to terrify me. Like, if we've got anthropomorphic fire, and we've got anthropomorphic, well, fire really is where we start drawing the lines to what isn't anthropomorphic in this series. Like, what? You're right. We need like an anthropomorphic fire extinguisher to rid the anthropomorphic fire. But then again, they're using a non-anthropomorphic pump, and I don't know where it begins and I don't know where it ends.
I mean, maybe the pump's face is on its front side, and that you just can't see it.
That's true.
Adam found the dodge roll. Wonder if we've got some iframes that they can abuse here.
And the question is if maybe it's just anthropomorphic fire can hurt you. Maybe because you notice the regular fire in the background's not, even though this place is like stupidly hot right now, because if you've never noticed, you can't run through a burning building, not because the flames might hit you, but because it's stupidly hot. So since he's close to the lava, which is not anthropomorphic, is he just immune to non-anthropomorphic things? And therefore, what's creating all the spikes in the prior level? Nico, you've opened up a whole new world of pain in the philosophical era of anthropomorphic mascot platformers.
Yeah, I can do that sometimes. Also, Adam falling for this exact same Fireball for the third time in a row. But Adam has made it past that point. I think they're a lot more cautious here. I also feel like Adam's got a lot of health. Would not be a bad idea a few spots here if they come across some bad sections to just damage boost through them, because sometimes that's the best solution. Just take a hit that you know is hard to dodge, and then avoid enemies just by iframing through.
Yeah, because the main thing you want to avoid is this Fireball. Like that is the thing that is the problem, and nothing else really matters. And Adam is through. Congratulations! Try the normal mode.
So that actually looked pretty fun. I'm not familiar with this game, but this looks like one that I would want to play.
Yeah, that's pretty fun until like the second and the last level and the last level. No, it's a very fun game.
It is. It looks pretty good. All right, so that looks like that is the end of both of our racers here. So that means that Trisscorp is going to move on, and unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Adam's mystery tournament run. Adam, a regular participant in the mystery tournament top 8. Actually, my opponent in mystery tournament 10, the first mystery tournament that we both joined. So not a surprise to see Adam here again. So we have eliminated 2 more competitors. Only 6 racers remain in this tournament. So congratulations to both.
Yeah, and so thanks for joining me, Alpha. He's gone. Alpha never.
But we're going to be seeing Alpha in just a moment.
Yeah, we're going to see Alpha in just a moment. Thanks for joining me, Sirniko, as well.
You're quite welcome.
And I'm going to also disappear here as well. So we're going to have brand new commentators coming up.
That's right. So thank you very much. And yeah, stick around. We're going to take a short break while we get set up for the losers quarters match. So we'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we are now getting into a bunch of best of 3 matches. So we're done with best of 1s, and as we get into the losers quarters, we're going to do best of 3 for all the matches until we get to the grand finals, which is going to be best of 5. But we are going to start off first with Alpha 5, who you just heard recently on commentary. So he's going to be playing against Dragon C0, which came on top in Esports RTA recently. But yeah, without further ado, we have new commentators. So I'd like to introduce you to Jal, Sumgirl, and Tea Party Cthulhu. So take it away.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Hope you're having a great top 8 so far. It has been a fantastic top 8. We've seen really great matches today. I think Dragon Zecks was really kind of a really... I just said really like 12 times right there. Great match to see already.
Yeah, we've had a lot of close races, a lot of back and forth, and we've got plenty more coming. So should be some exciting races for y'all.
Yeah,
especially
hopefully we
games.
see some underdogs.
I mean, speaking of underdogs, we just saw Dragon C0 take out Zecks. I mean, I don't think anyone would have predicted that.
No, Zecks, one of the favorites to win the tournament, definitely up there with like Maurice and Drake for easy top 3 picks. Easy, like this person has one of the biggest chances of winning this tournament and is out now to Dragon.
Yeah. Zecks is one of the 2 players in this top 8 who had previously won a mystery tournament. Only Zecks and Capndrake.
We still have our winners in the top there.
Yeah, we still got names to watch out for with Maurice and Drake, of course.
I'm ready
anyone left in the tournament, really. Like,
basically, yeah. Except for Alpha.
Yeah, not Alpha. I love Alpha, except when I don't.
Wow. Rude. No, we love Alpha.
Yeah.
We love all these. All right, so the game that we have for y'all is Toki Time Trial.
Yes, Toki Time Trial is a free game on Steam, and I'm just going to read its description out to you guys. What could you accomplish if you had the ability to stop time? Become a master of time and space as you take on temporal puzzles in this first-person puzzle platformer. So you know it must be good already.
Ooh, this is gonna be a really interesting matchup. Alpha and Dragon are both well known for being very strong puzzle players.
Yeah.
So this seems like a game that really plays well to both players' strengths.
I think this is more an Alpha game. Alpha loves these first-person puzzlers.
Does he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, like I said, both players are just absolutely incredible puzzle players. I mean, we saw earlier this tournament, Dragon C0 in a match versus Szechuan Steve. He took a win he took 9 minutes to clear a puzzle game that took his opponent like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was the either person win here.
Yes, this did become a best of 3 Agent Staging. All the matches from now on are going to be best of 3s. That usually means, I think, for these matches that the games will be a little shorter.
Yeah, so what we've traditionally done, starting since I think in Mystery Tournament 9, is that this particular losers quarters match has been a best of 3 of shorter goals. For this used to be a slotted as a best of 1, but we found that it was a little more fun to take some games that were maybe a little too short to fit in as proper Mystery Tournament matches and sort of string them together into a best of 3 to make this match a little more exciting.
Yeah, so you get a lot of cool games that you wouldn't see pulled out in later. That would be games that are suited for later rounds but are short. So they're in that weird in-between spot where, we don't want to pull this out in an earlier round, but also it's too short.
All right, we are off.
You get some goggles to start with.
So, we picked up
the goggles.
And there's a checkpoint. Okay.
There's some flashing colors.
Something is happening.
Now, this part was in the Steam trailer, was this little moving block right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They don't want to show too much of the game.
Yeah,
So
you see the basic.
You can stop time and wait for the platforms to get where you need them to be, and then just, unstop time.
Ah. Yeah, I think that's the technical term for it, unstop.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Okay, so it looks like that platform that Alpha just crossed is actually the opposite. It moves when time is stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, so they're going to be opposite colors if that's the case.
Okay. So it's not really stopping time.
Alpha, speeding through this. I think actually, does Alpha have a sprint button that Dragon is not using?
Yes, it looks so.
Yeah. So, like I said, Alpha's played a lot of these first-person games. Usually you can sprint with shift, but if you're someone who doesn't really play a lot of these, then you might not know that.
Okay, so Alpha's got something in his hands. It looks like some kind of coil.
Frisbee.
Oh, it's just gloves.
Oh.
Yeah, they fire frisbees.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, it's frisbees or gloves.
Just like in real life.
Whichever one you want.
Alright, so this is a first-person shooter.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, surprise.
So you can stack frisbees and then unfreeze time, and all the frisbees frisbee out all at once.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
So it looks like what Alpha needs to do is hit all these switches at the same time. So he's gonna fire off a bunch of discs, freeze time, and then have them all go at the same time.
I think this is what they ultimate frisbee. I think this is ultimate frisbee. I've never seen it in action, but I think that's what this.
Yeah.
I think this is what it should be.
Yeah, I mean, y'all just saw the Nest Sports RTA. This is Steam Sports.
Mm-hmm.
All sports should have the ability to stop time.
So now you can use them as platforms. That's pretty fun.
So what I'm wondering is, if you fire a disc and then stand on the disc and then unfreeze time, does it send you flying?
Oh,
and if not,
I think we're gonna find out with Dragon. Doesn't look
like it. No.
That's dumb.
No cool speed strats with it. Yeah, Dragon still has not found this sprint button, I think.
Yeah, that's really gonna hurt his chances.
That's usually the first thing that you look for when you're playing a first-person e-game like this.
I wonder, was that in the paste bin? I assume that's just self-explanatory.
Yeah, I actually want to look at that now. Let's see. It just...
Oh, thank you, Dark.
It says shift to run, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Hopefully there's no issue on Dragon's side.
I think
that's gonna
the issue
really
is that he didn't read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Rule number one. Rule number one, read the paste bin.
Oh, there's so many more flashing colors here.
Yeah, the colors certainly are something.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of color palette they were going for here.
Everything.
Paint.
All of them. Oh, now it says, okay, so these move on a fixed cycle only when time is stopped. And then the other ones move when time is moving.
Yeah.
Is that the first death we've seen?
That is.
I don't believe so. I thought I saw someone fall in a pit.
Dragon fell, but it didn't kill him.
Not really.
Seems like the checkpoints are very generous anyways, so...
Okay, getting through. Almost.
Almost.
I shouldn't jinx him. There he goes.
Okay, checkpoint set. Now there's lasers. Are they gonna... What did those lasers do?
I'm not really sure, but you
They
can explode them.
Sent him to the hell dimension or whatever this is down here.
Oh, he's got to jump then stop time because otherwise frisbees would go away.
Yeah, you need your frisbees.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Dragon is really lagging behind here.
Yeah. I don't know if he's having issues with just lining up his shots correctly or what.
It seems he's like stopping it. Maybe he's running out of frisbees.
Yes, you do have limited frisbees.
There he goes.
There is a reload button. Maybe he just forgot to press it before he started shooting.
Yeah, I think so. I would like to see a closer match, but we have potentially three races. Or I guess it can go up to 5, right?
No.
3.
Yeah,
oh,
it's best of 3.
Right. I always get those mixed up.
Yeah, it's not 3 matches to win, it's best of 3.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of weird games that Alpha would just be like really good at.
Yeah, I mean he's always wins these first-person puzzle games. Him and Maurice, so I'm not surprised to see him ahead. But it's unfortunate that Dragon has not figured out how to sprint at all.
Yeah.
I wonder where he would be if he had sprint.
It's not an LADX rando, so.
Also, Dragon is reading all of the lore. There's these little clipboards lying around that he keeps picking up that give him hints about how to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think Alpha's looked at any of those. I think he just kind of figured it out.
Yeah,
Alpha hasn't. He never does that.
No, I don't do that either, so I don't blame him. But that could help if Alpha comes to a wall that, you know, the clipboards help with.
Yeah, Alpha's just popping up these puzzles, just like instantly knows what to do.
I really love these feet. This leg animation is just like back and forth.
Oh, the laser!
Like
oh, those don't look like fun lasers. Oh, they fire things at you.
Oh, can you neutralize their shots by stopping time? Wow, that's so cool.
Oh yeah, looks like it.
I'm gonna assume you don't want to get shot by them.
Yeah, I would
That's
think.
usually correct. I think in any video game.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I really like this room that Alpha's in. This is actually really clever.
Yeah, so I guess you have to clear all of them before moving on.
So I guess you kill them by destroying their shots?
Yeah, that
That's
seems
neat.
like it. It looks like it should do area damage, but I don't think it does. It's just killing their shot.
Huh.
Dark Lamb Chop, this is on PC. It is free on Steam. If you search up Toki Time Trial on Steam, you will see.
Yeah, in Mystery Tournament we stick to free games and ROMs and, you know, anything that's accessible.
Alright, Alpha cleared that screen without dying, which I think is pretty impressive. I don't think personally I don't think I would ever clear that on the first try, so
Rising Lava. Now this is something I wanted to see.
So what exactly is like the puzzle here with the rising lava other than just stopping time?
Probably not. Sometimes you don't need puzzle.
Looks like Alpha missed a switch somewhere.
Ooh, can you get it from here? Yeah,
Oh,
I
several
think so.
switches. Okay. There's like 4 switches in here.
Ooh, the lava is... Yep, there it goes. Oh, never mind. He's still alive.
Oh, nope, that's death.
Nope.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, I don't think the dev notes there are gonna help Dragon at all. I just noticed that one, and it was just like the developer talking about what the discs used to be.
Yeah, no, like I don't
Help much.
Okay, so I guess the puzzle here for Alpha is figuring out where all the switches are and setting up all of them to sort of all resolve at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But that
And
doesn't
you can't get them all from the same spot, unfortunately.
I don't know. I honestly feel like with these games, some games like this, I hesitate to call them like puzzle games. Like it has puzzle elements, but I don't think the
Well,
reason
this
Alpha's
one
ahead is
maybe
because
not,
of
yeah.
solving puzzles.
Yeah, this is mostly execution.
Yeah, a lot of the first-person stuff like this has puzzles that are relatively simple, but being in 3D, they can have slightly more execution challenges than 2D ones.
Yeah, definitely. I think 3D games are a totally different skill set from 2D games. I think because they're less common in Mystery Tournament, it's definitely kind of a very different challenge to be faced with.
And it's kind of like we don't really know for every player who's going to be good at the 3D games since they don't come up very often, other than the regulars.
Right. They do come up quite often in top 8.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they're like significantly more common in top 8, which is a little surprising.
Yeah.
I guess
and
not
we
that
get to see
surprising.
a lot of like weird, bad freeware. This one doesn't seem bad, but
No, this is very good freeware.
yeah. But we
Has
love
a lot
our
of
bad
neat,
freeware in top 8.
a lot of neat mechanics. Really, at the end of the day, that's what matters, that it's neat.
That is what matters. We love neat things.
That was an interesting room there for Alpha.
Yeah, I have to stop time to get around the little lattice.
Yeah, I think the sort of the central gimmick of this game is really cool. I do kind of question whether it's being used as effectively as it could be in some places. But this room's cool. I like this room. You see Alpha's kind of essentially pause buffering with the time stop.
Mashing time stop.
Reminds me of a certain Christmas game with the large platform.
I wonder what game that could be. But it's definitely not often that you see games that have sort of pause buffering as like an intended mechanic. Is that a game clear?
Not.
Trial results.
Yes, it looks like at 11:51 for Alpha.
All right, congratulations to Alpha 5 for taking a win in the
first match or the first game.
Yeah, I mean, very strong showing.
Alpha only read one clipboard. Can't believe
So
Alpha.
who's the real winner here?
They're
I mean,
not
he
really that important.
Alpha disrespecting the lore.
It's only if you want to really get to know the developer.
I mean, Alpha might have won the race, but he certainly doesn't know nearly as much about the lore of Toki time trials. So,
yeah, and he
who's the
hasn't
winner
won our
here?
heart.
Some of those clipboards seem really hard to get to. I just saw that one on Dragon Screen, just like chilling down there by the lava.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, you know, all clipboards is gonna be like, oh, an achievement thing.
Dragon
falling to death.
Yeah, Dragon falls but forgets to throw a frisbee.
So I guess I feel like
Yeah, Dragon's just not throwing the frisbee when he falls.
move to the next match unless we want to see Dragon.
Yeah, we're gonna give Dragon the opportunity to finish, or forfeit, whatever he chooses to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dragon
and
is
then
pretty
we will
close
move
to
on
the
to game
end.
2, unless he takes an unreasonable amount of time. Then we won't.
hmm He was pretty far back. I think we could see another 10 minutes or so.
I don't think 10 minutes. I don't know. Well, it depends if he gets the. He just doesn't seem to like notice that he can throw a frisbee underneath him to pick himself up.
Yeah, we can tell Alpha is a 3D puzzle person because in the race chat he says that game was my jam.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
this is
exactly his
this is
kind
an
of
Alpha
game.
game.
He was probably so happy when that started, and he's like, oh, free win.
Free wear, more like free win.
That's right.
That's Alpha.
That is Alpha. It's a good impression of him.
The only other thing Alpha loves winning at more is Melty Blood.
What did we think of Alpha shouting goal?
Kieran,
I give a solid 7 out of 10.
Karen, sub 15 rule only applies if both racers finish under 15.
Yeah, and sub 15 doesn't apply to this round in particular because these games were specifically put in this round because they are short, and that's why we put them in a best of 3. So that, yeah, maybe each individual race being at will be sub 15, but the 3 together won't be.
Yeah, not in the best of 3 rounds, and even then, both have to finish under 15. And I don't think Dragon's gonna do that.
No.
Unless
I don't
he
think it's
manages
physically possible at this point.
Just clip out of bounds straight to the end.
20 to 22 minutes.
I feel like honestly, the thing about this game that I would have the hardest time with is just the amount of like visual noise.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I can't really tell what you need to shoot, but maybe it's easier when you're actually in the game, since we're looking at it at like a slightly lower resolution.
Maybe. I just mean like you
If
have these
you're
explosions
immersed in the
like
Toki.
when you blow up these shots, right? It creates this huge explosion that covers up all the other shots. So you saw there, like Dragon, even though he easily could have taken out that shot, he just couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how he takes on this.
Oh, rising lava. The rising lava is a very simple puzzle. It's just walk around and shoot the things.
Does it count as a puzzle?
No, everything's a puzzle.
Yeah.
I mean, every video game's a puzzle. You just got to figure out which buttons to push in what order.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, it's like every real-time game is actually just turn-based.
Yeah, just
if every turn was one frame.
One frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you can think that quickly.
You can't?
I can't believe you only have one frame reactions, Joel. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's really embarrassing. I'm trying to work on it.
Yeah, well, I think none of us in this call have the one frame reaction times, and that's why we're not the ones playing in top 8.
That is why. But hey, you made it to top 9, right?
That's true.
And I made it to top
13.
Yeah,
13. Yeah, so I'm good. And TPC made it to top 100 and
yeah.
50.
Hey, I won one match. And I didn't even win it. Oh, Dragon having to take the death because they didn't have any more frisbees.
Oh yeah, you have limited frisbees.
Yeah, Dragon's not trying to shoot everything though.
No, I think he is trying to shoot everything. The problem is he's trying to like get out onto these platforms to make the shots instead of using the platforms that are already there. And because he's using his frisbees as platforms, he now doesn't have enough to actually clear the puzzle. Because he needs to not only clear the puzzle, but also get out of here.
Yeah, so that actually makes it a puzzle. We were questioning if this was a puzzle before.
Can't believe we're having any of those in this game.
Alright, but Dragon has cleared this room onto, I think...
Oh,
no.
Then falls. Great job, some girl.
Dragon. Please.
No,
Don't.
He can get up, because he can just reload, right?
No.
Or, no.
He can't reload.
Yeah, he can't get back up.
Because he's standing on a frisbee.
That's such a tragedy. I feel like that's something I would do.
Boney, the standings on challenge should be public.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's public.
If they're not, I can change that.
No, they're public.
I would be very scared if they weren't.
Yeah, it's pretty
No,
scary.
That's top secret information.
Oh, wow. You know what, Jala, some girl, I'll have you know I made top 65, actually.
Oh, that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, that's...
It's not, but I'm going to pretend like it is. Yeah, it is weird that you can't surf on the frisbees, Maurice. Like, that would be my first instinct. Because that's kind of how, like... Well, they kind of, like, instantly break, which is funny.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Dragon
There
makes a
it
jump.
goes.
All right, he's clear. Let's go.
He still isn't sprinting.
This is near the end, right?
Yeah,
I wonder if the lack of sprinting is like actually like hurting his ability to clear the rooms.
It definitely is in that
yeah,
case. He would have made
definitely.
that jump if he was sprinting. Come on, Dragon. You can do this. We all believe in
Yeah, so we got I think 2 more rooms for Dragon. There's this lava lattice kind of thing going on here.
lava lattice.
I wish I had one of those in real life.
Oh. What would that entail?
You have these giant bars of lava moving around your room.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that'd be cool.
It's kind of like a lava lamp.
It might get old when you end up getting hurt, like just to try and go to the bathroom.
No.
No? Okay.
No,
Sorry,
it'd be cool.
I don't know you.
All right. Oh, another clipboard.
Wow.
See, Dragon's respecting the lore.
Yeah, Dragon wins in our hearts for picking up all the clipboards.
I love how fast this platform moves. It's so fast.
So fast. They wanted to make sure that there was no way you could clear this without stopping time. So like, yeah, this thing just goes. I don't think he realizes that he needs to actually go around and use the discs. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Flips the edge of the lava curtain thing. If whatever you want to call it, I don't know.
Lava curtains. That's even cooler.
It's lava lattice.
No, these are curtains now. I mean, how could you say no to having lava curtains in your house?
I would definitely say no to that. I think my entire house would get destroyed.
I know what present I'm buying for you at AGDQ.
Oh, wow, you're getting me a present?
Yeah, lava curtains.
All right, well, Dragon. I guess I'll accept
that's
it.
Clear for really Dragon. Nice. GG.
Yeah, that's it.
Congrats,
nice.
Dragon. All right, let's get set up for our next game.
All right.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a short little break as we get set up for the second game. So stick around. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we're in the middle of the losers' quarters between Alpha 5 and Dragon C0. Alpha took the first game, excuse me, and we're getting almost set up for the second one. We're just about ready, but I'll go ahead and let our wonderful commentators take it over from here.
Thank you.
All right,
so, still in losers semis here, or losers quarters. rather. Alpha versus Dragon. We saw Alpha take a win.
Pretty commanding win at that too.
Yeah, I would say so.
But that's definitely not unexpected for Alpha. He's a very strong competitor. He's been in top 8 multiple times in the past. Whereas, like I said, Dragon is definitely the underdog here. He's never been in a top 8 before. This is only his 3rd mystery tournament. He's had some pretty strong showings in the past, but never top 8 caliber. So this is definitely, for him to even have gotten this far is already very impressive.
But Dragon wins a lot of the side events that we have, or side weeklies and things like that.
That's true. He's definitely around.
I'm not surprised that he's gotten this far.
Dragon is an incredibly talented racer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody in top 8 is. You got to be pretty good to get here.
Oh yeah. It's very hard to fluke your way to a top 8, considering how many matches you have to play along the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just for reference's sake, Dragon has played 7 matches to get here and has taken out a lot of strong competitors like Nighty, Szechuan Steve, and Palladian. Yeah, I know, but still. Nighty is a strong competitor. You can't argue with him.
For sure. No, like I said, this has definitely been kind of a statement tournament for him, just getting this far.
But, alright, we've got Kleptonaut, and it's about to start in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, alright, we're starting.
Yes, Kleptonaut is another free game. You can find this, I believe it's on itch. Yeah, it's on itch, and it has its own site at kleptonautgame.com, and it is a game about robbing stores in zero gravity. You pick up and throw items to propel yourself.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, that's about the coolest mechanic ever.
Okay.
Dragon is just looking at the screen, really taking everything in.
I don't think he realized that he needs to click on the thing behind him.
Yeah.
It's zero gravity, Dragon. Come on.
Come on, Dragon. Turn around. Probably thinking that something is wrong. Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Right, there we go. We got some progress. But unfortunately, he has thrown away the block that he needs and is going to be restarting.
Alpha is moving on, getting beamed into this UFO here. This definitely seems like a top 8 game.
Yeah, this is definitely a top 8 game. Any quirky, weird game like this, definitely it.
This seems interesting.
Alpha's getting stuck. Yeah, so you only have a limited amount of or I guess you have to hit something else so you can throw it, right?
So
Yes.
Dragon doesn't seem to have figured out. Somehow Alpha was able to speed up this intro scroll here, but Dragon just sat through it.
I think Alpha just mashes like every button on his keyboard while he's doing that.
That sounds true.
That is a great strategy.
So
push every button.
So the goal of the level then is to pick up those things that
Yeah,
are
it looks like
locked
you can just go straight to the end
Yes.
though, and
Yes,
not
by
get
word-
100%.
Yes, by word of scent.
No,
by
you
word
don't
of
need
scent,
everything.
you're supposed to throw objects so that they bounce back to you. Quote sent, but we're speedrunners, so screw that. Just get to the end by any means.
Okay. So even though the game intends for you to be robbing the store and picking up stuff, you can see Dragon just like said, "Nope, I'm not interacting with the stage at all."
So it's meant to be more of a puzzle game if you play it normally.
Yeah, if you actually play the game.
In this case, it's just more like
It's more of a platformer. A slidey platformer.
It's a very precise throw that Alpha has to make there.
Yeah. Gets it, and he still has some items to throw. Ooh, now it's a golf game. You have to hit off of the angled wall.
Ooh, it is a golf game.
A secret golf game.
It's a golf game where your club constantly shoots in different directions.
I've always wanted to be the club in a golf game.
Yeah.
But while we were talking about golf, Dragon's mostly caught up. He's only about this small ending bit of stage behind. And if he can make this throw quickly,
we could see we could see a comeback. I don't know how long this is, but it is a demo. Again? Yeah, I think you like doing that. Maybe you should stop commenting on Dragon doing.
Okay. All right, Dragon's doing terribly. Wonder if that'll work.
Maybe.
All right, so it looks like you can maybe hold more than one thing at the same time. I noticed two different things there.
There's like a meter at the top left showing you how many things you have left.
Oh. That's what that meter means.
Oh my gosh, that rebound shot from Dragon.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was pretty glorious.
Oh yeah, that was close.
Yeah, that was good.
That was a really impressive ending there by Dragon. If we can see more of that from him, I think he could make the comeback.
I like this game because it lets you do really cool stylish plays.
Said things about Dragon doing well.
Giant barrels? What are these?
They barrels? Yeah, I'll say barrels.
Yeah, they seem to move you faster than other ones.
Well, yeah, it's physics.
Yeah.
It takes something, momentum or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, you know how physics works.
Yeah. Teach us about physics, TPC.
Oh, okay. I got you there.
All right, so if you're in outer space and you throw something big, then you go really far.
I mean, yeah, I do that like every day, so.
If you're not in outer space, the same thing
locked
actually happens.
himself into a cage that last attempt.
Yeah, that was really funny.
So, are these on timers? Like you push the button and then you have a certain amount of time to get through?
No, I think it's if you hit it again.
Yeah, it seemed like he hit it twice, so it closed the gate.
He just got trapped.
And the barrels can't get... The barrels can't make that full distance to hit the button, so I think you have to use one of those smaller objects.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, each object has a different colored line, and that indicates how fast you go when you throw.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So it actually gets somewhat puzzly because you have to use different. Oh,
so for this
I
level,
thought Alpha died.
So for this level that Alpha's on, I'm wondering if he needs to hit that button on the left side, or if he actually just needs to hit the first button again. Because it looked like the thing blocking off the exit. The thing blocking off the exit is not that thing on the left side. It's the door that he.
Oh,
opened.
You're right. Yeah, that would be only required for 100%.
So I think what he really only has to do is just re-hit the button that he hit at the beginning.
Let's see if Dragon can pick up on that, because we have both players on the same level now.
Yeah, and you see that button on the left side just opens the door to the loot.
Yeah, so really you just have to get a small piece of trash, hit that button again. Oh, and ooh, Dragon almost got it there.
Yeah, if Dragon can figure this out, that's some good time made up.
Yeah, see, I'm definitely wrong.
I think you might need those small objects in the bottom left in order to hit that button. maybe?
I think the orange objects might be enough.
They could be.
See, Alpha's got it.
Yeah, Alpha's got it.
Dragon's frozen on my end. Okay. Dragon Stream
Yeah,
is having issues. Let's see. Dragon could have. Oh no. Okay,
No.
we're back.
Yeah, Alpha's still maintaining.
I was
his
gonna
lead.
say it could be done when he comes back, but
Yeah, he's already
so
beaten the
those
game.
bullets are much easier.
Okay.
That's odd. It looked like he actually hit it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Alright,
so
but he's
Dragon's
out now.
on.
All right.
As
So
Alpha
Alpha's still got a
clears.
stage lead, but it's a little less convincing of a lead now.
Yeah, and that was a quick
Kind of nothing.
level. I didn't even see that level because it was so quick.
Yeah. I think again a lot of these levels have a lot of stuff in them that's just not required for a
Yeah,
beat
because
the
it's
game.
just if you want 100%, then you're gonna have a much harder time. But
Mhm.
now we see them going onto the same level, so that's nice. We like close matches.
All right. So it looks like they need to hit.
Yeah, what do they need to hit in this level?
Is it that button on the left side?
Well, Alpha hit that, and it didn't.
Oh,
seem
it's
to do
a
anything.
teleporter. I think, and they need to teleport it into that section on the bottom left.
Oh yeah, and then it bounces off the button.
I think that's what it looks like. Yep, his dragons hit the button, and oh nope, that's not the only thing they need to hit.
There is another teleporter on the other side. It looks to be.
Yeah, they're all connected. You can see there's two teleporters next to the button.
Oh, Alpha made
Yeah,
it through.
Alpha got it. I don't think the second teleporter matters since you just need to open that last door.
Wait, well, what actually triggers the door to open?
Oh, I'm not sure. Is there another button I don't see?
I don't know the answer to that.
I saw the thing go through the other teleporter and hit the button and reclose the door, but it
Mhm.
didn't open the door.
I think Dragon's thinking he needs to go into that right passage, which I don't believe to be true.
Both
Maybe-
buttons are tied.
Yeah, I think Exuno's got it. I think they're both tied. I think they both have to be on. Maybe.
But they are both on.
Oh, there's a button in the bottom right that we can't see.
Oh, is there?
Mhm. There it is.
Oh, there. Yeah, there
Yeah.
it is.
Okay. And Dragon sees it. He knows what he's going for.
Meanwhile, Alpha still making progress, getting a little more of a lead here. now
This
that
game
they're not
definitely
on the same level.
more of an execution challenge.
For sure.
Yeah, especially since they don't have to collect everything. Although even then, it would still be.
Or does Dragon see the button down there? Okay, he sees it. Will he hit it? Okay, he's hit the button. Now he needs to get out of there. Which he can hit that button in the top left of this room to reopen the door.
Oh, I love this contraption on Alpha's side. The one that just constantly swaps the buttons on and off.
Bunch of tubes.
So Dragon's trying to figure out how to do this without losing his things. Okay,
And he
he's
makes
got
it.
it.
And Alpha makes
Yeah.
it through that other
Alpha,
level
yeah, Alpha's still maintaining his one level lead.
with the sweet contraption. Yeah, Dragon's got a lot of neat combos going. It's just, I think Scent had it right of do it in like the silliest looking way possible.
Mm-hmm.
Wise man Scent.
Where is that wise man?
Sick.
When we need
Yeah,
him.
he's
Oh.
ill.
Oh well.
He'll have to be here.
Ooh,
in
so
spirit.
Alpha's just that button activates this moving laser. So you have to get out of the way.
Curious what
Alpha
he's
just
going
wants
for.
to go through. Alpha's trying to go through the laser.
Yeah, I can see what he's going for, but
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
oh wow, Alpha.
Okay, I think it
barely
is.
done.
I think you can do it if you do a very precise bank shot.
Of course, Alpha would try that.
So Alpha's going to collect some optional garbage.
Well, he needs things
Oh,
to
never
throw.
mind. He didn't want the optional garbage. So he resets.
I can't believe he's actually going for this.
What is he going for?
He's trying
Does
to
he
make
wanna,
it
like,
through the
go
little
under
gap.
that wall?
He wants to try to go through the wall while the laser is
Yeah, I guess that works. I guess that's possible.
But I think
Oh,
if
that's
he
how
wants to do
Hops
that,
did it.
he's going to have to do a bank shot from a little lower, bounce it off
Yeah.
the right wall into that button.
Apparently, that's how
timing
Hops beat
would
it.
work out.
Oh, he got it. Oh, he doesn't have enough. He
Oh,
doesn't have
no.
anything to throw. Oh, so sad. I think now he's like determined to get that way, though.
That might be his
as
downfall.
we were watching that, Dragon is on the same level now, so
Yeah, and I don't think Dragon's the type to get caught up in trying
to
to
get fixated on that skip.
And
be
Alpha
silly.
absolutely is.
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
well, I think Alpha's given up on it. Probably
Has
wisely.
he though?
You never know with him. He's an enigma.
Yeah.
I think either way, he needs to pick one and commit to it. Either he's going for it or he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's where you're going to lose the
Now
most
he's
time.
not. Oh, Dragon ran out of item.
Yeah. So so that like candy room that Alpha went in earlier, I think is more or less required.
Yeah.
You want to grab that, then you want to go back down to the bottom right to pick up all that trash. Well, maybe Dragon.
Maybe not though. Let's see. Dragon has a good amount of trash.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Dragon. Getting to the end. Oh no! Push that wall on the right. Oh, I think
Yeah,
he
he didn't have
gotten
enough
there.
stuff.
Well, he could have pushed the wall.
I don't think it's
Yeah,
close
he can.
enough.
Maybe not. Alpha's going for the strategy again.
Dragon's just trying to do whatever he can to keep those two pieces of garbage from the beginning.
Yeah.
Which I'm just calling it garbage because on my screen it just kind of looks like
It does.
It looks
dots.
like garbage. This isn't much of a store. It's just scattered on the ground.
Kind of
That's why I
sad
look at
that he didn't clear it that first try because
Yeah.
he would have actually taken the lead.
But he knows what he's doing now. I think if he just collects more of that trash in that top left. Oh,
I wonder if
running
this
out
is the
of
last
trash.
level.
I do not
We know this is a shorter game, so any of these next couple levels could be the last one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
don't
would
know,
like to see
Hop's
Dragon
got
win.
us.
We can get more matches if Dragon wins.
Oh yeah, I'm always in favor of more matches.
Yeah.
More games.
Dragon keeps doing like this double throw at the beginning, and I don't think I agree with that.
I think it's fine as long as he gets all the trash in the top left when he gets there. That was the only issue, was getting to the end.
Oh, he's tried going for the.
Yeah, now he's getting all the optional trash, but I don't think you can.
Oh no, he can go through.
in there.
Oh no, he can't now.
Yeah, it's stuck. Oh,
yeah,
you can do
Dragon's
that,
going for this little
but-
thing. Then he can go back to the bottom right to pick up even more stuff. So he'll have plenty of ammo if he just plays it safe.
Ooh, Alpha getting this.
Oh yeah, Alpha got it.
Immediately moving on.
And Hop says it's the last one.
Oh, okay. So GG to Alpha, taking the win against Dragon.
Wow. And Dragon gets to skip too.
Oh nice. Oh my god, that was a close
so
finish.
close. Let's see the official SRL difference. We got a 9-second
9
difference.
seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, that wow. So sad for Dragon.
That
But,
almost cost Alpha. If Dragon could have finished the level the intended way the first time, that would have been it.
That was
Yeah.
wow. That was just a
Really well done
incredibly
from
close
both
race.
of them, though. So now we'll move on to the other quarterfinal. So be right back with that.
Alpha breaking the LADX rando curse.
Everybody, welcome back to Mystery Tournament 14. We're in the middle of the top 8 finals. We just got done with the first of our losers quarters match between Alpha 5 and Dragon C0, and Alpha moving on. So we will say a goodbye to Dragon C0, unfortunately, but a great showing nonetheless. And now we're moving to our second of the losers quarters match between Sirniko and Trisscorp. Just getting the final touches on tech setup, but in the meantime, we have our wonderful commentators to take it away and talk about all fascinating things mystery.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Hello, we're back.
is a match between Sirniko and Trisscorp, probably two of our best competitors in the entire tournament. Both relatively newer competitors. Sirniko first joined us in Mystery Tournament 10. He has had several top 8 appearances in his time as a Mystery Tournament competitor, including his very first Mystery Tournament, as well as the previous 2. And Trisscorp first joined us in Mystery Tournament 8. He is, in my opinion, probably the single most consistent player in Mystery Tournament history, other than Andy. He has made top 8 every single tournament since Mystery Tournament 9, which is just absolutely incredible, including taking second place in Mystery Tournament 9. So he's definitely a competitor to be feared.
Yeah, Triss is nuts. He's such a good racer.
Mm-hmm.
They're head to head. Yeah.
Sirniko is the #1 commentator for Mystery Tournament, so everyone should root for Nico, in my opinion.
Yeah, Nico's head to head against Triss. They fought once. When was that, some girl? Do you know?
That was actually in top 8 of last Mystery Tournament. They raced Tri-Rush Deppy.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot about that, which is weird because it's a Japanese Saturn name, so that's like my specialty. But yeah, so Triss is 1-0 over Nico in career, but I mean that doesn't mean that much, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a very close race. They're both very strong competitors. This could go either way. I think we're in store for a very exciting match.
We definitely are. We've got Block Steady.
Yes, Block
Yes.
Steady.
Block Steady.
Block Steady.
There's nothing steady about the title screen, that's all I'm saying.
No. This was made for GMTK 2019 Game Jam, which their topic was only 1 at the time. The reason why this is only 1 is, well, we'll find out when we get into it.
Okay, I assume it's something with 1 block, but I have no idea, so I'm very excited to find out what this is. Alright, looks like the racers are just about ready. So, in just a couple of probably maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation that everybody's ready.
Mm-hmm.
This is a quote-unquote chunky, jumpy platformer sprinkled with puzzle.
All right.
Always have to have puzzle sprinkled in.
Sounds very promising.
Yeah, it's not Mystery Tournament unless that happens.
All right, and we're gonna start in just a few seconds here.
2, 1. All right, so the racers should be off any second now. I see motion on both screens. So this is a platformer. Oh.
Platformer, but your platforms get destroyed.
Yes, your goal is to be the only block standing, which is why it fits the only 1 theme.
Oh. And so it looks like jumping on enemies' heads destroys the platforms?
Those are actually creepers from Minecraft.
Oh, okay.
Little known fact.
Little known fact, alright. Okay. Huh. This is a really neat game. I really like this.
Yeah, this is definitely a top 8 game for sure.
This really is, yeah.
Yeah, when you destroy those guys, all the pink blocks.
Yeah, so the clouds break when you stand on them.
Alright, and Nico takes a death.
Taking the first loss there.
So Trisscorp is definitely off to an early lead. We'll see how that holds up as the game gets presumably significantly more difficult.
Yeah, the pink blocks will break when the green guys that they're attached to breaks them.
Okay.
Or also when some other things get destroyed.
Interesting. And you saw Triss there just drop the bat's corpse onto that little cloud platform.
Ooh, Trisscorp almost dying there.
Nice finish.
Takes it though.
Oh, you got a super jump tile, which Triss did not know what the mechanic was and died on his first attempt, but...
It seems like a really good game.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Trisscorp is just really good at this game already.
He's really good at every game.
Yeah, that's true. But
this is honestly like exactly what I would expect to see out of a player like Trisscorp.
It's just against like Nico is a really good racer too, and to see someone like Nico, you know, losing in any capacity is like That just shows you how good Trisscorp is.
Yeah, for sure. How does Triss drop that last platform? Did he destroy something that he... Oh, he needs to let the red guy at the top drop onto that platform before he kills it.
Yeah, so that's why I sprinkled with a bit of puzzle, as Nico does the same thing.
Alright,
But
so the
I think
races
Nico,
are more or less tied up.
I think Nico knows exactly what he needs to do there.
Yeah, Trisscorp does too.
Triss
So.
does too.
And Nico messing up there, but Trisscorp is about to finish. Here we go, one level ahead.
God.
And Nico is very close behind.
But I mean, he is close behind, but in that close time, Triss already managed to clear another level, so...
Yeah, that level seems pretty simple though. Just a little bit of platforming across the bat.
Yeah, it definitely didn't seem like a particularly challenging level, but... I mean, a level clear is a level clear, you know?
I
I'd
do
say-
love the near-death finishes.
Yeah, they're like intended too. That's my favorite part about them.
Ooh, Trisscorp losing platforms. So now they're on the same level. Nico is
Oh, I
getting
like
through
Nico's
this
idea.
one. Yeah, Nico's gonna first try this.
Yeah, Nico
Oh, maybe
leaving
not.
all the
Oh, yeah,
clouds.
okay.
Nico leaving all the clouds.
So we
Yeah,
got a
that's
lead
definitely
change.
intended.
Yeah, that seems like the right way to go. Trisscorp is not doing that, but I think
Oh,
you can
Triss was
still
waiting for the
follow-
bat.
Yeah,
Triss-
you can
Triss has got
definitely get
this.
it without doing.
This is going to be a level clear for Triss for sure.
Meanwhile, Nico is
Dead.
death. All right, they're back on the same level. It's
Okay,
still
so
anybody's
the screen wrapping is a new mechanic in this level.
They're screen wrapping.
Yep. Horizontal screen wrapping. It looks like... I think only Triss used it though?
Yeah, Triss is ahead. I didn't see it being used, but I'm not really able to watch two things at once.
Yeah.
Wow, first you don't have 1 frame reaction time, and now you can't even do that.
I'm just an embarrassment.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
It's whatever.
Oh, what does this look...
Oh, it looks like you need that green. Nico getting it.
No, you don't actually need the green one. You need to drop the bat onto the
Oh,
center
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nico taking the lead with that now.
Yeah. The lead is just swapping back and forth.
These two racers are very closely matched. Oh, wow, that was
Yeah.
really... no, Triss didn't get the wall jump off of that.
Ooh. As Nico
that's
is
a big
3
death.
stages ahead. Yeah. Letting Nico get more of a lead here.
Now time for Nico's favorite thing in a game, waiting. Uh-oh, that waiting might have... Can he actually get to that? Well, he can wall jump off the cloud.
Still get it, yeah.
Yeah, he can wall jump off the cloud.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no, he can't.
misses. Yeah, not close enough.
Yeah, so it seems like they're going to want to leave pretty much everything at the bottom.
I think Anasep is right. This is a lawnmower game. If you really think about it.
All right, so I think
Nico
that
making the
Sirniko's
same
getting
mistake
confused.
there.
Sirniko was kind of getting confused about is that when you kill an enemy on top of the platform, it usually destroys the platform.
Yeah,
but that is
unless
not
it's
the
a
case
cloud.
when the platform's a cloud, exactly. So he was expecting those clouds to clear, and they didn't. And so that's why he had
He's
to take
got
that
it
back.
this time.
Yeah.
We're moving on to the same level, but Nico is about to take the clear here.
Oh no, Nico dies first.
Oh,
He didn't wait long
look
enough.
at me jinxing him.
Yeah, he didn't wait long enough.
And Triss just took out the cloud with the bat's corpse?
Yeah, that seems like it'll work because Nico did the same thing there, and it was fine. Okay, Nico taking
Nico's got
the
it.
win there. Still maintaining this lead by a little bit.
I like Nico leaving
Triss-
that cloud.
I think Triss just hasn't figured out the solution to like the puzzle aspect of this level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just sort of going through in no real thought.
No, he is putting thought into it. He's just wrong about what the solution
Oh
is.
yeah.
I don't think he realizes that he needs to go back across like left to right on the bottom because you can't make it
Oh,
right. to
Nico's
left.
got it. Oh, that was a
All right,
really neat
Nico.
solution.
Nico
See, he
with
left that cloud.
Stage lead now.
Nico knew. You gotta leave the cloud.
Nico knew.
I love Nico.
Don't we all?
I'm sorry, I have a clear favorite here because I enjoy.
I guess I'll have to be the pro Trisscorp voice here.
That's fine. It's just 2 versus 1.
What? I'll be on Trisscorp's side. There we go.
All right, thanks, Darkman. All right.
2-2.
I don't know. Trisscorp came in second place in my first ever mystery tournament, so I can't not root for him, right?
I guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's actually just impossible for you to root against him.
Yeah. Also, he's beaten me twice in mystery tournament, so I can say that I lost to someone really good if he wins.
Wow, lucky.
Oh, that's true.
I wish I could lose to top 8 caliber players.
Nico's only beaten me once because I've only ever played him once, but I've played Trisscorp twice and lost pretty handily both times. Actually, not handily.
Thanks, Brosencha, for the raid.
Oh, thank you, Brosencha.
Won't miss the abyss.
Alright. Trisscorp is still just stuck on this level. I think he's just not seeing what he needs to do.
Welcome to Mystery Tournament finals to all the raiders here.
Yeah, I'm curious what Triss's idea for this level is.
I mean, his idea, what he's doing right now will work. It's not easy, but
it's
it will
not the
work.
simplest solution.
Because he has to time his kill on the green guy so that he can then bounce off of this bat onto that cloud. And now
He's got it this time.
Yeah, he's got it.
Nico having problems with this last one, but I think he does have the solution here. Just has to wait a while.
Yeah. Alright, and that's clear for Trisscorp. But he's got some ground to make up.
Oh yeah, Nico has this now.
And I don't know how long this game is, but I can't imagine there's much game left.
Oh, Maurice finished with a time of 9 minutes and and Nico finished too. That was the last.
Yeah.
Oh,
GG.
The game just like ends.
Yeah, I guess so. We've got question marks in chat. So.
Oh, and Triss left that
a single
block.
one on the screen. I think that that goes along with the theme of the game jam, right?
Only
one.
Yeah,
the game ends and there's only one.
Triss, that's not gonna work.
Nico in race chat with the eternal comment of every single blind race ever. Dang, almost beat Maurice.
Yeah, it was only 4 seconds off from Maurice.
I know, same Nico.
Okay, so
I can never beat Maurice, so
I got close in exactly one game.
Okay, Triss has this. I think if he plays it safe.
Yeah, there he goes.
He's got it.
All right, that's a clear for Triss. He's on to
one more.
Well, this was the last level.
Yeah, this was the final.
I don't like his start there. I don't think going that way is correct. I think he wants to go to the right. And he actually does identify that he wants to leave that center platform for the end, which is what Nico did.
Yeah.
So that is... He might get this clear much quicker. And then he accidentally...
No, never mind.
Actually,
yeah, you definitely can't. Oh, maybe with the left clouds, you could potentially wait on those. But... Yeah. Looks like he might get it this time. Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter if he has to clear out that cloud.
Maurice
right.
does compete in the actual tournament. He's in the finals.
Yeah, winners top 8.
Yeah, so we will see if he takes the
victory.
victory.
Did he make it to top 8 from winners in NPC?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did. He played versus Andy in winners quarters.
Yeah, that's how he lost.
In that gravity flipping game.
All right, and we have a clear from Trisscorp. So now we will move on to game 2. So just give us a minute to set up for that.
Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we're in the middle of our last Losers Quarters match between Sirniko and Trisscorp. We're getting set up for what should be a pretty special game, but in the meantime, as a few announcements to go over. Just as a reminder, if you were not here for the beginning of the broadcast, we do have The second submission period coming up for AGDQ. So for those who are not aware, we are doing for the first time a second submission period. This is solely for new games. These are games that came out, from August 1st or later. And, if you're a speedrunner of those, happen to be running a new game, like the new Link's Awakening game, maybe Untitled Goose Game. I know some people out there like that game. So those are eligible to be submitted. So November 13th to 20th, you can find more information on our website, gamesdonequick.com, on how to submit. And also, we have the volunteer schedule, the on-site volunteer schedule for AGDQ will be coming out October 31st. So if you are a volunteer for us and you're looking to know when you're going to be assisting us, that will be coming at that day. So keep an eye out for emails and for more information on that. And also, lastly, just want to let everybody know, hope you've been enjoying this Mystery Tournament Finals. And if you do like more broadcasts like this, we have a bunch of weekly shows that happen now. We're up to, like 5 shows or something like that? It's great. If you like the weekly shows, you like special events like this, consider helping us out. You can support our cause. You can subscribe to us on Twitch, watch ads on Twitch, watch ads on YouTube, wherever it is you may be. Spread the word. Anything you can do to help us out. You can cheer on Twitch as well. Your bits help as well. So we appreciate any of your support in making these broadcasts happen. So without further ado, I'll let the commentators take it away as we're finishing up tech for this game.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back, everybody, to a wonderful Mystery Tournament top 8 so far. We are currently in losers' quarters with Sirniko, Triss. Nico is up 1 right now, but again, Triss definitely not to be underestimated. Can easily make this comeback if I would say the planets align, but it's not that rare. It's not that rare.
Oh yeah, no. These are both very strong competitors. I'd say pretty much no matter what game gets pulled, I'd consider it a coin flip between the two. And Triss just needs 2 coin flips to go his way, and he's moving on to face Alpha in loser semis.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to say knowing what this game is, who has the edge in this map.
The game has the edge.
Oh, yeah, I would say so.
Oh yeah, this game brings the edge.
All right, well, I think without further ado, just transition the game. What do we have?
All right, we're all everybody sigh on 3. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Alright, the game that y'all are going to be watching today is Super Lawn Cutter. For those of you who are not familiar, lawn mowing games are a staple of the Mystery Tournament community. For those who have never seen the NES Homebrew Lawnmower, that game got kind of cult popularity among the community, and now everyone tries to find as many lawn mowing games as they can to submit and make everyone play.
Or make them.
Or some people even make their own lawnmower games.
We always need a lawn mowing game. That is a given.
Though this one is a little different from what you might be used to in the lawn mowing genre. I won't spoil it yet, but
wait, there's a genre for these games now?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Lawn mowing.
Yeah, lawn mowing.
There's...
your platformers, your puzzles, your lawnmowers, your...
Well, in lawn mowing games, there are some mechanics they need to have, so we'll see if this qualifies as an actual lawnmower.
Yeah, there's like a whole, you have the things you need for a Metroidvania, you have the things you need for a lawnmower, it's how genres work.
Mm-hmm.
Lawnmower is definitely a staple of Mystery Tournament. Fun fact, the first game I ever raced in a Mystery Tournament was a lawnmower game. It was Return of Lawnmower.
Yeah, Return of Lawnmower was a lawnmower fan game made by a mystery community veteran named Nighty. So
thank you, Nighty.
We had a Game Boy homebrew one made by another Mystery Tournament competitor. We've had another lawnmower fan game also made by a Mystery Tournament competitor.
I made one.
Yeah, but it wasn't in the tournament.
Jaws made one.
It was in top 8. It's called Super Monkey's Bouncy Day.
I thought you were talking about
Super Monkey's Bouncy Day.
Come on.
I thought you were talking about Mower Golf.
No, that's
the other
lawn
mowing game that you made.
But that doesn't have fuel in it, so it doesn't count as a lawnmower game.
Okay, well, as y'all can tell, we love our lawnmowers here in the
Freeball made 2 lawnmower games.
Yes, he made Lawnmower Land for the Game Boy and Love Mower, which was a freeware game. Oh yeah, and we also had a lawnmower ROM hack in this tournament. It was a ROM hack of the NES Homebrew Lawnmower game, where instead of cutting the grass, you made flowers or something. I didn't see the whole race, but it was something like that.
I know Nico,
we
big
are
fan
about
of
to
lawn
start
mowing.
here. 10 seconds.
Yeah, hopefully.
Nico loves lawn mowing, so
Yes.
expect to just see him really love this game.
All right.
And they are off with some super lawn cutter.
Okay, so this is not a lawnmower game at all. This is a puzzle game.
Yeah.
This,
This
yeah,
is
this
fun.
doesn't count. This doesn't count. It's
But
not a
you're-
lawnmower game.
But you're cutting lawn.
There's no fuel. You need fuel.
Yes.
So this is a very simple puzzle game. All they have to do is just cut every square. That's it.
Yeah. My favorite
and-
part of this already is that the lawn is like so weak. Like there's no grass there.
And so
I'll cut
another.
those squares.
No, I think my favorite thing about the game is the fact that you're inexplicably a dragon.
Well, yeah, duh.
I think there's a lot of explanation for that one.
What
Hold
is
on.
the explanation? Please give me that explanation. I need to hear it.
I think you'll need to watch Dragon Tales to understand.
All right, now here's what I'm understanding. If this isn't a real lawnmower game, then why are there rocks in this game?
Well, they don't do anything. They don't kill you, so they're not real rocks.
Yeah, rocks only.
Yeah,
purpose
rocks only kill you.
games is to reduce your fuel count.
Yeah. That's what rocks do. Like, have you ever been mowing the lawn and you just hit a rock and then your lawnmower just spontaneously spat out all its fuel?
Every day, honestly.
Yeah, I do like how the edge of the lawn is also a purple void. That's pretty cool.
It's a really good feature. I mean, the edge of my lawn's also a purple void. It's just kind of, it's an aesthetic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
love
wouldn't
when my
understand.
yard is missing textures.
So yeah, this is one of my favorite kind of aspects of having a puzzle game in MT, is when they're very simple puzzle games like this.
Mhm.
Because then it's just a nice blend of simplicity, and then it's so easy to go fast in them, like this. It's so easy because there's not all these complicated mechanics, it's just figure it out as fast as you can.
Yeah, and so actually it looks like the races are on the same puzzle. They have different assets on the screen, but it is the same puzzle. Nope. Wait, are they the same
No,
puzzle?
it is.
Yeah.
They are in the same
Okay.
one. Yeah,
It's
it
the
looks
same
like it
puzzle.
ran
It's just
on-
some of them sometimes has a rock, sometimes it's a mushroom, sometimes it's lawn spikes.
lawn spikes.
You know, same.
You know, it's kind of like lawn jarts.
Lawn chart.
Yeah, and this is also when puzzle games are usually simple. They usually have a lot of execution, like a high execution ceiling, which this game you can definitely see with just having to get precise, fast inputs.
Yeah.
And
And
this is
we haven't really been commenting, but they are very close.
They're going
just
very
keep-
fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple game. It's just like, you see this type of game a lot where you just have to figure out the best line to get to the end.
So there's a lot of simple patterns you can see, like when you have
Right.
like just 4 blocks left in a section, you need to go this specific direction. Do you know, okay, so do I need to cut this section vertically? Do I need to cut it horizontally? And you get really good at just eventually recognizing a lot of the patterns.
Yeah,
I kind of wish there was a little more to this. It's kind of bland.
It's definitely very simplistic.
The music is great, so I'm
Yeah,
I'm
this music is like this like epic like it sounds like you're about to like I don't know, go like
Be a dragon.
Yeah. It sounds like you're about to go slay a dragon, except you
No,
are.
no, not slay a dragon. Be a dragon.
Oh, be a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be a dragon mowing lawns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean if I were a dragon, well I mean I would mow lawns, like
Yeah, pretty
it's
sure
just-
you would mow
It's
lawns.
just common sense.
I mean, for all we know, everyone in commentary right now is a dragon.
And everyone in commentary is mowing a lawn at this very second.
Yeah, everyone in chat too.
Yeah, I gotta get my allowance.
Alright, and it looks like Triss got a little stuck on this puzzle. I think Nico's creating a bit of a gap. It's going to be tough to
Yeah.
surmount if this
I
is.
do wish there was a level counter because it's kind of hard to keep track, especially
It's
with the
very hard.
randomized obstacles here.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of weird game that I would expect Nico to just destroy as well.
Well, the thing is, it's not a
Very good.
weird game at all. It's a
No.
very common like puzzle type, and I think that Nico probably has a lot of experience solving these kind of puzzles, and I think it's really showing.
Yeah, Nico's
Trisscorp plays Strahd.
Hold on, now you don't find a dragon mowing lawn weird?
No.
I mean, like the aesthetics of it are weird, but in terms of gameplay, this is
The aesthetics are weird.
about as straightforward of a puzzle game as you can get.
Yeah, this is like the most simple puzzle game. But
yeah,
Nico is
I'm not
definitely
really sure why this was chosen for top 8. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you know exactly
blame
why
Sen.
this was chosen for top 8.
Yeah, blame
but
Sen.
there are plenty of games with lawnmowers in them, right?
Like what? Like what?
No, this is the only lawn mowing game ever.
Was that the whole game?
Oh, and Nico
Is that
has
it?
finished in 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
Whole game.
So, are we doing redraw rules for
No,
something?
we're
No, we
No.
don't.
Okay,
Not
Not
for
with
well,
these best of threes.
Nico has taken the victory against
Was
Trisscorp.
that the whole game?
That was something.
Thank you, Sen.
Thank you, son.
Thank you, Sen.
It was just a gift from Sent.
And yeah, this is really, I mean, Nico's a well-known, very strong puzzle player. It's not surprising at all that he was able to just absolutely demolish this game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either.
Like when I saw what this game was, I was like, yeah, this is gonna go Nico's way.
hmm Nico deciding to just play it again.
Trying to
fine.
lap Triss.
Oh, and Maurice has finished with a time of 6:10. Not on stream, of course, but that's another thing about Mystery Tournament. Anyone can join any of our matches and play along. So we have other people finishing.
Which
in
Maurice is
SRL.
well known.
Yes.
Part of the reasons why Maurice is so good is that he joins literally like every race.
I
So
don't
he has a
know
lot
how
of
he
good
has
practice.
the time to, but
I don't either. We finally found the secret to Maurice for Nico to beat Maurice in
I
grand
think
finals.
Nico is trying to lap Trisscorp here.
And I think he's going to. No, he's not. I think Triss is on the.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
Like, I think
at this
Triss is in
point.
the final 3 puzzles, but honestly, I have no idea.
Nico's just going for another PB.
It's really hard to tell. All of these look the same.
They look the exact same, yeah.
Thank you to Sukafu team for making this epic game.
Yeah.
Alright, Triss is on the final puzzle
definitely
now. The big one. Even though this puzzle's bigger, it's actually, I think, one of the easier ones.
Yeah, usually when puzzles get bigger in puzzle games, they actually get easier sometimes because you can break it into multiple sub puzzles.
Yeah,
think
it's
that's
less
kind of-
strict.
And I think that's kind of the shortcoming of this game in a lot of ways, is that it's so straightforward that you really can't make it any harder. Like, it's the same patterns, just
Yeah,
you can make it a
true.
bigger scale, but there's
You would,
really
you
just...
would have to add in new mechanics to make it harder,
Yeah, and this doesn't
like
seem like...
teleporters or,
Yeah, it needs teleporters.
Getting
Yeah,
to see
you
teleporters would be crazy. Alright, that's a game clear for
All right,
Triss.
Trisscorp
GG.
has finished. So that is it's gonna be it for us on commentary.
Yeah, we're gonna
By
be
the
saying
way,
goodbye.
by the way, Sent confirms this was his favorite game today.
Oh, okay.
Right, and we're gonna be saying goodbye to Trisscorp, unfortunately. He'll be finishing
Mhm.
in
But
5th place.
congratulations to Nico for taking the victory there.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jal, Some Girl, and Tea Party for your lovely commentary.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you.
It was
Yeah, thank you.
a lot of fun, and got more
Have-
mystery coming up for you. So
Yeah, have fun with the rest, everybody. Keep watching.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and go on break as we get set up for our last match of the day before we take a break and finish it all up tomorrow. So that will be coming up shortly. So hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we have our last match of the day before we take our little break and come back tomorrow. But this is going to be quite an interesting match. I'm looking forward to this one because this is the grudge match. We got the bestest of friends, Sirniko and Alpha 5, going against each other. Only one person can advance. Who's going to advance? I don't know. You know what? We'll find out. Because before we get into that match, we're kind of just setting up everything real quick. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our new commentators. So returning is Blasphemous Roar, of course. And joined by him are 2 new commentators for the day. We have Black Moon and Phantom Matt. So take it away, fellas.
Hi, everybody. If you were afraid that I was going to come back and deafen yours again, no, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. We're good. We don't have any goals. Instead, we have a wonderful Japanese freeware game that is available because this is top 8, which means that we can't get away without top 8 without a Japanese freeware game because Cent helps us. If you don't know, Cent helps us do the top 8 pickings to make sure that we've got a great game set for you and that everything's really cool. But he has a predilection for anime games, so we just kind of let him sneak them in here to pacify him. Because let me tell you, you don't want a raging Cent on your hands. He just kind of sort of like wanders through the house shouting, no anime, no anime, no anime. And we really don't know how to fix it. So we just kind of let him have these ones.
That's fair.
What's wrong with anime?
Well, there's nothing wrong with anime. It's just that you gotta pacify the Cent.
No, don't we have to teach him the beauty of anime?
Nico has a lot to learn about many things, anime being one of them, unfortunately. I feel very sad for his soul and his universe being so excluded from that universe.
Yeah, so
unlike Nico, Alpha is one with the anime. He is fully invested. So this is going to be exciting to see if he can tap into that massive well of power and come out on top.
So yeah, the full game is this game is Pitagorasu no towa kikan.
That was better than I could do.
Let me actually look at the name.
Yeah, where do you have that info? I don't.
We are in the SRL room for this. It's Pitagorasu no towa kikan.
That's what I said. Nice. That's what I said.
Well, I had to try. You got your goals. I'm allowed to try mine.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'm just saying. You know, I've been studying Japanese to some degree. I know how to pronounce some things before I'm terrible at it. Although everybody will yell at me for Muso.
Yeah. Can I give it a shot? Also.
Go for it.
All right. Pitagorasu no towa kikan.
I think he wins.
There you go. Close enough. And
I messed the T. It was a K at the end, not a T. But I've been practicing Japanese for a bit, so it's not too hard.
That's right. So we've got the advantage, right, with all of us practicing Japanese and trying to figure out how all this works. But like, yeah.
I'm sure this will end up well. Plus, it's
the pitch accent was all over the place for all of us. There's a certain amount of pitch that has to be done.
It's not us who has to be good at anime. It is Nico and Alpha.
That's right. So it is Nico and Alpha that have to be ready for anime because this, of course, being an anime game means that it is going to be fast. It's going to be frantic. It's going to
bullets everywhere.
Bullets everywhere. There are going to be random enemies raining from the heavens. Some of the enemies are going to have some sort of weird, like, look to them where they feel like they're not quite supposed to be.
Roar, if I can interrupt you real quick, what you just described was every single Toho game.
That's what I'm describing very specifically. All right,
it's probably forgot about hats.
And hats. And the only way you'll be able to tell who's who is by paying attention to their hats or knowing the super deep lore. I'm kidding. This is a game where we push blocks.
Oh, great! We're commentating Sokoban.
Yeah. So this is a game in which we are trying to power up a generator in order to power the elevator in order to go further. So the way that this works is that we need to push the various objects in place in order to create a loop by which the boulders can go through, power up the generator, and let us go. So Alpha got a little bit faster as a result of putting in 2 boulders instead of 1.
Very clever right there.
Yeah,
so
interesting.
That is the entirety of this game in a nutshell. That is the goal. We're trying to make sure that we're pushing objects into the correct place. Now, this is a really appropriate matchup for Nico and Alpha. They are both ridiculously good at puzzle games.
Yeah, really good at puzzle games. This is definitely an appropriate matchup. It will be here for until the end. So you're saying this is all of the gameplay that we're going to see, pretty much, right up from the first level or two.
I mean, it's different puzzles, it seems, and now Nico seems to be ahead, I think.
Yeah, so this game does have this interesting little design philosophy where you're trying to get the loops going. And what's really important, unfortunately, Nico is losing a lot of time by not summoning a second boulder. I don't know if he realizes he can. But basically the game works with only like 2 or 3 objects, or 1 or 2 objects, really, in most of the stages until the very end. It likes to keep it very simple as to what exactly is going to be coming up.
Yeah, that's the origin of my question, yeah. It's one of those games that you will have to improv on a very, very basic skill set.
Yeah, you just kind of sort of have to figure out what is being desired for where.
Exactly, yeah.
And it looks like Alpha has set up his loop. He was missing the block in the little corner pocket there in order to get it to go over and hit the generator.
Surprised the boulder being there didn't work for him.
Also, humorously, these very, very heavy rolling boulders, of course, they just kind of bonk you and they disappear.
Because you got super armor.
You got magical armor.
Oh yeah, it has to be. It's anime.
I've got to now pull up DLC. I've got to get audio on my side. I got to remember what this audio was.
Oh, it's beautiful. Don't miss out on it.
Darkman, can you send me that link for one of them?
It is so peaceful.
Well, they're making good time. And man alive, what is this demon that Nico has 4 balls?
Has it figured out the secret?
It seems like it.
Yeah, so the main thing is that I feel like Nico is losing time. Nico's losing time by not summoning more than 1 boulder, and I don't know if he realizes that he can. Here seems to be an attempt to do so. So this game does control entirely by mouse. Some of the pathing can be a little bit weird, but all you have to do is just click, and when you approach an object, it'll give you all of its relevant interactions.
It is very interesting to watch.
Okay, so here we can see that Nico has actually stepped onto the platform long enough for it to summon multiple boulders. So that's going to be... Oh, summons up a second one at the wrong time. That's going to be the main advantage that Alpha had at this point has been removed.
Well, they both did it on the small level a couple ones back.
I'm not paying attention to anything ever for any reason, alright? I don't know why you guys...
Bro, don't be so hard on yourself.
What? No. I don't know what y'all are on about. I know what I'm doing here. I'm the pro mystery I'm kidding. Anyways, we've got Alpha here moving on to the next stage. Yeah, I was saying that Nico was, even though he was ahead, he was only letting 1 boulder at a time, which was an advantage for Alpha that he's just lost.
It might be that he's doing a test boulder just to see where it goes.
I mean, that's always a good plan too, is just like try to figure out where the boulders are going to go.
Yeah.
At least you do not have a limited amount of boulders in the game. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so this game is way more about just trying to figure out your individual objects rather than trying to be like single boulders the entire time.
I like this interaction that they have with the bounce pads and the ice block.
Yes.
Rolls over a tile that it's supposed to land on instead.
That's another thing, is that it's all about trying to figure out like the interactions with what few objects are there.
And you can also see the trajectory that your projectiles take, so you can correct any mistakes on the go. Do I see a time bar on the right?
So that is your you'll see the little bars surrounding them. That is your power meter. You do have to get the power to go up, but also that is your power meter. It does slow down a little bit. It does go down over time, so if you don't quite get the two boulders going in the right pace, it'll mess it up a little bit.
Gotcha. So it is both in a sense.
I think we may have to make an amendment to some of our statements.
Oh, it turns out
that the names are
reversed.
backwards, and Alpha's actually taking it away.
Alpha is actually ahead.
Oops.
Oh no, I was following Alpha's stream as Nico's.
Yeah. So was I. That was a.
So he's got balls going. He's got balls going both ways right now.
Yeah, because they're making some sort of complicated interwoven pattern.
It
where they
actually
collide
works.
with each other.
Cat's cradle.
Yeah.
of
Well done. Just checking out the mechanic
So now
here.
what's difficult with this one? Is it just step on the tile and win?
There was probably a new mechanic added, so they wanted you to figure it out easily. You know, kind of introductory level. I think they have a switch now they can step on.
So now we get the most important mechanic.
Lore?
I'm sorry, I was reading stuff. Did you see the mechanic?
Lore?
No. We have a button there. We have a very important button in the middle of the screen. Now the problem is that the only way to get to this next area up here is to go places where a ball launch can go. How do we get there? Only a ball
Launch
can go
yourself.
there. We can't launch ourselves, we're not a ball. Turn into a ball!
Oh my
I was
god,
gonna
we're
say.
playing Sonic.
You can actually roll yourself in the direction you want to also, but
Bye,
you cannot
Nico.
stop.
Nico just took a dive off the edge just to see what it was like. He wanted to immerse himself in the ball experience.
Yes, so you can see where the ball is going, what's going on with the ball, always making yourself go where the balls need to go. But this time, you can be the ball, become one with the ball, understand the ball, breathe the ball, roll
This is
the
on a level
ball.
that I have rarely seen before.
Jack M got it
Inside a video
perfectly
game.
right in one. We just got the morph ball upgrade. We don't need no power suit in order to be Metroid. We are Metroid.
Oh god, Metroid Prime is catching up to me now.
You thought you'd be free of it. So now that we can turn into a ball,
Oh, it looks like we have a little ramp right here.
we get all sorts of things that we have to deal with now, because being a ball means that we can now go places that we couldn't go before, to do things that we couldn't do before. And that's gonna mean needing to do all sorts of things.
Why can you not just roll yourself through the power thingy to power yourself up?
Because you don't have that much mass.
Or momentum.
I mean, even though you clearly have way more mass than, I don't know, the boulders that just bust off of you like a little piece of paper.
Yeah, it's physics.
All right, so Nico's got the thing that you need to move, right, but needs to figure out exactly why you have to move it in a different direction. And collects a piece of the collectibles.
He gets more lore.
So yeah, here you go. You have to. Alpha's got it. You got to launch it off, hit the block, and then let it fall.
Okay, so that wasn't a ramp that I pointed out at the very beginning of the stage. It was just a landing spot. I see.
And Nico catches up right away.
Alpha taking his time, looking at this level, trying to figure out what to do with it.
What's Nico missing? I don't see it. His power bar's full, and he seems to have the proper strategy.
Yeah,
There
he
you
just
go.
needed to
He
step
was
on
just in the wrong spot.
Oh no, that's a very sad seconds last. Music turns gloomy all of a sudden.
Yep. Now it's all Lava Land music, because of course you've got lava going on.
All right, here we go.
I'm guessing ice physics coming later. You've tested this before, right, Roar?
Come on, you can make it. Just roll up the hill.
Or just walk.
I believe that Nico takes the lead now.
Yep.
Alpha's got this weird looking thing going on here.
I hope he has a restart button, because this might be a little tricky to undo. Oh, this music is so tense. Many flippers on this level.
Alright, so there it is. So the point where the boulders spawn is the part that you have to get them to roll through in the back, right?
Alright, I had to do something. What did I miss?
You missed something going on Alpha's screen.
Nico took the lead, and Alpha has something interesting going on.
Very interesting puzzle design here. Oh.
Yeah, so it looks like Alpha has zoomed out the map pretty crazily. And that'll let you see that there is if you can launch yourself over there, as a ball, you can definitely get that piece of collectible that's totally needed, Alpha.
I don't know why he's so bent on that. That must be it, but I don't think.
No, he's got this.
The
This is the pattern that Nico used to finish the puzzle.
Yeah, so.
Oh no, I just meant it doesn't seem like Nico to actually want to collect Alpha to want the collectible.
I don't know. Alpha does Alpha things.
Nico maintains a one-stage lead.
Nico may be our favorite Mystery Funhouse broadcaster, but we can't be showing favorites over here, so we gotta pretend like Alpha is loved.
Alpha is a wonderful person.
Alpha is great.
That was the worst non-favorite thing I've ever heard.
All right, look, unlike Roar, I'm actually not biased because Alpha got me into this tournament. But he's also made fun of me the most out of every single commentator here, so it's leveled out. Nico, I've just done like 2 broadcasts. So, he's all right.
As you can see, the Mystery Funhouse crew is very nice to people.
Yeah, I don't have a conflict here because I can say that both of them have been equally as mean towards my prime runs as the other one has.
Actually, is there a dash button in this game? Can I make fun of him for that?
There is no dash button.
Sad. Sad day.
Oh yeah, these are the two. These are the some girl pointing out. These are the only 2 Americans in top 8.
No winners from America here. Only losers.
And only one will make it out.
Or people with 1 loss, as we would like to refer to them. Not losers, just people who didn't win 1 match.
Alright, so we do have.
That's pretty harsh.
And Alpha figures that one out. Moving on up. Oh no, Nico falling in the pit.
This is why I personally prefer calling it the lower bracket rather than the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's the lower bracket. They're still in the tournament. They're winners. Everybody's winners for joining Mystery Tournament. Nobody loses unless they just really didn't like their game, in which case, I'm sorry. There's only so much I can do to mitigate that.
Or if you completely ruined the person who's running this tournament's bracket, that's also gonna get you called a loser.
No, you're still a winner in my book, Matt. I just wish that you won a little bit more.
I think that was the most backhanded thing you've ever said to me. And I played Slap City with you last night. But anyways, I like that. I like how Nico's gone for the 3 here, and now he's going to be moving on up. Maintaining a lead on Alpha.
Alpha just took a death also. I don't know if that resets the whole stage. I didn't notice.
No, it just puts you back to where you were, or to a safe spot.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's not
You
too
can
bad.
just topple all over the place.
But it looks like you're falling into a molten core, so
That's kind of dangerous. It's definitely not OSHA.
Yeah, so we mentioned it a little bit earlier in the tournament. Fun fact about nationalities here: all of the top 9 players were American. Only 2 of the top 8 players are American at this point. The European line was strong, just showing off how much stronger than us Europe was being, which means that it kind of leaves us over here to watch the games instead of play them.
The Americans
All right,
are busy
show-offs.
helping to make sure the tournament ran well. We sacrificed ourselves for the greater good.
Well, that's just me.
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so I decided to lose early
North Americans,
in
there
the
we go.
tournament. I decided
solved
to
all
lose
our
early in the
problems.
tournament so I could focus on wrist streams and comment.
All
That's just how we are, you know.
All right, so looks like Nico is now with a 2-stage lead here.
It's not bad, but Alpha has figured out this stage and is moving on up.
Just as Nico figures out this stage too. So yeah, what he needed to do was get a boulder stuck there on the bottom spot, so that he could then have the justice scales be put up on the other side, and balls rolling over it doesn't really level out the scales. So this stage that Alpha's or that Nico's on now is pain.
Well, what happened to you when you tested this, Roar?
Well, I failed at this level for a long period of time.
So would you call this a possible equalizer?
No, I think Nico's got this. He'll figure it all out, the elements that you can interact with. You kind of sort of have to put things in a way where it just rolls off of it.
I see where the actual thing is now.
The kind of flag games that have equalizer stages, that might just be me.
Oh. Is that a speed boost?
Yeah, so there's a launcher in there. There is a speed booster inside of there that we're going to need in order to get this whole entire level to actually be solved.
I think this is the puzzle we've seen with the most pieces so far.
We saw the one that went through the bottom that had, I think, 4 or 5.
Yeah, this one definitely has a lot of interactions here.
I think Nico has probably got it, or very close.
He's just got to launch one and see.
Mm-hmm.
But how does he get up there?
Gonna test it with himself?
There
Oh no,
you
he
go.
has to push himself up first. There we go.
So
Well done,
here's
Mr.
the
Nico.
thing, though. He's not charging the thing. He's not charging it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because it's just hopping over because it gets the speed boost.
Just a few tweaks to make.
I wonder, can you move?
Yeah, this game has a lot of rapid feedback for being able to like tweak your movements.
I'm not as much of a puzzle game person as many of you know, but from the FH community, but I would like this puzzle. I think.
Yeah, it's a lovely little game full of lovely little puzzles, and so we're closing in on the end of C.
And it's C11, wasn't it? Yes. Wait, we're closing in on the end of C. It's B, Roar.
B, yeah.
What did I just say?
You said
C.
we're closing in on the end of C. The end of C is the end of the game.
I'm sorry, I need to stop putting my hands in baskets right now. There's so many chats going that I'm like trying to read chat and also trying to like see other stuff, and I'm being terrible at commentating. It's okay though. Roar is easily distracted.
That's
the story of
why we're
Victory
here.
Funhouse commentary.
We exist to help Roar.
Right? You guys remember how I was like, I'm not so sure with commentary putting you guys on, and then I'm just like, I'm terrible commentator, I don't even know anymore? Good times. All right, Alpha did that level a lot. Never mind, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. That is an incomplete puzzle, unfortunately.
He did not do that level faster. That is incorrect.
Takes a tuck and roll just to get down to the bottom. Now he's got to figure out how he's going to get this done. And he's going to figure it out very quickly.
I know, Sep, that's basically probably accurate. Just covered in baskets. Like, insert lime meme where I'm just covered. Like, how do I carry all these baskets?
And this is the solution for Alpha right here. He's finishing the stage right now.
Same here with Nico. He has just got on the pillar and will be lifting up to level B.
C1.
C1.
All right, so welcome to the last world of this stage. Where we've of course walked into Chapter C, which means that we're just going to watch the balls do their little roundabout because that's how the starting of it all is. But World C doesn't, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't really introduce any extra mechanics. World C just gets a little bit complicated with the mechanics.
But
oh no, I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm horribly wrong. World C introduces few new mechanics. It is the blue switch and the orange switch. So we have two different ball sources, and we have also seesaws that kind of sort of form as launchers that only get launched when another ball goes over it.
All right. Now, I think that's an ice block, but I could be wrong.
No, it's the same block.
Okay.
So we've actually moved on to an ice world without the ice physics. I like this.
It's a blue world. Please.
Back to beautiful calming music as well.
You just gotta have that nice little calming. Oh wait, I don't hear that one. I hear Alphas.
Nice calming drum and bass.
Yeah.
Alpha closing in. I mean, that is nice calming music to me. I don't know what you're on about.
The previous one? Not as much as this one.
So what it seems happens is on Nico's screen, it hits the blue button, which just launches a ball straight up and destroys whichever one you're trying to move.
So I have a question for you, Aurora, actually. I was wondering, and many people on the channel probably also are, is there a list of the games that are going to be played during this top 8 for people who would like to catch up on them and give them a shot?
There is a list. If you type in played games, I think, over there.
Close enough. Games played.
Games played!
Exclamation point, games
If you
played.
type in games played, there is in fact a list of all the games that we played over here in top 8. We can't give you a list of the games we're going to play in top 8 because they can't know just yet.
Or the games that we haven't played yet. Because those might get drawn in future mystery tournaments.
That's right.
That's right.
We reuse, recycle. Remember, kiddos, be conscious about the environment and your mystery games.
This is ridiculous what Nico has done. He's created a train.
There's 3 levels on this one too. It gets pretty confusing to me.
But it looks like he's powered up. He's moving on up.
Well done.
Right, Alpha had to do all sorts of weird stuff in order to get through, but is through.
And on to World C. So only one level's lead. No. Well, yeah, actually.
3 levels, it looks like.
Well, the first one doesn't count.
No, it's
So, yeah,
still a
2.
level. You can't say that about level 1. It's still a level.
All you have to do is press a button. Sure.
It's thematic. And he's just gonna drop these balls into the abyss to see what they do.
I mean, sometimes that's what you do. You just drop the balls into in the abyss and see what's going on.
So, do you have to alternate the red and blue? Or can you just do red, 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 red?
You can just try to do red, 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 red. It's a different source of it's a different source because of the different switches. Send balls from different sources. All sorts of and it basically you can't really just leave it on orange because if you leave it on orange, it's going to not do anything, right? So you have to kind of sort of like make sure that you're swapping them in the right order.
Oh, it looks like we have pendulums now, seesaws.
Here we have all sorts of machinations with this launcher.
I'm glad this didn't end at World B, to be honest.
This is neat.
Yeah, so the original goal for this, we did end up changing the goal because of it being used in top. The original goal for this was to beat C5. Oh, hey, look, Nico's on C5.
Oh, I like the look of this. I wish Nico would show us more of the level, to be honest.
We'll see it.
This looks like art.
This whole game is poetry in motion.
Oh,
Should I say poetry of motion?
Oh, that's even better, Roar.
So, Nico's got to figure out where to put what here in order to get these things going the right way. I said as if that's not the entire synopsis for the entire game. It looks like he's got it.
Looks like that top one is moving. I don't see the... There
The meter is going
up.
It's going up.
And he's away.
He's done.
And Alpha catches up.
He's on C5. He's right on his...
There is one very particular level that can hang them up pretty hardcore. And they're going to have to... You know, we'll definitely see that one. It definitely got me stuck.
So we got a Sokoban level here?
No, you're not allowed to say the S word.
Ah!
See, that happens.
So, yeah, this is basically, we got to kind of sort of like move through the areas and try to get the turn where it needs to go. And also while not blocking in this block. So kind of realizing ahead of time where that goes. Oh, this version is there's beat the game and then it kind of sort of like goes on to EX levels.
So it's like Super Monkey Ball.
I guess I'm guilty of a sin. I've never played Super Monkey Ball.
You need to do a blind race sometime then.
I know what I'm using for my subscriber special.
Alright, so Nico knows where to put one thing. Now he's got to figure out where to put the other one, and yeah, he knows where to put the other one.
There we go.
He's got this.
Meanwhile,
as Alpha finishes up
out
this one.
Is that actually how that goes?
So what?
Yeah, that's how that goes.
Yep. It's gonna roll around a corner and head a spinner.
There is charging. I love that they both charged at the same time, so it looked like the meter was a little bit thicker than it was.
Alright, so now there's a 1 level gap between them still.
Alright, so now we just kind of sort of, if any game feels like, or if any stage feels like Sokoban, it's this one, where you just kind of sort of need to get the blocks out of the way. The route is already pre-functioning. It's all set. You just gotta get this garbage gone. Thank you.
Clear the way.
Get it in the center. Get it out of the way.
Komakeze, this is Pitagorasu no towa kikan. Or something perpetual motion. I don't know where the name of it is. It was said up higher in chat.
Sounds like Pythagoras' perpetual motion machine.
There we go. Alright, so here we go. Let's see if it works first try for Nico.
Yep, so here we go. It's a big, long, mazy route, but guess what? It works.
It works.
It works. We're through.
Easy level for somebody who was a big puzzle game player.
I believe 4 levels left. 8, 9, 10.
So, this is C8. This I couldn't solve.
Alright, let's see what they can make of it.
I had to ask assistance because I could not solve this level.
Level with us. Who did you ask assistance from?
Hopscotch.
Okay.
What? So, fun fact, we testers like to race games too. When we're testing these games, a lot of the games that we test, we actually do so in a race.
Oh, no, I know. I understand this.
Like, we're racing over here. We never stopped racing. I just stopped doing tournaments because health and safety concerns. Yeah, because I set them up. That's why. That's right. I'm so busy doing administrative work and not other reasons. All right, so Alpha catching up there.
No, he's still on C6.
Well, I mean, sorry, I meant to say Alpha's stuck here with the pushing blocks in maze. Hopefully he can figure out exactly where he needs to put that block.
Up to restart
And
the
he
level.
resets. I think this is the second time he's reset.
So yeah, this level is basically absurdity. It involves getting blocks to roll over the right spots and then being launched in different directions and being launched over other blocks and then being launched into other directions and then being launched in different directions and then getting through. Look, it's a really complicated level that I'm only complicating more by saying anything about it. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Oh, Nico finds the solution.
Artwork. Oh my god.
So quickly.
Did he? Okay, there it goes. I think one of those boulders crashed.
It doesn't matter, because he's away. He's on to C9.
Tricky thing with a level like that I found is that it takes you a while to see if your solution is actually gonna work out.
So let's see what this pull does. Alright, well the first move is pretty obvious. You gotta move it so that way it doesn't fall off the edge.
Yeah, this one's actually a pretty easy one.
The only improvement I would make on this game so far would be that I would make it so you can press a button to see the intended trajectory for your boulder. But I'm just that bad at games.
That would be an interesting little feature. Though I think it would definitely mitigate a lot of this puzzle aspect here.
Huh.
I'm just not liking that sometimes you need to wait like 20 seconds before you see if something works. That would be a bit of an issue for me. I can be impatient at times.
That's fair.
Yeah, Alpha's having a lot of trouble on C6.
Alright, here we go.
Almost got it though.
Nico is through, so Nico is now starting to go on a tear here. Nico has one problem! There was one issue with this! Oh no!
They're hopping over? No, it's generating.
Oh, there it is. He fixed it. Something that he did just fixed it. Oh, they had to go all the way around. Never mind. They were going through the center, which was, they have to go in a specific direction through the center.
C10, fellas.
Alright, let's see what this one brings us.
So now we have to deal with making gaps and making things and making sure that the boxes... Look, I've said what this game is before, right? Like, we've already talked about how you do this game.
Yeah, but it's how it all interacts.
Yeah, it's a lot of... Like I said, it's a lot of figuring out moving parts and interactions. It's a great puzzle game. Seriously, this is a great puzzle game. It uses simplistic mechanics. It uses small amounts of actual pieces in play to work with. It uses... It has a lot of watching what's going on and while mitigating trial and error because of what you're able to like pay attention to and how it goes. You don't necessarily need that a lot, and a lot of these races are showing that that's true of this game.
And while Aurora's talking about the game, Alpha finished C6 and moves on to C7.
It is a good game.
And this is for PC, I take it?
I believe this demo.
Yes, this is for
I
PC.
think somebody has said it's also on Steam under the English name.
I think I'm gonna add this to my very short list of puzzle games to play.
Now, is that short because you just love so many puzzle games that you've played them all and you're really like, you know, it's very good to go? Or is it short because, oh god, puzzle games?
Actually, it's short because there's only so many Sokoban games, and those are the only ones I like. That's a huge joke, by the way. An inside joke as well.
Let me do commentary, Roar. I promise it'll be fine, Roar. I won't mention Sokoban.
What is that?
Soko banned.
I'm gonna get Soko banned. No, I was hoping not to get a puzzle game, but this isn't too bad a comment.
That's okay. We got more puzzle game actions coming to you here in Mystery Tournament because that's how
fine.
we roll.
As much as I'm a lover of playing blind races, I also love the blind commentary.
There is, yeah. So that's a good point you hit on, by the way. That's a fun thing about it. We do have a channel, Mystery Funhouse, where we do broadcast these races. And the fun part about Mystery Tournament is half the time the commentators are as blind as the runners.
So we're seeing this stuff for the first time, generally speaking.
Which is definitely a much more experience, or much different experience than a lot of the commentary that you're used to. Like a lot of people, they know their game, they practice their game, they can talk about every minute detail. We're sitting over here going, I guess he does the thing in the place that does the thing.
Or if we're alpha, we go, no, wait, I see the solution to the puzzle. It's right there. Why didn't you do that? Ah.
Yeah, that happens too a lot. Yeah. Everybody in chat and commentary automatically knows the solution to every puzzle. All right, so Alpha getting a little bit... let's see. Alpha looks a little bit stuck here trying to understand how this all moves.
I mean, to touch on something that you had said, it's really easy to solve puzzles when you're not in the game. It's similar to how if you're doing something and watching somebody else stream, and you notice something, but they don't see it, then you start freaking out, because how did they not notice that?
Yeah,
but
it's crazy easy to figure out.
There's a difference in the moment.
Yeah, I am not very good at puzzle games, but when I am watching a stream, I always tend to do pretty good at figuring it out. It's just the way it is. Maybe being in the heat of the moment, especially in the middle of a race, just changes everything. So this is better than a way for me to be experiencing puzzle games this way.
What's he doing here?
So the key thing is that, unfortunately, that blocker, that speed booster, is in fact blocking Nico from going where he wants to go. He's trying to hit the button, but you can't do that because the speed up thing is a jerk, and your character doesn't know how to do something like, jump over it.
Jumping? What's that?
I don't know. It's not a feature of this game, so screw that. Why would you bother jumping?
Do you really want to turn this into a platformer?
A Sokoban platformer.
Yes, actually.
That'd be pretty neat, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
also,
come on.
No! You're getting it stuck right there.
See, Nico's still having a little bit of issues trying to figure out this last part.
To be honest, I personally do not see the solution to this puzzle either, even as I'm watching it.
Yeah, so he's kind of got to get himself into a position where he can... There we go. There we go. Now he sees it. Yeah, he's got to get himself in a position where he can just cross the blocks. And there he goes. He's across. Now, as long as his layout is okay, we are going to see probably another clear for Nico here.
Oh, look at
Beautiful.
it. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
That took a while of working out, but in the end, he was very close to the solution and just had a little tweak to do.
Final level.
That's it. Final level. What are we going to do? It's the thing. It may not have been C11, it was C10, but yeah, Nico finishes. Nico's done.
The goal
He's
line.
done it.
He's through.
Good job.
Nico gets the clear.
Beautiful.
Good stuff.
Now, this is a best 2 out of 3. Of course, Nico commenting the true comment about this game, it's really just La Mulana.
Should we mention Maurice here? Or I think he
No,
gets
Maurice
enough
is fine.
I think he gets enough already.
He gets his spotlight. Let's not give him more.
I think we're
His
trying
ego
to
will be big enough that he'll fly away.
Oh. Well, I think we have to mention him now. Commenting, some puzzles are unsolvable on 144 hertz. I'm genuinely curious to see if that's true.
That's probably very true. Actually,
It's actually
Would be
with,
unfortunate to
the
see.
testers, we don't have the 144 hertz monitor, so a lot of these freeware games get locked to the frame rate of the monitor that they're using, so it locks the frame rate to it. And
the ball would roll faster, which would break stuff.
Yep.
That's not.
All right, and Alpha quits so we can move on to the next race. So we're going to be back with more racing action in just a moment. We've got another race coming up here. This is a best of 3. So we're just going to take a moment to stretch for a bit and get yourself some water, folks. Remember to stay hydrated and happy. We'll be back.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we are in our loser semi-match, where this is our last match of the day. This is best of 3 between Sirniko and Alpha 5. Sirniko took the first game, and now we're almost ready for game 2. We had a little bit of a struggle trying to find the right game to race. You know, we got through it, after a few minutes of delays, but I'll go ahead and let our commentators kind of talk a little bit while we get the final touches set up before we reveal the game. But go ahead, Blasphemous Roar, Black Moon, and Phantom Matt.
Yeah, so I just got to say, everybody, that Mystery Tournament is 100% not rigged in any way, shape, or form. Except for top 8, you're screwed. So
he's peeling back the curtain. We've got to get rid of him now.
Oh yeah, so basically during top 8, we do have a very specific list of games that we set up, and we've got the other games, for dramatic effect or just really good games that are pleasant to view. Whatever the case is, we try to put our best for both the racers and for you, the viewers, out front. And sometimes people have played those games because Alpha has tested all of the other games.
So
Right.
sometimes you have to redraw how many times?
No, just one redraw. It was a confusing redraw because of the time constraints. So, yeah.
It's not
But
as
we got
bad
there.
as the 18 possible redraws that might have happened in another round we had earlier.
We made it. No, see, even then it's not all that rigged because we rig we choose for top 8 which matches are going to get the game without knowing who's in what match, basically. So it kind of sort of ends up we don't know who's going to actually get the game, so we aren't necessarily rigging it for any person in particular. But this game is a good game submitted by Furt Turret, who is a darling of the Mystery Tournament scene. This is Levelhead. This game is Sokoban because it's a delivery service. It's not Sokoban. We're good.
Yes, the goal of this game is apparently that you're a delivery man this time. It is, I believe, a platformer.
Yes, so this is a platformer. This game is cute as heck. This game is absolutely lovely, and it's a really good demo. So there are a few twists and turns in the path that they're going to actually be dodging that have been specifically chosen. So we're going to be kind of sort of. What do you mean? What did I do, Julian? I don't know. I should stop reading chat, Julian. You make it terrifying. So this is Levelhead. This is a game where we have our little lovely delivery robot is making his deliveries, and he's got to get the package to the point. Sometimes you got to get the package to the point faster than the other, or that's the goal. Get the package to the point, and Alpha's starting a little bit of a delayed start.
He seems to have restarted the game completely when trying to skip the opening cutscene.
Brilliant. So don't hit escape sometimes, folks. That's a bad decision.
We are moving on. We're a little robot, cute little face, running around, picking up gems. Got what appears to be grapple arms.
Isn't this thing absolutely lovely?
So we've got to work with our box. So basically, we do get to deliver these packages, and a lot of this gameplay is going to focus around the fact that we have box, and box goes places, and we can do things with box. So sometimes you got to put the box down. Sometimes you got to smack things with the box. Sometimes you got to put the box in below you so that you can carry them across the areas. And Alpha is just like, no, I understand the basics of box. Box is understood by me.
So basically what you're saying is that boxes win.
Boxes very win. Box is your best friend. It understands you. So here we have to do kind of sort of a really tricky jump where we have to jump off, grab the box, and then pull it back up with us. And there we go. Box is through.
I'm amazed at how fast Alpha picked up on this. Even with the time delay at the very beginning, he just tore it apart to catch back up. And he's in the lead now.
Very easy clear for him on the first stage.
And we're moving on to Vakret country.
Didn't win on the score front, though, is the question.
You
that
know,
nobody cares about.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, that is a question that's not asked here in Mystery because we don't care about score. We don't.
Yeah, we do. We played
give a
sports
care.
games earlier, and we needed the score.
Okay, fine. We cared about score for one moment in time.
That was like 5 games, wasn't it?
Okay, we cared about sports for 5 games in a time. Look, all right, Matt, you get booted.
But Roar,
You
there's a
ruined it.
score in this match. It's 1-0 for Nico.
Thank you.
Why do I even
So-
bother throwing like the thumbs up melting if I don't have a webcam?
Now it seems that Nico's
What's up,
slightly
Havoc?
in the lead.
Yeah, by about 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
So this is a game where we're probably going to get a lot of pass back and forth here.
So there are game overs in this game.
No. So you just have checkpoints.
Okay, because one of the things we do look a lot for consistency and fairness is the way that the games handle game overs, so that they're not overwhelmingly tragic when it happens.
For example, if a game decides to restart the entire game if you run out of lives, that's probably not a good game to submit.
Yeah, we do have like we try to avoid games that you end up having to restart the entire game over and over and over again, because those aren't very fun to race the same thing over and over. Unless you're Kusokran, in which case you signed up for that punishment, you have no one to blame but yourself.
And
That's
Alpha
got correct.
takes the lead back, but dies. Both of them dying here at this checkpoint.
We have perfect sync here. Oh, for 1 second.
Had perfect sync.
1 second is enough to count. So you need to put the other box in the object to activate it, it looks like.
Alright, looks like we can jump on clouds and they collapse. Now Nico takes the lead back by a few seconds. This is very close. So, moving on to the Mad Vakret nest.
All right, and here we go. You gotta
That is-
fly. Fly.
That's the cutest sprint animation.
Oh yeah, this game is friggin' adorable. This
Yep.
game is absolutely adorable. It is wonderful. It is somehow not a surprise that Fur Turret submitted this.
It just goes wee.
Makes sense. And like it says on the title screen, you can get it now on Steam right away. Just look it up. Levelhead, if you like.
It's true. You can buy games on Steam sometimes.
Occasionally. Sometimes they have demos.
Yeah, so this is a good example of like some of the games that we like to get in, as well as like a lot of. Sometimes the game is freeware, or sometimes the game is on Steam, but they have a demo for it, and we'll race those demos. There is, of course, the blind racing community will race basically anything up to and including literally a text-based adventure game because memes. So we will definitely race a lot of things, and if you're interested in like buying a game and racing those games that you buy, there are people out there who have like Humble Monthly that have reasons that they obtain games. They buy the games because they're hot, and will race new games all the time too.
All the time.
This is really the kind of community that will you'll get exactly as much out of it as you put into it. If you're up for racing and you want to do more racing, you'll get more racing. If you want to play in the tournaments or just enjoy that, or if you just want to watch, you can selfless promotion, go over to Mystery Funhouse and just watch these races happening. We got all sorts of stuff happening all the time. So,
And you can
Definitely.
even organize your own tournament if that is your will.
That's
I
true.
just looked away for a few seconds and
You
Alpha
build
took the lead.
Yeah, Alpha is mildly in the lead. This is such a not even a lead. Like, these are so moments apart. This is such a good race.
They're literally trading every other level.
I'm loving this race so far. And almost all of the game is self-explanatory too, so that means, yeah, a good time for commentating.
Yeah, you kind of roll with the game. I mean, it's not exactly a complicated game. Oh, but don't worry, this game is not free of surprises yet.
I would hope so. I would hate to see such a good opportunity wasted.
And Alpha takes a death. Whereas Nico does not. Nico takes the lead back.
Nico takes the lead. Score! No. Can I? No, I won't.
Nope. They yelled
There
at us
we
last
go.
time. Everybody yelled at us. We got defeated by that. We're good.
It's okay, Roar.
All
The
right, so
goal
this
now
is
lives
telling
in
them-
your heart.
So the pace spin does tell them, don't go that way. Go this way. It's that dang Sky Wiggler.
Yeah, hopefully you read the pace bin in a game like this, because this is the kind of game that you do not need to accomplish to finish every level. So if you did not read the pace bin properly, you might get what we call pace bin death, pretty much.
Yeah, so Roar has very simple rules to winning in Mystery Tournament. Rule number 1, read the pace bin. Rule number 2, push all the buttons. Rule number 3, read the pace bin. Rule number 4, watch the attract mode. Rule number 5, read the pace bin.
One of the people in this chat did not do most of these things during his races.
Let me guess who.
I'm gonna go with me, because I sometimes while testing I still fail to read the pace bin, because those are my rules to be successful. I don't exactly follow them.
Well, that's to be successful in a race, not in a testing environment.
No, we still need those pace bins while testing.
Slightly different rules.
Rule
that's
7.
what I'm saying.
Panic. There you go. Here's your Hitchhiker's Guide today.
Rule number 7 or 8, I guess, which is one you should not do, is try to do the same thing over and over again, expecting it's gonna work. That's one I always break every single race.
Alright. So Alpha's clear on dang Sky Wiggler. Does that put him in the lead now?
No, that was a perfect clear by Sirniko, so he's one level ahead right now.
Oh, this is just mean.
Yeah, this level is starting to be mean.
All you gotta do is make it through the wisps. Wisps.
Man, I've played enough Risk of Rain to know not to go anywhere near wisps.
No matter how wispy it is, it's always a wisp.
At least
What's
it's not
he
a
trying to
bird.
do here? Alright. Nico, moving on to be sneaky.
Imagine if these things were birds. Oh yeah, rule number 9: beware of the birds.
I don't. You're adding all these rules that are so specific, and now we are ninja. That's right. This game is not out of it yet. We got ninja outfit. This allows us to wall jump. It allows us to climb on ceilings. It allows us to be a fucking ninja.
So
Freaking
now we're
ninja.
talking.
Now.
I'm sorry. I normally censor myself with stuff. I might have not said things right, but nonetheless, it lets you be a ninja.
Swift like the wind.
Soar like an eagle.
I like this. This suddenly turns into a whole lot more action-oriented platformer.
I can't wait until Alpha reaches this moment and he goes, "Oh my god, I'm delivering man Joe."
Yeah. It's gonna
You
be
can
good.
also
Wish I could
crawl
hear.
on the ceiling.
But also, rule number 9 that I just made up is not a rule that I made up, because you should always beware of the birds in race games.
Oh, invisible pathway. Or hidden pathway, rather.
Well, where there's ninjas, there's bound to be hidden pathways. One would expect, at least.
Ooh. I was scared there for a second. I thought Nico dropped the box.
All right, so Nico is managing to plow through right now, keeping that ninja outfit alive and just dying.
You had to say something. What did we learn earlier about talking about racers? You don't do it because there's a curse.
Well, some people call it a curse.
It is a curse.
I'm not sure how much I believe in it. I've also seen it be a blessing at times.
I don't buy that. Oh no, Nico drops box.
Well, it's only the odd time, I guess, because it does tend to be a curse. But yeah, Nico drops the box. What's gonna happen now?
We need the box.
Is he missing something?
You can't just be free of the box.
Why is there an arrow pointing to that item there? Oh, he had to go for a second loop, maybe?
He needs something to throw on top of that switch in order to open the door to get out. Just got to be able to throw the box to the side.
Oh, and Alpha reaches a ninja.
He's
Feel the
delivering.
ninja, unleash a ninja.
So the problem is that we can drop the box here, but like, oh, we did. We dropped the other box, the decoy box, the box that don't matter because it's a box that you don't need and Nico's through.
Good job, Nico. So where is he going now?
I hope we have a fair amount of the game left because Alpha at this point seems to be about a minute and a half, 2 minutes behind.
Ooh, and takes a nasty fall right there.
And I think that's it for Nico. Nico finishes with a time of 13:09.
That came up really fast.
Yeah, that just came out of nowhere.
That came out of nowhere.
That was, in fact, the last level. So that is 2 points, Nico, I believe.
Indeed, it is. This is then gonna do it for the losers' semis tonight.
Yeah, so Nico manages to take this in the loser semi, overthrowing Alpha 5. Will be going on to top 4 tomorrow. Top 4 tomorrow is going to be between, or is it top 3? It's
3, I think.
Yeah,
There's
it's
supposed to be 3 sets of matches tomorrow.
Sorry, yep, it's Maurice, Capndrake, and Sirniko moving in tomorrow. So we've got Capndrake versus Maurice on the winner's side, and they're going to go on to face off against Sirniko. Sirniko now has 3rd place. Alpha going down to 4th. Not a bad showing from either of these racers, though. That's amazing.
Yeah, the Wisp level is what caused Alpha's downfall, unfortunately. He might have done pretty well on this level here because Nico had a little bit of an issue with the box thing downstairs here with the switch.
Also, though, everybody today had an excellent showing.
Yeah, those were all of them great, wonderful races and games to watch. Which reminds me to do the played games command to see what games we have played. I need to write a few of these down.
If you want to play some of the games that you've seen today, or any other games that you're interested in during Mystery Tournament, we have a list of compiled games, or compiled list of games that we have played.
Oh, what's the command again? Sitter forgotten.
Games played.
Oh, it did work.
Exclamation point, games played.
There we go. There's a list for all of you fan folk.
Oh no, Alpha, no, you need the box. You don't want to put it in there. You need it.
You gotta deliver your box, Alpha.
Don't give the box away. Know that you need another box. Don't drop that box. That's not the box you want to drop.
He's leaving his box.
You're betraying your box.
Dead
your box
set.
trusted you.
So, can he finish the level without the box?
No.
He's about to learn this. And he just saved the game with his box still over there.
That's fine. He can just leave this box over here like Nico did and go back and get the other box.
And there's some realization.
Okay.
Go
back. Go back for the fake box. The fake box does not need your love. The real box needs your love. Show those fakers. I was gonna make a Sonic reference, but it didn't work properly, and I don't know what to do with myself anymore without Sonic references. All right, here we go. Get the real box. Nope. Get the real box. There we go. Alpha's through. This is it. Alpha finishing up. Finishing up.
GG.
Hey, through. Alpha finishes in just a moment with the time. Well, he'll finish it eventually. That's right. He's got to do the thing first to find out that it's the rest of it.
With the time is 16:40.
Not that far behind, actually.
Yep.
That
so
was
that
an
is
interesting
is-
combination, having a very long game followed by such a short and fast-paced.
Yeah, so that was a good showing from everybody involved. This has been an absolute blast today. So that is going to be it for these mystery matches for today. We have winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals tomorrow, happening at 1 p.m. Eastern here on Games Done Quick as well. That it's going to be going on. So if you're interested in finding out how this tournament ends, come on by tomorrow and see the finale. We've got a lot of fun games planned for you. And also, if you're interested in joining Mystery Tournament and interested in trying these blind races, tomorrow after the tournament is over, Mystery Funhouse will be throwing a newbie introduction race where all of you are encouraged. Any of you who are interested in joining in, come join us. We'll show you how to get set up. We'll get you started. Just pop by our Discord. It's over there in the MT14 command, I believe. Yep. We'll get you set up with anything that you might need to know, and then you can jump in and join us. We'll be choosing a nice little new racer-friendly game, a fun game that's one of my favorites, and we'll, get you started. There's no excuses unless you have excuses, in which case that's cool too. That's fine. Whatever. Fine.
Yeah, I've mentioned a lot of people say that this would be their kind of knack, so I definitely invite everybody who has the least bit of interest in partaking in this type of racing to give it a shot. You can only have fun. Trust me on this.
For sure. This is actually my second tournament that I've done with these guys. I also did Heavy Troopa, and it's just fun to try random things and fail horribly at them for 15 to 40 minutes.
A lot of runners find their favorite games due to Mystery Tournament.
Like the one that we did here for the intro to this tournament, Toma Runner, was an excellent one that I actually played with a few of my friends after we had raced it.
That is such a jam, yes.
Yeah.
Kikiso no Toma Runner.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks to all of our racers out there who played today. Thank you so much to all of our commentators who joined in this time around. Thank you so much, Black Moon and Matt, for joining us. And thank you so much to you guys over at GDQ for hosting us and continuing to host us and help support us. And this has been a blast. I'm just infinitely grateful.
Yep, he said it all.
Can't really cover more than that, can we?
Nope. See you later, everyone. Tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Tomorrow, 2 p.m. for
Darkman's just like, I want to go. Shut up.
Deuces.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting edition of the GDQ Hotfix. Glad to have you all here, and hopefully we had a lot of returning people from yesterday because we had a fantastic day one of the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, but we're back for day number 2. We got down to the top 3 yesterday, and now we're going to play out the rest to see if we can crown a champion. So I am Darkman78, here to guide you along today as we have an exciting broadcast ahead of you, probably about 6 hours or so of mystery action. So for those who have just walked in or just tuned in, you may be wondering what is Mystery Tournament exactly? Well, it is a tournament in which you have competitors facing off against each other in a racing to beat a game as fast as possible in a specific category. The catch is they don't know what that game is until mere moments before the race actually begins. And in most cases, these are actually games that they've never seen before, never played before. So this is kind of putting themselves to a different sort of challenge in the speedrunning community. How can I play this game I've never played before and, kind of adapt to it, understand how to play the game, use the mechanics of the game, and learn them as quickly as possible and beat this game as fast as possible. So it's a very interesting take on speedrunning, but it's really fun. These tournaments have been going on for a long time, as you can imagine, with the 14th edition of this tournament. And we're excited to kind of conclude this awesome tournament. It's been great, top 8 so far, but hopefully we'll see if we can have even better rest of the top 8. So without further ado, we're going to have our first match is going to be the winners finals, and then followed by the losers finals, and then the grand finals. So you can kind of see at the top of your bracket over here what the current standings are and what each round is going to be. So we have best of 3 for winners finals, best of 3 for losers, and best of 5 for grand finals, with the winner from the winner's side having a 1-game advantage in the best of 5. So at this point, I'd like to introduce my commentators. We'll be having a rotating set of commentators today, but our first round of commentators will be Gickman, Sumgirl, and Tetsuya. So all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Darkman, for the introduction. So yes, this here is the first match we'll be having. So let's quickly go through who are who. So I'm Gickman.
I'm Tetsuya.
And I'm Sumgirl.
And we've all been part of this tournament, but we didn't get very far. Oh, wait, Sumgirl, you got
speak
pretty
for
far,
yourself.
Yeah, Sumgirl actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Just
sorry.
top 8.
It didn't get far enough.
Yeah, not far enough, but all right. So what we have today, this is going to be winners finals between Maurice and Capndrake. For those of you who are at all familiar with the Mystery Tournament, you've certainly heard of Capndrake. He is probably one of the most legendary players of all time, up there with the likes of An4H. He first joined us in Mystery Tournament 4. He has won multiple Mystery Tournaments, one of only 3 people to have more than one Mystery Tournament victory. And honestly, this man is just incredibly good at video games, so we definitely would expect a strong showing from him. We also have Maurice, who is a bit of a newcomer. This is only his 2nd Mystery Tournament, but he showed up last time. His very first Mystery Tournament, came in 2nd, which is a very impressive showing. So, he has a bit of a I don't want to say dark horse potential, because he did so well last time, but it's going to be tough for anyone to beat Capndrake. So this will be a real interesting match to watch.
Yeah, Capndrake definitely. Capndrake has an apartment in top 8. He's no stranger to top 8. I think he's only missed top 8 one single time in all the mystery tournaments he's been in. But
twice, actually, but yes.
Twice. Okay, so he's just so consistent. He's consistently one of the best blinders we have. But Maurice is actually he's gunning for that spot. Maurice got 2nd place his first mystery tournament. Now he's top 3. And if you look at the statistics of games played, I think Drake's win rate was somewhere around 80%. But Maurice actually, given less games played, but he has the same win rate. He's hovering around Drake, so this will be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think without further ado, we can introduce the game that our competitors are going to be playing. It's a little bit near and dear to my heart, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Mega Man.
Yeah, so this is Mega Man Day in the Limelight 2. I believe it's Sumgirl's submission. What can you tell us about it?
Alright, so this is a game that so the way we do games in Mystery Tournament is all the games are submitted by players. They're sort of based on, we find games, find interesting goals for them. So this is a game that I submitted a couple tournaments ago. It's been sitting in the pool to be played. And this is, you can see, all the familiar Robot Masters from Mega Man 3, but this game has a little bit of a twist. So I think you'll all be very interested to see what that is once the race starts, hopefully very soon. We're just getting some tech all sorted out, and then we're going to be starting this race hopefully in the next 10 to 15 seconds.
Now, are they to start on the same level? Do they have a set path they have to go through, or can they pick whatever they want?
They can pick whatever they want. They were recommended to do Shadow Man first, because the thing that you get in this stage is a bit of a speed boost. And as you can see on Maurice's side, the twist of this game is you do not play as Mega Man. You play as the Robot Masters from Mega Man 2. So we start off with this stage because you get to play as Quick Man, and he is very fast. And we want to go fast because this is a race.
So before every race starts, our runners get a little bit of a pointer, a guide, a pastebin document that explains some basics of the game. And that's where both of them actually got the knowledge that do Shadow Man first, so that you get the fast movement. That's basically all it said about that.
Yeah, and so in general in this game, the stage order doesn't matter too much because every boss weakness is the robot master you get in that stage. So you don't really need to worry about like weakness wheels like you traditionally might in a Mega Man game. So really, it's just about getting the fast movement and things that help you sort of clear out enemies faster.
But this isn't quite the Shadow Man stage I remember. I don't remember those jumping fireballs.
No, it's not just the stages from Mega Man 3. There's some modifications. A couple of the Robot Masters have some very interesting, I guess, movement abilities, which we'll hopefully see a little later on.
So they get Quick Man in Shadow Man's stage, but if they were to start on a different stage, they would have a different robot master, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Every stage has its own robot master, and once you have cleared that stage, you can choose this robot master in any other stage. So it's just like power-ups in a traditional Mega Man game. Ooh, and Capndrake takes a death. And suddenly we're tied.
Really is that easy to mess up in a Mega Man race.
Oh yeah, especially when you have a character that moves this fast. It is definitely...
Yeah, this looks a bit difficult to control, because Quick Man has so much fast.
Yeah, and so the other robot master that they want to get pretty early on, which hopefully we'll be seeing pretty soon, is they want to get Metal Man. Metal Blade is as good in this as it is in Mega Man 2. So
Metal Blade is always broken.
Yes, Metal Blade is very good. Yeah, so the goal here is to beat all 8 Robot Masters, so you'll be seeing all of your favorite Mega Man 3 Robot Masters.
Maurice is so low here, but it seems like he's actually making it across.
Ooh. Almost got flattened.
Alright, and we're both
made it to
moving
the
on to
boss door. Yeah. Maurice has to play it really safe, because Drake... well, okay.
Yeah, so one thing that that is in this for this goal is they've turned on unlimited lives, which is one of the options in the menu.
Oh, it's very helpful.
And yeah, just because like one thing that's really important, and usually when you're like racing a Mega Man game, is managing game overs. You need to worry about like, oh, if I die to this Robot Master, I have to replay the whole stage or something like that. But you don't really need to worry about that here. So once you get to a checkpoint, you get that checkpoint.
Yeah. We can also see Maurice died very quickly in the fight, and it was most likely a very intentional that he just ran into the boss to get it over with as fast as possible. No use in playing for half a minute and then dying if you know that you're very likely to die.
Right.
Alright, now we've got Sparkman on Drake's side and Magnet Man on Maurice's side. Oh, alright, so the one on Maurice's side, this is interesting. Magnet Man's a very interesting stage. I hope that we'll get to see him actually make use of this power-up, because it's my favorite one in the game.
Drake taking a death.
That's definitely going to happen in a Mega Man game, especially when you're blind.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Drake taking a second fall here.
Oh, it's Heat Man for the stage.
Yeah, so Maurice has Heat Man. So like that. So Heat Man has, he can throw flames. He also has this charge attack, which does a dash.
Oh, it's
so you can actually get like an air dash. It goes in 4 directions. You can dash upwards. You can dash downwards.
Oh wow!
It's really unique, and I think this level makes really interesting use of it in his platforming challenges. So like already you see that Maurice can't make this jump, so he has to jump, then do a midair upwards dash.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so this is, like I said, this is my favorite power in this game.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Because in Mega Man 2, I don't believe you can have Heat Man dash upwards, just left and right.
That is true.
Maurice wanting nothing to do with these Yoku blocks is ready with a dash.
Yeah, we'll wait. We got time.
See, Maurice is playing this so safe. He doesn't know what's coming. He's like, all right, and you see now he's stuck on the ceiling. He has to actually dash off of the ceiling.
Oh boy.
From magnet to magnet.
And not face check the block man.
Oh wow, that was
yeah, his first try.
That was really good. For somebody who hasn't played Mega Man, he's doing pretty well, I must say.
Yeah, so here he has to actually dash it downwards to clear this like block, and then get caught in the magnet again.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, that's. I don't think I would have had the courage to do that.
Yeah. So Maurice said he never played a Mega Man game before. Not any of them.
To be fair, I don't know if I would consider this to be too Mega Man-like in a lot of ways. The movement is very different, but yeah.
I mean, it's pretty Mega Man. I'll give it that much.
Oh no, it is. It's definitely Mega Man, but it's definitely like different enough that.
Sure.
All right, and Drake's made it to the boss.
At the boss door.
I love how the magnets pull the enemies up on
Yeah.
the screen.
There's no escape. Maurice also on the boss.
It looks like Drake's strategy here seems to be to like just face tank and damage race. I don't think that's gonna work out.
Nope.
Yeah, I think I think he might not have started at full health.
No, he didn't.
So yeah, you're not gonna win a damage race if you're starting off halfway dead.
No, that's true. That's true. And Maurice found a really
Maurice
interesting
just
strategy here.
Chilling at the top of the screen.
Yes. And yeah, so this boss fight is really, I think, well designed around the power up that it gives you, because you have this, fire attack which goes downwards, so you can just sort of rain fire down on him from above. And we get 2 boss clears pretty much simultaneously.
Yeah.
This is a very close.
Sort of close. Yeah.
That was really clutch by Maurice. He was dead.
He
shot.
Maggot Man had him dead to rights, and he just lit him on fire as he jumped at him.
Right. And so to answer a question in chat about boss weaknesses, bosses do have weaknesses generally, but they're weak to the thing you get in that stage. So, all right, now we got Gemini Man and Snake Man.
And Snake Man. Instant
Maurice
death.
taking an instant drop there. Yeah. Well, it's not too bad if it's at the beginning of the stage. You don't lose very much from it.
Even in fan games, Gemini Man is still a very, very hard stage.
Yes.
It's kind of interesting that they give you Airman and Snake Man stage because of all the verticality in the stage.
Yeah, I really think there was a lot of thought put into like choosing which robot masters go where.
Yeah.
Like, so on Gemini, so you see Maurice on Gemini Man, you get Bubble Man because this has all the water sections. And Bubble Man's special ability is actually going to be that he can swim in water. Kind of like
a really well thought out fan game.
It is. I think this game's so cool. I really like this game.
I wonder how have I never heard about something that is so ambitious and so well done?
I don't know. I know that I've seen speedruns of it. All right, so on Drake's side, you see he was controlling those blocks with the airflow. So he's got to bring this block
pushes the
down.
enemies too.
It's a puzzle game now. This is Sokoban. Sorry,
Finally some Sokoban action.
Oof. Drake takes a death.
He got snaked.
Yeah, and that snake's so high up, you're really not going to be able to hit it without making use of Airman. And again, the verticality, like you mentioned before.
And Drake seems to lose quite a lot of time.
Checkpoint, yeah.
It wasn't that bad of a checkpoint. It was only like a screen and a half, maybe.
Alright, he's catching on.
Yeah. Yep. You just want to spam. I'm trying to remember, does the air shot control these clouds too? I feel like it should.
That would make sense.
I guess we'll see.
Meanwhile, Maurice over here just trucking through the mecha penguins.
It does.
Yep, it does.
That's such a good mechanic.
Maurice on boss door.
Yeah. And this is a very easy boss from what I remember.
So I'm tempted to say that Maurice has pulled ahead a bit, but it's really hard to say when they're doing different stages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seemed like Gemini Man was a pretty
long.
easy stage. But yeah, see, Maurice wants to use Bubble Man here because the room slowly fills up with water. And you need the swim to actually get enough verticality to actually damage this boss.
Yeah, he's catching on to that. Just fill the room with water.
And Drake, meanwhile, is doing some excellent platforming here. This is very, very impressive, I say. Doing the one block jumps with the quick man, like it's nothing.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we haven't seen more of them go for... either of them really go for Metal Blade. Because they do have a list of which powers they can get from which stage. I mean, I guess Maurice hasn't played Mega Man before. He doesn't know that Metal Blade is, like, incredibly good.
Yeah, both of them seem perfectly content with trucking through with Quickman 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Alright, Maurice has Crash Man now.
Drake demolishing poor Snake Man.
Reese has quickly found out that you can take out walls with crash bombs.
Yes, that's good.
Apparently you can take out the snapper traps as well.
Alright, now we're seeing Needle Man on Drake's side.
Are they
I wonder if they're
ever
just
gonna be
picking random stages or like...
It's almost like they planned this.
Yeah, maybe. It looked like Needleman gave Metal Man.
Oh yeah, this is the Metal Blade stage.
How did Maurice know to just like randomly do that and go under?
I think he saw it. You can see that the coloring of the walls were a bit different. It was very, very slim, but you could see it.
He's a god, that's how.
Yeah.
I've seen Maurice do things like that a couple of times actually. It's his ability to
the crash
analyze.
Is what makes the stuff fall from the ceiling.
Oh.
It's the force from the explosion.
It makes sense. It looks like a very crumbly wall, so I just wouldn't have thought of it.
So the gimmick of the Needleman stage is they have to take out a lot of buttons to open up like these force fields. And some of them will involve a lot of precise angled throws using the 8 directions that Metal Blade can go in.
I like that one quick man shot Drake threw out. He's like, oh, I can't
Drake
hit
doesn't
that.
seem to have noticed there's buttons. Oh, he hasn't found all the buttons. You gotta hit all of them.
He's hit one. And one only. Can he even hit that button from off
I
screen?
don't know if he can hit it from off screen. He's sure gonna try though. There's that one on the ceiling though. Just what he needs to get.
Oh,
yeah,
he
did
did.
take out that one.
Okay.
But he just needs to get the one on the ceiling right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Just shoot up. Oh, okay. That's the hardest possible way you could do it.
Yeah, you have an 8 direction shot. Why would you?
Well, if it works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think that's
True.
something that's going to be said for that in a blind racing context, right? Is sure you could spend time trying to think of the optimal way to do something, but if you have something that works, just do what works. You'll waste more time trying to figure out how to do it better, and you could just be doing it.
Maurice wasting no time at all. Just trucking through hard, man. Look at him go.
Oh, Drake.
Ooh, that's
stopped.
That's gonna be costly because Maurice is not making like any mistakes.
No.
And I think Drake died just before the boss door.
So it's true that Maurice isn't making a lot of mistakes, but he also, I think, hasn't played the harder platforming stages yet.
Yeah. So we'll see if...
Because it seems like that, like, the enemies aren't what's getting Drake, really. I mean, he did just die to a Stomper there, sure, but really where Drake's lost most of his time has been on falling into pits.
Yep.
Well, now that Maurice is going to Spark, we'll see how he does compared to Drake.
Cool, Drake falls.
Yeah, Drake died just outside the boss door, so he probably knows that cost him a lot of time now.
Yeah, that is a very unfortunate death, but... Did Needleman just grab the spike off the ceiling and throw it at him?
Hucks it at you.
I was also like, wait, what? What happened?
I love that.
Where he's not quite figuring out how to avoid the electric floor. It's just face tanking everything.
That's
Not
also
making
pretty...
use of the fact that he has a shield.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like the shield covers up the ground tiles. Huh. Alright, so we're seeing Hardman now for Drake. Maurice didn't have too much trouble with this. We'll see how it goes for Drake.
Yep.
Alright, so I think this right here from Maurice is the section that Drake died on a couple times, was these upwards moving platformers. Oh, and Maurice just walks into the pit.
Yeah.
It looked like he was going to make it, but then that stuff happened. So Drake here is in the process of figuring out what causes the blocks to fall. I
think he figured it out.
Yeah, it looks like it now.
This used to not destroy the blocks on the right side so they can actually get him up to the top.
Yep.
And again, he just kind of face tanks the damage there. I don't blame him for that. I'd do the same thing.
Maurice taking a second death with Saw there. Now he's platforming through here like...
Ooh,
oh, wow.
My god. No respect.
Wow.
Dang. Alright, with that, I think we can probably say Maurice is ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was one of the major things that cost Drake time, and Maurice just flew through that.
Later, nerd.
Rather frighteningly quickly.
Yeah.
Maurice also applying the same strategy to Sparkman here, but he is actually successfully just face tanking it.
Yeah. Alright, and Drake is wisely picking up this health refill because he does not have much health.
Because I hit left one.
Okay, how many Robot Masters is that?
I have, I believe, 3 left for each.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
3 left.
So Maurice on
We haven't
Snake
seen
Man.
Top Man from either of them, have we?
No, we haven't. No love
They're
for
scared.
Top Man.
I guess that's gotta be Flashman, that's who we haven't seen yet. Are there any other Mega Man 2 Masters we haven't seen yet?
I think it's Flashman.
Yeah, I haven't seen Flashman yet.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
I think we've seen all the others.
Yeah, I think it's just Flashman.
Where did they get metal from? I don't know. I didn't remember.
It's
Needleman.
from, Needleman.
Oh, okay.
Drake here is being very aggressive with his health.
It looks like he's really making use of this, like, downward throw.
Maurice also refusing to use Airman on the giant snake, but he gets away with it.
Very clutch kill by Drake there.
Yeah, really, really well done.
Yeah, and he needed that. He really needed to not die there. Ooh, and Maurice just...
Ooh.
Yeah, but
well,
Maurice
he
was
was right at
so
the checkpoint,
lucky.
though, so...
Yeah.
Right by the checkpoint. It's almost like he knew.
Okay. And Drake has... Okay, Gemini. So
Gemini
Gemini
Man.
was a really short one for Maurice, so we'll see if Drake can clear this with similar ease.
Maurice pushing the furthest possible block.
Yeah.
Drake taking a lot of damage here at the beginning of Gemini.
Right now, Maurice is doing airman. Maurice really doesn't want to switch off of Quickman at all.
Yeah.
Quickman is low.
Hang on, though.
Yeah.
He's getting very quick clears. Ooh, and Drake gets sent all the way back to the beginning of the stage with that death. He played a little too aggressive with his health on the first screen. I'm finding the way this match is playing out really interesting, because I feel like on paper you would think that Drake would be favored in a game like this.
Yeah, especially since Maurice has stated he's never played a Mega Man game before.
But Maurice is just showing why he's in top 3.
Maybe we can assume that not having played a Mega Man game doesn't make him have assumptions. Maybe.
Possibly.
I don't know. I'm just like trying to grab for some kind of explanation here.
I think he's just really good at video games.
He's just very good at video games.
I mean, granted, so is Drake. Both players are flying through this game.
Yeah.
Just Maurice is flying through it just a slight bit faster. I love Bulbaman's swim animation so much. He just like wiggles his arms around while he's swimming.
You might not like it. This is what peak performance looks like.
Oh, and Maurice taking a fall here. But that was very close to checkpoint as well. So.
It's right there. It's no issue at all.
See if Drake can make it to the boss without losing the rest of his health. He does not have much left. So another thing that I think is kind of interesting is you haven't really seen either player go for any E-tanks.
Yeah, that's true.
That's something that I would definitely be doing in a game like this. So I guess with how not punishing deaths are, maybe they don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, it's almost a non-issue because you can just keep going for the checkpoints as quickly as possible, and if you die to a boss, it's not usually a big deal unless you're at the tail end of the boss fight.
Yeah, I just feel like in that specific situation, Drake was really wishing he had an E-tank.
Yeah,
and
I think
there's been so many of them, they don't seem like they're really that far out of the way. I don't know, I do kind of question the decision not to pick up at least one E-tank. And Drake is just one boss fight behind, really.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Maurice just ate Snake Man alive while I wasn't looking.
Yep. I know Drake understands this water filling mechanic, so...
Yeah, wasting no time. Like
how
that
Maurice took a
implies
little
that...
bit to figure out exactly what this boss wanted
Yeah.
him to do. But Drake wasted no time just spamming bubbles into that.
Yeah, he's going to... That was so fast. Oh, and here we're actually see...
Yeah, managed to make it the top man. There you go.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're finally seeing Top Man. I was kind of hoping they'd both do Top Man last so that we know exactly who was in the lead.
I was secretly hoping that too.
Even Maurice, who has never played a Mega Man game, intrinsically knows how goofy Top Man is, and he deserves no love. Wait for last.
It'd be interesting to see how Drake handles Magnet stage. This was definitely, I think, one of the more difficult stages. But if Drake can... It's also not a particularly long stage, I don't think. Granted, none of these are. These are all quite short stages if you don't die.
I mean, Maurice played it spectacularly, so it's a tall task to beat him in this one.
But he didn't play it particularly fast. He actually took his time in very many places.
Yeah.
Which could have been the result why he actually made it pretty fast in the end, but there is definitely room for Drake to catch up on this one.
See if Drake learns how to use Heat Man. Did he read the pace pen?
Ooh.
So
Does the
that's
pace
something
pen
we-
tell you that you can dash up with Heatman?
It does.
Okay. Hey, there he goes.
Yeah, he got it.
That is rule 1, 2, and 3 of Mystery Tournament. Read the freaking pace pen.
Yeah.
Wasn't it rule 1, 3, and 5?
Yeah.
There,
Wow.
it's just all the rules. There's no other rules. Like,
We change it every year. Just keep people on their toes.
So when you do the the final exam for Mystery Tournament, you can't just look at the answers from last year and know which rules it is.
yeah, there will be a quiz. Make sure y'all are paying attention.
Oh, Drake, this
really
is
doesn't
not...
want to use his dash for some reason.
Yeah,
He doesn't want to get off quick there.
Drake, please release your charge. That sound effect's really annoying.
No!
Oh, Drake.
Maurice hasn't figured out that you can stop time with Flashman yet. He's just using them as Bizarro Mega Man.
I think that was definitely the time stop was also definitely mentioned in the face pin. I think it's also a charge ability. Like you hold the charge.
Yeah, he started flashing, so...
Yeah, there we go. Maurice figured it out.
Yeah, he's got it.
It even has that really goofy Buster pattern that Flash Fan does. Where it's like high, middle, low.
Drake's still having some trouble. Did he just freeze him before he was going to die?
No, he froze him before his health was gone, but I guess like once he eliminated all his health, you have to wait until the freeze is over. Sure.
Alright, Drake's on a boss, so again, it's just one boss fight difference, but unfortunately, well, Drake did have some trouble with Needleman, so it's definitely not over. If Maurice doesn't get a, relatively quick clear here.
Are there Wily stages?
Well, the goal is just the Robot Masters.
Oh, okay.
Right now, I think
there
our
are
goal is
Wily
very
stages.
important. I really wanted this race to continue throughout the Wily stages. I can't
Yeah,
understand why,
I kind of
but-
love this submission a lot.
Dash ability didn't seem to deal that much damage to poor
It seemed
Magnet.
to do about the same as a regular attack.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That death might...
Yeah, that was a really late death.
It's gonna be tough to come back from this.
Yeah, Winners Finals is best of 3, so even if Drake does not clutch this one, he does have a chance to come back.
Like I said, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that Maurice could struggle on this stage. I mean, granted, we haven't seen Maurice really struggle with anything.
Yeah,
so...
he's at best been cautious and slow. But
Yeah.
there really hasn't been anything he's banging his head against the wall over.
Alright, Drake gets the kill, so which one does he have left?
Top Man.
Oh, he still has
and-
Top Man, okay. Top Man seemed like a relatively short stage for Maurice.
Yeah, Top Man was really fast. It's possible, but it seems
Maurice
like
missed a
Maurice...
switch.
It is
so-
definitely going to take some doing. Well, that was fancy. Didn't even angle the metal blade. Just waited for it to come back.
Man, I love the Top Man music. I feel like it's underrated.
What are those swinging blocks in the Top Man stage?
So those, you're supposed to time stop them.
Oh.
So you can clear them. But both players just
Nobody.
realize that, yeah, who cares? Like, I'm just gonna go. Maurice is on the final boss. I think this is gonna... He cleared that stage in no time.
Yeah, unless Maurice just...
Dies a lot.
Yeah, dies like 5 times in a row.
Drake
all
is not
pretty...
letting up. He's quite far into this top man stage.
Well, it's step number 1.
And Needleman is one of the harder bosses.
Yeah, Drake was having some trouble with him when he got to him.
Unfortunately, this really seems like they can just kind of win the damage race against really any boss in this game.
Yeah, I thought about that as well. It seems like they just like...
Oh no! Oh no!
I think that's gonna...
There's no way.
If it wasn't sealed already, yeah, that's it.
Unless Maurice has just the worst time in the world.
Which he's already in the lead. This is over.
That's it. Maurice takes
GG.
it. Game 1. What a good submission. I love this one.
Yeah, I'm so happy this game finally got played. Alright, well... Yeah, very good race. You know, Drake's on pretty much the last section of the stage, so we're gonna let Drake finish and before we move on to game 2.
And it should take no time at all.
Depends on how long it takes before he realizes he can stop time, I guess.
Yeah.
But Drake should know that.
I do understand the frustration in getting a game pull that... Well, a Mega Man game pull from a Mega Man game you've never played. A couple years ago I got... What was it? Mega Man and Bass. And a double pull with Boney. We both got steamroll. We had no idea what to do.
That's a cruel...
Yeah, it was bad.
I love Mega Man and Bass, but that game does not mess around.
This is mean.
Yeah, I messaged Boney afterwards. I'm like, I would like to file a formal complaint. I'm complaining. This game is hard.
Yeah, and Drake's trying to figure out how to effectively use this time stop, because it seemed like when he used the time stop, he just wailed on the boss and took out like half its health. So you can also see with the time stop, there's a meter next to his health bar, and he has to like let that recharge, I think, before he can himself again.
Oh, I was wondering why they didn't just keep time stopping, but that actually explains.
There he goes, that's gonna be it.
Alright.
And he just waits for Top Man to go.
GG for Drake.
Still a really close race, like... Wow.
Yeah, there was less than 2 minutes between our racers in the end.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Doc Robot stages. They're just sitting
really
there on Maurice's
unfortunate.
screen taunting us.
I want to see him.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back once we get Game 2 set up in this best-of-3 match, so stick... Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals. We are still getting set up for Game 2, but real quick, couple of announcements I wanted to make before we get into more Mystery Tournament. As a reminder, AGDQ second wave submissions, our new game submission period is going to be happening in November 13th to 20th. So for those who aren't aware, the games that get into the GDQ schedule are based on submissions. So people submit from all around the world, and then we accept games based on what's been submitted. So for this time, this is our first time ever, we're doing a specific period for new games. So these are games released on or after August 1st. New games or games that got like major DLC updates, that sort of thing. You have like a lot of new content in your game. So those are all eligible for submission. You know, think of examples, games like, you know, Link's Awakening, the remake that came out after our original submission period. Untitled Goose Game, you know, I know people like some honkin' action, so that also is a new game. So games like that, Celeste Chapter 9 DLC, if anybody's familiar with that, that also counts as like a major DLC. So games like that, you know, if you wanted to, if you run one of those new games, you want to submit it for our new game submission period, maybe get it into AGDQ, you can do that November 13th to 20th. So just check our website for more information on that. And also the volunteer schedule, the on-site volunteer schedule for AGDQ 2020 is being released October 31st. So if you are a on-site volunteer for AGDQ, just check your emails for more information. And lastly, just want to remind everybody that I hope you are enjoying this broadcast on the GDQ channel. And if you do like to see more broadcasts like this, more hotfix broadcasts, we have like weekly shows, special events like the Mystery Tournament, and more. So if you want to see more of that, we do need your support to make this happen. So whether it's cheering on the channel, subscribing on Twitch, watching the ads on YouTube or Twitch, anything like that, that really helps us out. So please consider supporting us, and thank you. Well, without further ado, I'll give it back to our commentators as we almost get set up for this next game. Commentators, it's your turn.
All right. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So we just saw Maurice take his first win in this best of 3 set over Capndrake in a very close race of a Mega Man fan game. So we've got another game coming up for you soon. You know, we've got, I don't want to spoil what it is yet, but
you might as well at this point. Like, this is the greatest name ever. We can't wait any longer.
All right. So Darkman, what are in your opinion the essential features of a platformer?
Well, you run,
right?
And you jump.
Right. All right. And so if you had to run and jump as 2 animals, what do you think it would be?
I'm going to go with a cheetah and an elephant.
All right, you're close. Okay. You're very close. But the next game that we have for you all is a indie game on Steam called Run, Jump, Rabbit, Turtle.
It's beautiful.
You know, I mean, I can see running and jumping as a rabbit. I'm very curious to see how running and jumping as a turtle works, because I don't think I've ever seen a turtle jump.
Or run.
I'm also very
Not
curious
exactly
as to why
something
you.
happens.
I'm very curious as to why you see an elephant in the platforming segment.
Don't worry about it.
All right, so the goal for this is going to be to beat the demo. I don't really know anything about this game. I'm very excited to see what this is. It looks like some kind of platformer again, so I think this will be a really exciting race.
It's always interesting to see indie platformers like this, because they can be so innovative and so different, really.
Yeah, I'm like watching the trailer for this on Steam, and this movement looks so unique. I'm really excited for this.
So I haven't spoiled anything for myself, but I'm just as excited just from reading the paste bin with a few instructions.
Yeah, this should definitely be something. And I think with that, we're just about ready. Should be starting in the next 10-15 seconds. So let's see what we've got. I see a rabbit.
That is part of the title.
All right, there is indeed a rabbit. We have not been lied
We're off. There is also a turtle.
It looks like there's some kind of air dash ability. going on?
So you have like a Sonic spin dash type thing going on.
I see both runners here trying to figure out how do you get past here. Oh, Maurice actually.
Hey, Maurice.
So you have, yeah, it looks
He's
like
figured out the secrets.
Interesting.
So it appears you have all the powers of a rabbit combined with the powers of a turtle. Of course, the powers of a rabbit is to jump in the air and curl up into a ball, spin dash like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, alright. Drake's figured it out. And then dies anyways.
Nice.
But he did figure it out. That's what
Mystery
counts.
Tournament in a
So,
nutshell.
it looks like the brown
Okay.
tiles are death.
Yeah, it seems like it, yeah.
Alright, and you got this, like, air dash thing. Which is really... looks like you can dig here. Who can dig? Is that a turtle ability or a rabbit ability? I guess
Of course
rabbit.
it's a rabbit. Yeah, of course it's
Yeah.
a
I would
rabbit.
have to guess a rabbit ability.
I've never
You
seen
never
a turtle
know.
dig.
All I'm saying is turtles don't have... well, I guess they don't really have arms, so they can't dig. Okay, so if you're wondering what the lore of this game is, let me read you the description
And
of
you
the
know
plot
I
from
am.
Steam. The monkey wizard has combined rabbit and turtle into one of those new designer hybrid animals to work for him. You know, like a puggle, but with more shell and buck teeth. In order to traverse the dangerous cave areas and collect the magical kiwis for the monkey wizard, you can seamlessly morph between the fast, nimble rabbit or the slow, defensive turtle.
So invested.
Excuse me?
Those new designer animals, yes.
Yeah, you know.
Everyone's a puglet nowadays. As what we can see so far in the game, it looks like it is your like cookie cutter mechanics, wall jumps, dashes, and stuff. It's
This is a
just that
crazy
you-
close race too.
yeah, so far they're really close. Then you have the Sonic spin, which you can jump if you hit an enemy.
Yeah,
Bad death for Drake there.
it looks like you shift between being a rabbit and being a turtle, where the rabbit can do the spin dash type thing, and the turtle can crush through blocks and not die instantly as soon as it touches certain blocks.
Oh, and there's the exit.
Yeah, there's the exit.
Alright, I only just noticed that there are a copious amount of puns in this game. Just I want you to read the descriptions as they go by.
I don't have fun. Who has time to read? This is a race.
But we do.
True.
Yeah, we're not racing. We can pun as much as we want to. No one will arrest us.
We won't be punished for it.
Alright, so this level is called the easy one. Both players have died many times. That's a good sign. Oh, ooh, Drake had that checkpoint, but the thing moved
But
back
it's
down.
the easy one.
Yeah, the sudden shift in movement of this big block that Drake is like traveling on was
Yeah, but
really
Drake's got this.
mean.
Oh, and he got springs or something. I like that. Oh, I guess that was death too.
It's not very clear which one seemed to kill you.
I think it's anything that's this like reddish brown color is death. Or you can, if you're the turtle, you don't die. You can bounce off of it.
Or you do? I don't know. Drake just died as the turtle when you touch that block.
Yeah, I think the turtle is the only thing that can bounce off of the brown reddish thing.
Oh, they need to go up. Huh.
Oh my.
Where is the ground?
Jesus.
How is this the easy one?
This is the easy one.
So the pastebin mentions that the race has 3 lengthy levels. The easy one, the hard one... No, the easy one, the medium one, and the hard one.
Of course.
So this is the easy one.
Well, I'm very excited to see the hard one then. Or I guess like morbidly curious.
I'm just happy I'm not the one playing this.
Yeah, I think this would tilt me after First 45 seconds.
I think this game was a lot of fun.
And some of these jumps are just cruel for a first level.
Yeah. It might be that because this is the demo, there's supposed to be more easier levels in between them. But
I mean, that could actually be the explanation, yeah. The demo tries to show everything it got, so it just skipped it.
even then, this is rough. But Drake has definitely got a pretty
can bounce off enemies.
a couple of 2 checkpoint lead for Drake. So
yeah, it's
this definitely
pretty
seems
hefty.
this definitely seems like a Drake kind of game.
It really
For
does,
sure.
yeah.
You know, Drake being a veteran mystery tournament competitor, we kind of all know his strengths and weaknesses as a player. Not that he has many weaknesses, but
No, but if you were to do any kind of analysis of the two racers' strength here, I'd say like Maurice is some kind of scion when it comes to understanding games. But Drake is just a beast when it comes to executing the dumbest of mechanics.
oh yeah, Drake has probably the highest level of execution of any player ever. Like I would even say that he probably has better execution than like Andy did when he was still joining. I'm sure he'll be back eventually, but yeah, no.
All right,
that looks like
Andy's retirement is a. Oh, what?
What's he supposed to do now? Oh, he missed something.
What?
Are they required to be picking up these green things and he just missed one?
I think so, yeah. He did walk
That
past the green
would
thing
suck.
earlier.
What does he...
What is happening?
Does he have to restart the whole level?
I think so, yeah.
No way.
But if you look at it, Maurice also just has one green and is...
He's backtracking. He thought about restarting, for sure.
But I don't think he can get up.
Yeah,
Oh, that would be a nightmare.
that's not good.
I know I saw the green thing along the way, but if you look at it, Maurice also
Maurice
is
has
missing
the
a
second
green.
one. No, there's one at the end that Drake got. It was at the very end of the
Oh,
level.
yeah. Look, yeah, on Drake's, he's missing the second one. Maurice got it. Maurice gets the third one, and there's the exit. Oh no. Drake.
This is...
He's gonna have to restart the whole thing.
Yeah, he is. And Maurice is on to the hard one.
Was that not in the paste bin?
It's not mentioned in the paste bin.
It's not.
Oh my god. That's
the kind of things
dreadful.
that happens.
But can he even backtrack?
Yeah,
No.
that seems like something that should have been in the paste bin, in
Yes.
my honest opinion. But
Oh yeah,
that's
for
just me.
sure. That's definitely an oversight on the part of the submission.
Yeah, the
Which-
testers might not have even realized that is something that could have happened.
No, so I even know where it is, the green thing he missed, but I didn't think about it being important.
Yeah, I didn't really think you'd have to redo the entire level.
Over that one pickup, yeah.
And the
Yeah,
pickup is like in the middle of a corridor, so you basically just run past it.
I mean,
Well,
for what it's
pickups
worth.
We're not out of the way. Drake actively avoided it, Jack, as I mentioned.
Yeah, well, why
Drake pausing.
wouldn't you actively avoid it if you don't think it's required?
So,
Looks like they're both pausing.
given the situation, we opted to just invalidate this race and move on to another game because that like Drake not knowing that is literally like the race is probably over. Like it's that bad. So, in fairness to both competitors, we're gonna just redraw.
I think that's a pretty good call.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's unfortunate, but things like this happens in these blind environments. Stuff that seems incredibly obvious and we don't even think of mentioning sometimes turns out to be incredibly crucial.
Yeah, it might not have been even something that came up in testing.
Well, yeah, because if you never miss one, you might not even know they're required.
Yeah, that's a shame. I wanted to see the hard one.
Well, we're seeing some of the hard one, but yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and figure out what we're doing for the next game. So in the meantime, we're gonna take a little break while we get things set up. So sorry about that. But yeah, in the fairness of the competition and the fairness of the runners, we're gonna go ahead and redraw games. So we'll be back in a few minutes once we figure out our name. All right, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we're just trying to finish setting up our Game 2, which we're pretty confident at this point. We're not going to have another redraw. Both players haven't played this game, so we should be okay. But getting the finishing touches on the setup, so just need a few more minutes. But in the meantime, in case you just are coming in, this is the Mystery Tournament 14. We're in the top 8 finals, and what Mystery Tournament is you have competitors going against each other, racing to complete a goal in a video game as fast as possible. The catch is that the games they're playing, they don't know what that game is until mere moments before the race begins. And in most cases, they haven't played the game, haven't even seen the game, so it's pretty cool. It's a different kind of side of speedrunning, where you're trying to go fast, but you don't really know what to expect. So kind of introduces different kind of elements of skill and knowledge and puts you to the test. But it's fun. So we're, in the middle of top 8, getting the winners finals underway. Maurice currently has a 1-game lead over Capndrake in this best of 3 match. And we'll see if Maurice can take game 2 or we're going to go to game 3. So without further ado, I'll let our commentators, Gickman, Sumgirl, and Tetsuya, tell us what we should expect after what happened last game.
All right, so we saw that Maurice is up 1-0 in this best of 3, and we started trying to play game 2, but we ran into some issues. But we've got a new game for them, and this one hopefully won't have any issues.
I pray so much there's no issues with this.
It is a Sega Saturn game, so it might have issues, but not issues that warrant redrawing the game.
Yeah. No, I know the game works, so that's a good start. But as you can see, the game is Bulk Slash for the Sega Saturn. It is... I don't really know what this is, actually. There's robots and you shoot stuff?
Well, there's robots. That's what we know so far.
No, so I can actually talk a little bit about what this game is. So it's a...
Alright, please do.
It's not open world, but it's like an open stage action game where you play as this big mech robot, and you have 2 forms, the running form and the flying form, and you're given missions, what you should do in this stage to complete it.
Alright. Is this a Japan-only release? I see the game is in Japanese, so I assume this didn't get an English language release.
Probably.
Yeah, I
don't know
believe
that
it didn't.
much about it.
I mean, it's a Saturn game. Most of those didn't get localized, so it's not surprising. But
it's not that surprising, though.
So the missions you get...
Yeah, I must admit, like, Sega Saturn is one of my guilty pleasures. I love this console to death.
Wait, why is that guilty? It's a good console.
Oh, it's a great console.
There's so much problems with it, really.
Right,
True enough, but
cool
it can...
on Saturn.
Yeah, it can still make up for it for the amount of cool games it has.
Yeah, I really like this system, and almost everything released on it is just awesome in its own way.
What's your favorite Saturn game, Gickman?
Am I really blunt if I say Nights into Dream? Because I think
that would
really
be
good.
my answer as well.
It is really, really good.
It's a very good game.
But other than that, like Astal is also one of those really, really good games.
Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna say. So, good choice.
It's just unfortunate where the console ended up.
Yeah.
I actually really like Burning Rangers.
I haven't actually played that one. I'll add it to my list of stuff I need to play on the Saturn.
It's a game where you play as a bunch of futuristic firefighters.
Oh, it's the firefighter
Yeah.
game. Okay, yeah, I know that
I've
one.
heard about that one. Yeah.
That's the only threat remaining to society is fires.
Or what's that other Saturn game? I can't remember what it's
The other
called.
one, there's only like one more.
Yeah, there's like
It's Die
it's the
Hard
one where you
Arcade.
one where you like switch colors to shoot the enemies.
Ikaruga.
The treasure game. No, it's I think Silhouette Mirage.
Oh, the other Switch Colors game. Yeah, Ikaruga wasn't even on the Saturn.
No.
Yeah, Silhouette Mirage, I believe, is the game you're talking about. But I remember that being on the PlayStation, but it could have also been on.
It was originally a
the
Saturn game, but I think it got a. Let's see. Was the PS1 a working designs release? It got the working designs treatment.
I think it was.
I don't know, actually.
I actually got it from Mystery Tournament and went out and bought it directly after that. Yeah, it was a working designs release.
Oh, okay.
Look at you. You know.
Yeah, I know things.
Got
I know
the knowledge. So here's a question about our current game draw. You said that you get missions during the level and you have to complete those missions. Are the missions you get in Japanese? Do they tell you what to do in Japanese, or is that in the
yes, but the pastebin also tells you in English. So yeah, there's a stage breakdown in the pastebin that tells you exactly what you have to do to beat each stage.
Yeah,
so
I was
they
actually
will not be held back by their inability to read Japanese.
I was trying to go through it, like the few memories I have of this in my head, and I was like, I don't remember actually knowing what to do. I just remember like destroy everything, kind of.
Yeah, you know, that works in a casual playthrough, but definitely for a race setting, they need to know exactly what they're expected to do for it to be at all a fair race.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, the pastebin is actually really good here. It summarizes everything you need to do, but it do it pretty in a condensed way.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a well-written pastebin. Let's hope they've read it.
Yeah. This is definitely what I like to see.
So we're just
the pastebin also tells us that this is unquestionably one of the best titles on the Saturn.
Unquestionably.
When you have something like that, I mean, it can't be wrong.
Yeah.
Top 5 of the 10 games for the Sega Saturn.
So yeah, we're just trying to fix our audio issues right now. Should be good to go fairly soon. Just trying to get through that. And also, competitors had to read a very, very lengthy pastebin, so it took them a few minutes to process that.
Lengthy, but most of it's just a list of controls.
It's very lengthy.
Are there that many controls for this game?
Yes. There are separate controls for the 2 different forms for your mech.
Oh,
and
wow.
I think again, it's one of those things where most of them are probably obvious, but I personally, when I write pastebins, I tend to include everything just for the sake of completeness. But usually I just like throw the controls at the end. Like, by the way, if you really can't figure out the controls, here they are. It's like, if it's an NES game, you can probably guess that A is jump and B is shoot, but I'm going to write it here anyways, just so there's no ambiguity.
I know I've been discussing with myself, do I really need to include controls, but I often just do it anyways, because as you say, maybe someone doesn't realize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just better to have all your bases covered, so you don't end up with something like the last race.
It really is, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and it looks like we're about set.
Yeah, I think we're good.
I love how mid-90s anime everything in this game looks.
Yeah, this is great.
This is fantastic.
I'm very interested to see how this plays out as a race.
Yeah, me too. I'm so excited I can barely contain myself. I can feel I'm like, oh Jesus, this is gonna be great.
Looks like we're starting. Capndrake's already losing time because he didn't start on the right screen. Or maybe he did, I don't know.
Get together, man.
Alright, so...
And we're off.
Alright, so the description for stage 1. You will see a pickup right next to you as you start the stage. Get it. This is known as a navigator. It opens up a lot of the gameplay. Destroy the targets. Destroy the boss.
That could be applied to any given video game. Destroy the targets, destroy the boss. Keep your HP above 0, reduce theirs to 0.
Yeah. Do not die and make the enemies die.
So one of the important things you see, you have a mini-map on the top right.
Oh yeah.
That one tells you pretty well where to actually find the targets, and then there's this big yellow arrow pointing them out once you're there.
Yeah,
there
what
are
does this
so many
mean?
things on
Nothing.
that mini-map.
Yeah, there's just so much to parse.
Right, Drake is flying.
Looking for
Yeah,
the bigger
Drake is turned into a jet.
He's
Sound
ignoring the arrow,
strategy.
though, which I don't... Does he want to follow that arrow? I think he does.
I mean, he is
If there's a
taking up
big red arrow
25%
telling me to
of
go
the-
somewhere, I usually go there.
Obey. Is he really a good guy? He's destroying Japan.
I don't know.
But you know when the monsters attack, you gotta defeat them, no matter the costs.
Haha,
Looks
there's
like-
no more
oh, they gotta
Japan for
destroy the
you
thing
to
on top of
destroy.
these tanks. Oh, the thing that says target. Alright, we found a target.
Yep.
Drake's destroyed
Alright,
a target.
Target destroyed. We're getting places.
I
So Maurice
think
is
Maurice
currently
has
one target ahead.
Yeah,
lead.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe he does. It's hard to parse. There's just
What
so
is-
much stuff going on. What is
Yeah.
this giant spider on Drake's... What? He's just ignoring it.
And did Drake just melee that with a gigantic sword? Because
Yeah,
that is really, really cool.
It's the beam sword.
We gunned him now.
Alright, so they have a health bar at the bottom left. And you can see that Maurice...
Oh, Maurice is done with the mission.
Well, they still have to
and
fight the
going
boss,
to
I
the
guess.
second part of the stage. Yeah.
It just tells you mission complete, even though you haven't finished the mission.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love
You've
it.
you've completed that mission, and then you get another mission, but you're still on the same stage.
Oh, I love Mecha Frog just clipping into the skyscraper.
So, I assume the boss has a weak point.
Yeah, it's
Possibly that
big
glowing
yellow
orange thing underneath it.
Yeah.
Might be that one.
Be very... Actually, his weak point is apparently everything. You gotta destroy all the pieces. Maurice is tanking a lot of hits. I don't...
Yeah, he's just face tanking this giant tank.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a
no!
death.
Wow, how dramatic. He just keeps exploding for a solid 10 seconds.
The boss does have a health bar. It doesn't seem to be depleting, though.
I think you need to destroy his like armor parts first, and then you can actually damage him.
Do you actually get the health bar? That makes sense.
Yeah, but the dying here is very, very punishing, because look where Maurice is back at.
Oh, he has to do the whole stage again?
Are you
Yes, the
kidding?
whole stage
Oh
again.
my gosh.
Well, it's gonna be very important for Drake not to die here. He's on a sliver of health.
That's huge.
He's trying to see if he can damage it from the ground, because he's getting really just clobbered in the air.
Yeah.
Drake really doesn't want to die here.
But has his shield regenerated a little bit? It looks like it.
I don't
Not...
think it has.
Yeah, I don't think
It
it
looked like
has.
it seems like the only thing that refilled his health was when he destroyed the target. He would get a little bit of health back. Looks like there is like strafing in this plane form though.
Oh,
that's
no!
Drake.
Got shut down.
And just like that, it's anyone's game again.
Amp G is health. Oh, so
Right.
there are health pickups lying around. You just need to take the moment to pick them up.
So the goal is clear stage 5, and that means 5 different bosses, correct?
I'm not sure if every stage has a boss. No, it does. On the pace bin, every mission ends with destroy the boss.
Excellent. I would expect no less from a mecha game.
I
Need
just
that
appreciate
monster
the
of the
fact
week.
that the woman is like one time like screaming and then like merely like a half a second later she's smiling again.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically me every day, so...
Wake up in the morning, scream at the top of your lungs, flail around. Alright, time for cereal. Maurice back on the Mecha Frog.
Alright, and Drake's playing it a lot safer too. You can see he's
Yeah, he
barely
definitely
lost
is.
any health.
Realizing just how costly deaths are.
Yeah. So maybe he's gonna actually destroy this flamethrower instead of just like tanking the flamethrower. Or you can't destroy it, but he can destroy the target from out here. Sometimes his bolts are going through.
Yeah.
Oh, it has 3D aiming. You actually aim up and down.
That's really cool, actually, for
Yeah, it is.
a
Just
Saturn
looking
game.
at the graphic, it seems to be mixing. I'm not sure if it's actually like 3D or if it's just very well made 2D sprites, or if it's some kind of layering effect.
I think the backgrounds are true 3D.
I think it's a mix. I mean,
Yeah.
like clearly, like that gigantic boss is not.
Yeah, it's
right,
definitely.
like-
Maurice is just pummeling this boss. Holy moly.
All right, and that's a stage clear for Maurice. Hopefully, unless there's a second phase.
I messed up with that B.
Yeah, you
Like,
just destroy this giant.
first
mech,
level
and
boss.
It pops like an even bigger mech somehow that was stored inside the first one.
How about Drake?
Drake
Just
melted
wow!
the boss.
Polish the boss.
Lord.
So
I don't know.
figured-
I saw his health bar. It started at full, and then like literally a half a second later.
Free
it was at
fall.
half.
Yeah, it just melted away. All right, so we got a really close race.
Yeah, and so that's stage 1 out of the 5 we're going to be seeing in this goal. So the goal is for them to beat stage 5. The description for stage 2: destroy the targets, destroy the boss. That's it.
I'm gonna start putting that into every single pace bin in any game that has
Destroy
a
the targets, destroy the boss.
boss. Goal. Destroy the targets, destroy the boss.
Make the enemies die, don't die yourself.
Press buttons with haste. Don't go slow. Keep your HP above 0.
Win the race, don't lose the race.
Exactly. How obvious can you be? And was it a 90s thing where like the anime robots could charge up and like carry a lot of missiles around them? Because I don't see those today, but there's several games from this era where that seems to be a thing.
Yeah, they got some missiles. Like when you're in jet form, you have a whole bunch of them surrounding yourself. But now with the cool missiles in mecha anime that explode, and they each have 30 more missiles inside them.
Yeah.
Alright, so Maurice is ahead by I think 1 target, but Drake is full on health.
He's cruising. He's keeping his health high.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're really going to have to kind of watch out for, is the difference in strats between the 2 players. Like, Maurice is tanking a lot more hits than Drake.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, granted, if they can figure out how to melt all the bosses like they did the first one, then maybe that won't be a big deal.
Yeah, then Maurice is on easy street, but otherwise, Drake might win on attrition. Oh,
Yeah.
look at the mecha butterfly. This is great. I love the designs in this game.
Alright, let's see. Oh, this looks like a much harder boss. It seems to move around a lot more. It's not
Wow, he is just
sitting there.
chunking Maurice.
Yeah, but that.
But Maurice just did about half his health bar.
Yeah, he did.
One fell swoop, so maybe.
Well, Drake also on the boss, also chunking it.
Oh my!
Wow.
Holy cow!
I think Drake's almost caught up just by hitting the boss more. They are a couple, like,
Yeah, this is
maybe
nuts.
a
It's
quarter
really
inch of the
close.
health bar apart.
Yeah, but Drake got some kind of different phase here where it's not. You can't damage it. Oh, there it is again.
It's running away.
Maurice
Yeah,
got
really,
it.
they just needed to sit
He-
still and just let them kill it. Oh, there's Drake.
Oh
almost
no,
still
it's
there.
got like a sliver.
Come on.
Oh, that wastes so much time.
Oh, there we go.
And Drake has it. This is gonna come down to who dies on a boss fight.
Oh, it's definitely gonna come. Well, if it's either gonna come down to deaths, or if there are no deaths, it's gonna come down to the fact that Maurice took a death earlier on stage 1 and got to restart it sooner. Whereas we saw Drake spent a bunch of time on that first boss when his health was low, trying to run around, see if he could stay alive somehow, and then died anyways.
Yeah.
All right, so stage 3 is a little different. We've got escort the ship and keep it alive as it travels around the map. Destroy the boss.
Oh no. It's an escort mission.
Yep.
Have you ever done a mystery race with escort missions?
Have I
No,
done
I don't
a
think
series
so.
of escort missions?
It's about the equivalent of an auto scroller. So
Yeah, it is an auto scroller. It is. For some definition of auto scroller, it is an auto scroller. It is a segment of the game whose length is fixed.
Yeah. But everyone knows that like escort missions are always the worst kinds of missions in any game, right?
Oh yeah, there's Hopscotch had a good one in chat. The Violinist of Hameln. That's an escort mission game.
That's actually true, yeah. But the 2 times I've seen that game come around in Mystery Tournament, both races have been problematic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, it just wouldn't be a mystery game without an auto scroller.
And wow, again, look at the health difference between the 2 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maurice is playing with fire, man. He's
it's
trucking
a high
for sure.
risk, high reward strat.
Yeah.
I honestly wonder if he's
been
playing
working
that
for
way
him.
specifically because he's up a game.
Yeah.
Yeah. He knows he can afford to be risky.
Like, I wonder if that's even really like crossing his mind, or if he's just like, that's a dangerous trap to get into. But I don't know. Like,
Conversely,
is that something a player
you
like
can also
Maurice would
play
be thinking about?
conservatively. I know when Andy has been asked and Drake has been asked about their mindset going into games where they're like up a game, down a game, they both say, they don't really think about that. They just sit down and play the game. Rule number 1, don't tilt. Rule number 2, play the game.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a very dangerous mindset to get into, and Maurice's ship
Maurice's
is
ship
almost dead.
is so close.
I think he might lose his ship.
Look at
Depends
it.
on how far it is.
It's exploding. It's in the process of exploding.
It survived.
Oh, there
Oh my god.
Oh my god. This guy, look at him go.
Not even close.
Exactly. Calculated.
The engine's like hanging on by a couple wires. There's some red shirts hanging out the window.
Alright, so Maurice is onto the boss, but again, he only has half health. If this boss ends up being hard, who knows what'll happen.
Given how much damage he deals to this boss, it might not last very long.
Yeah, look at this armored core looking guy.
Oh, that was a lot of damage.
He's shooting energy fists at you.
Another round of that, and he might not be doing so hot.
Yeah. He is already halfway
Damage
down.
off.
Wow.
Wow.
There goes his health.
Okay, the lock-on missiles just melted that boss. That literally did like half the boss's health.
It
Wow,
doesn't seem
Maurice
like-
is
Doesn't seem like Drake
getting
is...
away with murder.
Yeah, Drake hasn't caught on the lock-on missiles. Here
No,
we
he
go.
hasn't. Yeah, Drake's having some trouble.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Drake. I mean, there's still 2 more stages. Anything can happen. But
It was half his health, so...
he's
Wow.
going to need...
Wow.
Alright, stage 4.
Oh, we're in space. Yeah.
Pick up the bombs and drop them off at the target points. Just fly into them and then fly into the target areas. The bombs have a health bar, and any direct hit from a mine will destroy it. Destroy the boss. So they just need to pick up these bombs, then drive through these like green target zones. Alright, and Drake got the stage clear, so that's good. But I think Drake at this point needs a death from Maurice.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Maurice pretty much cut it as close as he could have possibly cut it that last stage, and he still got away with it.
I don't know how he got away with that, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
It was really close.
It was amazing and a little lucky.
That wasn't just a little lucky. That was that was.
Yeah.
He's just sitting back in his chair. He's like calculated.
Yeah, I totally knew that this exact thing would happen. And I mean, I think that's something that's really hard in these blind races, is trying to figure out how aggressive can I play? Because you don't know what's coming. So do you want to play safe so you can be prepared for any eventuality, or do you want to play aggressive and just kind of hope it works out? And it seems like that's the approach that Maurice has opted for, and it is paying off for him.
Yeah, I think generally when you're in these like last matches, it's probably just like pedal to the metal and hope you make it all the way.
Yeah. Drake is fine. Alright, Drake's cleared a target. 2 targets left for Drake.
So there's one left for Maurice.
I believe. True. Maurice is keeping his health up a lot better in this stage than he has in the past, though.
Yeah. He hasn't really taken anything.
Mission complete for Maurice. Let's see how this boss fight is.
Alright, let's see
If
the
it's
boss.
anything like literally any of the other bosses, we won't see this boss for very long.
Made of tissue paper. Is it cube? Drake finishing up his.
Drake didn't get the bomb.
last bomb. He didn't get the
had
bomb.
Where'd the bomb go?
Where'd it go?
So
right.
if you like collide the bomb into like anything, it just destroys. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Like you just clip it a little bit. That's what Maurice was struggling with earlier.
Yeah.
Alright. Maurice fighting Vic Viper.
I don't think Vic Viper
Oh
is
man,
that
that's
big.
awesome.
Alright, so Drake here is also at the boss now. But he have to wait for the animations.
I mean, it's been a while since I've played Gradius, but I don't think Vic Viper is the size of, like, a house.
Then again, we don't know how big all the other... Exactly, we don't know how big the other enemies are.
I mean, there's a person inside your mech, so...
Maybe it's a giant person the size of a house. You don't know, it's future space.
It's true. Maybe people in the future are way bigger.
Wow, Drake... Oh my god!
What?
That's what Drake was waiting for! Holy moly, that's bad.
And that blue
But
laser cannon...
Drake's not doing great
Yeah,
on
Drake
the boss
is...
either.
Yeah,
But
Drake can't
Drake is
take another
making
hit
good
from the
use of
blue
the
laser.
strafe.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Anyone's race.
I know.
And you
I
know
know
that's gonna
both
feel
teams
so
are-
bad if you're Maurice, because
Yeah,
I mean, against a player like Drake, if you give any slack, you know he's gonna.
Yeah, I was about to say,
So
Maurice...
it's the weak point up at like the cockpit for this.
Yeah, it's that small red thing, I think, on the front of the ship.
Yeah.
Seems to be the weak
Yeah,
point.
Drake dinged it once or twice already, so
Yeah.
he should
Oh, man,
know.
he just did a lot of damage there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But his health is low.
Yeah, he has nothing left.
I think the
He has-
cockpit hides when...
I think he can take another hit or two. He has some. Why are there giant?
Oh my god!
Oh no, Drake!
I hate this. I hate this.
Oh, I love this.
I love
This
the
is
giant
weird.
the buzzsaw arms just on top of everything else.
Oh, the cockpit's gone now. I guess there's a different weak point.
Oh yeah, oh, is it the saw blades now maybe? Or the...
I don't
Who
know.
designs these ships? Yeah, we need some giant lasers and what else? What else we need? Giant
Oh, there's
buzzsaw
like a ship,
arms. Yeah,
okay.
slap them on.
Like a couple of buzzsaws on the front of my ship, please. Just in case
I think Drake
something
is
goes
gonna
wrong.
get this though. I don't. Looks like he's neutralized a lot of the enemies. If he just keeps driving in circles, I think he's got this.
Yeah. Oh, the missiles!
Unless it flies straight into the missile line. Of
Oh, I can't watch, man. This is too much.
The entire front of the ship is gone.
There's like nothing left.
Okay, There's no way this has like more weapons, right? Like,
How much you want to bet there's like a secret giant laser once you pop everything off?
Or more buzz saws.
Yeah, the instant like kill or something.
Oh, there's more
No,
buzz
more buzz saws!
Or like quadruple. There's
You
five,
nearly
six,
freed
six
my
buzz saws.
auxiliary buzzsaw. The fool.
There's literally 6 of them.
Oh my god.
And Maurice is getting back to the boss, but
Keep rotating.
Do not die, Drake.
Oh, it's
Yes.
a. Oh, my god.
we did it!
stage clear. For
Holy moly!
oh my god.
Jesus.
We got a game.
I'm so
Holy
stressed
crap.
just watching this.
I know.
Oh, I don't think my heart can take any more of this.
This is too much, man.
Drake, please beat stage 5 quickly.
Wow. Just like that.
See how
What a game.
Maurice just immediately chunks off half the boss's health.
He's like, I'm playing
He hasn't
catch up,
even
man.
seen the buzzsaws or the auxiliary
Or the
cannons or the
secondary
auxiliary
buzzsaws.
buzzsaws. Alright, stage 5.
Alright.
This stage takes place entirely indoors. Grab the ID card on each floor and make it to the elevator to go to the next floor. Destroy the boss.
Can you imagine grabbing a robot-sized ID card?
Well, I mean, robots have to have ID cards too, right?
They're wearing
You
it
have
on
them
like a
in their
big robot
wallet?
lanyard.
Left 4. Alright, so now how many floors there are? 5. So now he's got to find the... Oh, hey, that's a lot of bullets.
Oh, Drake is taking so much damage here.
I know we said it
Now he's looking
before,
for
but
health pickups. Probably
Yeah.
wise.
yeah, definitely. He needs this lead. He needs to keep it. He needs to keep playing conservatively.
But especially he doesn't
I mean,
know he
he-
has a lead.
Yeah, he has no idea, but that's what he needs to do. It's
Yeah,
been
and
working
I
for
really
him.
think the fact that you don't know where your opponent is makes the biggest difference in races like this, where there's like punishing deaths or something. Because
Yeah.
your opponent could be literally anywhere.
If I were Maurice, I would be tilting off the face of the planet once I got really far in this boss fight and then die and I had to do everything over. The only thing running through my mind would be there's no way that I'm not losing by a huge margin now. But
Yeah, and in this case, you would be correct.
yeah, but them being top 8 competitors, consistent top 8 competitors, I know the number one rule seems to be don't tilt. Just don't tilt. No matter what happens, just play your best, don't tilt.
Well-
Tilting is slow. And
Yeah,
Maurice
but-
is still doing really, really well.
Yeah, he got a lot of health, but those buzz saws can probably shave off most of his health in a few moments.
Yeah,
I
he's
wonder on the subject of the tilting thing. I wonder also if Maurice, this being only his second time here in top 8, maybe him having less experience might make him a little more nervous. He might be more prone to sort of going a little bit on tilt.
maybe.
I get the feeling that Maurice is immune to tilting, kind of like how N4H is immune to it.
Yeah, can't
As
tilt
much as he
Andy.
says that, I don't think he's immune to it. I don't think anyone's immune to it.
Maybe they just managed to not care. Maybe this is just like so casual for them.
I
That's
mean,
why
you gotta
they don't do
try not to tilt, but no one's immune to it. Like,
No, I've seen Drake tilt off the face of the earth before.
I
With
think what
the
it is-
Japanese freeware games.
I think what it is a lot of it has to do with confidence. It's like, you think about Andy, right? Like, the man's won so many mystery tournaments, so it's like you have that built-in confidence. So yeah, if you lose one, it's like, whatever, just gotta win the next 2 or 3 or
yeah,
He's won so many mystery tournaments that he got sick of winning and didn't enter this one.
yeah. Like, dang, I came in second. Like, now I only have 5 mystery tournament wins instead of 6.
Oh, Drake
Darn.
here is so
He's
low.
so low on health, but he got the last ID card. He just needs to exit.
Yeah, but there's still a boss fight, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah, if he
He's
gets
looking for
pops.
health refills. He got a flamethrower. But his health is so low.
It takes up so much of the screen.
You can't see
Meanwhile, here-
anything.
No. Oh no, he's still alive. He's still alive.
He has no health. This is the magic pixel. There it is.
There's a death.
No, he got crushed.
But Maurice is still fighting this.
Yeah,
buzzsaw
Maurice is still
boss.
fighting it,
But
but
they-
As
now
you
it's
say
done.
that, it gets
Now
the
it's
clear.
done.
So now they're going to be entering stage 5.
They're tied up again.
Yeah. But Drake does have the stage knowledge. He's seen every single ID
does.
card. He knows the layout of the stage. he knows what to watch out for, like those little like spike traps in the doorways. He knows about those, so I think he'll be able to get this clear much more quickly, unless he takes another death.
Yeah, Maurice could play this really conservatively and try to do it in one shot, but he's not going to. That's right. That's not his MO.
Like, if you've been watching this race at all, you know that Maurice is going to die at this stage, or he's going to get some miraculous 0 health clear.
He's going to headbutt all the enemies into submission, as Maurice is wont to do.
I think Drake's biggest thing here that he knows to look out for the purple Gatling gun, because that thing melted him the first time around.
Yeah.
And we see it already, like, he's on the second floor and he's almost lost nothing. Last time he had lost more than half his health when he was here.
And look at Maurice, he's lost half his health.
Yep, without even trying.
And Maurice just picked up the first key card and is already at half health.
Yeah.
So yeah, Drake knows that he needs to play it safe on this stage. Maurice does not.
Maurice hasn't played it safe even remotely on a single stage in this entire game.
Remotely? I'd say remotely, sure. Like on that last boss, he was playing that pretty safe.
Yeah, true. That last boss fight, he did get the hang of circling everything.
I think Maurice is the type of player where he assumes that he can play everything as aggressively as he wants until proven otherwise.
And man, it is work for him.
But this stage has not yet proven otherwise.
Yeah.
Drake is trying to figure out how to not get just melted by this Gatling gun. Does pretty alright. You know, he's got half health. That's pretty decent for where he is in this stage.
Yeah.
He's trying to make this impossible jump. Can he transform into the plane indoors?
I don't think so.
Good question.
I think he would have done that by now.
I would try to do here personally, but...
This jump.
Oh, hey! Guess you can!
What do you know?
I am a genius.
These must be some pretty big corridors.
Or it's a very small plane.
It's a very small plane, yeah.
Yeah, see, Drake knew that there was that spike trap right in the doorway and just blew it up without getting spiked. And he's playing it real safe around this ridiculous turret enemy. How are you supposed to not get hit by that?
I guess that's the thing. You're supposed to be hit by it. It's there to protect the base. It's supposed.
And I guess it's a matter of trying to minimize how much you get hit by it instead of trying to avoid getting hit by it.
Yeah, it looks like it actually.
And Drake is going to turn into the plane.
Just turning into
really
a jet.
like this call, actually.
Yeah, this is great.
Oh man, he's just demolishing everything inside of that room with a barrage.
Honestly, why would you ever not be the plane? It's so
I think it has a really bad turning radius.
True. All right, and that's.
All right, floor 6.
Get.
This is the boss floor.
Instantly greeted by the giant
we got
turret.
a boss fight for Drake. This could be it. We could be seeing game 3 if he gets the clear here.
Last boss. What do we got?
Hopefully more airplane. I want to see more planes.
God, look at Maurice's health.
Yeah, and this is the exact section where Drake died the first time, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, it sure is.
And there's the death.
Sniped.
Oh, we got a whirling laser bomb.
Is it a... It's a...
That's totally Baronade from Ocarina of Time, right? Except,
Yes.
like,
Yeah. Absolutely.
And also way faster and more dangerous.
Yeah. Super fast, seemingly invincible, blue health bar.
Alright, yeah, so the charge missiles seem to be the answer to this boss, and Drake has figured that out. And
yeah, Drake just has to...
unless this boss pulls out some crazy auxiliary buzzsaws, I think Drake's got the clear here.
Every robot can use auxiliary buzzsaw.
You can always use a second set. I think Drake really has to watch out that he doesn't get yumped by this thing, because those arms dealt a lot of damage to him.
Oh wow.
Alright, there's a phase 2? Or
Of course there is.
Is that clear?
No, wait. You got it?
Nope.
Oh, no.
Spider!
Angry spider.
Of course it has.
Oh, it climbs the ceilings. This is Goma.
As a spider is wont to do.
But again, the lock-on missile is super good. Oh, and Drake just doesn't
Wow.
know to about a third of the health.
Jesus.
And
They're
that, I
4-3.
think, is going to be a
That's
clear
it.
for him.
Yep.
GG Capndrake.
Yep, there it is. GG. Man, that was tense.
That was
to say the
a
least.
race. Wow. Great submission, great race. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was incredible. Gonna play this later.
Yeah, I gotta do that too. This
It seems like the full game of this isn't that long. I only see 7 stages, so maybe someone
Yeah, I
will race
wonder,
the entire game.
I wonder what made the goal go back from perhaps 7, like beat the game, to 5. And what those other stages might be like.
Might just be an issue of length. I mean, it took Capndrake, one of the best players in the tournament, 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was a good half an hour.
And Maurice forfeits.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just we have a comment from Maurice. His simple comment says trash.
Yeah, Maurice is not a fan of this genre, I guess.
Boo. How could you
All
not
right.
like the buzzsaw
All right, so we're going to
ship?
see game 3, though. That's exciting.
We are. So we're going to go ahead and take a little break while we get set up for game 3. So stick around. We'll be back in a few minutes to see what we got for us for this last game of the winners finals match. And welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we have the game already. And this is really cool because the game Color Jumper was actually submitted by the dev, Ben Burns, who's actually in chat right now. So thank you very much, Ben Burns, for submitting this game. This is cool. I'm pretty excited to see what we're going to see here because I read the paste bin and this sounds really neat. So yeah, I'll let our commentators kind of go from here. So are you guys excited?
Yeah, I just watched the trailer. This looks super, super fun as a blind race.
It looks super fun. Also looks very difficult. So
Yeah, it
this will be
seems
very interesting
really
to
hard.
I'm so glad I don't have to play this because I'm
Yeah.
really bad at keeping track of these many things.
100%. I would not be able to do this and maintain any degree of poise in my game.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see for sure. But it looks like the racers are almost ready. We're just waiting on them to get ready. But we're gonna. So what should we expect from this game? We should probably expect some colors. We should probably expect some jumping.
Colors and jumping, and I
Who
think
knows
the
what
colors-
else? It'll be a fun surprise.
It's a puzzle platformer, to be sure.
I'm ready for like my brain to melt watching this. All right, now we got us starting. It looks like you jump to the exit.
All right,
How hard can it be?
right off the bat. Your little Rubik's Cube looking thing.
Yes, and
It looks
seems
like you can... Yeah, you can only jump on light colors to the bottom color on your cube.
Well, it's not the bottom color necessarily. It's that
Or-
that color has to be touching the surface. So if you want to wall
Yeah.
jump, off of a red wall, you have to be on red.
I assume
And every
one
time
of
you press jump, you
Yeah,
rotate 90 degrees.
you rotate. I assume they would also have a rotate button, right?
It's
Or is that just still jump?
Okay, there's like black lines that are killing them, and I cannot see them.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah.
hard to see.
Oh, I can see them way better on the restream. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
The
the
pitch
color settings are
black
just off
blue.
on this monitor.
So every color can collide with white. You die instantly on black. And your light color has to touch a platform to collide with it. And I assume it will get way, way more complicated than just, a yellow block in the corner there.
It's already pretty complicated.
Yeah, it's already
It's already too hard for me.
enough to make me crazy, yeah.
Brain hurt.
Yeah, this is very impressive how they do it. I'm so glad I don't have to.
Yeah,
run this.
And
so
we have
happy.
a very close race too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, Drake taking a very unfortunate.
And like you were saying before, this definitely seems like a a very Maurice game.
Yeah, this definitely, I think, matches up with Maurice's skill set quite well. Oh, and we see Maurice, our introduction to enemies. So you've got to kill the enemies in order to progress.
Yes, and the pastebin mentioned that enemies can only be damaged by their respective color if you collide with them from the right direction.
Right, so you don't have to jump on all the enemies. Like, that enemy needs to be killed from the side.
Yep.
Which is a little unusual, I think.
I like how self-explanatory the mechanics are. It takes no time to just like look at the screen and parse what you're supposed to do.
Oh, Maurice! The enemies on Maurice's screen here is very, very impressive.
Drake is getting really hung up on this level with this enemy
Yeah.
that he has to the side. I wonder why that is. He thinks he has to jump on it, but that's not.
Yeah. Man is just hardwired it into years and years of jumping on enemies.
Understandable.
I really like it when game challenges, like stuff that you know that this is how it works, but then it doesn't.
So here's an interesting one. I mean, I can't even tell who's on what level. Is there level numbers on there?
No.
Okay, there are at the top left. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the top left.
Oh, and they are on the same level.
Yeah, Maurice had a lot of problems with this level, and Drake just blazed through everything up until this point.
Alright, so just gotta kill this last enemy, which should be pretty easy. Yeah, Drake just killed it. That's made up a ton of time.
Yeah, Drake now understands what it is he's supposed to be doing.
And Drake's
He's gonna have
execution on this level has already been ridiculous. I think he just made up a good, like...
Yeah, Drake's execution generally is very, very, very good.
Yes, that's why we always see him on the big stage. He can execute.
Indeed.
And
yeah, so races are neck and neck here, really.
yeah, there really is just the smallest of gaps between
Yeah.
Oh, but they both taken a death here, but Drake lost less time from that death.
Ooh,
that was tricky.
Yeah.
This whole game's tricky.
Yeah, the whole game is tricky, you're right.
I love it how you have to like plan your movement. Do I get the wall jump on that wall, or do I wall jump on this wall, or the colored wall? And how many times do I spin to line myself up perfectly here?
Yeah.
And one thing I also like is that you can kind of, to some extent, mitigate that by just having like better execution. Like, if you just mash the jump button enough times when you're in the air, you don't really have to worry about it. And Drake's in the lead now.
Yeah, he is. Wow.
Wow, look at this jump.
Here you're really gonna...
You gotta be green.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the only way
Drake
through.
had to think about it, and Maurice just blew past it. They both did the exact same thing. That's pretty funny.
Drake does not know what he's dropping into, so...
I could just see a hint of it actually on his screen, but it was
You can see
very
the
low.
enemies.
Yeah.
You can see it. He played there, and with that, Maurice is back in the lead. Oh,
Oh,
Drake's on the wrong
no.
orientation. Okay. Oh, boss fight.
So this
It's
is the
you, but
first
bigger.
boss then.
Yes, the goal is to beat the second boss. Wow,
And this boss fight is really clever. Hey,
Wow.
Maurice got it.
Maurice gets the clear. Let's see if Drake can get the clear faster and make up some ground.
Said beat the second boss is the goal?
Yes.
Yep. And it might be
Which is apparently stage 49.
Oh, what?
Where they're on, Maurice is on stage 25 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, they're halfway through.
Might be a short race.
I mean, if the difficulty is so far is anything to judge by, this is gonna get harder.
Drake's having some trouble with this ball, so we saw him here taking another death.
He's playing it a lot safer than Maurice did, and I don't think that's paying off for him.
But Maurice did something. He was just standing like below the boss when it smashed down.
Yeah.
Drake seemed to try the same thing, and it didn't work for him.
And Drake gets it.
Yep. Moving
All right, that's a boss clear.
Took a while.
And a Steam achievement.
Hey.
All right, but in the meantime, Maurice has made a decent sized gap. Maurice is on, looks like 28, and Drake is on 25, 26. I can't read that. So a couple stages. Again, all it takes is one tricky stage to wall Maurice for a little bit, and suddenly it's tie game again.
Yep.
We got some very tricky wall jumps that are definitely... Oh, and Maurice on an auto-scroller.
This auto-scroller box.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Getting some Metal Storm vibes.
It's
Yeah,
going to
actually.
be- I was gonna say
Very
there's going to be a colored wall, right? But there wasn't.
Ooh, and Maurice dies right at the end.
Yeah. That sucks, but he's got a pretty healthy lead right now.
Yeah, but Drake is catching up. Drake
He is
now
catching up.
28.
Yeah, I don't think any lead is healthy when you're playing against a player like Capndrake.
As we
The
saw
only
in the previous
healthy
game.
having finished the goal. And Drake is taking an interesting choice of paths here. I feel like the path he's taking is like more execution based than puzzle based,
Yeah,
and I think that kind of paid off for him.
seemed like it. So here Drake is on the moving box stage, and I think Maurice is on stage 32 now.
Takes it
Which
back.
is,
32 to 30, that 2-stage gap
He's
is
catching up.
I mean, 2 stages is definitely nothing to discount.
Oh.
make that 3 stages. 4 even. Oh wow.
That enemy, does he have to kill all the sides of that enemy?
Probably not.
I was gonna say probably.
That would suck.
That would
be hard. Okay, no.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay. I was curious. I
Almost
just
a
saw
little
that.
bit disappointed.
That last jump is just killing Drake. He's lost already a good minute there.
Nothing like dying at the very last part of an auto scroll level.
Even if it is a relatively short auto scroller, it's still it sucks.
There we go.
All right, and there's the stage clear for Drake. And 31 looks like kind of nothing. So
Yeah, compared to what you just went through, 31 seems to be a breeze.
and we're back to 2 stages. Or we make that 3 stages again.
Yeah, 35 to 31.
These guys are pulling really, really close races today.
Yeah, for sure. I think these are 2 very closely matched competitors in a lot of ways. They each have their own strengths and weaknesses, but
These stages that Drake is going through, they have something of a Meat Boy vibe, don't they?
they have an
Little bit,
extremely
yeah.
Meat Boy vibe.
You can tell the developer took some pretty big inspiration from Meat Boy and maybe VVV.
Oh yeah,
Down
definitely.
low. like he was listing in his Steam page.
Drake is having a lot of trouble getting past that
Yeah,
last.
Yeah, that jump is really tripping him up.
But good for him, Maurice is also stuck.
Yeah. Ooh,
Okay, Drake
that
gets
was
the clear.
close. That was close.
That was really close, yeah. He's just blazing through the subsequent stage here.
And with that, we have a 1 stage gap.
Ooh.
At 35 is giving Maurice a very hard time.
Yeah.
Seems very difficult, so I don't blame him.
No, definitely not.
And with that, we're on the same stage. Let's see if Drake can get a much faster clear than Maurice here, and this is anyone's race still.
But it's the same kind of jump that
Yeah, Drake is getting
so
really tripped up on the downward projectiles.
They're hard.
The developer in chat does say, I do regret making 35 as difficult as I did. They knew.
Yeah, I think this right here could be the decider.
Alright, Drake.
Drake can get this jump here.
This part with it. Oh, and it.
Oh! I simultaneously did it!
Oh my god.
Oh, look at that tunnel down there. The color tunnel. Oh my god. That's brutal.
I would have assumed Drake would have tried to just avoid that entirely.
Yeah, same honestly with the way he's been playing.
Yeah.
Because he definitely can. Wow, they are just this race is ridiculous. I'm glad this race is so close.
Yeah, every race in this winter's final.
Yeah, this has been just a fantastic set all around. Yeah, I think Drake's gonna try taking bottom path here.
Yeah,
sure is.
Which I think is a very good decision, and it
Yeah.
pays off.
Does it?
And it pays off for Maurice too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My god. Again.
And 37 here looked really...
Yeah, it's kind of
Ooh,
nothing.
Maurice takes a death, and Drake moves on. We have a...
Oh, Drake doing some bubble mountain climbing here. It makes it through.
Maurice is getting a little tripped up on 37. This could be it. This race is
so close to the
ridiculous.
end. Yeah, it's been
Wow,
nuts.
this seems really tough. How do you do that jump on Drake's end?
Well, Maurice did it. It wasn't...
Yeah. Blind drop. Alright. What do we got? Okay. And can Drake get the clear here? He does.
He does it.
Man, on to 39.
These levels seem much more
Got the
execution
panic
heavy than
drops.
puzzle heavy.
Yeah, and Drake's probably really happy about that.
Yeah, because his execution has been on point on these levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expected this to be like color hell, that you needed to flip to the correct color all the time.
I assume that's what comes after this, is that, you know, the first level introduces hard colors, then hard puzzles, and then hard platforming. Then after that we get
Welcome to 45.
Yeah, Drake's not a puzzle slouch, but I would
Yeah.
definitely say that I think Maurice is a slightly stronger puzzle player. I just think that is what Maurice is good at.
Yeah. Maurice, who has
And
crawled
again,
ahead.
they both did the clear at like the same
Yeah.
time. This is ridiculous.
They really want to stay together.
This race is so good.
Yeah, this is anybody's game still, and for God's
What did
sakes,
they
it's
even do
game
here
3
at
in
the
a Winners
bottom?
Finals.
What are they supposed to do?
What? Okay.
Do they need to jump through that small gap?
Oh, I know what they need to do.
Oh, you activate.
Yeah, you activate the barrier.
Oh, you make the
And then,
wall
yeah, and
solid.
it stops the bullets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it communicates that mechanic right there. Right.
All right, Drake's
And
got the hang of it.
Oh,
Oh no!
It takes a death, and Maurice figures it out
Maurice,
at the same
yeah.
time. It doesn't
Oh, he
take
does it.
that. Oh man, this race.
Oh, we got jets now. Oh god.
I love it.
Oh,
I love this. What a game.
Okay.
these color jets are amazing. Man, I so wanted to see the entire game. I wonder what it pulls out after a while.
Oh, that jet that just transports him to death.
Yeah, the little blind jet just murdered you. I guess you do kind of see it on your way there, but still. Oh, so close.
Oh, that sucks.
This mechanic is so good.
It is.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, Drake.
Oh.
Oh.
I got the wrong rotation.
And there's only what 5 levels left before the boss.
Yeah, this is nuts. The stage Maurice is on right now, with the kill block, just right at the end of that platform.
Oh, this traveling color jet here is me. Oh,
oh!
No way! Does this work?
No, Maurice. what are
Maurice,
doing?
you big cheater!
Oh, he's trying.
Drake though is trying to behave.
Oh my goodness.
He does it.
I feel like Maurice made that harder than he needed to almost. I think Drake's not gonna die here.
Yeah, you're right.
Drake
No,
clears it
he
with
doesn't.
ease, just doing it the way you're supposed to.
Not cheating.
Yeah.
Everyone loves the cheese.
Gentle, fair Drake. Maurice, the big cheater.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Ben Burns saying that you actually get an achievement for doing that.
That's
The way
really
Maurice
funny.
did it.
They're both having a lot of trouble on this level.
Yeah, they are.
It's weird because I feel like this looks easier than the last couple levels.
I think it's all the like. There's so much color all of a sudden all everywhere. I think it's hard to focus.
Yeah.
That and the fact that you can't go too high.
Drake had it there. Oh. Yeah, I think this is one where Drake had the right idea. He just kind of guns it, and Drake gets the clear.
Yeah, got it.
On to 47. There's only one more stage after this before the boss.
It's still so close. Maurice can just navigate this level.
Drake.
That was
close.
What was that?
That was so.
Maurice
not
finally does it.
Don't do this to us, Drake.
Right, Drake
After how
just needs
stressful
to
that last
move
race
out.
was. Can't believe they're doing this to us again.
Right, Drake is
Alright,
through.
48.
All right.
One more stage before the boss.
I think you need to
It
push.
was a test death. Oh, you push against it.
Wait.
Oh, and then he
Oh,
dies.
wrong way.
Yeah, wrong way.
Yeah, you should just fall.
And
here.
Maurice
Don't
on the
rotate.
stage too.
Oh, and then make sure.
Oh, it just pushes you right into it. This is nasty.
Yeah, this is mean. Oh, and there's guns up there too in the blue. Yeah.
That's really mean.
Wow.
Didn't notice him at first.
This level
what a
doesn't mess
jerk.
around, does it?
Oh, all right.
That's
Right
section,
here.
but that's far from the end.
Oh, this is
Oh,
long.
this
This
level-
stage is long.
Oh, okay. Oh, those are fast. Oh, the crusher.
Oh, he made it. No,
No.
what happened?
No, he didn't.
Oh, you
He
can't be
jumped.
against the wall because you can't jump.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh god.
Wow.
Right, Maurice.
Let's see how Maurice does.
To the
with
bottom
that
of the stage. Oh, getting fancy.
section. See if Maurice takes
Alright,
the same
let's
death
see.
that Drake did.
Yeah.
Yep.
He sure does. You gotta wait
if
for the
Drake
crusher to
understands.
block off the laser before you can actually start jumping.
And Drake understands that now, and
Okay, so he's gotta wait this out.
yeah, he's got to jump. He did. Bounce. Ooh, okay. Oh, this is tense.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, and you have to
Takes a
stand up.
death.
Yeah, otherwise you get.
Hey!
that's-
Ooh.
Alright, boss fight for
boss
Drake.
2.
Right, it's the same.
Same guy, but angrier. Oh god! Yeah,
Not
he's
the
way
same
angrier.
Not the same. Oh, now he rotates as well.
Wait, what killed him there?
Oh, wrong
Gets
color.
rotated.
Last second.
Maurice here making it through the green hell.
This race is so close right now.
So close. It's
Drake needs to get this boss clear because if Maurice makes it to this boss,
yeah. It
Drake hasn't really made
Will be
any
anyone's
progress
game.
on this boss.
no, and this is his chance. This is his one chance.
And here is Maurice at the boss,
Okay.
knocking on the door.
Maurice getting instantly slammed by that beam.
All right, there's one hit for Drake.
Okay, you got one, Drake. No.
And nope,
Oh, and
he
it's
doesn't
nice.
got one anymore.
All right, Maurice got one, and he died too.
Got one anymore.
I can see what Maurice is going for. He's going for
Yeah.
a double hit. Looks like.
God, it's still anyone's game. This is nuts. Okay.
Oh, you can actually see the boss hints at what side is going to rotate upwards,
Yeah, he does.
but it's a very short time gap.
Okay, Drake's got two.
I'm so stressed.
I know. All right, he's lining it up. Drake's got three.
3 hits.
Three from Maurice. Oh God. Oh, Maurice died.
Guys,
Oh, Drake takes it.
Drake gets it!
Holy cow.
Oh,
oh my god. What
It
an
was-
ending to that set. Wow. Just
It was just that one death at the very end.
yep.
It came down to seconds. One mistake. That is
that was
Amazing.
an incredible set.
yeah.
Like
I love that
I
set.
feel like honored to have been able to commentate a set like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we couldn't have gotten a better one.
What a top 8. I love this winner's finals. This was a great set.
And we got
Drake moves
we're
on.
gonna give Maurice a chance to finish if he wants to.
Nah, he decided to forfeit.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
Just get right into his next match.
Wow.
I can understand that. Just
Yeah.
give him some time to relax.
All right. Well, in that case, we're going to be moving on to Losers Finals. You're going to be seeing plenty more of Maurice. He's going to be playing against Sirniko, who has been waiting patiently for his chance. And that's going to be another really good set, hopefully. So there's plenty more mystery action for you guys coming up. So with that, I think.
Yeah, congratulations to Drake for moving on to grand finals once again.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. Well, with that, I think we can take a break. Everybody needs to catch their breaths after that race, right?
Wow, I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm still shaken by what I've seen. So like, whew.
It's got to be one of my favorite sets in Mystery Tournament top 8 just ever. That was so good.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a few minutes, get set up for the next match, so stick around. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals. That was a pretty exciting winners final set that we just had. It was really, really, really close. That was pretty incredible. But we're almost done, just kind of getting set up with all the finishing touches for the start of the losers finals between Maurice and Sirniko. Real quick, just want to let everybody know, reminder that we do appreciate you watching and supporting this Mystery Tournament broadcast and all of our JDQ related broadcasts. And if you do wish to support us even further, which your support makes these broadcasts happen, like our weekly shows, these special broadcasts, like the Mystery Tournament broadcast, things like that. If you like what you see, you want to help us out, keep them going, you can cheer, put bits in the channel, you can subscribe to us on Twitch, watch an ad on YouTube, or watch our ads on Twitch. Anything you can do to help us out, we really appreciate it, so thank you. Well, with that, we can introduce our new commentators. We had a little commentary swap. So for the losers finals, we now have Alpha 5, Jal, and Mythical 9 who are going to break down all the action with this second to last series. It's going to be pretty cool. So commentators, it's all yours.
Great, thanks for the intro. What's up, everybody? Get ready for some Sirniko versus who we got? Maurice action.
You sound exasperated as if you just cast that last series and didn't understand who won at the end. Because
I was watching it. Yeah, it was really tight.
Those were definitely better games than that bunny game that got redrawn.
All right, well, yeah, but Drake would have won that.
It was
anyway.
He definitely would have won that. That game was so hard to control.
It was tough. Yeah, like the dash would also like switch you to the rabbit like in one put, and some of the turtle moves would also automatically switch you, but getting the controls was part of it. Unfortunately, we're not playing that game. Instead, we're going to be playing my favorite game I tested out of over 100 games. It's called Overclocked, and I've never heard of it, but it's very cool.
So, on a scale of 1 to yes, just based on things I've seen from this game, how anime is it?
The aesthetic is 9 out of 10 anime, as you can see right now. But gameplay, I associate anime gameplay with like way too much stuff on the screen. What is happening? What do all these meters and numbers mean? This is actually pretty clean and elegant sort of platformer. So in that sense, not truly an anime game.
Okay.
So it's half anime.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's probably for the best. We've seen enough exploding anime on the screen today, probably. Probably not all of it that's to come for the rest of the day. Japanese freeware seems to be the best thing to put in a top 8 final.
Oh yeah, we'll see that at some point. Yeah. I'm keeping myself blind to all these top 8 games, so
yeah,
I'm excited.
Can find so much. The Japanese freeware devs, they make so many games, and none of us play them because we can't.
Oh, and we are about to start in a second. Here we go.
This is exciting. Oh, this is not what I expected this game to look like based on that title screen.
No, it's a platformer, and you got a big punch that is basically like an air dash. You can wall jump. Everything about this game feels great to play.
Oh, this does look good. As Nico
definitely looks like a top 8 game. You need to have your dashes.
And Maurice just exploding.
Who do we think is better at this kind of game?
So if the game has, I'm gonna say, jank controls, I think Nico is a little better. I think he's better at just worse games, I guess is a way to put it. But if everything is super clean, I think Maurice will pick it up towards the end, especially if the levels get more difficult.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that.
Same. Sirniko is really good at figuring out stuff. The more that things are unclear, I think Sirniko has an edge over just about everyone in the tournament. He just really has a knack for that kind of thing. But this game is really straightforward. It is really tight. I would put this in Maurice's wheelhouse.
Yeah, at the same time, while he is better at figuring things out, sometimes he does figure things out a little bit too much in that he'll think more than is necessary. If it's just like, well, if I can just push the button 3 times and it works, then, that's good enough. So he does have a slight tendency to over-puzzle, but so far it's going really well.
He's definitely taking the lead in the beginning. Now he's in blue world, so we get a nice change of scenery from green to blue. Are there mythicals, since you've played this, do they add any sort of unique mechanics as it goes on, or is it all pretty straightforward?
They do. Not too much, but there is, each world will kind of have a sort of a gimmick to it. I don't honestly remember what they all are, so it'll be a nice reminder as they get there. But the main game mechanic here that is available from the get-go is that your dash, you only get one, but if you kill something with it, you can do another one. So you sort of are looking for ways to chain them together.
Okay. So that's why they're killing these little purple things.
And it's eight-directional as well.
I play a lot of games like this. I guess sometimes Celeste is also like this. It's a really
like Celeste, but with a punch.
That just makes it better.
I think so, yeah. This is the new Celeste.
Here we see a new mechanic where I think it's like a down forwards input. We'll see it pop up here on the bottom, and a punch will do like a shockwave that climbs forward. But Maurice actually doesn't do it. He just got close enough that his regular down punch explosion triggered it. So he maybe did not learn something important there, and it might hurt him later on.
Yeah, that's a little scary, potentially.
So if you accidentally touch these little things, you die instead of boost, right?
Right. Yeah.
Now
these
I'm
are
looking. There's a number in that top right. Is that stored punches?
It's a combo.
Okay, no, that's the combo meter. Okay, I wasn't 100% sure.
Is there any reason to get a combo?
I don't think so.
Okay.
To look cool to all your friends.
Oh yeah, I need to impress
Maurice did
everybody.
take a lead, but is having some problems. These are hard inputs. This is a game that I probably, like, if it was 10 years ago, I would dominate on a keyboard.
I cannot play a game like this.
Yeah,
on a
I can't dominate any game on keyboard.
I didn't have any Xbox controllers or anything, so I just played all of these games like I want to be the guy on a keyboard, and so kind of want to get back to that because it hurts a little bit less than sometimes gripping the controller in a certain way. As Maurice is taking a pretty big lead here.
Yeah, Nico's having trouble with this last level.
And actually, and to speak to that, I know Maurice is okay with keyboard controls. Nico hates it. He'll make the statement that, a game isn't worth playing if you can't play with a controller.
I feel the same way. Well, it depends on the genre, but definitely this genre.
How do you feel about Distorted Travesty on not a keyboard?
Oh, that was fine. I love that game. No one will agree with me, but it's fine.
It has 10 inputs. It's so ridiculous. And that's before movement.
So Sirniko, stop to read a prompt there that I'm not sure Maurice did, but it lets you know that you can, the punch that you're doing, you can hold it to kind of like suspend yourself in midair, and then you can actually cancel and keep your punch, which means you could then charge another punch and then cancel it and then charge another punch, and you can actually hover indefinitely in the air. There's not a lot of situations where you want to be not moving, especially in a race like this, but
yeah, I imagine that's slow, right?
Yeah, but there are situations, kind of like these rooms that Maurice has reached here, where there's a lot of enemies. Sometimes there's spikes and you don't want to touch the floor, so there are reasons to do that kind of hovering thing, and I don't think Maurice is going to know about that, but he does know about the shockwave, though. I did see him do it, so that's good.
Yeah, I would think in these in later stages, if there's just a lot going on, that indefinite hovering, so you can figure out, okay, how do I actually platform this? That might be useful then and there. As Maurice is not having fun with these enemy spawners, it's giving Nico some time to catch up.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he's going to have to get used to him because these levels do come back a number of times throughout the goal, and they only get more difficult. But I like Maurice's strategy here of getting them right as they come out, because some of these flying guys move, in some diagonal patterns that will get out of one of your angles that can actually hit it pretty quick. So by just kind of punching into the spawner as it comes out, pretty guaranteed way to pick up those kills.
He's fine now. Moving on to yellow area.
So yeah, what world are they on? How can we tell?
I think this is still the second world. There is
It's
a
just
boss
the
fight at the
interior
end of the
space.
second, and a boss fight at the end of the fourth. The third one just kind of
okay.
ends unceremoniously.
As we have these auto turrets that they just seem to suck.
Yeah, they don't quite track you fast enough as long as you don't stop moving, which is what you want to do in a mystery race anyway, so very well suited to both these players, I think.
Nico is not too far behind. He's back on this like battle royale section.
Yeah, and he seems to be doing it much quicker than Maurice. He's not taking any risky punches, like if he sees the enemy below him, he's not going to punch something next to it.
Yeah.
Nico's spatial awareness is very good.
You've also got these little arrows around your character that are kind of hinting at where enemies have just spawned that I'm not sure I noticed when I was playing, but I'm pretty sure I just saw
yeah,
that.
that's nice to have if they're off screen. Seems like usually the arrow shows up when they're on screen though, so I'm not sure how useful that is.
It's like within range, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, turret takes out Maurice back to the start of this level.
And there's no checkpoints in any of these levels, right?
Yes, I think that is correct. They're just kind of generally short enough that it doesn't matter, but some of them, as you've seen, do get a little long.
Yeah, so there's with the lead that Maurice has right now, it is going to be tough for Nico to catch up with how like the deaths aren't too punishing. Also, we see Maurice on the first boss here.
Yeah, here we go. These are, you'd think in a game that has you with a big old punch that you would get a boss with like a health bar and you punch it, but it's really more of a puzzle, dodgy, survivey kind of boss here. Maurice getting clipped by the wall that comes out suddenly.
Maurice sure tried to punch it, but didn't take.
So it's these kinds of levels where being able to just hover in the air, just stick somewhere and see what's going on, it can really be a big help. And it's something that I think only Nico is going to know to even try to do.
So is this more or less an auto-scroller?
There, you do need to come in with a punch right here.
Oh, okay.
So as long as you're getting these,
Mhm.
that opens the way, or like one of the layers that lets you get down to the guy at the bottom who's running
the
the
bank
show.
robber.
Yeah.
Very creative name.
He's a bank robber first and a supervillain second. All right, so Nico's in here too.
Oh yeah, look
you
at
know,
that.
it looks like, oh, it must be very close, but this is pretty long, so it's still like a 45-second, maybe minute advantage for Maurice.
And taking a death on this would be really punishing.
But bam!
Oh, and Nico does take that death.
Only takes one punch to kill the bank robber.
Yeah, he's all show. He's all smoke and mirrors. Once you get through him, he folds like a house of cards.
He's using
He's just
computers
a hacker.
to kill you, so you know.
So World 3 for Maurice now. He's trying to kill this enemy. I think 3 of 8 enemies killed currently. So do need to kill them all. Very nicely done by Maurice to catch that. We saw a player miss a thing that they needed, and it was a problem in an earlier race. So I'm glad. Oh yeah, that's not like a happy zone to stand in. That is lasers.
Yeah, that was unfortunate with Capndrake, but hopefully we don't see anything like that again.
Oh.
So
the shockwave could help here, but Maurice is just gonna wait.
Mm-hmm.
I was worried that the enemy was gonna just move back and forth at the very end, and just he'd have no way of knowing it. And it looks like
Nico is about to finish killing this bank robber. There we go.
Right in the face. Gets Steam achievements for his trouble.
Wow, look at all those achievements.
Purple is bad, as the game has sort of taught you by this point, I think. So Maurice, understandably, is avoiding it. And then the red is sort of telegraphing that, like, hey, it's gonna get purple again. Look out.
Yeah, there's really not much to this game. It's just mostly pure platforming and punching.
That's exactly.
But it does look fun.
Maurice, just moving only while punching is really just. It reminds me of another game, Chimera Destroy All Monster Girls, which is common in Mystery Tournament. It's been a top 8 game before. But, you know, there's a dash punch, and everything is better when you move with a dash punch.
Yeah, I agree. Or like a drop kick.
Yeah, oh man, I've lost time, like, moving with movement options that feel good, but I know we're slower, but, like, it just feels so nice. Just like, screw going fast, this feels so good.
Maurice is sight reading
really
these
quickly.
levels.
That was nice.
That is, it's not easy to do that.
Next battleground.
Nico still behind by a little bit here, but manages to catch that enemy, so the second boost is going to carry Nico. So that this punch is fast, right? It's a fast way of moving, but it's so difficult to want to be punching like just to go a little faster because you never know if you're about to punch into something bad. So
yeah, I think that would be the wrong idea. Maybe in a speed run where you know it's coming up, but not when you have never seen the levels.
And some people, myself included, make poor choices like that just because punching just looks like so much fun.
I would be doing the same thing.
It's like,
So
well,
Maurice-
I guess I gotta punch better there.
showed off something there that the players haven't had to do, but that downwards punch that causes the circular, radiating out from you, it will stun things if they get caught in it. So far, they've just literally punched everything, so it hasn't mattered. But I think later on, there's enemies that need to be stunned in order to be punched afterwards. So if Maurice has already caught on that is a mechanic, that will help him in the future.
Yeah, I know Nico has done it because he's done that downward punch and he's like, why didn't this destroy like the guy who I was trying to destroy? Just stun them and he's lost time to that, but is useful knowledge nonetheless.
Yeah, Maurice is just so quick with this.
He goes for the Shoryuken and misses it. And has built himself quite a lead. I don't remember how many. I keep thinking, oh, this must be the boss stage for Nico, but he's...
Yeah, I keep seeing if Nico's like catching up, but he's really lagging behind. So I don't imagine we'll see any catching up here.
Yeah, that's one criticism I'd give the game, is that it's really kind of hard to feel like anything is different when everything is very same, but sometimes it's not too bad. And with the soundtrack is good, so that makes it a little bit better.
I mean, if you have a fun like mechanic like this, then who cares?
So here's this level. Sirniko, I think that was the second death on this stage. Maurice 1 tried this level, and this one stood out to me where I was like, oh, it's going to be like this, huh? Right? Like there's just no floor to stand on. You have to chain these punches. And, a death very late for Sirniko. It's very impressive to me that Maurice was able to one-shot that.
I'm looking at this, and my hands are hurting from just this reminding me of Wings of Vi.
So you said there's a boss at 2 and 4, but isn't this still World 3?
I may have been wrong. That may have been 1, and this is 2, and this is the boss here. It's the same formula. You got to be dodging until it's time to strike, and then the strike part is pretty easy. Dodge part, not so much.
Yeah.
You do have that arrow telling you that where the boss is, and at least that they're like on screen somewhere and not about to dash into you.
So you have to wait for that shield to go down.
I'm loving this guy's dance animation right now.
Okay, so one more hit for Maurice. Meanwhile, Nico clears the brawl, the second brawl. But still a pretty far way back.
Yeah. Maurice has built a crazy lead.
Not surprisingly.
Even though you have a double jump, and I never just really noticed it before.
Yeah, I guess it's less noticeable since you can just punch everywhere.
Boss defeated for Maurice. Extremely well done.
So
World
now
3.
he's moving on to World 3.
Yeah, so he's waiting for this cycle to change, but it changes when you jump.
Okay, so he's figured that out now. This is actually one of my favorite mechanics in games.
It takes a little bit to wrap your head around.
Because the cycles exist, but everything's as fast as you can move.
Ooh, you can't touch those walls. I didn't really notice that because the purple is kind of small.
Yeah. So this one might be a little different because I can't quite tell. Maurice may have double jumped. I'm not sure if it's every time you jump or every time you push spacebar or something like that.
Ooh, yeah, because the double jump might influence it.
Yeah, the double jumps do cause them to flip.
Okay.
I don't remember what happens if you like mash spacebar and you do both jumps and then additional inputs. I don't think that will influence the cycle.
Yeah, I've played games like that.
Ooh, that seems like a hard wall climb.
Yeah, he's got to jump out and then double jump back in, but he has to very much commit outward. Probably, do you regain your punch with a wall jump?
I don't remember, but I don't think so.
There we go. So, not quite mattering.
Yes, the key thing here is that like you're standing on the ground and you're looking at a spike, and it just is against every bone in your body to jump into that spike, but it goes away when you jump, and that is what you need to do. And so training your brain to flip that hardwired avoidance, it takes a little bit here.
And the spikes seem to come out as fast as you jump, so it's a little bit less precarious than it might seem. As I think this is a good idea for Maurice is to just try and point that out.
There we go.
Honestly, it looked like he got hit so hard there. This stage is, I think they're going to want to take advantage of just punching straight up a lot, because punching up, you still get that movement, but you're not spawning spikes.
But you are a little vulnerable after the top of your upwards punch there. So Maurice gets caught by a second enemy after it and gets sent back to the start, but still enjoying a big lead over Sirniko, who has just entered the boss fight of World 2 and is trying to get some punches in early.
The hang of this little brawl here. So I can't imagine he'll get stuck much further on this. Wow, that was a great clear from him.
Yeah, there's some good dancing.
Oh yeah, that is a little platform you can wait on, but you need... So the input to drop through the platform does not trigger the spikes.
Oh, so this one you have to stun, but it's like, hey, jab to stun.
I think there's like a little punch you can do to also stun.
I wonder if Maurice just realized that pushing spacebar is the only thing that changes those, so he needs to double jump.
No, I think he knows that. Because he used it in that last fight.
It's true. But
maybe he forgot already, though.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where like you do it and you're just like, oh yeah, this is how it's done, but you don't actually process because you're just playing the games. Like a lot of us just play the games almost entirely on instinct. You're not really thinking too much about it. And he takes a death. I didn't realize that it's hard to see, but you can't land on those.
Right. Yeah, it's a little more clear when you're not looking at our commentary viewer, but it definitely, with the like candy, cotton candy colored backgrounds and the spikes are also purple. It blends in.
This game had a colorblind warning on it, right?
I would hope so.
Nico is doing something amazing with the hover, but not quite working out.
As soon as you say that, I look over and see him die.
Same.
Yeah.
I think Maurice wants to be up against that left wall. He'll probably get that the next time.
Yeah, this looks like a tough level though. I assume it only gets hard.
It's very scary because you know those spikes are going to pop out the moment you jump,
right,
but there's just enough delay that you can get off the floor before they will get you.
Right, that the spikes move as fast as you do thing that I said earlier is actually relevant. I like it.
Sliding up the wall a little bit too much off of that wall jump, unfortunately. Sirniko has one hit on this boss fight. Desperately needs to get this to have a chance at getting back in it, right? Maurice has got a little bit stuck here with these spikes. If Nico can wrap his head around it, there's potential for a comeback.
So what's the lore with this this man that follows you through all the levels?
Do we
know?
No idea.
If I was Maurice here, I would just punch straight up repeatedly. Because it doesn't change the spikes, and you're gonna go up. Okay, those stairs. I don't like those stairs.
No,
Yeah.
they're bad.
It's all it is slow.
It's just really slow, one at a time.
I hate it.
It's scary too, though. Like I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but it terrifies me. Wow, Maurice with one wall jump, no double jump,
enough,
no punch.
Yeah, he uses. Oh, what? Those are some hitboxes.
Oh my god, yeah.
Those are.
His head got crushed by the spikes, but it's no problem.
Yeah, those spike hitboxes. Okay, so Nico confirming that you can land on those little platforms. I wasn't sure earlier. But
He's
Nico,
able
I
to
think,
do that 'cause
having a better time of the spikes and all that.
Yeah, he beat the boss, so he's in the World 3 here. We'll see. We're getting him. We're seeing his thought process evolve as he starts to get with these spikes. Maurice, well, just a little bit too far, but I don't know. I feel like Sirniko is handling these spikes a little bit better than Maurice first was. So
yeah, he recognizes immediately that the punches they don't count. But he's playing this in like almost the same fashion I would end up doing it, and then dying and like, oh yeah, I would definitely have died there.
Right. It's a little comforting to know.
That upward punch, you can only do sideways punches, or you're gonna, have a bad time unless you're on the lower platform.
Yeah, that seems like the better strat when you're down there, or if you're on the top and they're spawning from above.
He accidentally tapped his jump button.
I guess that's what happened.
Yeah, I would be doing that constantly if I was playing this.
But I like what he's doing, that like every jump is followed by a double jump, so that spikes are always down.
Yeah.
Two enemies left.
He definitely has this now.
Yeah, Nico is very good at these spikes so far.
This was a lot of trouble for Maurice, but
this is the final world, or
clear.
I
Yes.
can't tell if it's the new world. Okay,
We got our new mechanic here. Dash through these little things here, and you get your jump back, which is they're basically
I
just
don't know
enemies.
if that counts as a new mechanic.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was something else that we'll see in a little bit. But it's the same as the spikes, on and off,
okay.
whether or not
I see.
you can actually punch them, which is new, sort of. It's a
Slightly
combination.
new. Yeah.
This is like new Coke, or it says it's new, but is it really? And it also sucks.
Coke spikes. All Coke is bad. Prove me wrong.
What? All right, we can't talk about that right now. We have to talk about this race, but afterwards we will have words. World 4 is extremely tense. You're seeing there's very few safe places to stand now. The game is going to require you to more and more be chaining punches, and Maurice is out of jumps in order to change the polarity on that enemy, so it is forced to fall back down, has no enemies, and has to restart.
I'm not sure. I don't think he ever regained his jump. I think what he had to do was head towards the wall.
Yeah.
Because that right wall is not death.
Meanwhile, Nico still in some of these the middle-ish area of this world with
I remember
these
this a
spikes.
while ago on Maurice's screen. Maurice did have trouble with the screen that Nico is on. Potentially a small amount of comeback.
Yeah, I don't think he's stuck there. I think he can take that right wall, but I don't see him going over towards it.
Was right at the end of that stage and got clipped by like the last spike there.
Maurice is taking a while on this new
there we go.
mechanic, so
He found the wall that time.
And then the enemy, he didn't get the light punch to stun it first, went in for the kill and
thought he
got
got it.
destroyed. Oh, and there's Maurice. Here's the new mechanic. This thing
so what is
will
this?
it extends your jump punch like to crazy levels. Unfortunately, doesn't protect you from spiky enemies.
That looks fun.
He just jumped straight down. And it's like, yeah, I'll just fall and then do it. Didn't jump. Oh, misses.
Oh, I don't think he can get back up. Can he?
No,
He can
but
kind
he's
of.
got it.
Oh, he can. Nice save.
Nice.
It's so important. I'm learning how important it is to come through in moments like that in a mystery game, right? That's the thing that separates when two players are very evenly matched. So
yeah. Yeah, because I probably would have just reset there thinking it was impossible.
On the other hand, if that was impossible, you know, he lost
a quick
bunch of time.
reset, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, and I think he was just barely able to get that by the skin of his teeth. Does not notice the spikes right away.
It's
And
tough.
this is-
Maurice is doing way better than I was at being able to sight read these sections, but it makes me very happy that, like, oh, he's not a robot. Like, he does make these mistakes sometimes.
Only half a robot. He's like an android.
See, Nico knows what's up. Nico knows
yeah.
what's up.
Ooh, that
I'm
was
so proud of Nico.
that
It's
was
so
good.
much easier.
Yeah.
That is exactly the kind of more cerebral play I would expect from Nico. That's my word of the day, by the way. I got it in there.
Cerebral.
All right, I think, is this the level where you
Ooh,
gotta,
four. I think he's
Battle
like checking
Arena.
if it's. Oh, I think he was pause buffering. Not really sure.
maybe. That's what you can do with the hover, but certainly the pause buffer would also let you get there. But yeah, there's not much floor here, and you need to kill 14 enemies with a punch that sends you flying potentially very far if you go through one of these things. So this is my strategy that I came up with after many deaths. So the fact that Maurice immediately decided to use upwards punches to stay off the floor while also being actively killing enemies.
I think the way I would be looking at it is just killing things left to right. Just, they spawn, go left, and then just do what he's doing right now.
This is also
this
working
looks
pretty
much
good.
easier and way nicer to control.
Maybe it was a different level I'm thinking of. There is just a lot of space here. Maurice controls it all very well.
All right, back to these little spike mines.
Okay, Nico doing the diagonal punches on the top row. Won't send him high enough to hit the ceiling. He's got one enemy left. Gets that clear. That's important. But it might be too little too late depending on...
Yeah, well, he's finally in the same world at least.
Yeah. The one advantage is that, these spikes might just be... Maurice might just not have a good time with the spikes again, but...
I don't think
definitely
he's
a lot of learning.
really as far back as he was. I think he's made up some time.
Oh, he definitely made up a lot of time.
Yeah. And I know Maurice was on these first areas for a while.
Is that like a... no, Maurice has figured out how to just hold himself in the air.
He sure has. Once he got that, this entire level fell into place. That level is so much more difficult than Maurice made it look. I'm starting to worry for Sirniko. There's not much game left, and Maurice just looks so strong.
He does have a boss to fight, though, right? At the end.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Manages to just
Maurice
barely catch
almost
himself.
dipping slightly too low.
Ooh.
Not jumping far enough away.
Maurice is winning, to answer chat, by a good chunk.
Yeah, I would say like 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. It is a pretty sizable lead. Oh,
Ooh,
Maurice.
accidentally jumping.
That's very unfortunate.
He's got this figured out, though. He just mistapped there. I
Another
think 'cause
factor.
I want to double jump because double jumping is fun in games.
Oh,
that's
wait.
just-
Oh, no, okay. For some reason,
I
Yeah,
don't think he
there's
could have
no
gotten his punch back.
Nope.
Yeah.
Unless,
that was
unless wall
purple.
jumps reset it.
Yeah, that's in my brain. I was like, maybe no.
Meanwhile, Nico jumping past the lightning thing and...
Who gets the new mechanic? He's really not that far back now.
And he sight read that. Oh my goodness, that was on screen for so long. I'm surprised that was the one that got him and not the previous one. Right at the end of the level. It's so important to clutch out moments like that. One factor that you don't really think about too much, because normally in Mystery Tournament, like you play your match and then maybe the next week you'll play your match, but they're having to play a lot of matches, and Maurice just went through an incredibly grueling best of 3 against Capndrake, so it's possible that like mentally and even maybe in alpha, I'm sure you know your sometimes your hands dexterity wise, it's not quite at your best after a lot of gameplay.
Yeah, and like yesterday, I was just, after having to watch all the matches, play in, that third set, I was just tired.
Yep.
It was late for me.
So this pausing thing, was that something they could do before? They just haven't used it?
Yeah.
Yep. From the hop, you could just charge your punch in midair to do that.
Okay. But
and then, like,
Nico is
one...
catching up a lot. He's
Nico
really
was having
far back now.
a really hard time getting just the last punch here.
Mhm.
It's these levels that feel. He could have saved it. I think that
Actually,
feels so
I think
much.
He doesn't need the eyes to do that. I believe the lightning is resetting his punches as well.
Yeah, they are.
This
I really
sort of
wanna see
gameplay
Nico come back, but
it's really like it is possible to sight read it, but there is a fair amount of like learn the level, memorize it, and then execute on a route that is very similar to like more traditional speedrunning. And it's kind of a different skill set being tested here that I thought Sirniko would do really well at, but this level has really been a problem for him.
I mean, to be fair, he is doing well at the game. It's just that Maurice is doing a lot better, which, it's hard because all of these competitors in top 8 are really good at video games, so...
This is the level I was thinking of where you have literally no floor, so making liberal use of the hover as well as upwards punches to keep yourself in the air, I think is going to be the... Oh, okay, he does manage to save himself, but goes straight into that enemy.
Honestly, with the fact that the enemies all fly and spawn towards you, I'd be sitting on that. It looks like there's a little bit of floor just right in the middle. Like right there.
Yeah, does that platform disappear?
But there's one of those radial in and out purple thingies down there that will temporarily zone out the platform.
I was like, I just sit there, wait for the enemies to come to me as Maurice gets telefragged.
Yeah.
Basically,
Nico's catching up. I don't know how
really
many
close now, yeah.
I don't know how many stages. It's really hard to gauge where they are.
Like 2 or 1 or 2.
I think he just cleared 4-3. Now he's on 4-4.
Oh, he's on the same. No, this is not the same. Okay.
This is the first
This is
one,
the one
right?
where people thought it was.
Yes.
Yeah,
And now you can see why.
And then Nico is doing that left to right fighting.
Yeah, like diagonal fight.
So Maurice had an enemy below and to the left, and he opted to punch up and right. And maybe it was like an input error, but I think he realized, like, I'm going to die if I try to punch either of these things, so I'm going to go somewhere else, get into a new position, and try to go from there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, but I like the idea.
If you miss a target, you're dead.
Part of the thing here is, I don't think Maurice knows that you can cancel the charge and then do another charge punch, right? That's something that maybe Nico can remember from way back when, but...
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone utilize
Nico,
it, so...
Nico reads, which is, an incredibly important part of...
It's overpowered.
Something I never do in games.
I usually fail at reading paste wins, I just don't. Or I miss, like, an important line, which actually gave me a win over Andy in a bad game race, because I didn't realize continues were limited, and I played with lives like candy. But reading
Nico
is
did move
very
on
important.
from that.
One enemy.
Battle
He did
arena.
it. He canceled the charge and flew through the final enemy for the kill.
Is that the
Maurice is on
end?
the final boss of the golem.
Okay. So yeah, Nico really needs Maurice to do poorly on this boss here.
It's Hangman doesn't seem like a nice guy.
Hangman. Doesn't look like a hangman.
Well, he's hanging out. He's
Oh yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hanging and a man.
You dodge all of his attacks and then you pick a letter, and then depending on whether or not it's in the word.
Oh, Maurice using that stall in the air.
That's one of 3 hits
Yeah,
here.
he doesn't seem like he's using the stall.
There is some mean stuff that happens. So you have a way to block this. I can't remember. I think you can just jab, or you can send a shockwave at it, or you could do the down punch. Or there are things you can do. You don't have to dodge. Indeed, I don't think you can dodge. So we'll see if Maurice is able to come up with some of this stuff.
Like, unless you can go over, I don't see a way of dodging that.
There we go.
Punches through.
I remember. I think I was just like standing and jabbing. Like I think it can be as simple as that.
As Maurice just hovers in the air forever to dodge that.
This is going to be another hit.
You always wonder why someone trying to kill you like does the move that causes them to reveal like their coolant tank so you can hit them.
They want to get a better.
Like, if you just keep trying to do the other thing, like, you know, the other guy will eventually probably run out of stamina. But like, you won't make yourself vulnerable.
Man, now that you say that, I hate all video games. All of them just don't make sense anymore.
No, they all make sense. There's always just a design flaw in all of these things.
Well, I mean, at least like
Maurice at the very end.
Not expect it.
Giving Nico some more time to catch up, but Nico is taking a while on this level that Maurice was actually on for a while too. So, not surprised.
It is an extremely difficult level. He is very close to the end, but
he loses his punch.
Yeah. There's still also that arena level afterwards, and maybe some others in between. I don't remember.
I don't see
Maurice
Maurice
not
failing
too
to clear
much.
it again.
I think he's got it this time.
You know, if the boss isn't doing that attack, he'll just infinite hover off the side of the stage until it's safe to land again.
I can't remember if it's like literally infinite or if it's like 2 seconds that you can hover.
Well, I've seen him do a hover and then fall and then do another hover.
Oh, maybe he didn't cancel it. Maybe it ran out.
That's very possible, as linear missile barrage again.
Nico moves on from that level that tripped him up, but a little too late. Looks like Maurice may take this try. I don't want to jinx him. Or maybe I do.
If you want a closer race, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, Maurice has definitely got this.
Gel needs
it didn't
Nico to
work.
win the game. Yeah.
Clear. GG to Maurice is going to take game 1 here in this best of 3 in
All
losers
right.
finals.
See if Nico continues playing. He'll probably.
He will continue playing. He has never forfeited an SRL race, ever. So we're going to be here for, you know...
Not too long. It's not that far back.
Yeah.
I have to load up Sirniko's stream to get the music back. It is too good. I don't want to be in this void. But yeah, Sirniko, part of a prestigious club of never quitters that has like 3 entrants?
It's
members?
pretty low.
It's
pretty
him,
low.
it's Nighty.
There's someone who has like 1 forfeit out of like 500 races or something.
Mm-hmm. I think it's better to know when you need to forfeit, but if Nico's into that, then it's fine.
This is why Nico doesn't join Kusa Grand. He only joins good video game races.
Maurice is going to keep playing and show off the next world. I was glad this is where this game ends because they have these bomb enemies that come at you and you need a projectile basically to deal with them. Either the very edge of your explosion radius or the shockwave. Otherwise, you blow up.
I think Nico is trying to mentally figure out how to deal with that section. He wants to go to the other
I
side,
don't
but
think he's
he
really learned the
He missed that enemy. And
He's got to go down for it.
Yeah,
and
he's got to go
going down
back.
for it.
He hasn't been using the
He
delay.
found a corner.
Don't think he realizes that his punch is reset even if he doesn't kill that enemy. He still has his punch.
Yeah.
Okay, no, he figured it out that time.
He was punching like crazy that time. I don't remember if he's seen this part of the level.
He had just seen it a minute ago.
Oh.
Ooh, he missed the
Again.
line there.
So.
Oh, and Maurice is going to be continuing in this yellow world.
I can't see this and think of anything other than nacho cheese.
It does look like cheese.
Which is perfect, because I think these explosive enemies are pretty cheesy. Oh, it's not a circle, it's a semicircle, so... Not quite gonna reach... Oh, it is a circle, you just need to be exposed a little more. Nico has seen the end here.
Come on, Nico. You got this. We all believe in you. All right, there he goes. See, you just
Okay, yeah, now he's onto this level, so he's not that far away.
Yeah, he's close.
But I'm a little
He
worried
seems
about
to be good at
this.
these Royale fights.
Yeah, but he hasn't been leveraging that stall with the punch the way that Maurice was, so... But he's making it work. This is crisscrossing with the diagonals on the booster.
His biggest weakness, I would have said, being in this race, is just his punch accuracy hasn't exactly been on point. He's just been barely missing some of his targets, as if to try to like eke out something just barely, and it's cost him quite a bit. Excuse me.
The punch, it's not quite active right at the very end there.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that's just like I know he's probably mad about that.
Ooh.
Actually, going off the top there, it does kind of box you in, unfortunately.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the punch should have a slightly bigger hitbox.
Yep,
Just resetting when he misses the punch.
Yeah, I don't think it's even one of those radial ones that like goes out and in, out and in. I think it just turns on and then you just cannot stand there anymore.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, you can see it. It just comes out.
They just want you to be in midair the whole time.
I'm starting to get a little excited because I very rarely beat any of the top 8 players in my test times, but I did okay on this one. I thought Maurice obviously crushed me, but I think I had like 48 minutes or something.
Oh, okay. So you could potentially beat Nico.
Nico was so afraid to go over there because he just doesn't know, and he's used his double jump.
Oh, yeah, that was a bad spot in that corner.
The enemy just, flew off into the sunset, not fighting you today. I hate when that happens in like games where you have to clear an entire room and one enemy just goes to like the end of the world, and you're just like, where am I? I'm hidden.
Ooh, yep.
Yeah, when you lose your punch, there's not really anything you can do.
This is one of those games where like even if it starts to get frustrating, there's always like, well, at least the music's good.
I will say it's starting to become a little bit repetitive.
I'm still jamming.
Understandable.
Oh, I don't know how that works.
I'm not sure how Nico's alive right now.
That, you know how like in fighting games it doesn't make sense how the dragon punch like kind of hits right in front even though he's clearly going up? It's exactly like that. So moving on to the boss fight.
Games.
He's going to cut my 4808 for sure, I think.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, that's why I'm not a top 8 player.
True. That's why I'm not a top 8 player either.
You got, what, like 17th or something? You did very well this tournament.
I think yeah, something like that. 13th, 16th, I don't.
I think you got 13th. Nico, punch the targets. Nico,
He really does have trouble punching small things like that.
I mean, you said it before. His punch accuracy, right, it's not quite there. Okay, yeah.
Ooh, running straight into the rockets.
I would have applauded if he had managed to sight read that attack.
Yeah, that one seems tough.
Yeah, that's.
You don't really want to go into rockets usually.
I'm almost certain that like, even if I was playing, it's just like, I would definitely take a death there the first time, and then like I don't know, push some button the next time.
Yeah, some button. Is that the
He's
first
gonna
time
try and shockwave them, which I think is a very smart idea.
Yeah.
It stuns them. Oh no!
But it doesn't kill. Okay.
Oh god! He made it so
barely escaping. Oh, so many close. Okay, so he does know.
Yeah, he knows the delay. I don't know why he wasn't using it earlier.
Wow, if he clutches this out, this boss kill is gonna be faster than Maurice's, right?
I think so. Yeah.
He got killed by the double shockwave on like
getting
punched. Active hitbox on the punch itself, not just the shockwave. it's tough to get enough height to clear over it. It takes so long to land again that the next wave is coming and you start to fall behind.
Mm-hmm.
Punch, punch, punch.
Already doing shockwaves here.
Nico, I appreciate the punching.
I don't know why he's doing the shockwave.
I mean, you don't know. You don't know if you have to or not. It's
Yeah,
a missile,
it's
right?
true.
You'd think it's probably gonna blow me up.
And now that he's done it once, it's like, oh, that's obviously the way you have to do it.
He'll probably figure it out once the missiles rain from the sky. Nico,
Oh, he's
Nico,
not
hit
punching things.
Hit the,
Come on.
Oh my
no!
gosh!
Oh.
I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know he would just go on. So it's the same phase, I guess. Looks like it.
Yeah, you just have to do the same thing over.
I'm torn between rooting for Sirniko, but also that 48-18 mark of mine is it's so
Yeah,
close.
you want to beat the
Sirniko,
top
'cause,
8.
like, unlike the two of you, I'm here all day.
Oh, there we
go.
go.
Home after this.
Using the reset to not fall behind, jumping over these waves. Missiles, where are they coming from?
They're coming from the sky.
Oh, got it. Oh no.
Oh no, he just
No, he's just walking through it.
I dig it.
Yeah,
He
he's got
used-
this,
okay.
I think. I shouldn't have said that.
Now remember, Maurice got caught here.
Nico did not.
Yeah, he's.
Is that it? It's it.
Okay, he's got it. Okay.
He's gonna
47,
Message
23 or so,
Sirniko.
24.
24. So he beat you by a minute.
He did.
I'm
He
so
did.
sorry.
Well, he's not out of the tournament yet. He
He's
doesn't
not.
get
We
points
still
for
have
beating me,
another
though.
1 or 2 games potentially. All right. Well, good game to Maurice. We'll set up for the next match, and we'll be back in a
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we are in the middle of the Losers Finals. We just had Game 1 between Maurice and Sirniko, with Maurice taking that one, and we'll see what happens in Game 2. Real quick, just want to remind everybody of the announcements we said earlier, that the AGDQ second submission period is happening. This is the first time we've ever had a new game submission period for a GDQ event. So if you play a new game, any game released on August 1st or later, it's eligible for that period. So you can submit it November 13th to 20th. So just check out GameStoneQuick.com for more information. And also our on-site volunteer schedule is going to be coming out October 31st. Very spooky. So if you are an on-site volunteer and want to know when you're going to be assisting us, you can look at your emails for further information when that schedule comes out. And with that, I'm going to give it to our commentators, where it looks like we're almost ready to go, but I'll let them talk a little bit while we still get set up.
All right.
We can talk about that Sirniko's. This is his best mystery tournament. He's no stranger to top 8, but has only finished 7th and 5th before, so is guaranteed 3rd, fighting for better here.
Yeah, and everyone should be cheering for the underdog. So let's get your Sirnikos in chat. All your Sirniko claps or whatever. Your cheers.
What is that a thing?
Sirniko claps.
Is it just his face, like, and then some hands?
I'm just imagining what emote he would have.
I don't know. A dog or something.
Definitely
a dog.
Create the emote, then put it in chat. You've got about 2 minutes or something.
Oh, everyone's rooting for Maurice. Oh, whatever.
Well, Maurice has got to get second place. That's how we've scripted all of our race game tournaments. So, the King of Silver.
True. I guess I would be okay with Maurice getting second, but I'd rather him get 3rd.
I definitely think Maurice is my favorite to win it all, but obviously now that he's lost the advantage of Capndrake, being in the winner side of Grand Finals, if Maurice were to get there, that's a huge advantage. So maybe not anymore, but going into top 8, he was my pick, which means I'm rooting for Sirniko, because I always, like Jal, root for the underdog. So everyone pick your side and get ready. I think
and Alpha
we're-
should be cheering for Nico too, since he lost Nico, so it makes you look better.
I mean, I lost to Maurice and Nico, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, we're about to start here.
Everyone's
readying up.
Of the four of us, any of us could probably take a game on a good day. Like, Maurice joined my races against Dragon. I beat him in both of those.
All right, we've got super perspective with a little cat monster. I have never seen this before.
So this game looked really cool.
Anyone know about this game?
It's Super Paper Mario, kind of. It's a shifting perspective game.
Yeah, Maurice had the same thought. I had the same thought. You've got a sort of a side scrolling aspect, and then you hit a button, and then boom, you're in a typical 3D sort of platformer. And then, of course, there are things that are only visible or make sense in one perspective or the other. But other than that, this game's a mystery to me.
Yeah, Nico did play a shifting perspective game. We raced it earlier this year. I guess by earlier this year, I mean like maybe a month ago. Bit curious to see how he'll do here because some of the perspective weren't really clicking with him. But that was a all direction shifting game where you could flatten, go sideways, and things like that. This is much more Super Paper Mario style, which will be interesting.
Yeah, I feel like we see these perspective games a lot in top 8. I remember one that was just pure puzzle a few top 8s ago.
Was it Fragments of Euclid somehow?
No, it wasn't, but that is another one. Yeah, so we've definitely had a few perspective games in top 8.
They're good games because like there's still a lot of execution in some of these, but they're like there's pure puzzle and then like execution on top of that. And unlike your standard puzzle platformer, which is usually more execution heavy than puzzle, this is just kind of like on that other side of the spectrum.
All right, and here we go. So it's 2D platformer, and then eventually we'll shift the perspective.
Maurice having issues entering the level.
Nico's ahead.
I tried playing this game for about 10 seconds. Regardless of whether or not you have a controller plugged in, it gives you the controller things.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine for Sirniko.
They're using controllers for something like this,
yeah.
but
so Nico's just got to push the B button.
If he's using an Xbox controller, that's easy. If he's not, then some translation needs to happen. But it's picked up
some very large
companion?
text. Yeah, seems like
Go
they
to the
have
warp.
quite the personality.
Nico.
Okay, he's looking for this button. There's a button to talk to your companion, and they'll give you hints, but mostly they waste time. So he wants to find that button, get out of the way, and not press it anymore, I think. No, he's pressing it again. What's going on?
Oh, he wanted the crystal. Why did he get
Yeah,
the crystal?
the crystal is not required, but you know, if Nico wants to collect them, I support his decision.
There's big crystals and little crystals. Big crystals are important, and light ones are not. And this is in the paste bin, so it's on the players to read it.
Going for the crystal again.
Staking the crystals. But it hasn't really gone out of his way to get it. Maurice.
Yeah, so far. Yeah, Maurice has really got a hang of this, like, immediately. Really, really hoping to see a close match here, but I don't know. Maurice is not holding back.
Before this game, Maurice did say this was a Nico game. However, I think that this is one of those Nico games where Nico just big brains a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
And that causes problems.
Like thinking that you need crystals, for instance.
Yeah.
Definitely put him behind by kind of a surprising amount for this early. We're 2 minutes in, and this is like a 2-stage gap. Because Maurice has just not stopped. Just not for anything.
Yeah, not at all.
A lot of that was from Nico just deciding, hey, I need these crystals.
I'm trying to get a sense of, like, are you moving as fast in one perspective or the other? Like, I feel like the space just kind of gets a little bit bigger in 3D, and it's a little faster to be
that way.
moving
Yeah.
in 2D.
It seems much more shrunk in 2D.
I can't tell if it's just like my brain playing tricks on
could
me.
I think it's your brain. I'm looking at this, and I think it's your brain. I play a lot of these just because I think they're fun. Because I don't know. I like puzzle games.
They're just fun. You don't need to say anything else.
Oh, and I enjoy the swag, and I'm actually really surprised where that spawned Nico when he did that.
Yeah, that was cool.
It put him off a cliff anyway.
That kind of stuff can like break a puzzle sometimes, so it could be huge if you kind of get a handle on how to make the most of this mechanic in that way, intended or not.
So another thing that I saw, and I feel like this has now become Sokoban, as Nico cannot get back over to that box. I thought it may have been turned into Sokoban.
I think it can turn into Sokoban, but it's not there yet.
Wow, you can pull boxes, so no way.
That's getting moved.
So
yeah, if you can pull it, you're right. Oh, Nico has to go around that. Yeah.
He's gotta.
Can you do the jump from there? Not gonna try.
So one thing I did on the tutorial, because I only played this game for about 5 seconds, is I could just sort of like scale walls by just mashing the jump button into them. I don't know why.
That's a powerful technique.
Yeah, so if you try hard enough, you can scale any surface.
Okay, hopefully that doesn't come into play, because that would be a little unfair for the person who finds
does it.
Yeah. But we have seen things like that.
Oh!
Just unfair.
Oh, okay, that jump was way less cool on Maurice's side. I thought it was really cool, and then it wasn't.
Flung him like Sonic style at a certain angle.
Yeah, it was kind of Sonic style, wasn't it? Where it's like, why is this here? It's just it just conveys you from one place to another, but it looks cool.
So now there's like, it's getting more involved where Maurice is now. There's more layers, I feel.
Yeah, but everything seems to just be very straightforward, and you're like, well, I can't find a way to progress at all in one dimension. Let me just switch.
Yeah, I assume that it'll get more in depth with perspective later, but maybe not.
So
Maybe
he
it's
wants to
just a
push that.
straightforward.
He wants to go into the 2D perspective and push that block all the way to the right, and then stand on it. That's the puzzle I'm seeing.
What's going to happen to the block? Is it going to shift over?
It's going to
like
shift
horizontally.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. And then he should.
It's floating.
Hanging in midair. Yeah.
That's not what I thought was going to happen.
Okay, but he needs to do that so he can make that jump.
We're basically tied now. Nico has caught up. We'll see
yeah, look at that. I didn't
how
notice.
Nico is able to do with these boxes. I've noticed this game is it's really picky with like if you're standing like on top of the switch and you flip, it's like no, you're in the switch, you can't do it. Like, come on, why you gotta be so picky? Just a sliver of wall, like.
Watch. It fell down.
Nico realizing what you have to do here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It fell down after Nico started moving.
Oh, and Nico actually is ahead by like a second now.
Yeah, Nico tried to fall outside of the stage and fall back in to save some time. I can see it.
Yeah. Maurice is still going back into 2D, so losing a little bit of time there.
He tried the same thing. And now he doesn't know exactly where he is in 2D anymore, so he lost a bit of time there.
But this is good. We like to see the underdog winning, so keep it up, Nico, even though you're already behind.
Something.
Yeah, he got this platform way too far when he was supposed to ride it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he managed to do that, but
we got to also keep in mind Sirniko's hit the time waster button and Maurice hasn't. So at any point he might hit that button, and that's like 10 seconds in the bank for Sirniko.
Yeah, so I think Nico has decided that none of this is relevant. He's just going.
Sometimes it is relevant, but you get a better understanding of what it's supposed to do when you see the rest of the level.
Oh, we've got Uncharted mechanics here.
Okay.
Wall.
And he's turning around.
He didn't want to mess with that.
I wouldn't say Uncharted, but like whatever year that was that all those
Well, okay. whatever game you played at that time, that's what it is.
They all had that mechanic.
Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
Nico.
All right, Nico getting the purple switch. I assume you just need all these switches. Oh, and a crystal. He loves those.
He snuck over there.
Isn't that always the way when you're trying to like explore the puzzle and you're like, oh, I found something? No, it's a collectible. Damn it!
Oh, he closed the red thing. Does he not need it anymore?
He's sending them all to the other side now.
Oh, okay, I see. So he can form a path. Okay, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the big brain kind of game
you don't
that
actually
Sirniko
have to ride it at any point.
shines. Oh wow,
All
that
right,
jump!
yeah,
Are you
look at that.
serious?
Yeah, he's just like,
Okay,
I'm
go to the
not
purple,
even
come on.
realizing the solutions, and he's doing them.
And there is the time waster button hit for Maurice, so there goes
Oh.
a couple seconds. It makes sense, right? You want to, if you're stuck, challenge your assumptions, press new buttons.
Yeah, apparently there was in the game Maurice and I played yesterday. There was a run button in that game. Nobody knew about it.
Yeah, there was a one where testers found it and put it in the paste bin, and then someone didn't read it, so that was another. It can sometimes buttons do really good things.
Yeah, Maurice
what,
still
rule
not
number
realizing what you're actually trying to do here. Oh, maybe he has.
He's sending yellow. He's moving to the
He
red
sent
switch.
purple. He sent the floating guy next to it called that orange. I would have said it was
Mhm.
yellow.
That's
That looks
mustard.
yellow to me.
they
Mustard,
called
mustard yellow.
With the red, I'm getting hungry now. I'm thinking of hot dogs actually.
I'm just thinking of pure mustard.
Yum.
Delicious.
So Sirniko has had plenty of time to explore this level, but I'm not sure exactly how much progress has been made. There's a teleporter. There's a lot going on here.
Took the teleporter actually back. I think they're about to be tied up with Maurice again. Just because they're in the exact same spot.
Is this just like a crystal back here? Wow, jump for jump.
Oh, and they are synced.
Oh, Nico already pushed
Look
that
at
button. I
that.
guess it reset.
Is it timed?
It's either timed or it reset when they went through the teleporter.
Oh.
Yeah, probably the teleporter.
Well, neck and neck, here we are. Maurice, the first one to find a switch, creating some
Okay,
steps.
so
I know I
Maurice
saw Nico
sort
push
of in
these
the
buttons
lead now.
already.
Did he die? Can you die?
Oh, maybe it's because he
Is there a
pushed.
way?
He didn't go up here. He didn't do all this.
Oh yeah.
Maurice getting a little bit better with some of those transitions. And is up at top
pulling
with
back
another
ahead.
switch.
I think. I'm confused.
Is there like a second part of this level that's like identical to the first part or something?
Don't go through. No.
Oh. Oh, he went back.
Yeah, but did it
Oh,
reset everything?
It did reset.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Nico's done that twice.
Yeah. Maybe he just really likes
I think he just
teleporting.
gets confused about where he is.
Mhm.
I mean, Maurice did it once too, right? So it is definitely weird. That platform goes up, and then like it shows you the teleporter.
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
I'm
Is it a different
confused
teleporter?
too.
Maurice is going down through
They're
here.
both very confused.
I mean, I'm not doing any better. Alpha, you're the puzzle one that I rely on in situations like this.
I think that it lifted up this, so he had to fall back down here and go there. Okay, there we go. Like, I'm just like, okay, I figured out what was going wrong. Like, as they were doing it.
Big crystal
get.
get.
Yeah, wow.
That's cute.
All right.
Alright,
Well,
so this
Maurice
is actually
is
Crash
tiny
Bandicoot in
bit.
disguise.
Yeah, there's crates
But
to
yeah,
spin and break
so-
them open.
The part where they got confused was it raised that platform back up and it showed it to you, and I just couldn't figure out where the perspective the camera was from.
Yeah. I was like, why do we care about the previous teleporter? But not. It was not the previous.
Box just fell out of the sky.
And we're thankful for it, I guess.
Nico's just like, I'll just take this. No, just push the crate. Just. Okay. He went back and got a second crate. Oh, I guess that one crate maybe he couldn't push.
It was a different color, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he needed the extra distance, but, you know.
So we got some cacti, but they're not pointy. They're rather smooth,
I think he
standable.
can make that jump. You say that, but I can hear all the ow screaming going on. Yeah, Nico, you can just jump up there.
There it is.
Yeah, I think Maurice did it for the cactus. I looked away.
It's really fun when two players are like on the exact same puzzle, but they're in different perspectives. And like I'm like I don't where did they go? Are they in the no? They're they're basically in sync.
Lead, but Nico going right and Maurice going left. I think he can sort of swag fall in maybe.
It's the mark of a really great player, I think, that you're able to find those opportunities to kind of game the system a little bit.
Oh wait, there's a button there that he has to get a block to.
So Maurice has got the box and Sirniko's got the button. But now Sirniko is taking the lead. But now Maurice has found the button.
In 2D, you can push these blocks over edges. Or maybe it just didn't work in one direction because of where walls are. And I don't know what happened to Nico's.
The box just shifted over because he's switched perspective?
It's
moving during the cutscene.
During the cutscene.
Oh, okay.
That's awful. I hate that.
Yep. I mean, it's cool if like you're speedrunning or whatever, and you're like, I want to keep moving, but
sometimes I'm a fan of it. Sometimes it's also, hey, there's a 10-minute-long
cutscene. You died during the cutscene.
Yeah, Maurice is really going quickly though here. Oh, missing his ride. And there he goes. Can you control these things as they...
Yeah, it looked like the way Nico was moving. You just
looked like he was wiggling a little bit.
Maybe like the game developer just like manually drew a line with his hand at the path it follows, and it just naturally wiggles a little bit. But no, probably not.
Not sure why he didn't change perspectives there. Nico, that is. As I don't understand the point of this obnoxious purple thing flying around. I know it's your hint system, but also it's bright.
It's your friend.
It takes up a lot of space on screen.
It does. I don't like it.
Navi was a dot.
It has its own personality.
Midna like goes away and like comes back. Like helper characters have been done in the past.
Just be a helper character that takes up the entire screen.
I think the developer just missed helper characters. When was the last time you saw one in a new game?
That's a good point.
How new is new? I've seen them in like 2017, although they have a tendency to not last very long.
2017 is new. Probably.
And this is Mystery Tournament. We played a collection of NES sports games yesterday. The 2017 is new.
That's fair. All 6 shifts from Nico as Maurice is... I don't know if I really like these floating surfboard things, and only just because like I feel like there's cooler things that you could do in giving someone like omnidirectional movement without jumping. Sort of is just begging to have your puzzle get wrecked by something. As someone who regularly plays and tests puzzle games for people.
So I haven't seen like a lot of like obvious progress. All right, here we go. Maurice is hitting a button and moving something on screen. This is what I've been waiting for. What is this accomplishing though?
Oh, I think yeah. You have to get up there, right? But it's timed, or he
There's
wants
2D
that gem.
box. And the problem with where Nico's box is that he needs to, go a little bit further. So he's gotta go put his platform in between. I don't remember who's ahead. I'm pretty sure it's Maurice.
Yeah, it's Maurice.
Yeah. It's hard with all the shifting back and forth to actually keep track.
With all the similar colors.
While everything in this game is very same, so just do a perspective shift, he'll get right over that. Nico's got that clear. And as for Maurice, I don't know, he's on one of these surfboards.
Not sure what he's up to, yeah.
He's on a surfboard, so I can't tell.
He's got an idea for what he wants to do, but...
He's got to get up, I guess, right?
There's a set of finite states in games like these, and it's like... When you give them this surfboard, which, you can do whatever with, and then it's also a big puzzle that it's a little hard to see everything going on at once. There's only so many things that your brain can keep track of at once.
Yeah, it also like requires some real exploration of the space to really draw those lines and connections in your mind.
I'm not a fan of like exploring my puzzle game. Like I have to go, through 5 rooms to figure out that I need, this MacGuffin to get item X. Like I don't like that. But I am a fan of just games that force mental mapping.
Oh, Maurice just had to take it all the way to the left there.
And then switch perspective because you can only see. That's another. You need to look at the puzzle twice, basically, in order to truly see everything it has to offer. Oh, he's looking.
He's
I think
trying
he can
to
find
sneak
it.
up there. There he goes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was intentional, but
I don't know.
Just do it.
Where are we going?
Where are we going?
He's trying to jump on this little thing, and that's not going to get him back on there. He's got to do the cheese again.
I guess so, yeah. I think he has no idea what he's doing now. And
Sirniko
Nico's
is
in the
using
same
this platform.
spot now.
That's not
figure out-
doing what I thought it was.
He's trying to
like,
raise up the platform,
it
but
up.
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I was sure that was the solution, and
I
it just
also
wasn't.
thought it was the solution. I would have done that exact same thing.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do? I can't tell.
The weird jump Maurice did, I guess.
Oh, look, Maurice sees the end or a teleporter.
He brought the end to him.
Okay.
This is a new area.
He did it. It's never a good sign in your puzzle game when you solve the puzzle and it's not like satisfying. You're just like confused.
Confused, concerned, angry.
So we got some boxes
Nico's
here.
getting hard-walled here. And again, this is... And apparently talking to the NPC drops you through platforms.
Oh boy, it's worse. It's a real time-wasting button, that was.
God, man. But yeah, when you can't observe the entire puzzle from, like, just a single position, then, like, it's really hard. Okay, what is this orb that Nico went and grabbed?
The guy said it was important. Maurice, I think.
Yeah,
kinda...
if your little
Oh, I see.
purple pal
You
says
had
it's
to
important.
do those things.
Okay.
There's just too much going on in these puzzles.
Yeah, this is very hard to commentate, and
Yeah.
playing it makes a lot more sense. Like,
Oh yeah, definitely.
But again, Nico was doing this parking again. Maybe if he
Parking.
pushes,
He's just convinced that this
maybe
is
if he
the
moves
solution
it.
here.
He wants to go up.
Whatever he's doing is jank. Maurice had to do some jank to jump around that orange pillar at the very back of the level. I don't think either player has found the true solution yet.
Well, Maurice
Yeah.
is through.
Yeah, he's not gonna have to.
Oh,
What is
and
going on with
it's
this block?
just constantly
What is
spawning.
this?
It's trying to drop a box, but it can't figure out what to do
Yeah.
with it.
He's using it to his advantage. He's trying to nudge it.
Is that gonna work?
I don't think he even needed to. Well, he needs to get it on this switch, I assume.
Yeah, definitely, to get back up to that teleporter. Is he gonna try to... No, I thought he was gonna try to, like,
He
race
should get on that. Oh boy. Alright, I don't think
platform
Nico has
reset, so the box falls.
different or new.
Mhm. Yeah, he definitely needs the block. I don't think he can choose
Oh,
any
here goes
way
Nico.
to not...
Aha! There was something on top of this all the way at the beginning. That's
Yeah,
what he was missing.
But like, what we never really saw what this did when Maurice was here.
Yeah.
He
was
so
just
when he
doing whatever.
shifted, he saw this, and this is high enough. He needs to go get his orb again, though.
Yeah.
So he's got to go grab the orb
All the
while
way
making it
back.
up there. Nico.
I feel like that was him just like letting out an exasperated sigh at this puzzle.
Nico, oh, Nico.
Oh.
I'm just like, why didn't he just park it directly over where he needed it?
I don't know.
Meanwhile, Maurice is like,
Maurice is just
how do I
boxes.
get this box?
I don't see how to get this box.
I
over.
don't either.
There's
Oh,
two
maybe just
boxes.
2D?
That might matter.
So I think what he wants to do is he wants to move that platform over and then stack boxes on top of each other.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably it.
Like, I think he needs more boxes somehow, but like that's what I see.
A third box to go across after they stack up and form a bridge.
Because you're not high enough on that moving platform alone, like not by a long shot.
Nico has parked his platform closer. Well, no, that's the lower one. He's parked closer.
Yeah, no, but he needs the higher one. Which, why are you going?
It's
for
so
that?
far.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay, but he
okay.
has it. Yeah. So he should be clearing this puzzle, fairly soon.
And then he'll be moving on to finding out how to do this block puzzle here. So they are on the same puzzle.
Okay. So that thing just is moving.
Yeah. I don't think... Has Maurice even pushed that button?
He must have early
On the
on and
bottom?
probably,
Yeah.
like me, just thought, what the hell could that possibly do for me?
Yeah, it's probably needed for... Oh, maybe it's only needed for that crystal.
Oh, it goes far.
Yeah.
Let's shift perspective, Nico. See what's going on.
I have seen a real lack of perspective shifting from both players. Like, they tend to get caught staring at the puzzle from only one.
Yeah, I want to see more perspectives. Okay, so Nico is doing this to drop this on here.
And Maurice has solved the
it's on
puzzle.
that button.
Just
That's
got
a
a
new
cheese
button.
platform in the way here to bridge the gap. It's moving on.
Nico uses a different button.
There it is.
He needs that crystal. And
You
yet,
can reset boxes, right?
I don't know.
That's a thing, right? I think I saw Maurice do that.
Okay, he did. He ran it over with the one thing, but it dropped the other one from the sky. I'm so confused.
Okay. I thought that orange thing was doing nothing, but he was just blocking it with his platform.
Okay, so something else was going on. So Nico will be catching up to Maurice very quickly as Maurice is trying to figure out how to get up there.
Oh, well done by Sirniko. Oh,
Nico, shift
missed the
perspective.
jump.
Just shift perspective. Just shift perspective. Just do the thing, Nico, please.
Oh, that should have
It's even
worked.
a different color. Nico.
Oh.
So this is something that Nico has a tendency to do. Earlier in the tournament, he actually played a very strange crane remote game.
Right,
puzzle where-
Crane Quandary.
Yeah, that he had some very interesting choices there. And then actually Nico getting the big crystal probably immediate. Oh no, it's slightly too far away.
Maurice is moving on to this bluer world, getting a crystal. Very important.
I was gonna say we were almost tied actually. Like, you know,
Yeah.
when someone they were
Maurice
functionally
is a
tied, but when you've had a lot of time to work on a puzzle, it's, you know, you got to
Mhm.
give credit for that. But then,
Yeah.
that
But you never know. Someone could solve something immediately, and you know.
Yeah, Nico is definitely getting a hand on the big crystal faster.
Mhm.
And that there was no. I can't tell if there's just a lot of red herring parts to some of these, or if it's just there's just a bunch of bonus stuff next to it. I think this is the last world based on what I just saw,
Yeah.
or second to last.
Sliding block puzzles here.
I'm a fan of those. This is Pokemon now.
It's Pokemon.
Why is that everyone's
different
touchstone for this
perspectives.
kind of puzzle?
Oh, because it's
That's
the first
like the first time.
when I was
Yeah.
6.
It's the first time I saw it.
I must have played something else before that.
So you have these fragile blocks that if they're stuck up against something, and Nico just kind of ignoring it after a while, if they're pressed against something, then if you push the B button again, you just break it.
Okay.
I'm scared to see how that is turned into something. Like, he's gonna have to break this. Oh, I would just... Okay, so he pushes that in the third-person perspective. I thought he was gonna have to break it and then jump over it, and it'd be all cool.
Nope,
I'm
lower
guessing
and
that's a
lower.
mechanic so people just don't get stuck.
I can definitely see that being a thing.
Alright, if he goes into the... Yeah, because, I mean, Nico had a gap where otherwise he would not be able to recover from.
Ooh, this is like a true block puzzle game. Puzzle. Oh, not really. Never mind.
What? Oh,
you just
yeah,
have to
2D.
change the perspective.
Yeah. You said to
Same
do
as
that
every
push-up.
other part.
I was actually not sure that was gonna make it, but it ended up working. So
My brain, even in the 2D perspective, when that thing just stopped right on the button, my brain was like, "What? No, that's not how that works." And right,
Yeah.
right, okay.
Oh, I think he's got this stuck now. Oh yeah, he had to catch
super.
it. Maybe you can do the perspective while it's sliding. Oh, he crushed it. Yeah, I think that is the solution. You just have to wait a little longer. Or no, he can just push it. Yeah, and hit that block there.
Yeah.
So Nico, you can push that one block over into that spot. You have that. No, don't go back.
Maurice is just jumping around, hoping to figure something out here.
Yeah, so
Definitely
he's got to.
needs that block from the top, though.
I guess, like, is it too
There he
late that
goes.
it's stuck against the wall? All right, he's got the second block down. It
Oh,
didn't land on the
but
ice though, so
yeah, I don't know what he can do here. It still
okay,
has the ice physics.
it still moves.
Okay, it worked. No issues. I don't know what those buttons actually did though. Oh, there's a platform in the end that he has to go.
So he can hit this thing. What is this gonna do? Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's the way you were supposed to get the that second block.
Possibly.
Really sure. Oh, because if you shift the perspective. No, yeah, you just have to shift it.
Oh.
That block was for.
Well, you can't shift when you're standing on that thing, right? It's
yeah,
gonna block
you can't. Mm-hmm. So somehow they have to be on the buttons in 3D mode. But how?
The part that gets me here is I'm not sure what happens to their 3D kind of Z-axis. Is it not Z? I don't know, Y-axis when they go into 2D mode? Do they snap into a particular, or do they retain?
So he's got two of the buttons pressed in 2D mode. Why is he having issues climbing the ladder or climbing the stairs at the end? Unless I'm missing something.
Because the wall covers that whole thing in 2D, right? It's like it doesn't exist.
No, but if you just walk all the way over to the right and then shift.
I guess how close you got to run before it gets too high, right?
Because like the buttons aren't being pressed when they're not in 2D, so if you start over there, it'll work.
It might work.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, unless like
that's definitely a solution. I don't think there's anything else you could do.
Yeah, so just like throw that over, shift it. Yeah, just shift. No, shift to 3D.
Once you're in the right area, you can shift back.
Yeah,
Get
be in
enough
3D
button.
right now, push it, and then just walk over to the end.
Yeah.
For Nico's puzzle, I'm not 100% sure what's going on. I think he's
I
pushing.
think Maurice is really overthinking this now.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as
he's
made his way
stuck
to
on
a
this
new
Oh
spot,
look, he can actually get. Oh, I think he actually has like a better
getting something
solution
done
here. Yeah.
Okay, but
Not
yeah,
sure how you can
buttons
get that, but
he's got two buttons depressed.
yeah, he's trying to figure out how you can actually get them on the buttons in 3D mode.
But why does it need to be in 3D mode? Oh, I guess because the wall is higher over there.
Yeah, so you can't actually
it
be
blocks.
shifted in that perspective. But you could shift into 2D right next to it and then run and try
run.
and get it.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. It's worth trying,
Yeah,
probably.
If you can shift mid-air, then it would work.
Mhm.
You definitely can shift midair. Meanwhile, Nico has made a little staircase here. This looks familiar from when Maurice was here. And then now what happens? What happens to the blocks when you shift? He doesn't want to find out. He frees one. I wonder if there's.
Oh, he
he
actually got
resets
this.
it. Yes, this is gonna do it.
Yeah, Maurice has got this. Okay, so
Yeah.
you actually do have to do that in that perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I had some kind of idea that was like, just cycle the platform around the same pattern again and it should line up. But I was like, how do you get it back up there? Oh, you can just reset it. Right. Okay. That's interesting that that's part of the solution. Is just like break it and have it respawn somewhere else.
Oh, what?
What?
Was that?
Just going flying.
What?
I don't know what happened.
Excuse me?
He skipped the big crystal.
Okay.
You needed the big crystal, don't you?
I don't know.
Skipped it.
He's typing ...
Well, that's bad.
He's got to resolve this, I think.
Trying to figure out how to get.
Yeah.
That's
does that
on
not
him.
count as a clear?
He didn't.
No,
so
he didn't get the crystal. We don't know if there's more levels.
the weird jump up there was like not really on him,
Yeah,
but then
you
he
can't
made a
move
choice
on.
to go into the teleporter
Oh my
without the
God.
thing.
Yeah, you're right.
He deliberately made that choice.
Which I don't think was like a dumb decision or
It's
anything.
really-
Like it's a big glowy spiral. Of course, you're like, yeah, okay, that's an objective.
I guess that's one way to take the win.
Yeah, but Nico's still stuck here, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
this
and
was
Maurice
a
does
tough
know the
puzzle.
solution.
to like
With a-
every puzzle here. So
Mhm.
as they're
Now-
on Nico's on the final puzzle now.
Does he remember exactly what he did? Right? Because this game's got some jank, and is it reproducible?
It's probably reproducible jank.
Yeah, it seems like Maurice remembers the solutions here at least, so he's gonna just cruise through this.
This somber saxophone is pretty good for what Maurice just did.
And it's, I mean, honestly, for Nico, like struggling with these puzzles too, like it's perfect. He's trying to like stop the block mid movement, I think, by shifting the perspective. Oh, it just broke on something there. Maurice, both ice blocks in position.
Okay, he's on the second to last puzzle. Let's see if
Yeah,
he
he
remembers this
got
one.
through this really quickly.
Oh, I see how he's trying to do it. He just skipped the whole puzzle.
No, I think that's what he did the first time too.
Oh yeah, but yeah, like Nico.
What is
was stuck
happening?
for
What is
so
he
Why
doing?
is he jumping? What is wrong?
Okay, I thought he got
I
stuck.
think he was trying to remember what he did.
It was kind of tricky, right? Like
Yeah.
he was like cycling the platforms around. Yeah, that's it. He remembers.
No, he needs that top switch down first. But yeah, he can just crush that boulder. Or whatever you want to call it.
Ice block.
Oh, he ruined it. Maurice. What is he doing?
I don't think he remembers.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't remember what he did, so.
I do. He just pushed this left, and then he knocked the one off to the right, and then he pushed it down.
Yeah, it
Oh,
gets
yeah, there we
blocked
go.
by the.
Yeah,
the-
like
and-
that.
Okay.
Okay, so he's back.
He's fine. He's fine.
That was
He's ahead.
a bit of a time loss.
Yeah, but he remembers everything now. Back to the
what
lead.
did
Good
he-
job,
What
Maurice.
did he do to do the super
To do
jump?
that
I think
Fling?
the jump just
I have no
happens. I
idea.
think that's just a thing.
No, I don't think.
Not, no,
oh
no,
yeah,
there's,
it is.
like a,
Okay.
there's like a bouncy pad.
Okay.
For whatever
Yeah.
reason, he missed the crystal the first time.
He took a moment to type "yeah, okay, sure" in chat.
Yeah, I think that was worth it. Okay, so he's moving on with his big crystals.
Wow.
And is that the end?
There's a portal. Are we gonna see some
There is
credits?
a portal. Oh yeah, this
There's
looks
more
like
game, or is that credits?
The
This
end of the
looks
game
like
is
a
after the
credits
credits.
thing. Yeah, it is. Okay, so he has to finish the credits. I think he has won at this point.
I think he's gonna do
Unless
it.
the credits are hard.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
And it doesn't look like you can switch perspective in the credits. So
I think this is
This
a
game looks
victory
familiar.
lap. I think Maurice is going to be moving back to face the opponent who sent him here in Grand
Let's go around.
that's
I think
right.
this is probably the last one because he did like one level of each world.
So we potentially have a lot more games if Maurice can take the win against Drake.
This is definitely a much harder to just if you're playing this game makes a lot more sense. Like in my opinion, these kinds of puzzle games. But again,
I like this playable credits though. This is nice.
Is he out of level?
It's
He went pretty fast.
Okay. Oh, okay. There's just credits now.
Okay, I think he's done.
Well, we got to know who the voice of Hoodie Girl is.
It's true.
Special thanks. He's typing it.
Yeah, well, Jal told
It's
him
gonna say 38-35 in the annals of SRL history. Congratulations to Maurice defeating Sirniko 2-0.
That would have been. I don't know what I would do if that was if that went in Nico's favor because of that time loss.
No, Nico not perspectiving. It's not something I'm terribly surprised about, but I am surprised about how well Maurice played in it. But he has definitely picked up his puzzle game since last MT, where he was having some problems.
Yeah, I think of him as actually kind of excelling at puzzle games in just watching his performance this tournament. You got to be good on both fronts to make it this far, and
yeah,
he did.
The one area I'm not 100% sure on for him is he had a lot of problems last MT with stupid hard puzzles. But we will see as Nico just throws that ice block into the ether.
There's some popular game series that Maurice just hates, and
you mean all of them?
I'm not really sure why. Yeah, he doesn't often have explanations for it.
Nico's got this puzzle now, probably the hardest puzzle.
Yeah, bring me back to Saiho's rant about Super Mario Bros. 3 being the worst platformer that's ever existed in Karua's face while he held the record.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of these top 8 competitors, I just don't agree with their opinion.
Crystal get
for
Sirniko.
Alright, so Nico's just gotta play out the credits here, and we'll see a win from him as well.
Yeah. Of Maurice's weaknesses that I know of that still exist, mainly because he refuses to play them, Super Nintendo, Genesis, and Kuso, they're all basically the same thing most of the time. But those are the things he really hates playing.
Yeah, I mean, all the good games on those consoles are so popular that they're typically banned unsuitable. So you get to the stuff that is basically shovelware, and it gets not so good on those consoles.
I love shovelware.
Yeah, you're alone in that. I'm not
alone, actually. I know a few people who do.
In this crowd, I think.
Yeah.
What we need is more edutainment in Mystery Tournament.
Definitely. I'll get working on that for next Mystery Tournament.
I want to learn how to spell next Mystery Tournament.
All right, I got you. Don't worry.
Teach the rest of the competitors how to read,
including myself.
Mario will teach us all how to type.
Around reading.
We'll blast some math.
Oh, we played a Math Blaster reject race. That was.
Oh, it was rejected. Weird.
Yeah. Turns out there's an insane amount of RNG in Math Blaster.
Yeah,
I bet.
Yes.
If it was just about the math and it was twice as long, I could see it being fine, but it's not, and it isn't.
All right. Well, we see a victory from Nico here. Well, a completion, not a victory. And we will move on to the grand finals between Maurice and Capndrake. So, yeah. Thank you.
Congrats to Sirniko, third place, a new best performance in Mystery Tournament. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Still very, very, very good.
We're gonna take a few extra minutes of break in between because Maurice has been playing a lot of games and he needs a break.
Yeah,
so that's fair enough. So it's gonna be a little bit of a longer break, but stick around and then we'll have grand finals for it.
With new commentators too, so stay tuned.
I'll be here.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we have one match to go. Ignore the little thing on the right for challenge. I just don't know how to challenge. It doesn't matter. We're only doing one match, not actually two. No bracket resets. Instead, what we are doing is, because Capndrake is coming from the winner's side in the grand finals, he will get a one-game lead over Maurice, and it is best of 5. So whoever gets the 3 first wins. So with that, we have our last set of commentators coming in. We have the crew, the Mystery Funhouse crew, which is Blasphemous Roar, Sirniko, and Alpha 5. Take it away, boys.
Hi, did you miss us? Did you miss us shouting in your ears? Because let me tell you, we are about to not shout in your ears. We're very self-conscious about what happened yesterday, and we greatly apologize. Don't we, Alpha?
No.
So, we do have one last race coming up here on on the Mystery Tournament 14. See, I'm throwing all over the place. And this is going to be a fun match. But before we get started with this, I do want to tell everybody that we have something special. Oh, I'm getting pinged.
You know what? Don't worry about the special thing. We'll take care of it.
Okay. Oh, I'm good. I just had to respond. Okay, so yeah, we've got something that we want to do. Is if you're watching these races and you're going, hey, how can we join these races? I would like to do this. This looks like fun. Well, guess what, folks? We're going to set up a good old-fashioned newbie race over on Mystery Funhouse after this is over. So if you want to join in on the community, give it a shot. Give your first blind race a test. We'll be over there. So all you need to do is join our Discord by pressing MT14, which I'll show you all of the stuff, including our wonderful Discord down there. Join in. Ask, how do I get set up? We'll get you all set up in the Mystery Tournament channel. We will help everybody else. We'll help you guys get set up with the SRL if you haven't done it before. Help you get everything you need to know in order to work with the game. And we'll be playing a lovely little new player race after this. So come and join us.
It'll be a lot of fun.
This is the one where we make them all play Adventure Ball, right?
No,
Yes.
no, we're
That's after they sign up.
we're beneficial. Oh, we've got a
mean
good
not
question,
bad people?
actually. We've got a good question here. Is what is Mystery Funhouse? Why Mystery Funhouse is the channel where we do all these races on? It's the channel dedicated to blind races, where me and Nico often cast and Alpha does nothing at all.
Alpha Farms Metroid Prime races. That's
Yeah,
what
I show up and talk, but I've been racing a lot more just recently. Got to get my skill up so I can, do as much commentary in top 8 and make the brackets hard.
Yeah, Alpha has been sabotaging this top 8 by winning, and I almost sabotaged grand finals by winning.
Yeah, it would have been good, but Drake Maurice grand finals. After Zecks took that loss to Nico, this is about what I expected. Drake very scary. Maurice is basically the king of silver in our community. Has lost in second place every single racing tournament that he's entered. So we'll see if he can break that curse.
Well, I think with that, we can transition over to our first game, huh?
Yeah. So I can talk about this game because this is part my submission.
I can't. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, so this is puzzle action. Basically, you're playing Sokoban, but instead of pushing blocks in places, you're using it to murder enemies and fight bosses. And there's actually multiple paths through this game. We're telling them to take the left path because they're doing controller checks right now. I played this on a keyboard. This might be a quick one, but yeah, your goal is you have this dash. You can see actually on Drake's side right now, there's that little charge meter. That's how you push things real fast. And you want to keep that high because, you gotta wreck everything. And there's just a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, it sounds like Drake's having some issues with the dash input. So it looks like Drake is going to play with a keyboard instead of a controller because of that. That is an issue with a lot of games you get if they're not either for well-known consoles where you know right off the bat what the console configuration is, or you're familiar with the console playing games from that console, or if it's not configured automatically to a controller. There's a little bit of a sort of a strategy there as you pick what kind of an input you want. I'm a big fan of using controllers over keyboard. I know when we played that robot game last night, I actually started off on a keyboard because I only had instructions for that. And boy, howdy, I quit out of that keyboard real quick and went with a controller when I realized what I was getting into.
Yeah, I can't actually... any of the games in the tournament that were submitted with keyboard, I did test it on keyboard to make sure that everything was fine. But I'm getting old and my hand is not liking me typing on my keyboard for very long. So controller is where it's at. It's just the failings.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more precision control you get out of using a thumb pad as opposed to trying to play with fingers like you would on a keyboard. So I also find a big advantage there, at least personally for myself. And I think that's some of the strategy too that you might see when you start getting into the players who are top level material, is that they have a variety of input methods and they know which ones to go to. Because you hate it if you lose a match because you wound up playing with some kind of an input that you're not quite as good at. I also really like that this is really clever of you, Alpha and Ro, that you have managed to work Sokoban into the grand finals. That was a artistic.
I'm
genius.
sorry, somebody snuck Sokoban past me. I will no longer be commentating this game. I will simply be here frothing with rage.
So it's Sokoban, but again, you're fighting bosses. There's boss fights in this.
So is this kind of like that Shin Megami Tensei quirk game?
No, that is straight up Sokoban. This one, you are mainly fighting enemies by using the power of block pushing.
That sounds
you're
like
directly
Battle Beast
interacting
to
with
me.
them instead of covering up pentagrams and things like that.
That's just Battle Beast or the old DOS game Beast.
No, just watch. This will be good because the race is starting in about 10 seconds.
All right, I'm looking forward to this.
I am not prepared. This is full on not prepared.
This is actually great. And it's a wonderful art style. Matt sent this to me. He's like, "Hey, I want to know if this is good for Mystery Tournament." And then I'm like, "Yes." I had a very fast time on this.
Okay.
As you're in a cage and you're pushing blocks, and Maurice is not moving.
Apparently, it stopped working.
LOL, it stopped working. Oh wait, there it goes. It's working.
Maybe he.
So you can see on the side, it tells you what you gotta do. You gotta push the blocks, and you gotta push a block. Yeah, so you gotta push the dog food into the bowl. And now the level does do this fade out thing. You have to leave through the exit, and there we go. So figuring it out.
Right.
And
Drake
you
is
pull blocks.
not seeing the dog food.
So why are we in a cage? Why is it that
I don't know. I can't read Japanese.
This is a Sokoban, and it's in a cage.
Yeah,
and despite all my rage, it's
grabbing that
Sokoban
block,
in a
and I
cage.
don't know why. Let me
All
look
right,
at
come on.
Drake's.
Come on, Drake. Come on,
Okay,
push
no,
it.
you grabbed it. You grabbed it. Go back to grab it.
Trying to dash into
I'm
it.
furious.
There it is. Oh, wait.
Forward.
Almost.
There we go.
Boom, it exploded.
And let's see if he sees the exit. That's gonna be a. So there's another thing just to note. Okay, go through the go. There's a gate, but he can't see it. Oh boy. So yeah, Maurice is taking a bit of a lead here, but there are some tricky stages. And you see a timer in that top right-hand corner. If Maurice takes this slowly, he'll lose. But once you clear the stage, you're totally fine to get out.
Okay, so murder all the enemies, get all the dog food, and get to the exit.
Yeah, and you can push blocks into other blocks. It's nice. You can't pull back during that, but yeah, there's a lot going on here.
All right, so Drake apparently has figured this out and is starting to move on a tear. Yeah. And what happened to Maurice there?
Maurice is ahead, but also he died. Oh, wait, no, so this is the power-up you get, you're on fire. You need it to get through these black boxes. He has to reset. So you need that, and then he's got to run, like, up. As you can see, those guys are panicking.
Yeah. You didn't tell me this was Wario Land.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like this that happens. Oh, the blue power-up is pretty cool. So, basically, all the enemies are pushed into a crazy frenzy right now.
Yeah, they're kind of panicking. They're just smashing everything.
Yeah, and they'll basically destroy themselves slowly.
They didn't destroy themselves slowly. They destroyed themselves in a hurry.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
they were definitely dashing to just.
So this on fire power up is you move crazy fast and you can hit enemies. You want to use that. It just saves you time here. You can just take out all the enemies. And Drake patiently waiting there. I do wonder how they're going to do on the boss of this game.
Refusing to touch. Maurice saying
Drake
he's
not
controls
figuring out
field
what that power up
broken.
is right away. Maurice only has 10 seconds. Hopefully he can see the timer.
So are you immune to the enemies because you've got your cage for protection?
No. They can take you out and it can become problematic.
That's
What's the
really
point of the
unfair.
cage?
I don't know.
I think that whoever. All right, first off, if you've caged somebody and they are running around killing everything in your dungeon, maybe you should bolt the cage to the ground. Like,
so the story of this game is somewhat confusing. I'm not entirely sure I understand it.
Is this
like,
one of those
all right,
Toho
like,
games?
Yeah, I think so.
4 7-inch bolts. All right, and that cage is going nowhere. Heck, four like 3-inch bolts, and that cage is going nowhere. What are you? Why would you? Okay.
Maybe she's extra strong.
I mean, and then that'd be crazy
So
strong.
you can't.
Why isn't she just breaking the cage if she's that strong?
So again,
I'm gonna understand this game. I'm gonna understand this game whether it kills me, and sources say it'll probably kill me.
So put all the dog food inside of, the cage.
Okay. Muffins has pacified me off in the side, telling me that it's a fashion statement. All right.
Okay.
I can respect that.
Seems fair.
Drake is actually catching up, and
I have Drake ahead.
Am
I?
Are you watching the Zoom?
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. You definitely want to
make sure we're synced, but yeah, they are on the same level. So do you see all these firepower? They should just grab that. Like, forget pushing them. You're on fire. No one can stop you while you're on fire.
It is a well-known fact that if a ninja is on fire, they can't be grabbed by other ninjas.
That is a very well-known fact.
You can't push blocks into these green guys. You have to defeat them.
All right, Maurice paused here. I wonder if the game is still just giving him grief, but he was doing well. I don't know what's going on. Like, we gave them time to control. Like, is there something wrong because of this being 144 hertz monitor that he's experiencing?
No, I played it on 144 hertz.
Okay. That is a surprisingly common issue.
But this level is a bit tricky because you do kind of have to, wipe out the enemies. And if you run out of fire, then like it's kind of difficult. And these guys do panic and they turn into blocks.
Oh, nice. Can you shove them around to solve the... It's a little sad frog block.
So again, if Drake just went on fire, he could deal with this guy, and that's what he's trying to do.
Drake's issue is that this guy keeps running away, and he has to catch him.
He probably will have to reset. Not sure what Maurice is trying to do.
Must be controls. Must be foodling with controls right now.
Yeah, because he can't do that push. So he's recognized, and again, this is a tricky part. You got to use that fire to your advantage. Now they're moving through this game a lot more slowly than I had anticipated.
Okay, so we are trying to address the issues on Maurice's side. Is having control issues right now, so we are still working on that in the back.
Ooh, Drake almost had it there, but fire ran out before he could kill all the green guys.
Yeah, and he did learn with fire, you can push these black blocks, which is very important.
Oh, there we go. Finally gets the clear.
He went the middle path.
I think he recognized his mistake.
Yeah, because there are 3 paths.
When you're on fire, you get infinite dash?
Yeah, so he's got to take the left path.
There we go. Right back on the path.
And this is actually a cool level. So this becomes more puzzly. Drake's got to think about it. He's got to push those 2 blocks down so he can pull that top one over.
Yeah, one thing I'm not a fan of in this game is it seems like it's really just visually complex. There's just stuff everywhere.
You can walk in.
Yeah, and like when everything's on fire, it just moves so fast. So if those little frog dudes turn into boxes, can you shove them around?
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw some of that on Maurice's side earlier. Right now, Drake is on a bog standard Sokoban move these blocks around puzzle, and is having a lot of difficulty with it.
Yeah, and this is like as standard as you can get, but he should be getting it if he pushes that down.
You got it, Drake. You got it. Yep,
yeah,
there we go.
go.
Fixed.
And then feed that, but the level's not over yet.
Yes, it is.
No, watch.
Okay. But no, this is a distinct level.
You teleported.
Further adventures of key issues. The same issue that. Oh. Fun times.
What is going on?
Apparently, Maurice is running into one of the issues that one of the testers had, where you have to use individual keystrokes in order to move up, which is, I believe, the technical term for it. Very unfortunate, and
see now there's
definitely going to hurt him.
Now there's an enemy on Drake's side. That's
Yeah,
indicative that it's a unique level.
So it may have happened to me. However, when I play games like this, I tend to do individual deliberate keystrokes anyway.
Yeah, same.
And that's just mainly because, like, you should be deliberate in your movements.
So wait, are they just okay? So this level is the same level, 3 iterations.
Yeah, just as it moves over. So this is where the game starts getting kind of crazy. Getting that food up into that bowl up there is hard. Also, there's purple. Purple is bad. Purple makes you not alive anymore.
Oh, don't touch purple.
Yeah, also that enemy makes you not alive anymore.
What's with these games today and making purple the bad color? Purple is a good color.
This is the color of poison? Okay, so Drake is discovering. So, white cures purple or something, but
purple
that purple block... That purple block is death. Drake is trying to deal with that. I don't think I dealt with either one of those spinny guys when I did that. pulled it, and oh, Drake has got this guy in a good loop.
Not anymore.
Unfortunate. I think he's gonna wait for him up top. Gets
Good
him.
plan.
So now we can think. I hope Matt put it, because Matt wrote the pastebin. I hope he put in how the purple thing works. Or I told him to. I hope I did either one of those things.
So what you're saying is that, as usual,
and also,
this
as you
is
can
problematic,
see,
we can just blame you.
Yeah.
So the dog food bowls are lighting up differently, based on what's active. No, Drake. Oh, well, yeah, I guess he can do that. But so he's got to pull that purple block down, or I guess he can push it. No, he's got to pull it down.
Could you push a white crystal in front of it and push 2 at a time?
Yeah, but then, well, I guess that'll work. I'd be worried about if they both push, then it's fine. Drake, no, you got to pull that back up. Otherwise,
that was why I was asking you, would they both push since you played this game, Alpha?
I feel like I tried that, but I don't remember.
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The answer is no.
I'm like, that doesn't sound right to me, but okay, so Drake, figuring that out, knows that these purple blocks generate that poison. And he just has to solve this little puzzle up here in the top.
Alright, Maurice is on the same level as Drake. I believe we're giving Maurice a little bit of a retime.
Yeah, we do have the numbers that were coming in are about 50 seconds for Maurice. So basically during these races, there might be some technical hiccups that happen that don't quite force an entire redraw, but do give a retime. And we do try to give those as long as the issues don't continue to persist.
So Drake needs to start over. This level, it shows you at the beginning you're cursed, and you can't pull blocks on this stage.
You can't pull blocks because you're cursed.
Yeah, so you can't pull them, and because he has that one dog food in a bad spot, he can't do anything with it. So he can't move that, so he has to reset.
That's right, Nico. So remember, don't curse, or you might be unable to push blocks.
When has that ever been an issue for me?
Same.
Have you? What? I mean, okay. You know what?
No, he's got to reset. I don't think he recognizes it yet. Because if he's tried to pull a block and it doesn't work, what do?
You push it.
He tries to pull any other block. That's what I want to see him do.
What if instead of pulling the block, he just pushed it in reverse?
Whoa, okay. whoa, Nico. That is just too much for my mind to handle, man.
Why are some of these dog blocks...
They're not active yet. You gotta put the other dog food in the other dog food holes. So Drake figuring out... Okay, push it forward. Okay, so I think he's figured out the gimmick-ish of this level. So Maurice is having some problems here. Oh, he's made that infinitely harder for himself. I believe it's still solvable.
I think Maurice might be having a lot of trouble fighting the controls, and it's messing with his ability to fight with the game.
Very possible. So he puts this here. He has to go all the way back around in order to score that. He's going to wait for that guy, but he has to be mindful of his timer. Conveniently, there's a lot of time here, so... And he's waiting. Good on Drake to recognize that, but you don't want to put that in yet, because now he can't get that last one.
Drake is seeing that immediately. As soon as that block clicked into place.
Yeah, and I'm just like, he's going to fall for the trap. And now he's a little bit mad. He's got to reset. He's looking, seeing if there's anything that he can do here.
The answer is no. Being able to recognize that right off the bat, that you're in an unsolvable location, that's an important mystery skill.
This is probably the most frustrating level, I think, I've seen. What did I tell Matt my tester time was for this game?
Maurice is having significant difficulties with controls in this game. To answer the question for Julian in the chat. Yeah, it's difficult to tell. Anamachu is asking what levels they are on. Maurice is one level behind Drake right now, I believe.
Drake is on one of the higher levels, or harder levels. And this is the hardest path in the game. The
oh,
left
good.
path.
The hardest path.
Yeah, that was basically because the other path are they're jokes. Like all levels, like the goal took me about 15 minutes. All levels took me 20 total, like 20 flat.
Huh.
These levels are the other two paths were 5 minutes long. Like it's
so,
silly.
Regrettably, Maurice's control issues did become too far for a retime to be happening. We did actually have to redraw this, regrettably.
Okay, but you're gonna let Drake finish the boss fight, right?
Mm-hmm. We gotta get rolling. We gotta get rolling.
Yeah, but he's fighting the boss, as you can see. So you have to kill the little guys, and she's got to fall on them.
She's got to fall on the little guys.
Yeah, so you want to take out you want to take out the white guys, and then you'll defeat her this way.
Looks like Drake was tricked. Those flowers aren't in fact solid objects. They're just actually flowers.
Yeah, but so something that is in the other paths, those purple flowers, if you drag your box over them, they reveal poison.
Oh, that's what?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a little minute here to see if we can set up our next game. So we'll be back in a couple minutes. So stick. All right, we're back to this grand finals where unfortunately we had to redraw, but we have our next game, and it's a ball game. There's staples in mystery tournaments. Roar, what kind of staples do we have in mystery tournaments?
Well, we've got our golf games, we've got our ball games, we've got our lawnmower games, we've got puzzle games up the wahoo. We've got what else are we missing? I'm missing one key element. Arkanoid games, but we don't have any of those. What's going on? Yo, submitters, step your game up. But today we have the dark roll of ball games because it's dark roll. The game's called Dark Roll.
Yeah, I kind of want to touch upon that point too that you just mentioned. Folks might be wondering where all these games come from. Every game that you see here in Mystery Tournament, these are all submitted by the people who are playing in the tournament. One of the requirements to join Mystery Tournament is you do have to submit 2 games. The idea, of course, is that every player will eventually be defeated by 2 games. And so if everybody submits 2 games, it means there's enough for everybody to get knocked out of the tournament, except for, of course, our winner. A lot of people take time to search for either obscure games. There's a lot of searching through freeware dev competitions. We find a lot of games that way. We find a lot of people looking through games that are Japanese only because there's a high probability that folks haven't played it. And other times people just submit favorite games that they play, childhood games that they play that maybe are relatively well known, but sometimes people just haven't played it. We've seen a number of people jumping in and playing games. Like one game I'd played, Mibibli's Quest, that showed up in Mystery Tournament. That was one that I really enjoyed when I played it. And so it's fun seeing other people play those. So as you're watching this tournament, if you can think of games and you say, man, I really would like to see this game in the tournament, definitely keep that in mind for Mystery Tournament 15.
So yeah, this game is a ball game. This game is dark and gritty. The dark and gritty ball game of ball games. Our goal is to collect 10 of the little red crystals in every little level, and then make it to the exit crystal, which is luckily big and shiny and glowy. So we're going to have to go through all of these levels, and of course, this being a ball game, it means we're about to get into some rude levels. But for now, let's climb some stairs.
So, I don't like playing ball games, but apparently I'm good at them. They're, I guess, fun, because most of the time the physics are janky, and for some reason I'm attracted to that.
Yeah, that is definitely a thing. Like Roar mentioned earlier, ball games are a sort of a staple in the mystery community, and so we see a lot of them. So it's recommended that you practice on some games, like some Marble Madness, pick up some Dark Roller like we see here. That's one of the good genres to practice on, because that's going to give you some useful experience dealing with these kind of icy controls, slippery controls as being a ball.
Yeah, and luckily the moderator crew for Mystery talked me into a much better game for the newbie race, because I almost gave the newbie race a ball game. Ultraman Ball is a good game, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
Ultraman Ball would have been fine. What?
Ooh,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's just that we got a better, more thematically appropriate game for that.
Is it Stargard again?
No. No, we're good. So yeah, this game has some really weird levels, some really unfortunate levels.
Ooh, speaking of unfortunate, there, Maurice took a tumble right at the end of the level and is going to have to start over.
So we really wanted to beat the demo goal, but the final boss of the demo is just ridiculously hard. That's right, I said boss. This is a ball game with boss fights. Why? Because it's a ball game with boss fights.
Every kind of game should have boss fights, in my opinion.
It's true. I mean, if you don't like boss fights, then you're either A, making poor decisions with your life, and B, Ness Kamikaze, or C, both of those things. Calling you out, Ness.
Ouch.
Man, that's mean, but I'm just like, there's another ball game we played with boss fights, Alfonso's Bowling Party.
Okay, Alfonso's Bowling Party counts. So the community around here races basically everything. As we've said before, we'll say it again, we legitimately race everything. In fact, the channel that we do the blind races on is Mystery Funhouse, and even that is actually named after a game that we used to use to signify that we were doing blind races, to have the mystery in there. And then the thing about that game is that is a 1980s text adventure game. We raced it because we had to race Mystery Funhouse on Mystery Funhouse.
Drake is having some problems here, and I'm guessing it's because it's really hard to figure out. Oh, did you just push a button that shifted perspectives?
Yeah, so they've got a button that changes the camera, but it's very aggressive, and it just flips the camera instantly.
Yeah, that's very aggressive. But like I'm saying, so in most games where the physics or display might not be the best, I usually use shadows and stuff to try to figure out exactly how I'll land, and when everything is pitch black, can't do that.
Yeah, and I think that the pitch blackness is probably a call to make their game look a little more interesting than other ball games, or to just really hide the very shoddy, the very, very, very shoddy 3D models and textures that they're using.
I wouldn't call it shoddy. It's just there's no detail. Everything is minimalist. Minimalist. That's the word I'm going to go with for this.
Yeah,
that's
Drake is having some real problems grabbing this one.
I'm kidding. It's a great game. It's a ball game with boss fights.
Yeah, Maurice was having trouble with it too.
Drake got it.
That one is a little cruelly placed, but with the crystal in hand, Drake will continue on through the level. Maurice now leaping great chasms as he collects these little red gems. Where do you think this ball puts the gems when it collects them? What is it doing with them?
It's absorbing their essence so that it can summon the great crystal of the beyond and teleport into the realms unknown.
All right, one more crystal here for Drake. It's another one of these crystals that's on the slope where you got to be moving towards the middle, and Drake loses it.
Well, he got it, but he fell. And that's Maurice has built up, I believe, a 2-stage lead. It's a little hard to tell.
I believe that that's correct. I believe Maurice is now 2 stages ahead.
So you just got to make these little leaps. Now, this game is going to be a little bit short, unfortunately, due to them doing the redraws. We're starting to fall back a bit on our pool, so we might have a little bit shorter grand finals than normal, but I guess when you add the prior game, it kind of makes it a little bit longer. This game's about I think like 20 levels or so in the first world before we fight Bob. And oh yeah, by the way, boulders,
avalanche.
They will knock the gems out.
I just want to point out that
they'll respawn.
I had a Fisher Price like castle set as a kid. That's exactly what Maurice's model looks like.
Oh my god,
it looks like the cannonball.
Yeah, and the boulders look like the little plastic boulders that you used to have too. Just saying that now, it all makes sense. All right, yeah. So this is actually
this is my favorite game from my childhood, is playing with that castle.
This is the deep lore here. Right. That Dark Roll is not about you taking on an evil lich at all. It's actually about you. It's about you playing in your Fisher Price play castle. By the way, that is actually like the story here to some degree. You are in fact trying to take out an evil lich, like
with a golf ball and a boulder.
With a ball, yeah. Sometimes you're just,
Some people don't have time for complicated familiars like owls and rats. They take food and money. Some people just have a golf ball for a familiar.
You do the best with what you're working with.
Yeah. You gotta work with it.
Maurice is trying to get to that exit, makes it, does clear that stage 10.
So now we have the factory area. This one has such lovely things as fans that'll shatter you, timed switches, and boxes. So that's right, everybody. It's not Sokoban. I'm telling
it's literally the opposite of Sokoban. It's a ball, and it's pushing itself.
That's true. There are no balls in Sokoban except for the Sokoban games that there are balls in.
Those are concerning ones.
Yeah, okay, so suddenly we had levels that were just plain flat, like terrain, and then all of a sudden the guys were like, hey, we can just go online and we can download a bunch of free models on the internet, and suddenly the game has exploded with possibilities.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're on commentary, so we can't really hear the music so much. But,
I have the stuff open with it, but yeah, the music that for the level Drake is on was just insane.
Yeah, it's just good.
It escalated very quickly.
So I don't know how Maurice switched models, but
Yeah, so there is actually somehow it might be that Maurice didn't switch models and Drake did, but so they didn't really have time to do it before the race. But of course, there was an important bit of swag strats that was that you can change your ball model, and there's like a bunch of models. There's like an eyeball and golf ball and globe, and then you can paint it different colors. And the longer the paint is on you, the more it darkens that, and you can just fall into different paint hues and just color yourself any which way you want. And it's like, all right, game, maybe put that much effort into the rest of the gameplay. Thank you.
All right.
I didn't like that.
Drake has got that obnoxious crystal over the pit that Maurice spent a lot of time on.
Got it very quickly as well.
Yeah, so Maurice knocking this box off the pedestal there is really unfortunate because now he's got to get it out of there.
Yeah, Drake did the same thing too.
Ooh. Yeah, Drake figuring out right away that doesn't want to be in those fans when those fans are on.
He's gonna try and make that big jump, but there was a little bit of debris on there from something, and gets it.
Beautiful, beautifully done.
Okay, so he sees where the exit is, but he needs that box to hold that lever down.
Drake.
Just keep doing this repeatedly. And
oh no.
Physics.
Bad physics games always have a way of making this work.
I will get it out of there. Just smack it from the corner. Just smack the corner of it.
I would not have reset there. I would have just completely just went and tried to YOLO it. Like, just run myself into the thing as hard as possible.
Yeah, but who's in top 8 again?
I was.
Yeah,
Oh,
Alpha and I were.
Yeah, we
All
both
right, never
were.
mind. It's very valid strategies. I lose. All right. Show me what for.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna have to reset anyway, you might as well try, right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's reasonable. Like if you just give it just a few more. But there's also something to be said about just like getting it over with and just redoing it. And Maurice manages to get it all out of the way.
Oh,
so
gosh.
that fan is... He's trying to deal with the box first, which makes sense.
I mean, why is that box even on? Like, why would you put a crate on a platform like that?
I was wondering why that timer was so long.
Where do you store your crates, Nico?
In a warehouse, where I pay a guy to push the crates around onto the button that are conveniently positioned so that they're complex and require a great deal of effort to push those crates around.
Checks out. I know you're a fan of escape rooms.
All right, so Drake has got this past the fan. It's got to get it over this ledge. All right, now we've got the pipe obstacle. Drake is using his perfectly spherical body to push that over. Just got to be careful. Don't let it fall off the ledge.
Maurice is on a giant gear.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's right. It's a factory. You need
Trying
gears.
to do 2 at once. I thought he was gonna try and jump, grab that, and then land immediately in.
Yeah,
that looks cool.
When have you ever done anything in a factory without gears, man? They're the greatest modern invention.
No, that's
No.
segways.
Yes. Have you ever
Who
been
are
on a
you
Segway
people?
before?
How do you people exist?
With a Segway.
Yeah, Segways are pretty cool.
I mean, they don't fall over when you tip. It's pretty sweet.
So
it looks like
ball games.
Yeah, it looks like Maurice
I
is
can't
in a slightly different factory level here.
And Drake is trying to go for that really good jump he got earlier. It's a hard jump. You hate to see when you do something the first time and you're just like, yeah, that works. And then it's actually really hard.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the reasons why he might have wanted to consider restarting, is that he might have had an easier time getting the block out. So, all right. So, of course, this game is Dark Roll, which means that it is deadly, because that's just kind of sort of what darkness does to you, right?
Roy,
so
they've been dying the whole time.
They have, well, now we've got bombs. Don't be near the bomb when it blows up. It will kill you. Of course, now that we've devastated the wall, we can actually just fall through it.
Was there a pit there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was hidden in the shadow. I was just getting confused. Yeah, so I think Drake sees it now.
Clank. Clank.
I'm wondering all these metal sounds that a golf ball is making. It's not making golf ball sounds.
No, it's Cannonball.
Yeah, this is Dark Roll. We're not going to use standard boring golf balls. We're going to use metal golf balls.
I feel like that would be worse at playing golf with.
Maybe if your intention is to play golf, but
yes,
we're not playing golf.
If your intention is to just straight up murder walls and probably murder a dude, which, by the way, there are boss fights in this. I'd go for the metal all the time. Now, we don't condone murdering people with golf balls. Don't do that. But you know.
So now Maurice's issue is he's got this crate that he needs to get over into the next room, but there's just all this stupid rubble in the way.
Sucks. I hate it. Like, this would be an actually really good game if it wasn't for like some of these really silly things like this.
Physics is the ultimate in RNG.
Physics-based platformers were, in fact, a least favorite category of a very strong puzzle player who sometimes shows up.
All right, here we go, Maurice.
I like Maurice going to get more bomb and then just creating a larger mess.
No, that worked. Maurice has got it.
He should get another bomb.
All right, so Drake immediately does the hard stuff. Don't get burnt.
Yeah, that's when you have a game which you've got lots of different things to interact with. That is an important strategy.
Drake,
do the hard things
Drake,
first.
Drake. No,
No, oh,
that's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
you're
no.
supposed to do.
I don't think this is a good idea.
Beautiful. Absolutely
Where did
beautiful.
this crystal spawn?
Absolutely
What if he figures out how to get out, though?
beautiful.
All right, this might either be brilliant or devastating, and I don't remember where that crystal spawns. So we're about to find out if Drake just
He might be
massively
able to
took
get
a
out of
lead.
there.
I think Drake can get out.
Goodness.
Oh, yes! Drake!
So
Bombs.
good.
What bombs?
He doesn't know how they work, but who cares?
And so with that, Drake is back in the lead, but not by much. Maurice has just got to figure out how to get to this crystal here. There we go. Maurice is out of that level. Now we've got fans.
Wait here patiently. Oh, stopped in a dumb position that he can't quite jump up to.
Yeah, so you actually kind of have to, like, it's really hard to jump up here.
Oh no! If it was the other way, he would have gotten it that time. There we go.
It's alternating. Drake will get it.
Yeah.
And then Drake is going to wait patiently here because he's tired of losing golf balls to fans.
That was tense.
Yeah,
Easy
so
as pie.
if we've
Waiting.
established that the golf ball is metal. We also have established that fans can break the golf ball. How strong are those fans?
That's a guy. That's Bob.
Hi, Bob. So everybody, say hello to Bob, the I can't remember. Scavenger Bob. So this is our boss fight. Bob the Scavenger.
Bob is
Can we
strong.
scavenge it? Yes, we can.
Bye-bye there, Drake.
Okay, so I see switches all around the room.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so are we tricking Bob to kick the boxes onto us?
No, in fact, the more you're ignoring the bombs, the boxes, the better you are. So these switches, what they do is they start a 10-second countdown that will... And they can see it on the wall over there, but it's really hard to see. That when they hit all 4 switches, a 10-second timer will start ticking. And then the flames will start.
That one's on, Drake. Drake is 2.
There's
so
not
he needs
enough.
to get that last box onto that switch.
The boxes are absolutely a trap, and if Drake figures this out, does the boxes, then, like, I don't know what to do with it anymore. But
To be fair, what Drake is doing is what I would have assumed the moment I went into the room anyways. I would assume, I've got boxes, I've got switches, I should put the boxes on the switches.
yeah, and I spent a long time on this boss trying to do just that. So, and also, you know, we got Maurice there putting a box onto a switch, and then Bob just knocks him off because, you know, Bob's a nice guy and all.
Bob's your uncle. That's what he does.
Yep. Uncle Bob bombs boxes.
He's Drake's trying to get it. If
What?
Drake accidentally touches one of these switches, he'll figure it out.
Right, like that's what I'm kind of hoping for is that Drake accidentally hits the switches, but right now he's running on an assumption, and that assumption is going to put this match in favor of Maurice, methinks.
Come on, Drake, you just gotta hit a switch. Just gotta hit a switch.
Yeah, he's just not touching them with his body at all.
Yeah,
Switch is lava.
I mean, basically, it summons lava.
Well, it summons fire.
And what is fire if not?
He got knocked over by the shockwave. He didn't land on that switch.
Yeah, there's a very important audio cue that they can be using here, and unfortunately, I mean, good job knocking the box over, but Maurice just... Because I don't even know, I mean, I guess the boxes on the switch kind of help, but I never even got any of the boxes on... Oh, there we go, he's hitting a switch. He's trying to put the box on the switch.
Not even pressing it.
That was smart.
He doesn't realize because like the box just went on top of it. So like I don't think he realizes that he just touched.
Yeah. Like he hit him before, right? Like or did
he's never hit Bob.
Oh man. And Maurice takes Bob the Executioner down and takes a win over Capndrake.
Scavenger.
Bob the Scavenger. Bob the Scavenger.
Scavenger.
Oh, okay, so that time he hit it. He hit it. It's on.
Drake, through your left.
That light's red. That light on the left is red.
Oh no. The eternal worry. Will Drake ever figure this out? You just gotta hit it. And a box goes over the edge. That can't be good for his sanity.
And so does Drake go
So
over
does
the
Drake.
edge,
And Drake quit.
And Drake has forfeited.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get this next game pulled. Exciting. We got potentially three more potential matches. So.
Welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we have some sort of anime. That's all I got. I don't know. I'll just let the commentators take over from here.
I see the words "Let make a shooting star." I think that this is Katamari Damacy.
Golf.
Roar.
Golf.
It's called Wonder Wickets. Roar.
I mean that little girl with the bow. She is ready to go. Look at her. She's ready to cross the planet. She's ready to collect all the power moons so that she can chase after Bowser.
But it looks like she's going like side to side while she's running forward, so I'm very confused.
It's a swag new dance that we just don't understand.
All I know is the tester comment is this is our top 8 golf game, full stop. I didn't touch this game. I don't know what we're up against, but I do know that we love golf in Mystery Tournament for reasons that I can't fathom. Then I started playing them, and golf is pretty wonderful. Because there's something about playing golf and then playing golf fast.
It's croquet. She's got a croquet mallet, and of course she's going to go through the wickets.
Okay,
Croquet
so this
is
isn't
not
golf, this is croquet. I don't know these things. I don't know what the heck a croquet is, other than a wonderful cheese thing that I can no longer buy at my local stores.
I mean, croquettes are delicious, but no, croquet. It's a wonderful game that you play on your lawn, that you beg your dad, when you're a kid, mow the lawn, so right the height so that we can play croquet. And then you get out your croquet loops and you set them all up, and then your parents say, no, don't put all the croquet loops all in a row. You gotta actually move them around. And then you play croquet with the little mallets, and then you make jokes about Alice in Wonderland, because that's the only pop culture reference anybody knows for croquet.
Okay, so I've done none of this.
Nico knows what's up. I had a croquet.
I love croquet.
It's a very
simple game. I think I had like a set, but I never actually played it.
It's like convoluted golf and also shuffleboard.
Kind of, sort of.
I'm just picking something where you hit something into something else, so you can.
It's sort of billiards-y, because it's like
yeah,
playing
actually, billiards is better. Billiards is a much better example.
Oh, are we starting?
All right.
It's polo.
So we are off on this race of Wonder Wickets. It's time to be wonderful wickets. I have no idea what we're doing. We got to shoot for the star.
Oh, it's Kirby's Dream Crusher.
Man, I loved Kirby's Dream Crusher. I'll talk about that forever.
You know what? That is that game's name, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
That is the name.
That's what I told everyone during that Season 2 broadcast. Dreams were crushed, and they were made during that game.
That's fair.
All right, get it into the black hole.
Thinking
Come on.
So not only do we have to hit the ball, we also have to chase it down.
I like it. I like that this makes you do all the parts of the golf. Why is Billy Hatcher in the corner?
Because Billy Hatcher is coming back, man.
I hope so. That game was great. I love that game.
All right, so we're moving on to the second stage here. Shoot for the stars.
That's good advice. You know, shoot for the stars, you guys. You never know what you're gonna end up playing Wonder Wickets.
These this is definitely Kirby's.
What the? Oh god. Okay. It's definitely Kirby's Dream Course. The hole just exploded into existence, and I was not ready for that.
That's what Kirby's Dream Course is.
Yes, but it's like the hole just went full on supernova black hole. Like
we are in space. That's what space does.
I am concerned for this poor little girl's
I'm concerned by the fact that they're not like half powering shots towards the hole. Like Drake's shot there just didn't make any sense to me.
I'm just disappointed that this black hole is not nearly powerful enough. I was waiting for that ball to just get sucked in there.
Oh, what you can
No, I mean we've got Nova creating balls, all right. I don't think that the power of the black hole is strong enough to deny this ball.
You can do angled shots that go up, and then apparently you can control the ball with like a bit of spin after you shoot it. So definitely very similar type of golf game.
Ooh, beautiful shot there from Drake. Drake is gonna skip one of these platforms and just go directly to the next one. That's gonna save some time here.
Yeah, and he needs to make up a bit. As I guess there were rough patches.
Yeah, I mean any green patch in golf is rough. Don't you know how golf works?
I don't think every green patch in a golf
every
game
green patch. If my stroke count is any indication, they're all rough patches. All right.
Listen, I played you in mini golf, and I can tell you, I am far worse at that golf game on the NES.
Oh yeah, we did play a golf game on the NES.
Drake, why?
Drake, why would you do that?
Okay, fine. There's no actual penalty, like no real, like penalty to it. But like, come on, man.
I think it's a good idea to test that out. That's a smart way to start. I would have started like the beginning of the level, just drive it into a hole, just to see what happens.
I just want whoever wins this race to get demolished in the next one because Cent has a top secret game that he's been trying to hold the grand finals ever goes the distance, and apparently it's just years in the making.
No, not the same. Not the same one. We already
burned that one.
Oh, he didn't tell us.
Do you guys not remember like 2 MTs ago where we actually went to Super Secret Grand Final 5?
Yeah,
and we got the game. And wasn't it Chimera?
No, it wasn't.
That was the backup.
Oh, okay.
That was the backup because it didn't work because somebody had dropped the ball.
Oh, fun. I don't
know.
know.
We still don't know what the secret game is.
Oh.
I'll tell you after this podcast.
Yeah. We're hoping. So everybody cheer for whoever. It doesn't really matter. We just need to cheer against them in the next race so we can see whatever special fun time Senta's cooked up for us.
Alright, so Drake is taking a shot for this
Drake is
hole
trying
here.
to get to that top one and
Smart.
nails it.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
hit. That's going to make some time up.
So the other thing is, it looks like they have a little bit of control over this ball while it's shooting. So there's some strategy there that you hit that ball kind of close to what you want, and then try to kind of manipulate it a little bit as you're going. Is this blue water, or is it just blue tiles?
It looks like it's shimmering like water. Maurice just falls in the water, which is apparently just a portal to outside of the course.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
It's so concerning. This I'm scared. These supernovas. I used to be deathly afraid of space. I'm not anymore. Like, that's just, you grow
Now
over those.
Your parents took you to space, and now you feel better about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely what happened. Look, all right, if you have a weird fear of like heights when they're above you, and that translates into space, and then you go see Armageddon in theaters and like front row seating, you start to reevaluate your fears, or just be completely consumed by them until you are no more the man you once were, and now are generating new fears. That works too. So supernovas.
That was a pretty complicated way of just saying you played Dead Space once.
So Maurice is a bit of a lead.
Yeah, a little bit, but not very much.
Drake has been catching up a little bit.
Okay, so it looks like Drake is starting to get better at judging how much power goes how far. I think that's been an issue early on because the players really don't know where on that power bar.
This could be a really sick shot from Maurice.
Almost a really sick shot.
Almost.
But we've got slopes.
You can't tell how much you get slowed down by the.
That's one of the hardest things about golf games is trying to understand exactly what slopes are going to do to you.
I like the oh no as she hits herself with her own ball.
I mean, that's one of the things that you can say when you hit yourself with the own ball. That's certainly the thing you can say that's appropriate for the AG to Q stream when you get hit by your own ball.
I mean, normally I just say ow.
How often do you hit yourself with golf balls, Roar?
I'd rather not answer that question, honestly, to be truthful.
Ooh.
No.
It's a beautiful shot right there by Drake.
That was a great shot by Drake. That's going to help him catch up quite a bit. Ah! This is when you game over and have to start the course over in Kirby's Dream Course.
I've been told to say not as often as muffins.
Do they have... Is there like a death condition? Can they run out of hits?
Apparently not.
Because there's a little 4 in the corner, and I don't know what that means.
That's just your par.
Oh, okay.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Same
Yeah,
opening
nobody,
shots from the
we're
both
racing.
of them.
We're racing golf. Nobody cares about par. Nobody cares about par. Except for the one time that we do, and I failed to assume direct control and lose net play tournament as a result.
So there was a golf game that was in the start of last MT, and the fact that this mechanic existed kind of drove me insane. It was possibly faster to max stroke every course than it was to attempt to score by just mashing the A button until you won. And
like
one of the racers only figured that out on the final hole.
That's basically how I played Mina No Golf.
It's like, okay, yeah, if you hole in one, it's faster, but if you just mash it until you lose.
So Drake is still just like a few steps behind Maurice at any given moments here.
Yeah.
Like one good shot will turn this whole entire race in Drake's favor.
I think the longer the game goes, the more Drake favored it becomes. Just because I think his execution lasts longer, I guess. In the shorter races, Maurice is definitely quicker on pickup.
All right, Maurice picking up here that you can smash these blocks. Drake is trying to figure out where his ball is.
It's in the orange.
And another thing to consider, the privilege of winning winners finals is that you don't have to enter the gauntlet. Basically, when you lose winners finals, you may have noticed Maurice has been in every single match today because unfortunately losing that final means that you do have to jump into losers final, jump into grand final. You have the gauntlet of 3 games that you have to, or like 6 games that you have to play in order to get through the games. And
Maurice has been playing since 1:00 p.m. Maurice has been playing for almost 6 hours now.
But look at him. Beastly endurance here. He's not showing any signs of slowing down.
Yeah, it is pretty late for Drake, possibly. As Maurice, despite them living in very similar regions of the world, Maurice's like sleep schedule for where he is like 8 hours different. He's got like a PST sleep schedule, and he lives in Germany. So time-wise, this is like, midday for him. It's 3 p.m.
So at this point now, Maurice has cleared another stage. Maurice is now a full stage ahead of Drake.
Oh, okay. I love I love this statement in chat. This is normal croquet. You have to shoot your ball through the wickets, and then the final wicket becomes a vortex of darkness. That's how I remember it as a kid. See, Nico, you're almost right with your universal experiences.
There's the warp, and I'm wondering if Drake is just trying to figure out what the best path to it is, as he barely love taps his ball. He's trying to get it through that warp, I think.
That's the hole-in-one warp right there.
Remember, you get to golf for free if you hole-in-one that 18th hole, but for some reason it's always broken and never works. Drake should be... I would have wanted to aim that slightly more to the right.
Well, also had a little bit of control over it, I think, and then it didn't quite go the way Drake wanted it to. So close. Destroying all the flowers on this course. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to have flowers here, because, man, kids are going to tear those things up when they're trying to play croquet, stomp it all over.
That's why you don't let them do it. I mean, if you want to maintain your lawn, and really, I mean, lawns are, they're no good if you're not playing croquet. I'm sorry. If you have a lawn and you're not doing wonderful things like, croquet and other things that actually, I realize that lawn darts have been like completely kicked out of the acceptable. They've been banned, haven't they?
In most places.
Things that we could do as a kid we were dangerous.
Since when was lawn darts ever a good idea?
No, never.
Don't feel like since things were kids. When we were kids, we
Fine.
could throw giant spikes into the air.
Fine. The tic-tac-toe beanbags. Go do that on your lawn.
No, it's all about
never
people
good.
playing cornhole now.
Yeah, it used to be hacky sack, and then that got passe.
I love when you just jump off of the cliff there. You just disappear off in a nether with nary a sound. Well, maybe there is sounds. I can't hear, but
in space, nobody can hear you shout 4.
I honestly don't think this person gives a damn whether or not they hit someone else.
Yeah,
I think
they're hitting whatever they want. Oh, what was that slam dunk?
They are supernovaing the sun, like stars. They are destroying the universe in their little star league. All right.
This is what gods do in their free time. They play golf with planets.
Oh.
As Maurice has gotten a very, very sizable lead.
Is it? Are they not in the same stage? Just that the stage is a bit long.
It might be a very long stage.
I think that it might be the same stage.
Yeah, it's definitely the same
I thought
stage.
he was on the second. I thought he was on the next one.
It took a while for Maurice.
Oh, out of bounds. He's like right there on the switch. He needs to actually like tap it away from the switch. Or actually, because he dropped out of bounds, it switched the switch in the right direction. So that works. Switch is going to switch. All right, so Drake, unfortunately, this was a longer level. So the goal here is to beat stage 3-6. I think they're currently in 2-5. So there's still a few stages left to go. I don't know how many stages are in each world. I assume that it's 6.
I think it's 6.
Drake plunges into the endless void.
Doesn't hold the make jump button.
Question: what system is this on? This is on Steam. This is a Steam game that we have actually had games provide. The keys were provided by somebody for this game.
Yeah, the games that we play here in Mystery Tournament, they're all freeware games. There is no obligation for you to purchase anything to participate in this tournament. Periodically, though, you have people who say, man, this game is really good, but it costs money. And so what happens is, periodically, we'll have folks just donate keys to games. We saw earlier in the broadcast we saw what was the game called? Color Bounce, I think it might have been.
Color Jumper.
Color Jumper. That the developer, in fact, provided a copy of the game for the race. In previous tournaments, we've also seen developers modify their games in order to make them suitable. I believe GFM had a sort of Metroidvania style game that they modified it.
Yeah, GFM blocked off all intended paths and basically forced you to learn the speedrun as you went. Also, I'm looking at this level right now and I hate it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do not like the darkness.
Yeah, that's...
Actually, I do love the darkness. I believe in a thing
love
called
it, but
love. It's one of the greatest rock anthems of all time.
It's probably better on like other viewers that it's not this dark, but what I'm looking at just seems so dark.
All right, here we go in the World 3. So there are, in fact, 6 stages in each world. So Maurice is coming up on the last 6 holes. I can only be very, very scared of what the new gimmicks are, because, I mean, it's a golf game that's all sorts of, like, it's gimmicks. It's got gimmicks.
I would like some more difficult gimmicks, because right now it's just, you know, just kind of go as, okay, so you gotta push a button, make a bridge show up.
I would
the
like
sand,
a little
there's
bit more
sand
like...
now.
I kind of want a little bit more like platformer gimmicks. Like to use the fact that you have to move around, but I don't know what good those could be.
Oh, thank goodness there's the exit.
All right, and Drake is through. Oh, no, wait, out of bounds. Drake is out of bounds.
All right. There we
now
go.
Drake is through. That's a
Drake-
one-stage lead for Maurice.
Yeah, I feel like Drake got through that dark stage a little bit faster than Maurice did.
Oh, no. Drake took a lot longer on that dark stage than Maurice did. No, Maurice
he was
plowed
already
through
behind.
that.
Really?
Yeah. Maurice plowed through that pretty hardcore. Drake took a little while.
Ooh, I'm digging the soundtrack here in this new
Oh,
stage.
what was that hit? That was so beautiful from Drake. That's a tremendous amount of catch-up right there.
No kidding. Maurice is still trying to figure out the first hit here.
Oh, that jerk owl crab is pushing Drake's ball.
Yeah, this could be Drake's big chance to come back in this race.
Man, Maurice is playing here in the rain. Obviously, Mother never gave him enough sense to tell him to come in out of the rain. That's when you stop. That's when you stop golfing, and that's when you go to your golf pub to get some fish and chips.
I'm from Washington State. Those times literally never existed without rain. So you people, I don't know what you're on about.
The obvious solution to that is don't live in Washington State. Also, you're in Florida. It's not like it's a whole lot better.
Yeah, I'm in Tampa. It's not like it's a whole lot better. It's
Okay, I
rainstorms
really
every day.
like Drake's decision to reset the course there. He got a bad first hit and just, you know, slammed it right into one of those cannonballs because we're on a pirate ship now. Okay, so
Oh, wow, that was
is
beautiful.
so much better than Maurice.
That was absolutely beautiful from Drake there.
Wow, that was amazing. Okay, now where's he gotta put the ball?
I think he's got to smash this wall.
Yeah, I think he's gotta hit it as hard as he can into that wall too.
Oh, there we go. Easy.
And he is effectively tied.
All right, just got to get the right amount of force here.
Oh.
Oh.
Just
That would be
barely
super
missing.
dramatic.
But you know, now they're a loading screen apart.
It's all.
Yeah, Drake did a lot of catch up there.
This is what I've been saying. The longer the games go, I think Drake's execution picks up a lot harder. And Maurice stays at the same consistent level.
Yeah, he does a really good job of just like instantly picking up the game. It gives you a remote control.
What the heck is that?
What is this?
That is.
It's the UFO power up.
Well, it was the most obvious power up for this game.
All right.
Okay, so there's a timer on it at the very least.
Oh, water hazard. It's not strong enough to go over that.
Why did you do that? They're on like the same parts of these hits. Okay. Drake.
And Drake gets there. That is a lead for Capndrake.
So
oh
now,
my goodness.
So now it's the opportunity for Maurice here to pick it up. Now Maurice is the underdog. Ooh, that was a beautiful shot there by Maurice.
That was a very good shot, but
I mean,
yeah,
depending on who you ask, Maurice was always the underdog. So
I would say.
I mean, it is true. Maurice is coming in here as an underdog. But right now, both of our players are tied. This is a best of 5. So the first player to reach 3 points is going to be crowned the Mystery Tournament 14 winner of all.
Drake's shots have been seriously on point recently.
is that what we title? Is that what I'm going to have to change the role to? Is just Mystery 14 winner of all?
I think so. We're being attacked by a masked power. Hopefully our moderators are on that. Oh no, wait, it's a Brossentia raid. The moderators definitely better get on that.
Yeah, just save us from the bad games. Brosentia's coming.
So this level is really interesting here. So we've got lots of water hazards everywhere. But as far as I can tell, as long as the ball goes through each of these orbs, we don't really care what happens to it. So I kind of just full power shots.
I'm a little concerned about where Drake just put that hole.
Oh no, that's not a good hole.
I'm sure it's fine. The ball seems to skip on the water a little bit.
So actually, yeah, because it moves slower, he's gonna try and inch it in.
I still don't like where that hole's at.
Water hazard.
He's got a. This is big for Maurice. Oh, but apparently not. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Drake gets it in.
What a sick bounce! And Maurice is just having the worst time in the world here.
So
Drake
at this
moving
point,
on.
Yeah,
this is why long games are better.
Yeah, so we actually, in terms of game choice, we actually do take into account a lot of the length of the games, especially here in top, because we do actually have, like, we save our shorter games for some of the earlier rounds, and then the longer, dramatic games for the finale, much to GDQ's dismay.
Did Maurice perhaps save that last crystal on purpose because that's where he wanted the hole to be?
I
That
think
might
so.
be.
That's some big braining right there.
But it's a lot of platforming to get back to it, though.
Okay, I think Drake has to hit it way harder, and I think that power gets reflected when it comes out. Okay, but he doesn't curve it this time. Oh, I see. Every time you get hit, it like counts as a stroke off your score.
Oh, that's great! Never
That's
mind,
hilarious.
I love the platforming on this. I was hoping they'd do more with the platforming, but I mean, when you're playing an actual golf game, having the platforming cost you far.
And Drake nailing that shot, knows exactly where to put it so it'll land in the sand trap, and he's got one hole away. He's got the stage lead. He's reversed that from earlier.
But all it's going to take is one good hole for
There's
Maurice.
no more time for good holes. This is the last level.
Oh,
and the enemy pushes Maurice's ball out of bounds.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's so cruel.
Oh, no.
And this stage looks fun.
I don't know what this stage looks like.
Maurice is trying to
I think
shoot
this is going to be a bunch of, like, you just have to keep doing this. All right.
Yeah, this does look like an easy one.
Yeah,
like a fun one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so we have that one dude who hits that back and forth, and then Drake is... Okay, so it won't go up because he actually put his ball in amazing... Oh,
out of bounds.
I was gonna say, he put his ball in an amazing place because the, man, it goes high.
Yeah, this look like they're kind of fan platforms.
Yeah, he's hitting it with way less power now. And he definitely has the control of this on lock.
Maurice having to run all the way around to get to the ball.
Maurice is really close, but unfortunately, this is right here at the wire. This is the last stage for Drake. Just got to get the ball to the goal. I don't think that way's going to work. No.
Oh my goodness, he got bopped.
Got crabbed.
Does he need that crab to get it to the fan? No, the fan to the gold doesn't make any sense. Are those holes right there?
Oh, I just noticed that the crab is just switching the blue block up and down.
Now, but that's unfortunate.
Oh no!
He's so close.
And right now, Maurice has no idea where his opponent is. Maurice is probably thinking, man, I'm on the last hole. I haven't seen that dot done yet. I'm going to be close. Maybe I'm going to win this. And there it's in. That is the victory for Drake, I believe.
You never think that you're ahead of Drake. You're not done until the dot done.
I was of the people remaining in top 8, the one person I was like, and I'm always convinced that I can't beat is Drake. Because every single race I've ever been with him, he's always just demolished me. I'm surprised Maurice forfeited. I'm guessing he started hating the game.
No, I think it's Maurice is willing to forfeit to just kind of sort of move the thing along. Maurice is not a part of the no forfeit club. He's willing to just move on. So we do have more racing action coming at you. That is 2 points for Capndrake. He just needs one more game to win the match. And that is 1 point for Maurice. There is the potential for the Game 5 comeback. We got 1 to 2 games left here to seal it all. Who's going to come out victorious? We'll just have to stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals, where we're in the Grand Finals, and this might be the last game. And if it is, I don't even know what to say. I really don't.
What happens when you beat the tutorial?
So warning everybody, this game's going to be a little bit hard to understand and watch what's going on. And we'll try to guide you through it as best as we can.
So it's a very simple game. You control a dot like it's a first-person shooter, effectively. You can move your line of sight with the mouse and WASD to move, and you're supposed to put dots down in colored regions that the players can see. Hopefully.
Yeah. So all you gotta do is put the dots down. Don't not just yet, Alpha.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is put the dots down.
That's it.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is put the dots down.
That's it.
That's it.
How many levels are in this game? Is it
like
2?
26?
Can there be 2? This is too many levels for this game.
I felt that the entire way playing through this. I was just like, oh god.
Why is this here?
How do you do this?
Is
this
this just
a puzzle
a race to
game,
figure out
I
who
guess.
sits down and says no?
Our first ever double forfeit in finals, just 10 minutes out the gate.
Maurice will say the trophy's not worth it and walk away, and he's right.
Yeah, so this
You'll
is
figure it out.
yeah, this is
Thanks, Snowdozer.
So really what this game is about is thinking in a dimension that you're not used to thinking in.
Or more along the lines of a dimension that you don't exist in.
Thinking in a dimension, kind of.
It's best if you get shown it.
We'll kind of explain it. Yeah, the Hopscotch's comment is the same as mine. This game is so good, I hate it. This game is so good, I hate it.
I played it for about 10 seconds. I'm going to agree with that statement. This game is amazing, but why?
How has nobody done this before, and why? Just because you could doesn't.
I think someone's done this before, but like no one's ever put it in a format that still works. So as you can see, there's the bar top across the top of the screen that represents your sight. Look around. The movement's actually kind of obnoxious.
Okay, I see what it is. So the top is showing what you're seeing.
Yeah, so you're looking around with the mouse. You use FPS movement. So we need to stand in the little zones and put the thing down.
Yeah.
And when we put the thing in all of the zones, ta-da! Level cleared.
Great.
Easy peasy.
I see it.
Except now you don't.
Now you don't.
Now you don't. Now you don't see yourself.
Yeah.
Now you don't see what you're looking at, where you're going. You have to navigate this whole game via only what you see in front of you.
Yeah.
This is not thinking in 3D. It's thinking in 1.
And Maurice gets it right away, invisibly.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, okay. I see it.
Oh, this stage is a lot easier.
Yeah. So obviously you have the 3 different colors, so you know which side of the triangle you're
Drake
on.
is
You
in the
kind of have to
corner right
rotate
now.
around.
Yeah, okay.
He's trying to make it so that he's staring at the yellow. He turns around, he sees blue.
There we
Sees
go.
a lot of blues, so he's somewhere. It's hard to say. I think, Maurice, obviously that triangle level, very simple.
I love how immediately concerning it is to all of chat. You understand the pain that is about to unfold. Now, we actually had the developer change some of the levels because I sure do hope you like doing this while the only thing that you can see is a solid color square with a gap in it. We didn't.
And Drake cannot figure out where he's messing this up.
So it doesn't show you where it doesn't show you where you put the squares at all, either of them. So you got to really be careful about what you're doing where. So he's definitely got the first one in the right spot. And then he's got to kind of sort of like line up against the wall and center that blue. And I don't know what he's doing. He's just not handling the grasp of this very well.
Yeah, this is a tricky tutorial. This may be one where Maurice finishes it. Oh. Now I'm having trouble
I think
understanding.
recovery is the hardest part about this.
See, I don't know.
This tutorial is harder than the other levels have been so far.
I don't know where Drake thinks he is.
Yeah, so for this level Maurice is on, he just wants to see all 5 sides about the same size. Like, that's an easy level. Why is the tutorial so hard?
I don't know. I found the tutorial pretty easy. So he's got one spot in the right spot, Drake does. He's got another one coming in the right spot. Here we go. And Drake, put it down. He's good to go.
Okay.
Bing.
Nice.
I can tell because I've played this game before. It's very hard.
This is the second hardest tutorial after Driver.
That's only if you don't know how to slalom.
I mean, we had people in that Driver race who didn't know what the word slalom meant.
Yeah, so hopefully Drake has a better understanding now of what exactly is going on. Can start putting these.
Figure out where he was, and he may have just been off very slightly.
Well, he was looking at the squares from the side. So, like, if you actually one of the things about this game that's really interesting is that if you stare at those squares enough, the way that you move around them like 3D objects, they actually will form a 3D object inside your head. You can see the curves of it. Like, look at this square, and you can kind of sort of like see how it all moves around because of the different shaded. We had him remove a lot of the single lines as a result of it because they were just really confusingly bad for the race, and they were monstrous. But it really does, this game, one of the things that's really important to track is just how fast you're moving, just where you're moving to, how everything's doing here. You need to pay attention to where those cross sections are, because this is why. Who
I like Drake's strategy here. He's waiting, and then he's just holding back. Like, he knows, okay, I only see this pink, and I just gotta wait till the blue gets all big. And then Maurice might be lost here. I feel like is there a button to reset a stage?
There's not.
Oh gosh.
This is horrible.
Yeah.
Well, can't you place like 3 dots and then it like resets for you?
Well, it won't reset your position.
Oh,
it'll reset the dots.
Yeah, the positional reset's the one I want, because then I can I know where I am again.
Well, it's easy.
Drake
Maurice
is having
figures
the
it
hardest time in the world. Move towards the green. Where are you? You're so very far away, Drake.
So asking in chat for a little bit of confusion, we are literally seeing everything that they see. This is not some sort of weird spectator mode. This is, they only see the things that we see, and they need to figure out how to make the things.
Drake keeps walking away from the green, and I'm just so confused.
Poor
Drake
Drake
is
is lost.
The only thing on your screen. Drake is just trying to nope his way out of the game at this point. Just like, all right, we're good.
Sometimes you get games like that where you're hoping your opponent's going to finish so that you could just forfeit and get out of here.
Yeah, so like one thing
we're gonna get Dr. Sen's birthday surprise. That's what I'm calling it now. Okay, but I don't like the fact that he's not figuring out if the wall is on his left or his right, and he's not going around it.
Yeah, you've really got to take care to make sure that those walls are still in your sight line to make sure that you're going around it, because there he didn't go around it.
Yeah, because he knows he's there. Okay, it's on his right, I believe, so he's somewhere near the bottom. Or near the top, which is problematic if he can't figure out which, but he should be able to figure that out based on how he's moving. And
There we
actually,
go.
the motions would still be the same to go to
Going
either
around in a circle. Don't do that. You're around in a circle. You circled the whole thing. Don't do that, Drake. Where are you going? What are you looking at?
There we go. All right.
Yeah, he ran in a circle, so he'd run to the other side. And then this one, he should be able to figure out pretty quickly. You just want all 5 things equidistant. I don't like level at Maurice on. I just don't. There's not a good way to figure out when you're kind of in the middle unless you have a really good grasp of mastery. Drake, I think you need to stop a little bit sooner.
Yeah, Drake is misjudging how big these things are. Perfect.
Yeah, actually, on a stage like that, you could probably just mash.
Yeah, and so while we can't really talk about much about the game, by the way, at the end of this, we're going to be doing a new race. For some of you who might be looking at this going, man, I'd love to join in these races. Maybe not this game. I mean,
how did Maurice do that one?
But if you're watching these games and thinking, man, I would like to participate in this racing thing, why, if you go to our Discord link that was just popped up in chat over there, you can join us for a newbie focused race after these grand finals are over. So look forward to that. But yeah, I have no idea where they're at.
Maurice has picked this up. Maurice understands it. But yeah, everybody, you want to hang on for that for that special race we've got going on afterwards on the Mystery Funhouse channel, so you too can muddle through a game that is not nearly as complicated as what we're making these players play.
I'm feeding off of chat's responses to this game, just seeing all of these just going, nope, we're good, and Maurice is through. Look at that. Maurice just has no problem with this game.
He can just see it. This is ridiculous.
I mean, once you have visualized this and you recognize it, you just got to think spatially. You got to think, what am I looking at? And if I turn, what do I see? And then, therefore, what's the reference? I mean, Maurice is seeing yellow and red here and seeing purple, and just got to visualize where is the purple in relation to the yellow and the red. And once you figure that out, you can just march on in. Drake's just trying to find this right spot to be in this box.
So yeah, this one is this one's a little bit harder that Maurice is dealing with, because now we have solid color objects. They are not fine. They are not okay.
This race isn't okay.
My mind isn't okay.
This is certainly a...
What were the tester times on this?
Oh, what were the tester times on this? Oh, you mean before we made it easier for you all? You're welcome?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Took me 45 minutes, took Hopscotch 58.
Okay, so this is probably 20 minutes for Maurice.
Probably like
probably.
The second someone finishes, there's going to be a dot forfeit.
Oh yeah,
And by that I mean Maurice is going to win this race. Like,
oh yeah.
And then we get to go to Dr. Sen's Super Fun Time Surprise Land and figure out what's going on there.
I don't think that's. I don't think we're going to get
giving
to
it more
see that.
names to hype it up, and I just know it's going to be a train wreck.
He's not doing it.
Ah.
Yeah, I've just been watching you hype this up, and I'm like, how am I going to recover from the fact that no, that's
why not
it? Because Drake's already played it.
Ah.
Okay. Oh, we've got the Nautilus shell now for Maurice. Oh, Drake is having trouble with this box, and it's a lot of dots to drop.
Yeah,
so every time he makes a mistake, he's got to do all of these boxes again.
Something to note. Okay, yeah, you can see it on the restream. It's a little bit hard to see on my side that those colors are a little bit more clear than they look from time to time. So they should be able to see very clearly what those colors and segments are that they're doing.
Actually, when I had the game booted myself, it was very hard for me to see some like the pale blue on the white.
Yeah.
And I appreciate all of the well-read individuals who are referencing Flatland in the chat. I appreciate every single one of you.
So yeah, this is so hopefully I can point out some of the levels that we asked them to change. There was only a few of them, but they were hard.
All right, Drake manages to get that one now.
And Maurice has had some problems in this knowledge. He can't figure out where he is. It's very hard because he doesn't exactly know distance.
I'm confused on where Maurice has to go.
Maurice, so I think that what I would do if it was me, I'd try to find the way out of the Nautilus first. Okay, here we go. All right, Maurice is now at the exit of the Nautilus. It has that blank. So now, as long as he is very cautious, he's got to visually recognize where he is, push his way into the corners, and drop these dots, and he'll be just fine.
And he definitely just dropped a dot in the wrong spot.
Did he?
Yeah, he's up in the top area, and I think he recognizes it because he immediately... Oh, never mind. He put it in the right spot, and I have no idea how he saw the gap. Where did he go? What happened? I don't understand anymore.
Piece of cake.
So yeah, this one relies on you trying to figure out that you're inside that little thing.
That one I figure you could figure out because you can see orange and blue right off the bat, so you have to be staring at the corner.
I think the trick on this one is just identifying the difference between those two sides, because you've got to get into that little cubby hole before you'll be able to recognize that you're actually inside of the block as opposed to on the side of it. Because once you've figured out that you're on the bottom side, then it should be pretty easy to navigate.
Yeah, it's really hard to understand where you're at depth-wise in any of these.
I mean, that's the puzzle. That's the puzzle. You got to be able to figure that out.
My mind is on the floor, and I already beat this game. Yeah, every once in a while, a puzzle game, like, I give puzzle games guff for all just being, oh, look, it's push a box again. Ha 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 ha. I'm having so much fun.
How many more levels are there?
Lots. I made him change this level because it used to be a solitary triangle. And that was really hard to figure out.
This is beautiful. This is a wonderful game. I love this concept. Now that we understand it, this is just absolutely brilliant.
It's a great concept. It's just impossible.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely like.
If it's impossible, then why is Maurice tearing this race up?
He's got really, really good. Okay, so I think he wants to find a corner and then turn around and see if he can see basically where the blue and the red are, and then he'll know which one he's facing. That's where I think he wants to put things down.
Yeah, I imagine Capndrake is not having a wonderful time here.
Ooh, somebody in the chat just made a good point. Jackazam pointing out this would have been a perfect entry to the FPS tournament.
No.
Oh yeah. Yep.
This
where
is literally...
Where are the guns?
It's the dots. The dots are dropping proximity mines.
Yeah.
Oh no. No.
I mean, it's first person
FPS
controls.
tournament was for games developed before 2000.
So we just gotta send this back in time.
Beautifully done there.
Could you imagine if this was done on like a vector system back in the day, like what puzzles might look like these days? I don't know. I don't think it's that game changing, but it sure is an interesting little game.
Concept.
Like I said, I like too many times I see, oh, it's a puzzle game. Oh, it's figure out how to push blocks and boxes and eyeballs. We pushed eyeballs earlier in the tournament. But now we have this, which definitely changes my definition of what the heck even a puzzle is.
Game where you got to put in the big thinking.
Yeah, this level Maurice is on. All right, so Maurice is definitely in the bottom triangle, so he's just going to scoot his butt back into the blue segment, drop his mine. Yeah, that's a clear.
All right, so this one's a little bit hard as well. But the key here is that you have one of these things is not like the others. One of them has a tiny little gap in the bottom.
Oh.
So we need to figure out where you're at in relation to that gap, and then kind of work with it from there.
I feel like you can go in a direction and then, yeah, as long as you go outside first. That's like the first thing I think you'd want to do.
Yeah, you kind of sort of try to figure out where you are first, and just like get outside the squares, get outside of your bearings to try to make sure you know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, if you had any idea where you started, and you had a very good concept of how much movement you had, you could probably do this without even solving the puzzle.
Okay, so this level used to be that those blue lines that you see didn't exist.
The blue lines didn't exist, so it was just...
That was a really easy level, though.
Yeah, Maurice solved that in no
assuming you
time.
started in the middle.
Yeah, so the H used to be really difficult because the blue lines didn't exist. And he's just like, all right, cool. No problem. So this game was actually developed by one of our mystery tournament players, a man by the name of Snowdozer, who goes to winter break on it.
The middle.
And Maurice just
He found
understands
the middle. That's
this
what
game.
he was doing.
Yeah, you just kind of sort of find the middle, and then you just step forward, step back, step forward, step back, step forward, step back.
Oh, okay. So this is another perspective one where you have to figure out your position based off of the different shapes of these different triangles.
I'm glad at least Maurice is plowing through this. This makes it a little bit more justified putting this in top.
I mean, you could have dropped it with Nico. Apparently, he would have had a great time with it.
Man, Maurice is solving these darn fast. I think what Maurice did there... Oh, I know what he did. He just pinched himself in the corner. You don't have to figure out where you are. You just have to shove yourself in each of the corners.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, that's way easier than what I was thinking.
Yeah, this one, you just have to find which corner you're in. You want to try to get to the bottom one, or you want to pass by the one on the top. And then you'll know where you are basically immediately.
So Drake has been having some trouble with this one. I wonder if Drake is trying to
that's it.
this.
That's it.
I'm waiting for that forfeit.
Oh, nice.
That's it. that's the game. Maurice saying that's exactly how I thought the game would play. All right, we're probably going to have to call Capndrake a little bit short on this because otherwise we will be here for the next 7 eternities.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we're gonna call him short on this one. And oh my God, it's the grand finals, which we don't have a super secret awesome game for that one as
Apparently
much
Drake
as
has played it.
Yep. Alpha built it all up.
Yeah,
So-
well, we were informed, and then you told me that Drake had played it like just now.
I knew it because I actually read the messages.
You kind of assumed it. Yeah. You just kind of assumed that one on your own, buddy.
No, I was told.
But we'll be back in just a moment.
And welcome back to the Mystery Tournament 14 Top 8 Finals. I'm done. You know, just Nico and Alpha, you go from here.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, so we've been watching this whole thing, and I'm sure that all of you folks in the chat say, man, this is so much fun doing these races where you don't actually have to, like, learn the game beforehand. Because I know, personally, that's the hardest part of speedrunning, is that you keep playing the game over and over and memorizing it. But this is an opportunity for some of you who are good at games, but you don't want to spend that much time to participate. And, well, we've got an opportunity coming up for you if you would like to participate as well. After the mystery tournament finals concludes, we are actually going to be doing a special race on the Mystery Funhouse channel that everybody can participate in, and this is an opportunity for you to join us and race alongside us and just see how folks get into the mystery community.
Now, we have our final game of this tournament coming up between Maurice and Capndrake. The winner of this will take all, and we were running low on games. We have a lot, but we had to pick something, and we picked
How about like we go less technical and go more fun?
Yeah, and
Let's just have fun, everybody. That's what we're here for.
I'm telling you right now, I can hear the sound effects for the game already. I believe the main instrument used is a kazoo.
Yeah, I didn't know I needed kazoos in my life right now, but absolutely.
I've been casting for forever. Nico has been up too. We've all been here for a very long time. Everyone wants to go eat food.
Just today, we've been at this for 7 hours, but we have whittled it down from starting off with 3 players left. We're now down to the final 2 players.
And even then, we're gonna throw you a wonderful, wonderful mystery race. We don't stop around here.
Yeah, so it'll be an opportunity for some other folks to join in, watch some more mystery. We do this mystery tournament once a year, but all throughout the year, we do other events. We have other tournaments going on. We have the Heavy Trooper tournament. We have the first-person shooter tournament. We've Snigger.
No, I'm doing that because I'm pretty sure we said we were putting on Heavy Troop after last year's, and it's still going.
I know, but it's still going on. And Alpha is going to be playing some Heavy Troop next week, in fact. Aren't you, Alpha?
Yeah, we got to get our winners finals done, and then loser plays Maurice.
We also do a weekly blind every week, so that you can enjoy goals. We play games from about 2 to 3 hours long for a goal, so a little bit longer of goals than we see here in the Mystery Tournament. And then we just race other stuff. We've had recently we've been playing through Metroid Prime. We actually found some people who are blind to Metroid Prime, and so they are playing through that game very well. We have events going on all the time. If you join the Mystery Discord, you'll have an opportunity there to join us for all of those exciting things that are going on.
Yeah, and if you're watching these races and kind of interested in how people got here and what kind of games we played throughout the tournament, if you go over to our wonderful channel over at twitch.tv/Mystery Funhouse, you can take a look through our highlights, see how these racers got here to the top, see what amazing games that we have played, and kind of join in the community. Even if you're not really wanting to play, come join in and watch. We do plenty of those races over there. We've got them just constantly flying, and we're not, just because Mystery Tournament's over, we're not stopping. We don't stop. We slow down a bit, maybe just a little bit. Mystery Tournament season is hectic.
A couple of folks asking in the chat about what happens if Maurice wins. We don't do this as a traditional double elimination where Maurice win would force him to replay against Drake in another best of 5. Instead, Drake earned 1 win out of the best of the 5 going into this match because he has been undefeated so far in the tournament. So Maurice has had to win 2 matches to Drake's 1 here to tie it up. And now whoever wins this game, this is the very last game in tonight's tournament, is going to be crowned the grand final winner of all of Mystery Tournament 14. And the second place finisher will go home with a lovely...
quite a few Steam games, actually.
Yeah, actually quite a few Steam games, but also a metaphorical silver trophy.
So, what do you think about our game?
What, second place gets prizes now? That's new.
Top 4 does. Congratulations, Alpha. You get a prize.
Oh, sweet.
Go bother Boney for it.
Yeah, I thought it was top 8, because I've gotten prizes before for just hitting top 8.
Where's my prize? I need so many prizes, Boney. You owe me so many things. This is all Boney's fault.
I can't confirm the prize tournaments. I just can confirm what he said for now. All right, so this game is way too happy for top 8. Of course we have all the dreary, dark, and heavy technical skill games, and nah. Let's just have fun, because we all deserve it. They deserve it. They've been playing hard. They've been trying, and we're gonna give them a little bit of fun for all the work that they've done today.
There's a huge chance I'm buying this game afterwards.
Hey, let's a happy snail at the top. Just immediately.
This is a co-op game, but there's an option to just play it by yourself.
So what you're saying, Alpha, is that you need to pick it up, and then me and you can use Steam's new local play to co-op together on MFH.
Oh wait, here we go.
All right.
Oh man, I like the
game.
ball choices. Maurice is a bumblebee and a tomato. Maurice is an 8-ball or something. I don't know.
So the sheep?
Yeah, it's a sheep. So yeah, this game is a co-op game in which you're both tethered together, and you need to work together in order to get through. Now, of course, we're playing single player, so we're just kind of sort of tethered together, and we're using the left and right analog sticks in order to get through. We do have a left and right jump button, and we also have a left and right jump. Like, this game can be played co-op on one controller.
Drake taking a lead by just jumping over the cactuses that Maurice was getting stuck to.
Yeah, Maurice got tangled in the cactus.
What's the goal for this?
Beat the demo.
Beat the demo.
Okay, yeah, the demo.
You're right. It is Knuckles Chaotix.
How did Maurice get back ahead? I'm so confused.
Maurice isn't ahead.
Maurice is...
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I mixed that up. Maurice is ahead, just a little bit.
So one of the buttons that you basically have two main buttons, which is to stick and to jump. And also you have the ability to fling. If you stick and then pull your guy back, you'll see that rope starts glowing, and you let go, and you can just fling your friend. Just press the button and just fling. Fling to the finish. The larger the rope, the more stressed out it is, the more you fling. I don't know if there's... there are mechanics later on that might cut the rope. Oh no! And you don't want to be cutting a rope away from your friends. You want to be with your friends.
That's a different mobile game that we're not playing.
Alright, so here it's teaching us about the fling.
Fling.
Drake has kind of already done this to save himself from falling off a platform earlier.
How does the worm in an apple stick to the wall?
It digs into the wall as well.
Okay, and there's a ghost that's kind of showing him. Alright, Drake's over. No,
Maurice.
Drake's just kind of sort of flinging himself back and forth. No. Use the stick, Drake.
Alright, there we go. First place is the Penguin Sheep Team. Oh, this is Penguin game. Perfect.
Oh, is there a gorilla? We need a gorilla game.
Yeah, well, there is a dearth of gorilla games in the mystery pool. Should have got some Donkey Kong Jr. math and made them go head to head.
Drake is having some serious problems with these flings. And it's really costing him.
Yeah, it's not clear what Drake is doing.
Yeah, Drake is just not understanding this fling mechanic, and I think what the problem is that he's flinging, but he's not actually using the stick afterwards to like control the character. Like he's just kind of sort of flinging himself and hoping that maybe the fling just solves the problem. Also, you can stick. Don't forget the stick. There we go.
Alright, phew, there we go. Drake's up and over, but unfortunately Maurice has been using this as an opportunity to just plow ahead. There is the finish for Drake.
Yeah, now maybe there will be a chance for Drake to catch up, but if this game is as silly and simple as I think it is, I'm not so sure.
I mean simple. Part of this is simple.
I don't know, I like games like this, where I control two things at once.
Yeah, it's.
You ever play like that
Cookie and Cream?
That Nintendo Land game where you controlled the two guys and you ran around the garden while people were eating all the marbles?
I've played Nintendo Land. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it definitely sounds concerning. So you have these lasers. We have lasers. They will cut your rope in half. Do not let them cut your rope in half.
Why? What happens if you cut your rope?
You lose your friend, and then you're sad, and then you're also, respawning.
I don't remember seeing Maurice at this part, but he's also dropping a lot of frames.
Alright, we got UFOs.
Maurice is just a bit beyond this. I recognize this point that Capndrake is currently jumping through. And oh no, Maurice actually gets to the finish with...
I can't believe that worked.
I can't believe it either. Penguin ship.
It counts. It counts.
Get bouncing, my friendos.
Well, Andy, you could have had it, but you
could have had this if you went grand finals, Andy.
No, he wouldn't have. He would have just won in 3 games.
Oh,
yeah, that's fair. Hey, Maurice won a game off of him before. Just saying.
Oh. Why is Drake having so much trouble with it?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That was alright. That was way better there. Maybe Drake's not pulling it back far enough.
I think that's the issue.
No? There it is.
Yeah, then he's not He's not dual analoging hard enough.
Alright, so meanwhile, it looks like Maurice has made it to the Beehive Galaxy in Super Mario Galaxy. An excellent choice.
So yeah, at this rate, this game is a wonderful game, and it's not too short, too long. But I'm going to leave you guys in the hands of Nico and Alpha, because I'm going to go pop over to Mystery Funhouse and start being ready for setting up that newbie race. So this is my final time of bothering you. Also, it's a golf game. They play golf.
So if you guys want to join some golf game, keep an eye out.
Not that game. That's not the golf game.
Oh,
no, they golfed for a moment.
What's the name of the golf game?
Fling it to the finish.
That you're giving them.
I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying. They just golfed in Fling to the finish. They had to put the golf ball in the hole.
Okay, but what game?
Baby Felix Halloween.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go play Baby Felix Halloween for the Game Boy Color. So if you guys are up for, if you guys want to try it out and try out this racing thing, pop on over to the Discord. I'm going to put the race room link up. We'll get you set up with SRL. We'll get you going for everything that you need in order to join us in this wonderful race. So, Alpha and Nico, I leave it in your wonderful hands.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
so Drake is having some real problems here. Basically, Maurice is 2 minutes 30 seconds ahead right now, at a minimum, or I guess at a maximum, as the Apple.
Maurice, Maurice cleared that level at the same time as Drake finished the previous one. I think this is the final level too.
Yeah, and, like the biggest problem with this is why did we pick such a short game? I mean, I guess we're all tired, but still. I don't know.
This is the perfect game to end, all right?
It is. I just wish there was, double the amount of level.
All right. So Drake is weaving on through here. All right, we got more flings. Flings are really Drake's weakness here.
Those flings have lost him so much time. Maurice is playing poker. Oh, I can't believe Drake landed that.
All right, how do you do a lever? All right, Maurice wraps his character all the way around that lever. All right, looks like Drake is actually navigating this a little bit better.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough? If Maurice has some problems with the flings here, but Drake has more problems with flings. So I'm wondering, unless Drake is starting to get it, and again, the longer the games are, the better Drake is at them. So if this goal is longer than just this next stage, maybe he has a chance to catch up.
No, I don't think that there's more. I think that completing the casino is the last level.
And again, that strong out of the gate start that Maurice always has.
S? Wait, what? That's not a card.
Yeah, it is.
What is the S of hearts?
The snake.
Yes.
The snake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snake of hearts.
What? No.
And there's some golf. Why is there more golf? We didn't have any Wormsware this MT. It makes me a little sad.
Well, it'll be all the more exciting when it returns again. Oh, look at Maurice just plowing across these platforms recklessly. No sense of self-preservation for Maurice or his penguin companion, or is the sheep the companion?
I don't know. Do you think Maurice is more of a sheep or a penguin?
I feel like probably more of a penguin sort. Alright, beautiful little arrow here telling Maurice to go left.
The exploding barrels don't respawn when, they blow up.
Alright, Drake's on the final final approach here. Just got to cross these bridges. Where? Oh,
Drake was still about 40 seconds slower than Maurice on this level alone.
Maurice is just flying across these levels.
Well,
Maurice
yes, he flew into the mist. He's having some problems here. But again, when you're moving everything in tandem, it's not that bad.
Oh, those dice are bouncy.
Yeah. And again, every issue that Maurice has a chance for Drake to catch
Can they
it
not
up.
just stick to the surface?
I think some things knock them off.
All right, almost there. All right, Maurice makes it over. We've got the tumbler. We've got the poker chips. This jazzy music's good.
It's good.
All right, here's where Drake can do this very quickly, maybe. If something else catches Maurice. He
well
does,
done.
actually.
Nope.
It's got to wait for a cycle, and that's it.
That's it.
That's the
Maurice
end of
wins.
the alpha demo. Kickstarter launches May 29th. Oh man, I'm excited for May 29th.
And yeah, so with that, Maurice wins Mystery Tournament 14 over Capndrake.
So this is finally Maurice's chance to come out in first place in a tournament.
Yeah.
So many silver medals, and finally a gold medal, all for Maurice's own.
Yeah, Maurice, in between this mystery tournament and the last mystery tournament, raced over 400 games to get very, very good.
All right, so we've still got Drake here. Drake is trying to finish up this last level here.
But yeah, like, Maurice played more games on SRL, like, within the last year than I have in the past 3. He's been racing an insane amount to get good enough to win this tournament.
Over 400 in, I want to say maybe 2 years that Maurice has been joining. We do a lot of races with short goals. What?
He started last mystery tournament, or well, he started reject tournament.
Yeah.
It's not 2 years. Reject was a year and a half ago, I think.
All right, we got to flip that lever. There we go. Oh, we got the bingo balls. Wee. Ooh, well done on those dice. Great. Plows over those. Now we've got to just climb the second hill of dice. Drake hitting them dice as they go by. Ooh, well done here. Drake is navigating these really well, not taking any deaths. There it is. There's the finish. Got to cross these chips. Word finish is shining right up ahead. And there is the clear for Capndrake, finishing second place with a time of 15 minutes, 41 seconds. An excellent job by both players, plowing through that. And that is the end of Mystery Tournament 14. We have our winner.
What a long ride it's been. And
yeah,
this-
we're gonna pull Maurice in here as well.
Unfortunately, we don't have the time to do it, so
Yeah.
I'm not
no
going
no
to.
winner interview.
But in any
However-
case,
However,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, however, the fun doesn't have to stop here. Although this is the end of Mystery Tournament 14, as we've said before, we do blind races all the time, all around the year. Every Saturday, we have a weekly blind. We also do other special events. We have other tournaments. We've got several different tournaments going on now. Like we have the Grand Prix tournament is just starting up. If you'll join us on the Mystery Funhouse channel, we are having an open race for everybody to join. We're playing a Halloween themed game this time. We're going to play some Baby Felix Halloween for the Game Boy Color. An excellent game. It's one that I've played. And this is an opportunity for you guys to join in. Go ahead, Alpha.
Man, I'm not Roar. I'm way cooler than Roar.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You are. I'm sorry about that.
Anyway, yeah, so it's a great time. We'll help y'all get set up with everything that you could possibly need. Baby Felix Halloween is definitely one of the more, I'm gonna say, in spirit games, especially considering it's about to be a very spooky time. I'm surprised we didn't have more spooky games, given that it's Halloween in less than a week. And I believe we're doing some spooky races next Saturday as well for our weekly blind, because it's got to be very spooky. Because it's Spooktober still, so we're going with that. And I don't know, what else do we have to say? We've been here for 7 hours.
7 hours plus we did another 7 hours or so yesterday. And that's just for the top 8. We started with over 100 racers. I want to say it was in the vicinity of maybe 130 racers or so. And we have now whittled it down to one grand final winner.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Alpha and Sirniko. Yeah, it was fantastic. A great Mystery Tournament 14. It was a great top 8. It had its share of difficulties, but it was also awesome. So yeah, thank you so much to the commentators. Not just Alpha and Nico, but also all of our many other commentators that helped throughout this weekend. Thank you so much to Roar for providing a lot of support on the back end, making sure everything was running smooth and making all this happen. So thank you. All the testers, all the people in the community that made this happen, and of course our competitors. With that note, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye pretty much. So once again, if you didn't hear, we're going to go over to Mystery Funhouse because they are doing their whole community blind thing. So if you like this thing, you like what you saw, you want to get involved, why don't you go get involved right now? Because they're going to do a race to show you how to get involved with blind speedrunning. So until next time, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much for watching.